You can grab a spray or set a trap, but real pest control starts with identifying the source of the problem and keeping them out of your home. ATCO has been servicing Bay Area homes since 1985. We take the guesswork out of it so you can move on. Go to atcopest.com. Trust ATCO for the solution.
This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. Gas tank is full, tonight's dinner plans are set, grocery shopping is complete, and I even got everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
Every one of those stops gets me a bit of money back.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on gas, groceries, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first grocery trip.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Earn cash back on errands and everyday essentials. Download Upside and use promo code SNAP5 to earn an extra $5 cash back on your first purchase at one of over 100,000 available locations. That's promo code SNAP5 for an extra $5 cash back. Remember, use promo code SNAP5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank, and when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country, and that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
Every minute of every day, another person loses their life to cancer. That's why Stand Up to Cancer has set a bold goal to make early stage detection an essential part of standard of care for all cancers. So join the mission and help save lives today at standuptocancer.org.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. San Jose, cloudy skies going up to 93.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Right.
Hi, how are you?
Which was the score of their last loss to a non-Minnesota or Las Vegas team when they lost to the Indiana Fever. Deep three for Burden. It's off the right side of the rim, no good. And the Mystics have won this one 90-82 to stay above 500 at 13-12. The Ball Hall of Faithful giving the Valkyries a round of applause. This was a hell of a game. As the Mystics dancing at center court here, enjoying their victory. The Valkyries dropping to 19-8. That will drop them behind the Las Vegas Aces, so they'll be in third in the WNBA standings.
Kevin Dan on the call right here on 95.7 The Game, your home for Golden State Valkyries basketball. And yes, tough loss there, snapping a 9-game winning streak at Valhalla and overall on the season, 90-82 the final. The Washington Mystic get the win. Valkyries fall to 19-8 on the season and now drop to third in the WNBA standings. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, it's the Morning Roast. Good morning to all you lovely people just getting off work and ready for work, getting ready to enjoy the show today. And we got Sam on the back, we got Carter, and Sam is now delivering Joe Shasky a vanilla latte right on cue. Tough loss there. Very exciting game.
Thank you, Sam.
And
I was running late.
You were running late. Yeah, by the way, you have like were you cupping? You got like little dots all over your arms. You good? Were you getting?
This was last week.
That was last week. Wow.
I've got them everywhere.
Look at you. Okay. Were you getting ready to watch the Valkyries game last night? You're getting excited?
I mean, no, I got injured a couple weeks ago. My shoulder and arm is just real tight regarding throwing baseballs and softballs and. Yeah, so I just need a little cupping. I'm okay, though.
Okay. Well, people are probably wondering, like, what the hell is cupping? It's like when you put these like little like glass little things and like they heat them up and they put them on your body and it's supposed to relieve like pressure, right? Tension.
Similar concept to acupuncture in the sense that it's supposed to like increase blood flow and help that area. And I will say this, I never even knew what it was, and now I can't live without it. And depending on what the injury might be.
I learned about it when Michael Phelps, like you started seeing all the swimmers doing it, like during Olympic times, like Michael Phelps had all these little like circles on his body. Then you started seeing with like NBA players, football players,
the kinetic tape. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
That's kind of similar types of stuff that like after having a lot of massage work done, they'll throw that tape on there. Michelle Wee famously had it all over her body.
That's right.
Because she had so many injuries.
You know what you need is the copper fit, like Brett Favre and Jerry Rice.
Like Ricky Pearsall?
Like Ricky Pearsall.
Ricky Pearsall wearing copper fit running around. I was like, oh, God,
we'll
he's 26.
Get to him, by the way, because the veterans are reporting for training camp Saturday for the San Francisco 49ers. The rookies already reported. There's a lot to get into with them. But let's break down what we saw last night. We will get into
which part? The Valkyrie loss that sucked or the Giants loss that sucked?
I was going to get to that because where do you want to start, Joe? Because both sucked in different ways. The Valkyries are one of the best stories in the Bay Area sports landscape. They are the best story in Bay Area sports right now, quite frankly. They're 19-8 on the season. They were just a game shy of having a 10-game winning streak. The last time the Bay Area had a 10-game winning streak, I actually looked this up, of the big three, not the Sharks included.
2022 49ers.
2023 San Francisco Giants, actually.
Really?
I found it. The Giants in 2023
had a 10-game win streak?
Had a 10-game winning streak.
No way.
I have it right here.
I don't believe you.
I screenshotted it.
I don't believe you.
From June 11th, when they beat the Cubs 13-3, all the way through June 21st, when Sean Jelly got the win.
Oh my gosh.
In a 4-2 victory over the San Diego Padres. They swept, you get this, the Cardinals, Dodgers, and the Padres there. Actually, they won 3 of 4 against the Padres.
That was 3 allegations ago for him.
Hey, relax with Sean Jelly. I can't speak to that.
That's a joke. It's a joke.
Here's some of the players that got wins.
About that, though.
Here's some of the players that got wins during that 10-game winning streak for the Giants. Tristan Beck, Logan Webb. Okay, that makes sense. Tyler Rogers got a couple of them.
Yeah.
Alex Wood.
Oh, the Woodman.
Camilo Doval.
Yeah.
And yes, the aforementioned Sean Jelly.
So, the Valkyries are more fun. The Giants, not so much. 2 crummy losses. One, I think, was, oh God, just I don't even. Where do you want me to start? I don't even know.
Well, what upset you more yesterday? I know what upset you more. It was the Giants' loss because Willie.
No.
No?
No, the Valkyries really blew that game yesterday. Not that I'm like, it's going to panic and
back off.
go crazy. When you have a 7-point lead with 3.5 minutes to go,
Eesh.
I mean, you got to close that thing out. And, they went on a run. I think, end of the second quarter, Gabby Williams rips a ball in midair, almost like Odell Beckham, and then starts going the other way for a layup.
And they captured all the momentum. And I thought they carried that momentum into the third quarter and then into the fourth. And it was kind of like a back and forth game. And the two bigs for the Mystics, I thought, controlled the paint at the end of the game. And their patient offense was the difference. And I think the panicky, sporadic, lost possessions by the Valkyries down the stretch really did them in. Caitlin Chen, for those that aren't watching, I've said this probably, 5 weeks ago? Caitlin Chen is their Peyton Pritchard. She is a spark plug. She is a multi-level scorer for this team. She is a super sub sixth man who can close games alongside Veronica Burton.
Yeah.
And yesterday it felt like she was the only one that wanted the ball down the stretch. And they really don't have that mid-level scorer. For as great as Gabby is as an athlete, she is an unbelievable athlete. She's just not a give me the ball, get out of my way type of player. And I thought that they got a little frenetic, threw the ball away a couple times, took some bad shots, which to me are kind of the equivalent of live ball turnovers. And then the Mystic came down and ran very calm, patient, multi on and off ball actions in the half court. And I don't know, I was really bummed. I thought the crowd was super jacked up into that 4-minute timeout. And they just lost all momentum, and they kind of lost going away.
Well, I think that's the next kind of step for this team. And we talked to Kevin Dana. I'm going to keep referencing it. A couple weeks ago, the voice of the Valkyries, who you heard heading into the show today. This is kind of the bugaboo about this team. It's that fourth quarter scoring in clutch time. They have not been a great clutch team for as good as they've been overall. They're 19-8 on the season. Only the Aces and Lynx are ahead of them in the standings, and those, by all accounts, are the two best teams, most people would say, in the sport right now. They just can't score down the stretch. And as you just mentioned, Joe, they don't have that one person you kind of want to have the ball in their hands. They don't have that Caitlin Clark. Not to say anyone else does. Only the Indiana Fever have them. But even an Asia Wilson or a Beckers, et cetera, et cetera.
The only one who can break their guy off the dribble consistently in the half court is Caitlin Chen.
Yeah. Yes.
Right? And so what they're relegated to is watching her go ISO mode and then everyone else standing out on the three-point line.
Yeah.
And if those shots aren't falling from three, the offense can get stagnant. And I thought Saloon and Burton and they were trying to hit shots from the outside, but I thought the two bigs, Kiki's crafty for the Mystics. I thought that they really dominated yesterday down the stretch. A couple of really nice turnaround hook shots, really nice DHO action in kind of like the mid block. I thought this was a game of execution down the stretch in the half court, and I thought the Valkyries came up short.
Well, it's really the only thing that's preventing them from competing for an actual championship. And not to say they're not contenders right now, they are. Just look at the standings. But the tail of the tape is going to be whether they could beat some of these big teams, the Aces and the Lynx down the stretch here, and they hold their opponents to 76.4 points per game. That is easily the lowest in the entire association. Everyone else is either in the 80s or 90s in opponents' points per game allowed. The Valkyries are a full 10 points better than some of these other teams.
Their defense in the half court is excellent.
You had a text in the chat yesterday, Joe, and I think you even tweeted it. It was like, Valkyries easily play the best defense in all of the Bay Area. And
not even close. As I
watched the Giants fail defensively night in and night out.
Not even close.
The Niners included.
Their offense is stagnant. I think the issue that they have right now is they just don't really have that person that commands coverage in the women's game. If you watch, where does Asia do the majority of her work? She catches the ball at the elbow and then goes, kind of in from there, right?
Yes.
They're all like Paige Becker. So what she does is really well. Get into the paint and dominate kind of the float mid-range game and can finish at the rim, but really she could stop and just rise up at any time. The women's game really right now models more of the late 80s NBA than it does the modern NBA. Yes, there's a lot of threes still being taken, which was not happening in the 80s, but it's a lot of post play, and then it's a lot of shooting from long distance. And right now, they just don't have that individual at the elbow, I call it the free throw line, the elbow, to operate.
And they're a bottom 3 team in the WNBA when it comes to points overall per game. They're averaging only 81.9. The team they lost to last night, actually the second lowest at 80 points per game in the Washington Mystics, and the Connecticut Sun the worst record in all the WNBA at 79.7. So they're not a great scoring offense.
No.
But as you just mentioned, and as we've mentioned, when you're that elite defensively, you're going to be in a lot of these tight games. And it's not going to be the end-all, be-all most nights. But last night, it reared its ugly head when you can't score down the stretch.
Let me give you a comp for when I've watched the Valkyries. I don't know. I told you guys. I watched probably like half dozen full games. I'm talking every single dribble. But I'm watching almost all like the second halves and stuff with my son. Let me give you the team they remind me of. Ooh. I'm going to give you a good laugh.
Okay.
You ready for this one, Sam and Carter? Late 90s Pacers.
Pacers.
Indiana
Okay.
Pacers.
Reggie Miller.
Well, the reason why I say that, like Mark Jackson, the way he kind of walks the ball up the court, picking and choosing his spots. They had a Jalen Rose off the bench who was like feisty and brought some energy. They've got a lot of those same elements. You know, Veronica Burton is kind of your traditional late 80s, early 90s NBA point guard. I mean, she walks the ball. I mean, she can pick and choose. She's not going to kill you from beyond the arc. She's going to be really smart, try to make smart decisions. She's rugged. She will back down her defender. But they play at that kind of pace. You get where I'm going with this? And then that Pacers team shot a lot of threes. Think Chuck Person, Reggie Miller, Saloon and Caitlin Chen. That's what they're doing. They're shooting a lot of threes. And so they play at a slow pace. They have really good defense. They grind it out. I don't know. I like that comp for them.
I thought you were going to go Heat culture, like Jimmy Butler Heat, when he would slowly, methodically going up. You had Tyler Hero off the bench if you needed him, right? Because that was a kind of a throwback team in that, hey, like they don't do it like everyone else does, whether that's the Eastern Conference or Western Conference. They're going to go at their own pace. They're going to try to muck this thing up. And that might have to be the formula for the Valkyries, you know, as the season goes on into the playoffs, right? They have the All-Star game this Saturday in Chicago. So, you know, we're going to be out that final stretch here post All-Star break. And I'm very curious now to see what the expectations for this team is from the fan base, because listen, this team has only been in inception for a year and a half, Joe.
I know.
It's kind of crazy to talk about like expectations for them when they only have been a franchise for a very short period of time. And yet, all we've known here is success with this team. Yeah. That's all we've known.
Who's the broadcaster? Who's the guy that does the KPIX? He's excellent.
Oh, not Deuce Mason.
No.
Not Kevin.
I'm not ripping.
That's fine. That's fine. KPIX, right?
Yeah, Morgan does a great job. Morgan Reagan, I think, does a great job.
Yeah, and she's friend
of the program. I want to make sure I pronounce her name properly.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
But the main guy who does it is amazing. The play-by-play guy. I think he is a rising star.
Jordan Kent.
He's excellent.
Jordan Kent.
What's his bio? Because I thoroughly enjoy him. He's got command of the broadcast. He understands the moment. A lot of nicknames. You know, there's a lot of nicknames.
I like the nicknames, though. I'm a big nickname guy.
I do, too. And I just think he's an excellent broadcaster.
I will get on that. Maybe we can reach out to Jordan Kent. And,
I really do enjoy him. He's good.
I wouldn't mind that. We are coming live.
He kicks butt.
From the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco.
Now we get to the Giants.
And we're going to get to the Giants. I do have to mention 9 o'clock. It is a Tuesday, so we're going to have Bonte Hill joining us live for the entire hour, presented by Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford store. And yes, the aforementioned San Francisco Giants, who it looked like it was going to be a great come-from-behind victory. They tied it up late in the 9th. Willie Adames, 2-run jack. He was skipping around the bases, going nuts. It was 3-3. And then the bottom of the 9th inning happened, Joe. And a walk-off for the Kansas City Royals. Night, see you later. And the 42-58 Giants lost to the 41-60 Kansas City Royals. Not quite the homecoming you wanted for one Tony Vitello, the Missouri native.
I just, you know, so you're down 3-1 in the 9th. Devers strikes out to start the inning. Ramos strikes out right after him. Here comes Jung-Hoo Lee. Jung-Hoo Lee rips one over the shortstop's head.
Jungie.
As Hunter Pence is saying, like, he has been trying to pull the ball a little too much. He needs to go the other way. And boom, he does. He goes the other way. All right, that was really, really nice to see. So he's on first base. Here comes Adames. It's a 1-0. He lays off some junk away. And he just rips one. I mean, he comes into the at-bat 0 for 3 on the day and rips one down the line. And Caglione, gets spun around, and you could tell, right away, that might have a chance. Boom. So you're down to your last out. You tie it up 3-3. The camera's following Willie Adames into the dugout. He's just going nuts. And, honestly, I want these guys to feel good. I know there's going to be people that are going to highlight, Willie Adames in the dugout, yucking it up with Ramos and Devers. Eldridge came over and dapped him up. Guys, It's a long season. That was a big home run. They're down to their last
big
out.
Moment.
I have no problem with him celebrating the way that he was. In fact, I want him.
Are people mad that he was celebrating? That was a big game-tying home run.
I just think things are down so bad. We are looking for things to be mad at. And then you get to the top of the ninth. It's a tie game. Here comes Caleb Killian, and he comes in to face Rojas. He was 0 for 3. Schmidt is shaded over. Rojas chops one down the line. Runner on first. All right, just classic put the ball in play baseball. Schmidt was shaded way too over because he was left-handed. Runner on first with no outs. What do the Royals do? Tie game. Runner on first with no outs. They bunt.
They do. Small ball.
So a little chopper down the line. What's the exit velocity on that one? All you people that are obsessed with exit velocity. Then they go bunt, okay? Schmidt's so deep on the play, and Eldridge is holding the runner on that Susac decides, I'm going to go to second base.
Yep.
All right? Willie Adames is coming over to cover, and I don't think he ever in his mind thought that ball from Susac was going to come to second base. And so he's 2 or 3 feet off the bag. So Susac, if you're going to go one on any play, it's on a bunt that spins right back to you in the dirt area where you only take a couple of steps forward. He rips it down the line. Now, full disclosure, I do not think they were going to get him at second.
Yeah, even with a perfect throw, probably not, but it's
challengeable at best. Would you agree?
Yeah, and you at least have to have your foot on the bag just in case the runner, I don't know, overextends, right? Or falls past the base. Or
Willie came in almost on the in cut of the grass.
It's the one place you can't go.
No.
Like, what are you doing?
Whenever you're receiving a throw at second base on a tag or anything, you want to let the ball travel.
Correct.
The ball will travel faster than your body, right? And so you're never going to be able to catch it, come back to the bag. Like, it's a stretch play. It's a stretch play. Now, Susac was being aggressive. Arise was coming over to cover first base.
Yes.
My theory, again, this is just my theory. If they're giving you an out, you take it, unless you're automatic that you can get that lead runner. If they're giving you an out, you take it. Because a mental mistake in that situation creates a chaotic inning that you can't get out of. And I understand wanting to get the lead runner in a tie game. I appreciate the aggressiveness by Susac. I think it was kind of like a double whammy. Even if Adames is there, I'm not 100% sure he gets that lead runner. But Adames, you got to be there, dude. And I think where everyone's losing their mind is this guy's celebrating from the home run in the 9th inning, and then he's like mentally not ready to go and not even aware that the ball's coming. And he looks over at Susac like, what are you doing? And my thing is like, nah, dude, Willie, what are you doing? You need to be prepared for that ball to come to you at any time. And I just think it was a very big microcosm on why the Giants are where they're at. And then you get down, sack fly to Gilbert in left center. Runner goes and tags second and third. So now it's first and third with one out. And they safety squeeze twice. And Eldridge has got to make that play. Like, I'm sorry, but this is why he needs to play. You got to make that play. You're coming in, even though it's first and third, you're not going to be holding that runner on. That back runner means nothing. It's the lead runner. That's the game. Infield should have been in on that play. Maybe double play up the middle, maybe. But if you're not going to hold them on at first, they're probably going to take second anyway to eliminate the double play. Maybe you'll walk the guy to set up the bases loaded. They don't do any of those things. And it's just small ball does in the Giants again.
And Trevor McDonald had to leave the game early, obviously. Maybe that was due to the heat. He had some elbow discomfort. They're going to get some imaging done there. And again, as I mentioned, it's a homecoming of sorts for Tony Vitello, and yet another just boneheaded mistake like from Willie Adames. And it's been a season of them, unfortunately. And I hate to be that guy, but as you just said, Joe, he had his moment, and then he took it away immediately, and he's done that so many different times this season.
I can accept mental and physical mistakes from the young guys like Gilbert, Schmidt, Eldridge. It's tough when you're the $200 million man, and it's always happening.
Always. And it's sponsored by Ceremony Ford. The summer sales event is on at Ceremony Ford. Get 0% APR, $1,000 in down payment assistance, no payments for 90 days, plus a 2-year maintenance plan on models including F-150, Bronco, Mach-E, Explorer, and Mustang. Ceremony Ford in Coleman, Daly City, or ceremonyford.com. Whether you're a Bay Area homeowner looking to upgrade your outdoor space or a contractor building the absolute best for your clients, TimberTech stands out. Picture this, a deck that's the highlight of your backyard, turning heads season after season. TimberTech delivers stunning, real wood looks paired with the kind of durability only advanced engineering can provide. And the best part? You won't spend a single weekend sanding, staining, or sealing it. You get all the beauty without the back-breaking maintenance. Trusted by contractors for its unbeatable quality, TimberTech uses advanced technology so your deck will still look amazing 20 or 30 years from now. It's sustainable, low maintenance, and backed by industry-leading warranties. When it's time to build, you need a local partner you can trust. That's why you head to Ashby Lumber. With locations in Berkeley and Concord, the expert at Ashby have everything you need to get the job done right. Build with confidence. Build with TimberTech, the #1 brand in premium decking. Find it locally today at Ashby Lumber.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Hey, it's Willard. At Habas Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Habas Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians, because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Habas fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Habas Law, relentless for justice. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing, what comes next, who you trust, have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Baylord is yours. Baylord.com. That's BAILARD.com.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's cars with a K.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Stephanie from San Mateo. RNS installed a high-cycle spring for my garage door. Great job, Jason. He was professional, on time, and detailed. The office was responsive and efficient with scheduling and ordering parts. They were recommended by friends who had good experiences, too.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
The Colonel's cooked up a new $10 bucket of the day just for you. Monday, 24 nuggets for $10. Tuesday, 8-piece fried chicken for $10. Wednesday, 10 wings for $10. Thursday, 8 tenders for $10. Friday, 24 nuggets for... Ooh, you guessed it, didn't you? $10.
Finger licking machine.
The $10 bucket of the day deal. Every weekday. Only at KFC. It's finger licking good.
Prices and participation vary while supplies last. Not available on third-party ordering platforms. Tax extra.
The San Francisco Marathon is right around the corner, Sunday, July 26th.
Catch 95.7 The Game near the Chase Center Hydration Station as we're out there proudly supporting the runners. Get all the marathon details at 957thegame.com.
Here's a World Soccer Championship recap.
Brought to you by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's. And by the first ever Infiniti QX65. The final between Spain and Argentina delivered a matchup between the top two teams in the world. Spain's strong defense that did not allow Argentina a single shot on goal to produce their 7th clean sheet of the tournament, along with their ability to dominate possession and a game-winning goal in extra time, is all La Roja needed to win 1-0 for their second World Championship. I'm Fernando Carlos.
Welcome back. It's Morning Roast. Spadoni and Shasky with you for the next 3.5 hours. We're talking Giants. We're talking Valkyries. We're talking about it all. 2 tough losses in the Bay last night for different reasons. Valkyries snapped their 9-game winning streak. I guess the Washington Mystics, I should say, have snapped it. They were going for 10 in a row. Would have been the first 10-game winning streak in the Bay since 2023 when the San Francisco Giants did it. Speaking of the Giants, we're talking about them right now. Tough loss last night. After tying it in the top of the 9th, they get walked off in Kansas City against the Royals. Trevor McDonald had to leave the game early, the starting pitcher, after only going 4 innings, giving up 4 hits, 3 earned runs as well. And they're saying it was elbow discomfort, and they're going to be getting some imaging done. Hopefully nothing serious, Joe, but again, you think about a guy this young, this heavy of a workload, the most workload he's ever done. It's just a season from hell. It could only get worse from here. And injury-wise, that's the only way it can get worse because with Willie, he's done this a bunch, right? Where he's had some really great moments and then a lot of low lights when it comes to just mental errors, whether that's, forgetting how many outs there were, whether it's yucking it up with different, people on second base, Mookie Betts giving him hugs, this, that, and the other. It's just been a season to forget in San Francisco. And we're going to hear from the manager momentarily, Tony Vitello, because I keep thinking about him too in this regard. Whenever we keep seeing some of these mistakes, these mental errors, when does that start falling on the manager? And for me, when it's like young guys, like Eldridge, Schmidt, I know Jung Hoo Lee's only been a part of the bigs now, the Major League Baseball for a couple years. Maybe I'm giving him too much of a pass. But when it's guys that have been established, like Willie Adames. Susak, okay, that's a good one.
I mean, this is his first full season.
Does that fall on the manager at all?
Well, look, you have to... have a lot of moments happen to you. You have to learn through trial and error. That's how it works in development. I mean, it's a lot less understandable from Willie Adames, who's been in the bigs almost a decade. It's a lot less understandable from Matt Chapman or from Rafi Devers. I'm just using them as examples. I think the issue with Willie is when you pay a shortstop that kind of money, you're expecting unbelievably sound fundamentals. That's what you're expecting.
Yeah.
And I'm just watching a guy he's just not a great shortstop.
No.
Defensively, he's just not. And like the guy, I think his personality people are all over the place with because the team isn't doing well. I think he's an easy guy to pick on. I don't necessarily believe all of the criticism is fair. I think some of it is warranted. And when you have mental lapses, what seems like every couple of weeks, you make yourself an easy target with a $200 million contract.
And I'm looking at it right now, just MLB, baseball player stats, fielding errors. Now, this wasn't an error, but it was a mental lapse on Willie Adames' part. Whether you want to say he wasn't going to get there, the ball wasn't going to get there on time anyways because the throw from Susak, that's fine. You still got to be in position at the end of the day because maybe the base runner makes a mistake, over pursues, falls off the bag. And we've seen that time in and time out, which I really don't like. It's not really the spirit of the rule for me when you overextend and you fall off the bag. That's neither here nor there. You could have had a scenario where he falls off and you tag him out and, it's a huge out for you. But he has 14 fielding errors. Second most in Major League Baseball. Only Trey Turner, C.J. Abrams, Junior Caminero, and Otto Lopez have more. And a lot of those guys are just so much better offensively. I'm willing to live with that. As Trey Turner hits his 200th career home run yesterday. We know about Junior Caminero. C.J. Abrams has 21 jacks on the season. You can't be doing that.
Well, look, I mean, that position doesn't have to be an offensive position. I mean, you'd like it to be. That's what gives you a Bobby Witt Jr. impact or a Gunnar Henderson impact. You know, Gunner's had a tough year this year. We watched for almost 15 years. Brandon Crawford was, hit and miss offensively, but he was elite defensively.
Correct.
And so there are certain positions. One of the truths in football is you want your center, your quarterback, to be the leaders of your team on the offense. And then on defense, you want your middle linebacker and whoever your safety is back there being kind of the quarterback of your defense. And I look at baseball, you always want to be strong up the middle. Catcher, shortstop.
Yeah.
And you could make the argument, since Buster retired, they've been deficient at catcher, even though Bailey was good, but they've been deficient at catcher and particularly at shortstop.
They were hoping that Joey Bart was going to be that guy. They were hoping that Patrick Bailey's bat would eventually come around and be that guy. We know defensively he was legit. I don't know if they believe that Daniel Susac is going to be that guy.
I think they're high on him.
I think they are, and we were too. I'm not going to lie. Like we were so excited for the bat. He was looking incredible. He was giving you something. But these are the kind of plays yesterday that are, as you just said earlier, Joe, kind of you got to learn from it. You build calluses. This is a callus building season for the San Francisco Giants, and hopefully they have learned something throughout the totality of it.
They're running out of arms.
Yeah, no, they are. And we're going to get to that in a second because we're going to hear from the skipper, Tony Vitello, because it's the day after every Giants loss or win, we hear from him no matter what. What do you hear? What do you say? And it's been a lot more losses than wins on the season for the San Francisco Giants. And the Missouri native, Tony Vitello, on Susac's decision to throw to second base there in the bottom of the ninth.
He had a good view of where the runner was at. Probably in a position he wouldn't normally be, but because of what he was doing there, took a crack at the lead out, and I don't know that you would redo it on his end if you had the choice.
He just sounds so defeated. I'm just going to be honest. I just like listening to the tone sometimes of a coach, of a manager, et cetera, et cetera. Where do you go from here if you're the San Francisco Giants? Like legitimate question.
Complete fire sale at the deadline.
Well,
that's not me being hyperbolic. That's like reality. Like just complete tear it down.
Well, that and you got to reevaluate everything after this season. And I mean everything. From top to bottom, from upper management, from front office, manager, hitting, pitching coach, whatever.
Who would want, but let me, just for a second, the job is now going to be viewed similar to the way the Niners were viewed before they brought in Shanahan. Who is going to want to come and manage this team who has any track record whatsoever when they fired Kapler, Melvin after 2 years, and let's just say there's some sort of parting with Tony Vitello after one? That's 3 managers in 4 years. I mean, you're reaching 49er land.
Well, someone will take the job if they know that they're going to have job security. And the only way you get that is if you're going to be the president of baseball operations, or if you're going to be this next guy that's going to take over, a Dave Dombrowski, if you will, a guy like that, a level of caliber like that. But those guys don't grow on trees, unfortunately, Joe. And they want the unproven route this year because Manassian was unproven. He was never a general manager. Buster Posey never had this experience. Tony Vitello was a college guy.
I mean, you could make the argument all 3 should probably get blown out.
And I think we're going to discuss that on the other side. In the meantime, it's time for the teamwork play of the game brought to you by El Camino Health, because there were a couple of big games and big losses last night in regards to Bay Area sports. The Valks fell to the Mystics, ending the winning streak at 9. But Caitlin Chen went off last night to the tune of a career-high 20 points, including this lay-in with an assist from Veronica Burton.
Right back to Burton. Shifted left wing for Chen. Going at Amor. High arcer off the glass. It drops. She thought she was fouled. That's why she put it up. 67-65. Chen with 15.
And that was right here on 95.7 The Game. The voice of the Golden State Valkyries, Kevin Dana, on the call. And that was the teamwork play of the game brought to you by El Camino Health. El Camino Health, where togethering heals. And we're trying to heal together watching this Giants season. It's been tough. It feels like, Joe, you know what this Giants season is? Talking about like El Camino Health. It's just a scab that keeps getting picked off. It's just never going to heal. The Giants are just that itch. I have one right now. It's like on my toe. It's just like, you keep picking at it. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. Don't look at it. Carter, Leave that scab alone. But Giants fans can't help themselves. They're going to pick it off, and it's never going to heal until the season's over. All right. We'll try to figure this thing out.
I need some help.
Oh, what?
Anybody that uses some sort of a tablet for like taking lots and lots of notes and for work, I want your insight.
Oh, that's a tease. Brought to you by Frown Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Thinking about heading to the mountains this weekend in a new Toyota truck?
Let's go!
Bringing the bikes?
Let's go!
Maybe towing the boat too?
Let's go!
All right, let's roll. Get 3.99% APR plus 500 finance cash on 2026 Tacoma SR5 or get 2.99% APR on Tundra.
The time is now, let's go!
You heard the man. Toyota. Let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Excludes Tundra TRD Pro and say 326.
Lots of places can expose you to identity theft.
Oh no.
That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity, which is way more than anyone can do on their own. If we find anything suspicious, like new loans or changes to your financial accounts, we alert you right away, all through text, phone, email, or the LifeLock app. Get the alerts that could make all the difference. Save up to 30% with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. Get a free oil filter and more during the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone, now through July 27th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Jay Vineyards returns as the official sparkling wine of the Golden State Valklyries. As Jay celebrates its 40th anniversary, the team invites all wine lovers to experience the artistry, hospitality, and California soul that defines Jay Vineyards. Every offering at Jay is an invitation to discover the bounty of Sonoma County, where guests explore local ingredients paired with Jay's celebrated sparkling Pinot Noir and Chardonnay wines. Make Jay your next wine country destination, located just 70 miles from Chase Center in Healdsburg.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Here's good news for folks who have a jumbo loan. The Loan Exchange, America's jumbo lender, is offering a 30-year fixed-rate loan at a 5.75% interest rate and 5.939% APR for loan amounts up to $3 million. So if you have a mortgage with an interest rate of 6% or higher, give America's jumbo lender a call at 833-436-8800. You drive around to find the cheapest gas, so why not refinance your mortgage? Every day you wait, you're wasting money on needless interest. Go to theloanexchange.com or call 833-436-8800 to find out what your savings will be with a new 30-year fixed-rate loan at 5.75% interest rate and 5.939% APR. NMLS 1637539. Loan subject to credit approval. See website for licensing information, loan terms and conditions. Equal housing lender. That's theloanexchange.com or call 833-436-8800 for a 30-year fixed-rate loan at 5.75% interest rate and 5.939% APR.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid...
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends August 3rd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Hey, this is Lauren. And a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's going to add the protein that you need. The eggs with those crispy nuggets. It's the ultimate combo.
Hi, this is Maya, and a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's packed with protein. Having Chick-fil-A chicken, a breakfast burrito is just phenomenal to me. You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns. It's just complete, honestly.
Order the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a social media manager.
Did you just post our Q4 earnings to your personal social media?
Oh yeah, used the trending audio and everything.
That's confidential financial data.
Relax. It only went a little viral.
The SEC just commented with the eyeball watching emoji.
This is a job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
To right field. Caglione back at the wall. Gone! Tie game in the ninth inning. Adames goes the other way. It's 3-3.
Hey, it's Dibber here. Tune in to Willard and Dibs every Friday when I give out my locks for the weekend. They may fade me, and they're right to do so. Meanwhile, you can go ahead and fade back into the morning roast.
Hey, Dibs, I was listening to you and Mark Grandy yesterday because Grandy was filling in for Mark Willard, doing a hell of a job. And I saw Dibs over the weekend doing the watch party over at Bay Street, Emeryville for the World Cup final. Steiny was there. Wow. I can only imagine how many Argentinian fans, Spanish fans, just fans of soccer in general. How many Giants fans were watching that game last night, just sitting on their couch with a tall one, just saying, oh, well, how are they going to mess this up after that game-tying home run? Like, honestly, Joe, and Dave Fleming on the call, NBC Sports Bay Area, was there part of you that said, wow, game-tying home run? How are they going to mess this up? No, seriously. Like that's kind of the point of the season where we're at, where you're watching just cynically. And I know, like, at your core, you're not that kind of fan, Joe. You're not as cynical.
No, I was actually, like, happy for Willie.
You were, yeah.
He's had 3 home runs since the All-Star break. Like, I want to see the guy play well. I mean, like, wanting him traded is a separate conversation.
Right.
But that's more due to, like, just some of the redundancy of positions and guys, and it's more a process of elimination than it is specifically about Willie's got to go.
Right. In his last 113 at-bats in the last 30 games, he's batting 195. Has a 260 on-base percentage, is slugging .407, and has 36 strikeouts, which I got to believe leads the team.
Well, and you have a lot of young players in the minors that play up the middle. I mean, is this the guy you want leading them?
No.
Personality-wise, yes.
Sure.
Focus-wise, setting the tone, leading by example, you can pick arguments at it.
How many people on the Giants have been like leading by example in a good way this year? Like when you say that, like it makes me like think, because I think we all try to pride ourselves on letting our work do the talking.
Yeah.
Logan Webb, okay, letting his work do the talking. Yeah. Robbie Ray, for the most part now, he's been the last couple, like the last few weeks, last month or so, has been doing that. I think Landon Roop is finding his groove again. Been very impressed with him. I mean, outside of that, I go everyday players. Casey Schmidt been doing a hell of a job at doing whatever has been asked of him. He's been in a very difficult position, going from first, left, short, third, right, et cetera, et cetera. He's been everywhere. Jung-Hoo Lee playing a whole new position for the first time. I think he's done pretty damn well for the most part. And he stayed healthy this season, which has been fantastic for the most part. He's been doing his job. Am I missing anyone else? Luis Arraez, absolutely. Second base has been phenomenal defensively from him, and it's going to suck because in less than 2 weeks, he's probably going to get traded, and he's not going to be a San Francisco Giant anymore. But at half the season, he was a Giant. Sensational. Outside of that, yeah. I mean, Elliot Ramos with the bat has looked pretty good. He had the home run yesterday. But, he's an adventure whenever he's, playing left field or running the base paths. Matt Chapman hasn't been healthy enough. He's had some moments. Rafi Devers, okay. All right. Are we loving Rafi Devers, or are we just kind of like, well, he's hitting home runs, he's slugging the ball, but that's kind of what we're falling back on with him. So I guess what I'm saying is they don't have a lot of guys that are leading by example night in and night out. That makes me feel confident in this team going forward. So when you say, hey, everyone's for sale outside of Bryce Eldridge and Logan Webb,
I mean, even Logan, you have to listen.
Okay,
I think everyone not named Bryce, you have to listen.
Okay. I think the Giants have said, through the reporters, it feels like Logan Webb's untouchable. But to your point, if someone blows you out of the water with a proposal for him, you got to listen if you're Buster Posey and Manasseh.
They're
you have
in no
to.
position to not listen.
Absolutely. And, Joe, it's hard for me to watch this team and not pay attention to what's going on in the American League right now. And we're watching a Boston Red Sox team that is absolutely on fire.
I don't even know what to make of them.
And it's hard, Joe, it's hard not to compare and contrast these teams because they were the teams involved in the Rafi Devers trade last year.
Yeah, and their season we thought was over 2 months ago.
And now
the
it's
Red Sox.
And now it's on a historic pace.
They're going to make playoffs.
They're going to make the playoffs.
It feels like.
Does anyone want to play them if they're still this red hot? No. No one wants to play this team right now. They've won 14 in a row, and they're doing something historic. Again, a Boston Red Sox team and a franchise that's been around for 100-plus years is doing something historic. That matters. And they fired their coach like a month ago. Alex Cora gone. They didn't bat an eye. They said, hey, this guy's won World Series. He's been to multiple World Series. We're moving off Alex Cora. He's gone. They got rid of Rafi Devers last year. They didn't bring back Alex Bregman. They went in on a youth movement, and it's paid off now. It took a while, and, I've seen a couple teams now that made managerial changes this season, and it's paid off for them. Boston Red Sox, Philadelphia Phillies. I'm not saying the Giants, if they had fired Tony Vitello, they would have gone on the run that they've gone on in Boston or done what the Philadelphia Phillies have done. I'm not saying that at all. I just think it's an interesting compare and contrast, and I can't begrudge Giants fans if they're looking at those teams saying, hey, they realized they needed to make a change and they made one, and it was for the better. Now, do you make a change just for the sake of making a change this season? I don't know. They thought Patrick Bailey was a big enough change that's what they did. Maybe they should have struck while the iron's hot a couple months ago with some of these guys that their value has diminished since. I have no idea. I guess what I'm saying is, Joe, I'm kind of salty seeing what the Red Sox are doing right now if I'm a Giants fan, because they got rid of Devers, they got rid of their manager, and now they're better.
Yeah.
No, it's just true.
Well, I don't know if that was going to happen for the Giants.
I don't know. Maybe. They need to do something, though. They've been sitting on their hands,
Joe, they have no pitching.
Trade these guys.
Last night, ninth inning, who did you want to play? Caleb Killian's as good as they got. The ball barely left the infield.
I mean, Sam brought up a great point in the broadcast, was saying if Fleming and Pence for NBC Sports Bay Area, Brubaker's been one of their better relief men all season.
Yes. What does that tell you?
It tells me that they are bereft of talent when it comes to the bullpen.
Brubaker?
I mean, back-to-back years. And I liked what Spencer Bivens did last year. I thought he was, on a mediocre year, he gave him a lot of good innings. But again, when I'm relying on Spencer Bivens and JT Brubaker being my high points of a bullpen the last 2 years, what does that say about it?
Yeah, it's
not very. It's just not very good.
I look at some of their guys. I'm just not sure Adames will ever get over on this fan base. Timing, his contract, the team's expectations, just where they're at. I don't know. I don't know if he'll ever be able to get it. You know what I mean by getting over on a fan?
Yeah. If we use that phrase,
odds is that way for the Warriors. No matter what he does right now, I think for a big segment of Warrior fans, he'll just never get over in a favorable way.
So it's funny you say that. That's like a WWE/WWF term. When you get over on a crowd, that means, the crowd's going to embrace you.
Yes.
So when you get over on them, you'll know it when the crowd cheers really loudly in your intro song. If you're Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, if you're Triple H, Stone Cold, et cetera, whether you're a heel or a face, which is the good guy or the bad guy.
Aaron Rowan existed in the same exact mold. Aaron Rowan was never going to get over on the fans, just ever. He high-priced free agent. There was no equity built up.
The batting stance didn't help.
Well, his attitude, but he was very, very different from Willie. Willie, for as happy and joy and effervescent as he outwardly is, I don't know, people just don't like him.
I think he's representative, too, of all that money and those big contracts that they dished out to him, Chapman, and then absorbing the Rafi Devers one. He was kind of at the forefront of that, Joe, and maybe he is
he's unfairly tabbed with all the negativity.
It's almost like
you took the money.
There you go. It's almost like the Austin Slater tab where he was representative of a larger issue, and it wasn't Austin's fault, and he ended up being kind of the whipping boy, if you will, of all the faults of Farhan Zaidi. Is Willie Adames kind of that same guy now with Buster Posey and Zach Benazian? It feels that way, and I don't think he's helping himself at all when he has a great moment. And it was. You were truly happy when you saw that 2-run home run. It's like, awesome. Good for Willie. It's great. I saw the Giants Twitter account tweet out, Willie Adames, all caps. And then 6 minutes later, he's not on the bag to potentially get the out at second. And then it's just like people were quote tweeting it and making fun of it. They're like, yeah, Willie Adames, thanks for nothing. Like, come on, man. Like, and I can't be mad at the fans for being mad at him because that's what he's done all season. So, I want to root for the guy. And how many players do you want to root for in the Giants right now that have not given you a reason to do so consistently? Rafi Devers. I want to root for Rafi, but then he has plays he has errors in the past, and he's been good at first base or solid. I want to say
he'll
good.
never be Pablo.
He's never going to be Pablo.
In terms of being beloved.
And then he has the moment he had, in Miami, showing up as manager, and I think that's kind of like a dark cloud that's lingering over him. Yeah. Fair or not. And he's performed better. And I know a lot of people are high on the bat of Rafi Devers, but there's going to be a conversation going forward as you see Bryce at first base yesterday, kind of, he's learning this thing on the fly, and that's, it's a tough play, but you got to make it.
But that's why he needs to play.
That's why he needs to play. And we're going to have a conversation going forward here about, Bryce getting more reps at first base. And is this sustainable with him and Rafi, DH, first base, back and forth? I don't think so.
Well, in that inning, you had young Casey Schmidt at third. He starts the inning off way too far off the bag. It's the lefty who's pulling the ball, but the guy is not hot right now. And he's just a simple little slap down the line. Casey wasn't even close to it, right? Now you have a runner on first, and we're going to bunt in that situation. Yeah. Well, if I'm Eldridge and it's a tie game, I'm the first baseman, whether it's Eldridge or Devers, you're holding that runner on, correct?
Correct.
So your pitcher is going to have to cover everything from pitcher's mound over to the first base line. Because it's going to take time for Eldridge to pop off the bag, and he's lumbering to begin with, and go get a ball hit down the line, a bunt in this case. So you kind of know ahead of time that, hey, my pitcher's got to do it. Simultaneously, if Casey crashes on that play, you see a lot of high school, college plays where the runner at first will steal, you drop a bunt, he won't even slow down, he'll just go second or third. And so your shortstop's got to be, definitely conscious if that third baseman is crashing all the way to go cover third base in that situation so he doesn't take two bags. So, there were so many little things in that inning. And I think to have Willie just not covering second base as the veteran on the infield, as you have young Susak at catcher, young Schmidt at third, veteran at shortstop, Arise, who's probably one and done at second base, and then young Bryce Eldridge at first. Arise was covering first, coming over to cover first. Yep. You were going to get the out. And I don't even know if the throw's going to beat him. I don't. But you have got to be in a position to make a stretch play there. This is inarguable.
This segment is brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bear for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com, and you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. It's Spadoni and Shasky with you here. 1 hour down, 3 more to go. We got Bonte Hill joining us in the 9 o'clock hour for the entire hour, as he is each and every Tuesday, presented by Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford store. Walk-off loss last night for the San Francisco Giants. The Golden State Valkyries, their 9-game winning streak was also snapped at the hands of the Washington Mystics. So a couple of tough L's last night in the Bay Area. We got the San Francisco 49ers starting their training camp as veterans are reporting on Saturday. I believe their first open practice, Joe, is going to be on Sunday. So football is right around the corner. There's a lot to be excited about, but there's also a lot to be kind of nervous about. I don't know what the Giants are going to do in these next 13 days leading towards the trade deadline. I think Arise is gone. I'm like 90%, 95% sure he's gone. Robbie Ray is going to be gone.
I mean, those are the prospects that you're going to get for him. Is it even? I know you got to re-sign him, but like, are the prospects that you're going to get for Arise just to move off Arise? Are they? Like,
are you going to get a top 100 prospect back?
Okay, well, you got Drew Gilbert and what's his face? Come on, he's in Blake Tidwell for Tyler Rogers. Did Tyler Rogers have more value at the deadline last year than Arise does this year?
That's a good question. Bullpen's always at the top of mind right now for a lot of these contending teams. But God, Luis Arise is an all-star.
Yeah,
really good.
But at a position that a lot of teams already have a fill.
That's true. What are you willing to give up for a Luis Arise as a rental piece?
Like getting anything, like I hear this argument, like, well, he's going to leave you in free agency, so you got to get anything. But like I hear that, like you could also sign him now to like a 2-year extension.
Well, and Buster Posey had a recent interview on a radio station here in the Bay, and he was basically insinuating, he's like, God, we would love to keep Luis Arise, but just the reality of where we're at as a team, and I was like, and he was kind of like pussyfooting around it. I was like, just say you're not going to give him a contract. Just say, like, he clearly has stated, Luis Arise has stated, I would love to stay here. They gave me an opportunity. They believed in me, and things have been great. And like, the season hasn't. We haven't won, but I love my time here. I love those guys. Why not offer him something?
But here's what I would say to you. It's like,
is it because of the impending lockout? Like, is that another thing?
What nets you the most on this team? Logan Webb.
Yes.
Okay. What nets you probably, the second most?
Oh, that's actually a good question. I don't know. What do you think? I don't know.
I don't know.
I mean, well,
how much you
hold on. Bryce Eldridge is going to net you a bunch.
But you're not moving him.
But
you're building around him.
Yes. Okay.
Right? You're hoping the next wave is built with him as a centerpiece.
I mean, Robbie Ray's a rental?
Maybe.
He's been pitching better. Like, probably him. I'm serious. Like,
okay, how far
Rafi
down?
Devers is not going to get you what you want back because of the salary.
How far down on this team is Arise in terms of value league-wide?
Probably third or fourth. Because Jung-Hoo Lee's another guy they're listening on offers. What's his value right now? I have no idea.
I would rather keep him, but I'm listening to offers.
I mean, who else on this team? Like, no one's taking Willie Adames.
Are you sure nobody's taking Chapman? Multi-years?
He's hurt right now.
No, I understand that.
I mean, he's 33. He has an abdominal injury.
I hear you, but he's under contract. So if someone's going to give you up something, like I just don't think
I'm
for
down
a rental,
on Chapman. I just am.
I know, but for a rental, I think we're all overrating what they're going to get back. They're going to get the 11th or 13th best prospect from someone else, and that's going to do what? I'm not saying you don't do it. What I'm saying, Joe, is why are we stopping there? Like, just trading Ray and Arise that's not good enough. They need to do a complete overhaul.
So instead of, it's almost like where they were with Blake Snell a couple years ago when it's just, I remember Bonte was like, don't sell Snell. Remember? He was like pounding the table for it.
In the Snell situation, you gave up a second-round conditional pick to sign him.
Exactly.
Just like you did with Chapman.
I don't like when you dip one of your big toes in the warm water instead of jumping all in. Yeah, because that's what it feels like. If you're just gonna get rid of Arise and Ray, go all out then. Like just rip the Band-Aid off, because this team right now is not getting better anytime soon.
Is there any 2-year path for Willie Adames to be some lovable fan favorite that's worth the money? And you're probably not.
The only way that happens if players who are showing decline in their 30s get better is what? Is what if they get on the juice. Let's just keep it a buck. In baseball,
or unless they're an all-time legend.
Exactly. Unless they're
which he's not.
He's not. So the proof is in the pudding. Oreo Cookie in Oakland wants to talk about Willie Adames last night. What's up, Oreo?
I just can't get over the mental lapse.
I know.
From my shortstop.
What's up, fellas? Good morning. Thanks for taking the phone call. So speaking of cerebral, man, I'm coming from a position of a player, and I played shortstop, at a high level. So let me just say this, man. In baseball, you anticipate everything, right? Mm-hmm. Before every pitch is thrown, you're thinking to yourself, what's the situation? What am I going to do if the ball is hit to me?
What am I going to do if the ball is... Wait one sec, Oreo. It's not just what am I going to do if the ball hits me. What am I going to do if the ball's not hit to me? And where do I have to go to cover or back up?
Correct. You're right about everything. You have to think about everything. And playing shortstop, that is a big position. You're responsible for a lot of things, a lot of movement. If he moves, you move. So, as far as that play goes, I'm not a Giants fan, man, but I'm a fan of baseball. What I saw is he got to the bag. He got off the bag because he's thinking that the play at second isn't even close.
Yes.
He's anticipating that he's already there. So he steps up in case there's a bad throw on the ground so that he stops it. That's what I think was going through his head. And I don't think it's fair for me to look at social media and some guy on there, he's over there talking, about the play and how this is the all gone, be gone. He's become the whipping boy. And I just wanted to tell you guys what might have gone through his mind as far as that play goes.
But you could still smother a ball in the dirt from a foot away from second. Like, he came 4 feet away from second. He was almost on the grass in cut. Sam, we watched the video how many times? How many times did we watch the video this morning?
3 or 4 times.
Yeah. And where is he? Where is he? Is he on the dirt or is he at the cut of the grass?
Who are we talking about here? Willie?
Yeah, Willie.
Yeah, he's more between the dirt and the grass. He wasn't on the base.
He clearly he wasn't even close to the base.
No.
He's multiple steps away. You could smother a ball on a bad throw being just in front of the bag. I don't agree with that. Now, and again, you let the ball travel. That is the number one thing for shortstops and second basemen on 99% of plays at second base is you let the ball travel as deep as possible, catch and snap tag. If you're moving your hand, forget your body, moving your hand in front of the bag and then trying to catch out front and come back and tag, you're going to be late. Nothing is faster than the ball in the air moving or off the ground moving and your glove getting as deep as possible. That is a fundamental principle of playing middle infield.
Who on the Giants right now should be on the 2027 roster? 888-957-9570.
That's a great question.
Seriously. Right now, I'm saying, okay, I like Bryce. He's been one of the best rookies in the National League. He's going to be there. I know that.
Drew Gilbert will be on this team somewhere.
Drew Gilbert will be somewhere.
I think he's a fourth outfielder. When it's all said and done, I think he's a fourth outfielder, but I like Drew Gilbert.
As a backup?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. As a
I think he's a scrappy guy. You'll always be looking for someone better, but he's scrappy. He's going to play a lot of games. I like Drew Gilbert.
I really love Jung-Hoo Lee. Jung-Hoo Lee, but again, they're fielding offers on him, so do they love him that much?
He could opt out after next year.
He could, and maybe that's going to be great for him. If he continues this and he's a 300 hitter, I could see him saying, hey, I can make more elsewhere.
Well, yeah, but if I was the rest of the baseball, I would say, well, hold your horses.
How you feel about Jung-Hoo Lee this last month? Because this month
not as good.
Yeah, do you look at this? Because I feel like a year ago, Shasky, you would have had a certain thought about him after the way he's been hitting now, but he's been really ice cold this month. Is that diminishing what we saw earlier in the year, or has he earned enough cred to where it's maybe it's just going through a cold spell?
This is where I think we got to let it play out, right? I think this is a classic case of, can you do it for the whole year?
That's what I was kind of thinking too. I just want to ask a question.
Can you do it for the whole year? But am I opposed to trading him? No. But at the same time, I'm not just giving him up.
No. Speaking of giving him up, I know how high you were when the Giants made the move to bring in Buster Posey to be the guy to try to turn this ship around. No, I'm serious.
I know.
I'm not. This isn't some sort of gotcha thing I'm doing.
No, I feel duped.
He's one of your favorite players of all time. He's a Giant legend.
Yeah.
He, is forever going to be minted as one of the greats. He's going to go into the Hall of Fame. He's a Giants Hall of Famer, Wall of Famer. He's a 3-time champion. No one could ever take that away from him as a player. But as an executive, it's been an unmitigated disaster. It just has
on
been.
Every level.
On every level.
Being the face of the organization, fielding questions, setting the standard from the top down, hiring, building out the roster, dealing with stuff throughout the season, on and off the field. What's the best thing he's done this year? I mean, he got to get bullied into bringing Bryce Eldridge up, and then he had to get bullied into playing Bryce Eldridge.
Yeah. And
I would honestly, and this, I can't believe I'm here.
Say it.
I think that there's a case. I go back and forth, but I think there's a case that you would want every one of them blown out.
Oh, no.
President of baseball ops, GM, manager. I'll listen to that argument. I don't know if I'm there yet, but I'll listen to it.
Let's explore that on the other side. The possibility of Buster Posey stepping down after this season, and maybe they just do a full-on reset in San Francisco. This segment is sponsored by Ceremony Ford. The summer sales event is on at Ceremony Ford. Get 0% APR, $1,000 in down payment assistance, no payments for 90 days, plus a 2-year maintenance plan on models including F-150, Bronco, Mach-E, Explorer, and Mustang. Ceremony Ford in Colma, Daly City, or ceremonyford.com.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset District of San Francisco and in close proximity to our preferred partner, UCSF Medical Center. At Lawton, you're in good hands with world-class nurses led by a well-known and UCSF-affiliated medical director in Dr. Darby Clayson. Contact Administrator Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200 for any additional information.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the three brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here to...
Not again. That's my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home.
But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom.
Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business, the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Declare your independence from dated tired windows. This July, get $1,776 off new windows and enjoy better energy savings, curb appeal, and comfort. For 25 years, homeowners like you have trusted American Vision Windows with most jobs done in one day. This month, your project costs a lot less, but you have to book this July. Visit AmericanVisionWindows.com or call 888-347-0711. That's 888-347-0711. New customers only. Restrictions apply. Call us the website for details. Offer ends July 31st, 2026.
Want to talk about low testosterone or impotence? No way, right? But did you know 1 out of 4 men suffer from this condition? Listen to Dr. Robert Rowley from Prime Male Medical.
At Prime Male Medical, we specialize in acoustic wave therapy, sublingual lozenges, injectable medications, and testosterone treatments.
Get your first visit, PSA test, testosterone test, Doppler ultrasound, and a year of follow-up visits for just $99. Go to PrimeMaleMedical.com or call 415-761-4037. 415-761-4037.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal!
Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship. minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Ah, no, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever, now with odor-fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
Sniff the difference. During Lowe's Pro Savings Days, save more on the brands you trust to deliver on the job. Right now, get a free DeWalt 20-volt max 8-amp-hour battery when you buy a DeWalt 10-inch 20-volt max dual-bevel compound miter saw. Plus, get up to 35% off select major appliances. Save even more on what you need to keep the job moving. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 7/31 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Don't miss the 6th annual Brewgrass Festival taking place in the heart of Santa Cruz Mountains on August 1st. Enjoy live bluegrass music, sip on local craft brews, and dig into eats from your favorite food trucks. For more info and a chance to win tickets, visit 957thegame.com.
Hey, this is Rob. This is Chase. And you're listening to The Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game with Joe and Joe.
All-time beat. All-time. Might be my favorite Nicotina beat. Him and Equipto. Spadoni and Shasky with you, though, right here. It's The Morning Roast. What do we do about the San Francisco Giants? It's a question we've been asking for a while. But with less than 2 weeks till the MLB trade deadline, it's becoming a reality. And the reality is a lot of these players might be gone. And should not only the players be gone, should the front office be gone? Should the managerial staff be gone? Should everyone be gone, quite frankly? Is it time to blow this thing up and hit a total reset?
I mean, clear the books, start fresh, let whoever wants to come in and just start from scratch.
Blow it up! But seriously,
let's have like a philosophical conversation.
But it is kind of blowing it up, but I'm keeping Bryce Eldridge and maybe a couple of other guys.
So we all acknowledge the farm is in the best shape it's been in forever.
Hey, the MLB pipeline, if you go on the top 100, Joe, there's a lot of Giants.
All right.
There's a lot of Giants on there.
Now, farms don't make your big league team better unless they actually come through and hit. I mean, how many times have we seen prospects not... I mean, the Giants are on line one. But
Giants or the 49ers or any of these other teams.
I think Dave Fleming has made a really good point. Like, it's really all about your big league club, right? Now, yes, the farm is supplemental, and I think part of why they've gotten in the position that they've gotten in regarding their finances is because of their lack of farm.
Yes.
That's why they overpaid for some of these guys.
Yep.
If you were a candidate looking, let's just say, hypothetically, you fire Zach Manasian. Okay. So you're a candidate that has options. Why would you want to work underneath Buster Posey?
It's a good question. It's a job, first and foremost, and there's only...
But I'm going to say that you have options. Let's just say, I'm not even going to say lots of options. Just, I'm going to say the word options. We did this with the 49ers, and I don't know why people aren't doing it with the Giants. You've been a losing franchise for well over a decade, okay? You've been to one winning season since 2017. It is 2026. All right? So working under Posey, if you're a new GM, right? Let's say...
If you're a new GM and you're not polished, I would not want to work in San Francisco, Joe.
So you're going to have to adhere to whatever he wants, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Or at least he's going to have his way. Look at who he surrounded himself with. All Giants.
Yeah.
Really not many outsiders.
No.
Right? So if you're coming from the outside in... You are kind of behind enemy lines in the sense of you're going to have to really win everyone over. Randy Wynn, it's a Giant guy. Mm-hmm. I heard Hunter Pence has been pretty influential in the front office. That's actually kind of sad to me.
I mean...
That honestly makes me kind of sad. Like, what? You're doing broadcasting. You've created some developmental team in Texas. What the heck? And I love Hunter Pence. I love Hunter Pence. Unless you're going to do this full time, get out of the way. No, I'm serious.
Yeah.
I don't like meddling.
Talking about sticking your foot in the water and not jumping all the way in. You be all in or not.
Exactly. All right. So like Like, Buster, are you going to, like, run the draft? Who's running the draft?
Well,
who's running the scouts? Who's running what?
And you mentioned the 2 senior consultants on this team for Tony Vitello all season has been who? Bruce Bochy and our guy, Dusty Baker. Like,
which I'm fine having consultants.
Fine. Yeah.
But again, like, you do
it's
need some,
all Giants guys, yes.
So if I'm a guy from the outside coming in, like, you would admit, like, all of your ideas are going to be foreign to everyone involved, correct?
Yes. And now this franchise might need that, to your point.
No,
yeah.
They might. They might need some, Joe, they clearly need something different.
Yeah.
Creative tension might be something good for them.
Well, and that's why they made the move for Vitello, and I liked it. It was something different. I think that's what most people talk themselves into, where they're like, man, this is a massive risk, but you know what? It's something different. Bob Melvin was the status quo. It wasn't working. They were mediocre. Let's go with something different. Well, early results it wasn't great, and it's been bad. Do I put that all on Tony Vitello? No, I do not. Would a more accomplished, manager have this team in a better position? Maybe, but at least it was something different. But again, you're talking about a president of baseball operations who has no experience prior to this, and a general manager with no general managing experience prior to this.
And as we learned from the Buster presser, maybe he doesn't really have a good feel for the community either.
No,
I mean, I think
that's a fact.
Right?
That's a fact.
So whoever the new GM is better understand the dichotomy of the Bay Area, right?
Yes.
Farhan didn't.
Yes.
Buster's looking like he doesn't, which is shocking because he lived here for quite a long time. And I think there's a big difference between being a player, especially a Hall of Fame player, and then the minute you get into that job, get a scrutiny. Joe, I can't overlook one thing. The look on his face when people asked him about you, whatever your feelings are on Unity Night, however outraged or not outraged or somewhere in between that you are, can we acknowledge this? The look on Buster's face when multiple reporters did a follow-up, he was like, you're going to follow up on that? Yes, we are, Buster. Yes, we are. You think John Lynch wasn't prepared to answer questions about what happened with Trey Lance? You think when Trent Baalke and all of the different Chip Kelly and Jed York, you don't think that they were prepared to answer follow-ups regarding Colin Kaepernick and his protest, which was extremely controversial? Yeah. Pick whatever it is. Reuben Foster incident, like anything off the field, you're going to get asked a follow-up.
Bob Myers and Jordan Poole.
He looked, and I don't even forget the issue of what it was. I'm talking about his reaction to the, how dare you ask me that question? I said, oh God, we might have the wrong guy.
Yeah.
That to me was a microcosm of, oh boy, is he ready for this?
Yeah.
No, I'm being real. Now I've let like time digest and let all of like that. Because I think there's the issue, which is Pride Night. Let's remove the issue and just say, you were asked to follow up about the team that you're running, and then you said no further questions.
And he looked at his PR guy to help him.
Bail me out.
Hey, deer in headlights.
I don't care what anyone says. That spoke volumes to me about how you handle scrutiny, about how you handle a little bit of adversity. I think being a player and sitting there and being like, fielding questions and you're the legendary Buster Posey is very different from being the face of the organization from an executive level and being asked to, follow up on something.
And you're going to be held to a different standard here in the Bay, as you just mentioned, when we have guys like John Lynch, who is presidential, knows what he's doing, shaking hands, kissing babies, says the right thing, can communicate very, very well, maybe too much at times. And same prior to Mike Dunleavy was Bob Myers, who's still the gold standard, I think, when it comes to talking to the media.
This is not 1971. These jobs are not just about picking the right players and just winning.
No.
Is that an element? It's the ultimate element. You can get away with a lot if you pick the right players and your team is winning.
Yeah.
Okay, but when you're not, yes, you better deal in crisis control.
Yes.
I don't care if you're the Warriors, the Valklyries, the Giants. Pick whatever team you want. The Sharks. You are going to have stuff that happens. You're going to have guys that get in trouble off the field. You're going to have internal strife. You're going to have crazy videos of teammates fighting or managerial issues in the dugout, on the sidelines. Being a GM or a president of a sports organization in 2026, picking the players and winning is a huge element of the pie. There are so many other slices to that pie. And right now, he's failing at a lot of these slices of the pie.
He is.
And it's kind of inarguable.
Well, and that's why we're talking about it right now, whether or not, and Carter played the drop. And I know It sounds crazy, and this is not what you're saying, but blowing it up in this, it might make sense, just doing a total reset. However you want to phrase it, that might have to be the reality for the San Francisco Giants. The flip side of this, and we're talking about it right now, and I would love people to join the conversation, text or call the same number, 888-957-9570. Do the Giants need a complete and total reset organizationally after the season's over?
I'm not there, but I'm contemplating it.
I think I might be there. I just don't think the Giants are going to do it.
But here's the problem, Joe. Even if they
you have to plant your flag somewhere, and I think that's where the ownership doesn't want to go through that again.
Do you trust Greg Johnson?
No.
I mean, that's, and as much as we could talk about Buster, and I think it's an easy person to point at because he is the face right now. The day they did the Zoom hire with Buster, I was like, oh God, Greg Johnson.
It is interesting. It feels like
I don't trust him.
Do they get an organizationally, like, does the ownership for the Giants get a pass a lot more than some of these other teams? It feels like it. We talk about Jed York so much. Not as much anymore because they've been winning, but
because that's
Joe
a singular face front. So forever, Larry, and by the way, I'm a Larry guy. I like Larry. He's not perfect.
He joins us all the time.
He's not perfect. Yeah. He's had mistakes. We know what happened a couple years back. But I will say this, is that I think Larry's a good dude. And I also think that Larry has done a great job running the San Francisco Giants as a face.
Yes.
Okay?
The marketing of the San Francisco Giants.
He's done a great job. Definitely made some mistakes. Who hasn't? All right? That being said, he represented a board of people for 20 to 25 years, maybe longer, 30, 35 years. And that board was pretty much anonymous. And things were going well when you were winning. Well, you haven't been winning. And so now I'm putting the spotlight more on your board. And so we could say, hey, blow Buster out, blow the GM out, Zach Manasian, blow Tony Vitello out. Well, is this board going to get their thing together and actually, hire the right people to be replacements? Well, right now the answer is probably not.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's a good point. Like, are you going to stick it with Buster because this might be the only option right now? And again, Joe, this is all staring in the face, a year from now, maybe you're locked out. I don't know what's going to happen. There's this uncertainty. And does that play a part in all of this decision after the season's over? I don't know.
You should be terrified if they have a lockout, okay, and there's some sort of revenue share that's agreed upon, and you're stuck with some anchor contracts
that are going to be grandfathered in. Yes.
Yeah, that would be the worst position to be in. So I think that they need to get out in front of this and pay down some of these contracts, and they need to have a clean slate for whoever, whether it's new personnel and executives across the board or for the existing people. Look, if you want to sell me on it's year one for Tony Vitello, everything went wrong. It's year two for Zach Manasian and Buster Posey. They've made a lot of mistakes, but we still think they can do. I'll listen to that. I'll be patient, but you have to give me what your plan is. Right now, your plan is you're operating on 3 or 4 timelines, and all of them kind of suck, right? Everyone needs to be united. We need to clear the books financially. We need to clear up positions at the big league level to allow for development. Like last night in the 9th inning, I ask you this about Bryce Eldridge. Look, that's a play he's got to make. He's going to have to learn to make.
Yes.
Is he going to learn to make that play playing first base once a week?
No.
Or is he going to learn to make that play playing first base 4 times a week over the remainder of the last 3 months of the season?
The latter, the 4 times a week. He has to play every
Knowing
day.
what we know about player development in every sport.
Yeah.
Very few times do a guy just going up, he's good to go.
Well, Joe, and this is the season to do it when it's a lost season from the wins and losses perspective. If you're going to do it, now's the time. Exactly. Not when the team's playing well and not when you're trying to win games. You're losing games right now. I'm not saying you're not trying, but you're not making the playoffs. So what's the risk putting this guy out here? Yeah, he's going to make mistakes.
It's not the risk. No, it's not the risk.
There's no risk.
No, Joe. You're going to alienate Rafi Devers. No, but that's because he wants to play first base. I know, but you're asking what? Why is he not? That's why.
It's hard. You know what? A team that alienated Rafi Devers, Boston Red Sox did that. And what'd they do?
Well,
they got rid of him. And what are they doing right now? They won 14 in a row. They got rid of their manager too. And they didn't look back.
Causation, correlation, or coincidence?
I don't know. All I can say is a lot of Giants fans called in and compared this team to Boston Red Sox a couple months ago and said, man, both these teams made big trades and it's blown up in their faces. Well, doesn't look like it's blown up in the Boston Red Sox faces right now. And it's not like the Philadelphia Phillies, who got rid of their manager and brought in Don Mattingly, right? And I look at the Boston Red Sox and their lineup in general. It's like, okay, they got some names. Like, they got some guy like Jarren Duran. Okay, I've heard of him.
He's a stud.
You know,
also he is. He's out there.
No, he is. Like,
he's out there.
Like, look, for example, I look at their box score of yesterday. I'm looking up and down. Siegler, who? Rafaela, Abreu. Okay, I've heard of him. Wilson Contreras. I've heard of him. He's really good. Batting .290 this year. Yoshida. Okay. You could have had him if you're the Giants, right? Some international players. Durbin, Duran, Colton Wong, Chang. It's not like they have the Bryce Harpers. They don't have, the all the names that you can list off of the Philadelphia Phillies, the Trey Turners, my guy, the left-handed batter that was in the home run derby. Like, they have a lot of names in here that were unproven heading into the season that are now proving themselves. The Boston Red Sox, name recognition-wise, is not the same as the Philadelphia Phillies. I'm not saying the San Francisco Giants would be in the same position, but it's tough to swallow as they get rid of Rafi Devers and they're not looking back and they're 3 games over and they're going on a historic pace right now. And they fired their manager. And they still have Craig Breslow as the top guy. I don't know what I'm saying here, Joe. I'm just frustrated if I'm a San Francisco Giants fan, and maybe they just need to do a total reset and just call it what it is. It's not worked.
No.
They went with the unproven guys, and it's blown up in their faces, and I don't have any confidence that the Johnsons could get it right, but you got to go somewhere else, potentially.
Well, Johnson's must, like, where does the buck stop for you? Who do you think it stops on? So, like, you can say all you want, you guys that don't like Joe Lacob, but at least I know Joe Lacob, the buck stops there.
Yes.
All right. With the Niners, for as frustrated as I might get with Jed York, I don't think the buck stops with him. You know who I think it stops with? Kyle Shanahan. Yeah. At least I know Kyle Shanahan runs the Niners. Right?
Yes.
For the most part. Yeah. Right? No, is Parag involved? Yeah. Is Lynch involved? Yeah. But, like, at the end of the day, it's Kyle's team. Right?
Yes.
I know the buck stops there.
Yes.
It's not like Jed's like, I really need Deshaun Stribling.
No.
You know what I mean?
No. Although he has some comments here, there.
Sure,
yeah.
But you get what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. He's learned.
There's clarity.
He's learned within the last decade of when to talk and when not to. Still talks, but he's kind of fallen back into the shadows, if you will, of ownership.
So where does the buck stop with the Giants? Is it Buster? Well, then Buster, you really...
That's what we were told, right? That's what we were sold on.
I don't know.
That Buster was going to be the guy to save everything. Hey, he's going to be the complete opposite of whatever Farhan Zaidi was, right?
So, okay, let's play this out. So then if Buster doesn't have the guts to tell ownership that they need to eat down some of this money and move all these guys, well, then he's not doing his job.
No. Well,
he needs to come on bending knee like it would be in the Game of Thrones world and say, I made a mistake. Allow me to fix this mistake. Let's do it. Do you trust in me long term?
I don't trust Buster Posey right now. Like, I don't know. Like, what are the moves that make you trust Buster Posey going forward that have worked? Luis Ariz is one, but you're going to trade him.
And the Casey Schmidt developing.
Okay.
But
development overall at the AAA, AA, single A level. Okay. But I need to have proven commodities right now. That's why you gave those big contracts to Chapman, to Adames, and you brought in Rafi Devers.
Well, he overpaid.
And he overpaid for all 3 of them.
It's pretty obvious they overpaid.
And you couldn't wait to get off those contracts right now, and no one's touching those things. Now, if somehow, some way, Joe, he is able to move off some of these contracts in these next 2 weeks before the trade deadline, maybe I could change my tune on him. If he's admitted his mistakes and he could get rid of those guys, maybe I could talk myself back into it. But I don't know if there's going to be another team that could touch those contracts.
Here's what I don't understand
want to touch those contracts.
Here's the thing I don't understand about Buster, and just I'm listening to the tone of him in certain interviews.
Yeah.
Bro, what do you think we are? Happy?
Yeah.
Like, how are you so surprised that we're so frustrated? I don't get his point of view. I don't get his attitude. I don't get his, and I just think that, like, dude, if you can't read the room now when everything's gone so bad, like, what are you going to look like during the middle of, like, a normal season when you're fighting for the wild card? Are you just going to be in, like, crazy denial? No, we don't need any left-handed starting pitching. No, we don't need any relief pitching. You guys don't know what you're talking about. It's like, dude, if you can't acknowledge this turd sandwich, like, will you ever?
Well,
be able to identify your team's weaknesses appropriately?
It's funny you say that.
It's called self-reflection, Joe.
I was listening to his interview on the other station, and just listening to his cadence and the way he's talking about this team, it's like, yeah, it's just season hasn't gone the way we wanted, but I think we're now in, the reality check mode of where we're at. I was like, oh, now? Where was this
July
energy?
20th.
Where was this energy a month ago, Buster?
We all saw it coming.
Were you the only one that was delusional enough to think this team was going to turn it around? Like, were you watching this team saying, oh, God, I just think we have this Boston Red Sox running us? Really? You think you have a 14-game winning streak in you at some point?
Name your starting rotation. Name your starting rotation. Just name it right now.
Logan Webb.
Okay.
Robbie Ray.
Okay.
Landon Roop. Tyler Malley. Well, Trevor McDonald, but he's hurt. And Tyler Malley.
So you thought you were going to go through I had this hypothetical.
How's in the bullpen now, by the way?
Let's say a 12 or 13 game run. You were going to go through this rotation 3 times and come out with 12 wins? With that
bullpen. And that inconsistent lineup. Relying on 1 or 2 bats a night.
That's as bad as when Farhan went one time through the rotation and said, I think we have the best rotation in baseball.
Oh, my God.
Remember that?
He did say that once upon a time. Is that with Blake Snell?
Yeah.
That was a really good rotation, in this fairness. But he'd kill for it right now.
I mean, that one turn through.
That one turn through, Sam. But seriously, and Sam, I want to bring you in on this conversation, too. Orange and Black Weekend Wrap. Every Saturday, you and Dan Devone talking Giants 9 to 12. They might have to just do a total organizational reset, but is that the right move? I understand the perspective of fans saying, man, I don't know if you're in a position, if you're the Johnson saying, we have to turn it over this quickly. You have to plant your flag in something at some point. You went through Farhan. It didn't work. Don't you have to let Buster, kind of right this ship? Or has it been so disastrous you have to tear the Band-Aid off?
I don't know. I think it has been kind of so disastrous to the point where the Band-Aid has to be torn off somebody. Like a head of some sort is going to have to roll this season. Unfortunately, that's just the nature of this business. And unfortunately, I could absolutely see Zach Manasian kind of drawing the short stick on that one there. I think it's just such a massive quagmire they're in because you talk about blowing it up, but you got 3 contracts in Chapman, Adames, and Devers. You can't blow it up without moving off of those 3. I don't see an avenue to do that. I just don't, unless, maybe Chapman could be moved, but I don't see anybody coming to rescue the Giants from the Devers deal the same way the Giants bailed out the Red Sox in that situation.
So, and to your point, Sam, if you were going to go with a win now approach, which clearly that's what their line of thinking was, that's why they gave all these big contracts. They thought they were in a win now kind of scenario. That was the expectation heading into this season, Joe.
Yeah, but they didn't have enough young, inexpensive talent to offset the high price free agents, so they had to go deeper into the well to pay for pitching.
Exactly.
And they didn't do it.
And this is why you need an adult in the room. And Zach Manasian was not that adult in the room. He was not the guy to help Buster Posey out in this scenario because he was unproven. Yeah. He has never been a general manager. And I know we have some sound somewhere from Dan O'Dowd, former general manager of the Colorado Rockies. He was on MLB Network a little while ago, basically saying the same thing. I questioned when you bring in a president of baseball operations that has never had the gig before, doesn't have any scouting experience, was only a player and making that jump, and you don't give him a proven general manager alongside him to help out, and be that kind of consigliere, if you will, to say, hey, Buster, I know you want to make this, deal with Willy Adames. It's a little rich for a guy that's never been an all-star. I get it. You want to, kind of send a signal to the fan base that you're not going to finish second place for free agents anymore, because that's how it felt with Farhan Zaidi. But you got to be prudent here. You can't just be giving out contracts willy-nilly like that to a guy like Willy Adames, to a guy like Matt Chapman. Hey, I get you want to make a huge splash with Rafi Devers. You felt like you were right there and you were taking a chance on a guy that has won a World Series in the past. It's kind of blown up in your face. Maybe that's when you need an adult in the room to not swing that move. Again, do you make the move in hindsight for Rafi Devers right now, Joe? Are you still making that trade with what you've seen with Rafi Devers right now?
No, the equivalent. So the whole Bryce Eldridge Devers thing to me is actually the closest I can come up with. And it's not perfect, but the closest I can come up with is transitioning away from Jimmy G to Brock Purdy. Now, Devers is better in his craft than Jimmy G is.
Yes.
Right? The guts it took for the Niners and Jimmy got hurt, so it was different. And only one guy can play quarterback. But in this situation, like, I think the guts it took to move off of Trey which all the draft capital, and Jimmy Garoppolo. I think a lot of people, they moved off of Trey and went straight to Brock. They also let Jimmy go.
Yes.
Remember, Jimmy had the broken foot, and Purdy had messed up the UCL.
Yeah, you were there in Philadelphia. He had a smile on his face, Jimmy Garoppolo.
It wasn't just they moved off of Trey Lance. It was the guts to move off Trey Lance and off Jimmy Garoppolo and give the ball to Brock Purdy. It was both those things. And I think admitting your mistakes on both ends, and they were ready to move off of Jimmy, it felt like, for multiple years, but still, Jimmy was playing his best ball before he got hurt.
He was.
All right, and you admitted both mistakes, and you just cut your losses. Have the Niners been better as an organization since then?
Yes. Well, and also, you were decisive.
Yes.
You were confident in your approach. I don't know what the approach is of the San Francisco Giants right now.
Well, in a weird way, I would say that they need to make a decision at first base. I know they want to do this DH first base thing, first base DH thing. It's just it's inevitable that it's not going to work long term. You're always going to be trying to appease Rafi's personality and his desires to play in the field every single day. And if you're committed to Bryce Eldridge long term, he needs the development at first base defensively. He just does. And I thought last night, ninth inning, was evidence of that.
888-957-9570 is the number. The Giants fall yet again last night in Kansas City. Walk-off, 4-3 the final after Willie Adames has a game-tying home run at the top of the ninth. They got walked off in the bottom of the ninth. Willie Adames not on the bag, trying to throw out the runner at second, bunt up the first base side. Bryce Eldridge, inexperience, doesn't get the job done there. Night, see you later. And again, a homecoming of sorts for Tony Vitello. And it's a guy I kind of want to stick on for a second, too, because in a weird way, if you are going to reset this thing and do a total blow up, the guy I actually want to keep is not Manassian, is not Buster Posey. I would keep Tony Vitello because I think he is more suited to manage a very young and inexperienced kind of roster because of his college days. Because what are you doing at the college level, Joe? Handling young, inexperienced players. It's a different game. I understand that. There's metal bats. You're not relying on as many pitchers. It's been a trial by fire for him this year. It has not gone the way I think he imagined it. That being said, all the comments that he has kind of put out there, and it might be different behind the scenes, I can't speak to that, but the comments he's put out in the open and in public sure makes it seem like he wants to stay in the big leagues and doesn't want to go back to the collegiate level. And he's kind of wearing it, but he's saying he's still wanting to do this thing and see it through. I would like to see it through with Tony Vitello. If it's going to be the Eldridges, if it's going to be the Schmitz, if you're going to keep Jung-Hoo Lee, if you're going to keep some of your young 20-year-olds, I think that is better suited for him than trying to give him this win-now team. Like, do I think he could have handled the Philadelphia Phillies and all of those egos immediately? Maybe not. Maybe he would have been eaten alive there. I don't think he's being eaten alive here with Willie Adames, with Chapman, with Rafi Devers. I just think he was handed a team that was not confident in what they were. They didn't know if they were a veteran-laden team. They didn't know if they wanted to go through a youth movement. They're kind of tossing it up in the air, and they handed Tony Vitello this roster and said, here, Tony, make it work. And in reality, I don't think any manager could have made this thing work.
Yeah,
I don't
think Bruce hasn't been good.
No, I'm not
he's
saying
made a lot of mistakes.
Sure.
And I'm not seeing the growth. And he was brought in, look, fair or not, he was brought in to clean up the fundamentals and the focus. And that hasn't, and if anything, it might have gotten worse.
And who is that on him more, or is it on the players?
It's on everyone. And ultimately, it does fall on coaching. But veterans got to go out and execute. But I mean, Tony's supposed to tell his 31-year-old shortstop who's making $200 million to cover the bag.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, shouldn't Willie Adames know this at this point?
But like the Bryce Eldridge play, is a great example. It's a young player making a mistake at the end of the game, a physical mistake at the end of the game. Those happen. I can live with that. I mean, I can.
Yeah.
I mean, I just
that's
can.
What I'm saying. Like, I would much rather feel better about Tony Vitello if he's trying to develop these guys at a young level, because he's been doing that for the last 10, 15 years in the college game. That's what you're doing, right? In college baseball, you watch it more than me. Are you working on fundamentals in college?
Yes, but it's just very, very different because in baseball, you're not really practicing. You have pregame routines. I mean, it's games every day. It's Development is very different. But as I've learned, it's not just development in between games. It's development within the game as well. And I think that on this team, there's not a lot of talking in that dugout in between games. Guys kind of know what they want to do. If anything, like let's look at Rafi Devers. How many managers really just don't want to deal with Rafi Devers? Just ask that question out loud.
Well, the Boston Red Sox didn't, and they're on a 14-game winning streak right now. I don't think a lot of managers want to deal with an overinflated contract and you not holding up your end of the bargain when it comes to, being a team player.
He's sensitive.
No, he hasn't been. And again, the walk back of, I wasn't showing up. My manager, I was just saying, hey, I'm healthy. I could run. No, you can't. Even when you are healthy, Rafi, you are as slow as molasses, dude. It's you and Bryce Eldridge, the two slowest players on the team. We need a pinch runner. We're trying to tie this game. Sit your ass on the bench. All right? And you have the nerve to show up your manager like you've been this hot thing for the last year. No. The Boston Red Sox, who won a World Series with you, couldn't wait to get rid of your ass. They couldn't wait to ship you off. They got rid of you. And they got rid of Bregman. And they've gotten rid of their manager. And they're not looking back. So don't sit here and act like you're better than whatever the San Francisco Giants are. You're not, dude. You're not. There's a reason you're here right now and not in Boston anymore.
It's just, look, he's a good player. Like Rafi, he's a very good player. But
is he a good player for the price point?
Well, $26 million is not bad. It really isn't.
But $26 million for how many more years?
It's the amount of years is definitely a part of it. But he is a good player. The problem is that your best player coming up plays the exact same position.
Yes.
And needs a lot of work over there defensively. Look, I want you to think about this, Joe. How long did it take for Casey Schmidt to finally have everything click? 2 full years?
Yeah, about that. Yeah.
So if Bryce is doing this right now, imagine what it looks like if he's playing every day defensively a year from now and getting every day at bats a year from now, right?
Listen.
2 years from now.
I know it sounds insane, given where this team is at, given the mental errors. I would be willing to bring Tony Vitello back. I don't want to bring Buster Posey and Zach Manassian back. That might sound insane. And maybe when you're talking about,
sounds that insane.
Maybe when you're clearing house, the new guy's saying, yeah, I'm going to bring in my own manager. And this happens a lot. Probably. But I've seen it enough. And again, this is going to be a cross-sport analogy and people might roll their eyes. I've seen it enough from the collegiate side of football and the NFL. You go after unproven college guys all the time. And there's a learning curve making that jump. There is. I'm willing to let the learning curve happen during seasons like this and the development of younger guys like Eldridge, like Schmidt, whoever's in their pipeline, bringing those guys up with Tony Vitello. Like, I'm willing to learn that. I'm willing to take those lumps and take those risks. But you got to have the belief system from your front office. And I got to believe in that front office knows what they're doing. And they don't know what they're doing with Buster Posey and Zach Manassian.
Not only are the Red Sox 14 games in a row, it's 22-5 in their last
22-5. And they're 6 games back of the AL East, Joe. 6 games back.
Is there anything more exciting than a team going on like a 1-month surge like that in baseball, where it just feels like every night there's a new hero?
The last time the Giants had a 10-game winning streak was back in 2023, and you were even shocked about that. You're like,
I can't believe that.
You can't even believe it.
That.
I thought it was going to be, the 2021 year. I thought it was going to be that. It wasn't.
I actually remember that 10-game win streak pretty well. Like, that was a fun. Well, I just remember that it ended against the Padres. It was a day game.
Yes.
I remember we did our final thoughts that day. They had won the 10 in a row, and I remember my final thought was, guys, today is a must-win game for the Giants. They have to get 11. And Bonte and Shasky laughed at me, and then they lost. I was sad.
Must win. You think there's somebody on Boston radio? Today's must win.
The must win.
Well, Joe, you
missed that bit that you had, Sam, about the must win Giants.
Well, Joe, you guys remember, they're all must win.
They're all must win.
Thanks, Bonte.
No, what's the dibs? It's a gotta have it game. Not a must win, but it's a gotta have it. By the way, the winning
I would
pitcher
rather be the Red Sox.
Winning pitcher that day, Sam, for the San Diego Padres to snap that Giants 10-game winning streak.
Yu Darvish.
Snell?
Blake Snell.
No.
Blake,
That Snelly Snell.
10-0.
Kind of Snell it smells. Snell.
I get that reference. Shasky is just not. He's not going to get.
There's 15 people listening who understand that reference.
I think
So Willie hits this home run last night, and this is just so.
You're watching it in the studio right now.
And look, they're dancing, they're throwing, and I want them to be happy. I want these guys to enjoy. Like I really do. I don't want to be the sourpuss old guy. Ramos is chest bumping him. I mean. And they keep the camera on him. He's high-fiving everybody. They're going fire. You'll see Bryce Eldridge will come up to him, boom, right there, hugging him. Then you get Devers, and Jung Hoo Lee comes over, and he's chest-bumping everybody. You got to follow that up with covering second base, my guy. Like, you just got to.
Yeah.
You just got to.
Yeah. Trevor McDonald, big loss there. I mean, he was kind of a bright spot is strong, but he was a fun guy to like follow along. It's like, hey, could they develop an arm this season? That would be great heading in next season because at least last year, right? You know, you had Landon Roop develop. And it's like, wow, okay, like that's a piece potentially for the future. He looked pretty good prior to getting hurt.
Landon Roop's been okay this year.
Landon Roop's been okay, but Trevor McDonald was going to be maybe the Landon Roop of last year. That clearly not happening, and he's getting imaging now in his elbow.
Yeah, that's not good.
It's not good, and it just sucks. As this season started off, basically with Hayden Birdsong having Tommy John.
Imaging on the elbow, it's a precursor to UCL Tommy John. Anything forearm, okay? Forearm, wrist, elbow, be alarmed.
And that's going to be how many Tommy Johns potentially if that happens for the Giants? 3? Randy?
Buto.
Right? Oh, that's 4 then. Buto.
Yeah. Birdsong.
And then potentially Trevor McDonald.
And hopefully it's not super serious.
No, hopefully it's not. But
I mean, he said he had to grip the ball harder because of how much he was sweating. So hopefully that's what was going on, and he didn't trigger something worse.
And listen, don't shoot the messenger here. Is there any excuse at all for Buster, Manassian, and Vitello if we go to injuries? Is there any excuses that you're going to... I know, Joe, your mouth agape. Are we giving them any excuses?
The look on Shasky's face there.
Fully healthy, this team still comes up way, way short.
Well, if they had Randy Rodriguez...
He wasn't a great closer. He had like 3 opportunities to close.
No, but he's a great setup man.
No, I agree, but they still would have a huge gaping hole at closer. I like Randy Rodriguez in the high leverage 6th, 7th, and 8th inning. I did not like him as a closer. And I like Randy Rodriguez more than most.
I mean, if Elliot Ramos had stayed healthy with this bat, maybe that changes things from top to bottom. Maybe it's a domino effect. Again,
Joe, this might be the worst bullpen in my life.
Don't shoot the messenger. I'm just being the devil's advocate here.
I don't know.
It might be the worst.
I don't think it's injuries. It's so much if your 3 highest paid players played to their expectation all year long and your bullpen pitched more like last year's bullpen than this year's bullpen.
And again, it is hard.
And they rode a magical carpet, to the stadium.
And if they just scored more runs than the other team every game, I think they probably have a better season.
Also, I'm kind of out on the injury excuse after I just watched the San Francisco 49ers last year.
Exactly.
All the injuries in the world, and yet they were a game away from the NFC Championship game.
Mike Dunleavy would probably blame the injuries, though, for this team.
That is true. Dunleavy said when healthy, they are one of the best teams, and no one wants to face them in the playoffs, Sammy.
Joe, this is a simple at-bat right here in the 9th inning to start off. Boom. Let me put the ball in play down the line. Look how far off the line Casey Schmidt is. This is a guy who's 0 for 3 heading into this game who relies on speed, bottom of the order. And you're playing him like he's going to pull, like he's Carlos Delgado in his prime. It's the little stuff on this team. All the details are off on this team.
I have the MLB standings up. Just because I'd like to follow these things because I'm a sick individual. Kansas City Royals, 2nd worst team in baseball.
Yeah, they're so much faster than you.
2nd worst team record-wise because the first two worst teams are tied, the Rockies and the Angels, and then you got the Kansas City Royals, who look better than the San Francisco Giants right now.
I just did the throw down. I'm watching it right now. I just can't with Willie. And then he tried to he's like, oh, why are you throwing to me? It's like, dude, you got to be there. You got to be at the bag.
12 years ago, these two teams faced each other in a World Series. 12 years ago.
Seems like lifetime.
Seems like forever ago. And although the Royals, will give them a little more credit, they've had a little more recent success because in 2015, they got back to the World Series and beat the New York Mets. And Ned Yost was a champion. Remember that name? Boom, Yosted. Hey, Tony. What's going on with Trevor McDonald?
He's got a little discomfort in his right elbow, I think in particular on a slider there during the warm-ups. So getting looked at by our people. We'll go from here.
Probably get imaging on that.
I would assume so. And Beck will be with us tomorrow. So let's see what McDonald's got.
And this was interesting on the broadcast last night in the pre and post game. Sergio Romo sitting with our guy, Bonte Hill, and Bonte's going to be joining us in the 9 o'clock hour, presented by Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer. Sergio Romo on how gripping the ball can cause elbow discomfort.
We're talking elbow there, and that is something that I've experienced myself, having pitch and humidity and having sweat on reach to the palm of my hand or to my fingertips, where I did lose grip, especially being slider heavy as I was. It did make me grip the ball a little bit more firm, try to put the ball a little bit more deeper into my hand as opposed to more on my fingertips. And I did end up having to torque the ball, put a little bit more torque on the ball to get it to break, to be as consistent as I normally would be. So I could see where he would feel something different in the elbow, and kudos to him for being able to put his pride and his ego to the side and think of his career and think of the future, think of the team as well, to sit there and say something about the elbow.
Well, hopefully it's what Sergio's saying right there. The humidity, the grip, all of that. Maybe it just played a factor and it's nothing too serious. But again, I'm kind of scarred if I'm a Giants fan waking up this morning with all the injuries we've seen and all the different Tommy John surgeries we've seen. It's not like Trevor McDonald was, Cy Young out here, but he was a positive storyline at times for a season that has not a lot of positive storylines. So that would be just another damper on an already just horrible season for the San Francisco Giants if Trevor McDonald did have a serious injury. 888-957-9570 is the number. A couple tough losses in the Bay we've been reacting to this morning. The Golden State Valkyries, their 9-game winning streak was snapped yesterday at the hands of the Washington Mystics. Tough couple minutes there down the stretch there. Just could not find a bucket in Valhalla for the Valks, who dropped to third now overall in the WNBA standings. The two teams ahead of them, well, the two teams that they have failed to beat so far this season, that being the Las Vegas Aces and the Minnesota Lynx. All right. LeBron watch. It's 21 days, ladies and gentlemen. 3 weeks. 3 weeks since LeBron James announced he is not going back to the Los Angeles Lakers. I know, Carter. It feels like 2 months, not 3 weeks. And yet we are still waiting on a decision from LeBron James. Rich Paul, though, said, hey, no rush. It's going to take a while. I talked to Adam Silver, who said, I would like James to make his announcement already so we can finish the schedule. And this is what Rich Paul said, his client, obviously, for Clutch Sports. I saw Adam in New York, and we discussed it. And like I said, it's still his choice. So if he doesn't really know, you can't rush it. You can't rush it.
I'm so out on Rich Paul.
It's just the lowest hanging fruit for when you don't have the information. That's just what it is. People say LeBron loves the attention. Stop.
No, Rich Paul loves the attention.
Well, he might, but he's saying LeBron James doesn't.
I saw Will Ferrell all over television the last 2 weeks. And
yeah, isn't he doing some new movie or documentary?
It's
or something?
A Happy Gilmore. What's the other basketball one that he did? The Tropics.
The semi-pro.
Thank you. There was the Flint Tropics.
Yes. What?
I'm just Will Ferrell hasn't been funny for a long time. Am I the only one?
I think he's still funny. He just hasn't had any good movies in a while.
Eastbound and Down, when he was the car dealership guy, might be his last best role.
What's his name in that?
It was a very rural Ashley Schaefer BMW.
Ashley Schaefer.
It's just an all-time character. Okay, and I love Will Ferrell, but his time is come and gone. All right, when I see him now, I'm like, just get off the TV. Just exit stage left. And I feel the same way with Rich Paul.
I feel the same way about someone else who might be the greatest player in the history of his sport.
Okay.
And he needs to take a play off. I'll explain after the injury report. All right. Trevor McDonald had to leave last night's game after 4 innings with, as we just mentioned, elbow discomfort. McDonald said the heat yesterday may have forced him to grip the ball harder, which may have triggered the elbow discomfort. McDonald is expected to undergo an MRI, and while the team is hopeful that there is no structural damage in his elbow, they did call up Tristan Beck for today's game just in case. The Injury Report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. And you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. And we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. It's Spadoni and Shasky with you halfway home here on a Tuesday. Bonte Hill going to be joining us in an hour from now for the entire hour, as he does each and every Tuesday, presented by Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford store. All right. I just teased it. And, you know, a lot of people are saying LeBron loves the attention. He loves having these decisions.
Have you seen The Hawk, though, just real quick? Have you seen any of the stupid...
The what?
It's called The Hawk. It's his Netflix show that's come out for Will Ferrell.
The Hawk. No, I haven't. What is it about?
It's like a Happy Gilmore, Eastbound and Down, like, wannabe golf thing.
Here it is. Follows Lonnie Hawkins, 2004's top golfer, as he struggles to recapture his magic late in his career, refusing to believe he's anything other than one stroke away from golf's greatest comeback. Huh.
Completely out.
Yeah, I'm out on that. I'm looking at the cast. Oh, Luke Wilson's in it. I do like
Luke Wilson just did a golf show on whatever. What was it called? Lucky, Happy?
Oh, there you go.
Whatever the guy's name was.
Yeah, sounds great. Again, Netflix has too many of these things. The only movie I want to see right now or anything is probably The Odyssey. That's the only one I'm interested in seeing.
I'm interested to see that.
I'll probably see it. It was all... Yeah,
Really?
but your standards are high, Sam. Your
I give like
standards
a
are high.
solid B-ish.
What's your favorite movie of all time, Sam?
Oh, I mean, there's so many
judge
different
you. Keep
directions. I mean, if
Tony in Oakland, when I said this once, I said Jaws, and she like came down my road and said, Jaws? I was like, isn't that like widely accepted as one of the greatest
movie?
It's one of the greatest movies of all time.
my favorite, most enjoyable movie, I'm a big Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure guy.
It's a classic.
I mean, if I'm not picking a Star Wars movie, though, but I mean, that's its own
No, it's
different
an excellent
category.
movie.
Yeah.
Sci-fi.
Well, which Star Wars, though?
Well,
yes.
Empire Strikes Back. It's number one.
I have a theory there's no such thing as a bad Star Wars movie if you're picking out of the original 6.
Thank you. The sequel trilogy I do not acknowledge. All trash.
They have moments.
All trash. Thank you, Carter. All trash. I'd take Rogue One over any of those
Yeah,
sequel
well, it's
trilogy.
the final 8 minutes.
I'm taking Solo over any of the sequel trilogies.
Yeah, if you want to talk about movies, you guys see the Doomsday trailer from yesterday?
No.
Okay. Can I, real quick, you brought it up, the Avengers.
Okay.
It's a sick trailer. You should check it out, Shasky.
Who's more delusional right now when it comes to having future success? The Warriors adding LeBron James or Disney with another Avengers? You guys need to stop.
I thought the Avengers were all like broken up and done.
Yeah,
No, but then they
brought in new ones.
They got all these new timelines so everyone can come back.
Oh, God.
They just print money on them. They're going to keep making them as long
That's
as they
the
print.
problem.
Are they, though?
Carter, you just brought it up. You know who else is going to print money if he comes here? The Golden State Warriors if they land LeBron James. Doesn't mean the product's going to be great, but it's going to print money. And that is the problem in society right now. We are bereft of original thought.
Well, that's the Jurassic Park movies. No, Shasky, I know you love those movies.
Actually, but here's what they've turned into the Fast and the Furious, where it I'm talking about Jurassic Park in particular. Now they just reboot it and keep it going. I know what I'm signing up for, and it's not that serious anymore.
That's what I was just going to get at. Is the Fast and the Furious is the best example of this, honestly.
It's like, so now the way I view the Jurassic Park, the whole universe is like, it doesn't really matter. There's going to be some super DNA mutant, dinosaur.
It's going to make
it running, and it's 2 hours, and I check my brain at the door, and I kind of like it.
It's going to make a bunch of money at the end of the day. It's going to get horrible reviews, and then we just restart the cycle. I mean, I don't know, maybe
there's nothing wrong with that.
Maybe that's where the MCU's at, where they're at their Fast and Furious phase.
It has salvaged Bryce Dallas Howard's career.
You know who else is just a money grabber at this point? And it pains me to say this. It's Tom Brady. I mean, listen, he's the greatest quarterback of all time. If you want to take Montana, that's fine. But for my money, it's Tom Brady. And by extension, might be the greatest football player of all time. And I saw him over this weekend slap Logan Paul in the face. And everyone was responding saying, "Oh my God, Tom, oh my God, Tom." Not knowing what Logan Paul does for a living right now. He's in the WWE, guys. And so when I saw that, him already being at the Fanatics event, him already being a part of like flag football, of all these card stores that I see in front of Oracle Park.
Vault.
Him doing that, him going to Saudi Arabia, as I mentioned, doing flag football stuff. Him being a minority owner of the Raiders, hanging out with Fernando Mendoza,
Well, you know what it
him
is.
hanging out with all the Instagram models, him having a hand in every single thing and constantly being in front of the camera. He's already a broadcaster making $300+ million. It's too much, Tom. Too much, dude. It's sad. Take a play off.
Well, you know what it is.
I don't need to see this.
He is living the life that I think a lot of media members thought. I'm talking about the miserable post-playing career life that I think everyone was like, oh, this is what Bonds will be miserable post-playing career. Terrell Owens will be miserable. They're going to be attention grabbing. They're going to be sad that they're not in the limelight. When I see Tom Brady, and you know I love Tom, I think he is so unfulfilled and so unhappy with his current life. That's why he's doing all these things. And the reason why I say that is because it takes one to know one. I've seen that from a mile away. And yeah, nothing's going to fulfill playing for him.
Why do you need more money, Tom?
No, it's not.
It's not about the money?
No, he's turned into, he's an egomaniac too. He loves the spotlight.
Listen, you could do your thing post-playing career. Peyton Manning has found his thing, right? He's doing his Manning cast.
Peyton's so much more comfortable with who he is than who Tom is. Like,
and Peyton's always been kind of the commercial funny guy, right?
Yeah.
Him and his brother, it's the Manning family. Like, that's fine, right? You know, we've seen guys, et cetera, be like Steve Young.
Michael Jordan
stepped
away, and you get tiny little legends.
And you know what? What he says holds more weight for us, whether we want to like take it as gospel or not, because he doesn't do interviews very often. So when we hear from Michael Jordan and we had his 10-part documentary during COVID, it felt like, wow, a guy like me, Joe, who was 5-6 years old when the Jordan dynasty was ending, that was really cool for me. And like, it felt really special listening to him talk about those glory years that you saw in person when you were in high school or middle school. Like, I'm sure that was cool for you reliving those moments. All of us got to do it in the pandemic, but there is too much of a good thing. And right now there is too much Tom Brady. And it's not like, I was rooting for him in his broadcasting career. Absolutely. I love that we were getting Tom Brady being a broadcaster when his career was over, because he's the greatest quarterback of all time. I want to hear what he has to say about Brock Purdy, about Patrick Mahomes, about all these different quarterbacks. And if he's going to be a little salty, hey, back in my day, yada, yada, yada. That's fun. And he was just in the game recently. So that was really cool. Now, did I love that it was at the expense of Greg Olsen in the booth? No, I did not love that. I did not love that they had to boot Greg Olsen from the 1A chair. Him and, who's my guy, Kevin Burkhardt, they had a great chemistry. And they just shoehorned Tom in there. And was he ready for it? Probably not. Again, trial by fire, as we're kind of talking about Bryce Eldridge. As a rookie perspective for Tom Brady, it was trial by fire. And he got better. I think he's solid. Did I think he have an amazing Super Bowl broadcast when it was the Eagles and Chiefs a year ago? Not really. It's fine. He's solid. Can he get better? Sure. But I'm okay with him being the broadcaster. Now he's a part owner of the Raiders. Like, is he making decisions there with Fernando Mendoza and John Spytek and Brandon Clint Kubiak? I don't know. If I'm a Raider fan, I might be a little pissed if he has that much influence and he's doing WWE stints on the side as training camp's approaching. Then you're going to be at SummerSlam fighting Logan Paul. I think that's at Allegiant Stadium. Maybe it's in somewhere else. I don't know. It's just, Tom, I feel kind of embarrassed for you. I do.
Why does everything have to be
Why do I feel embarrassed for him,
Because
though?
there has to be 17 cameras around him at all times. Right?
That's what it feels like.
Yeah.
Slapping like
why did the Paul thing really...
It bothered me because that's something like LeVar Ball does. LeVar Ball was the guy doing, WWE stuff, not Tom Brady. Dennis Rodman, okay? That's Dennis Rodman. Like Mike Tyson, okay?
Do you think his
not
wife...
Tom Brady.
Now we're getting all psychological. Do you think his wife moving on sent him in a tailspin?
It might have been. It might have, again... He's trying to fulfill something that's not there.
I think he's miserable.
Is this a midlife crisis in real time?
Yes.
Or am I being a hater?
No. I think
I might be being a hater. I don't know.
No, it's pretty obvious. We all have got a friend like this.
Just too much, dude. Just Logan Paul, please go away. Jake Paul, please go away.
Well,
Not
just
Tom's a part of
enjoy your
that.
off season with your family.
He's everywhere. It's the World Cup.
Didn't he retire to be with his family?
Well, no. He got the fact that he came back and then Giselle said bye-bye and they got divorced.
His kids.
Well, he's taking pictures with his kids at the World Cup final and he's hanging out with them and he's doing that and he's posting on social media.
His 13-year-old's like, yeah, Dad, slap Logan Paul.
They might think it's cool. I don't know.
I mean,
it saddened me when I saw that over the weekend, Joe, and I had to get that off my chest. When I saw Tom Brady do that with Logan Paul and knowing immediately it was a money grab, it was a WWE promotion. And I was like, really, dude? As you're doing this Fanatic event thing, asking Lionel Messi questions, it's just too much Tom Brady for me. It feels like he's bending over backwards for Michael Rubin and Fanatics. He's at the white party all the time. Like, Tom, you don't need to do this, dude. You don't need to do all this.
Well, he's unhappy.
Why?
Because I'm telling you why.
He's hanging. I thought he's living the life.
His marriage crumbled. He quit too late. She moved on. And he doesn't have football in his life. Like, it's a variety of things.
Does it cheapen his legacy a little bit?
No.
Seeing him be this guy after his career?
No.
Do you view him indifferently
Did you know
at
that
all?
Montana did play-by-play and he was awful?
Well, he was awful, yes.
Awful.
And then he kind of faded to the background. But Niner fans view Joe a little differently. Salty Joe a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
He's salty.
Well, you better have a paycheck ready if he's going to show up.
Well, I mean, the Niners played the Chiefs twice and he refused to pick a team. Joe, you won 4 Super Bowls with one team. Not the other.
He didn't show up to the final game at Candlestick. Instead, threw his own flag football game at Candlestick. I still, like, that was it for me with him. Like, God.
All right. So, and everyone wants to say LeBron James is, the attention, what? Starts with a W.
No, I think LeBron will be more fulfilled post-playing career than Brady is currently.
I do, too.
I actually think he'll be more adjusted.
If all we see is LeBron just doing funny golf videos and that's his shtick, that's fine. He found his wheelhouse. The problem is Tom has 5 different wheelhouses and it keeps getting shoved in our face and it's too much Tom Brady.
Well, he doesn't know what he wants to do.
You said there was too much Pedro Pascal.
Yeah.
Once upon it, there's too much Tom Brady. Tom, take a play off, brother. Please.
Well, right now it's Will Ferrell. This is Will.
Will.
You're done.
There you go.
We love you. Only Rodney Dangerfield aged gracefully. Him and George Carlin. You are not doing that.
All right. LeBron,
Am I wrong?
No, you're not. LeBron watch day 21, 3 weeks since he announced it. What would it say about Bay Area and athletes finishing second here when it comes to, Aaron Judge, when it comes to LeBron James, when it comes to some of these big boys not landing here? What does it say about the Warriors, the Giants, the 49ers? We'll take a look back at some of the guys that got signed and did not get signed. That were some big names. Bonta Hill going to be joining us at the top of the hour, and it's all going to be sponsored by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
I think we should have an open relationship.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Let's definitely do that.
With our cars.
Oh, Flex Car. Yeah, that's what I meant too.
Flex Car is the first and only month-to-month car lease. Swing from a Wrangler 1 month to a Prius the next. Flex Car. You drive everything.
The summer sales event is on at Ceremony Ford, and they're stacking up the savings on some of Ford's most popular vehicles. Get 0% APR financing for 36 months, plus $1,000 in down payment assistance, and no payments for 90 days. But Ceremony Ford is not just stopping there. You're also going to receive a 2-year, 25,000-mile Ford premium maintenance plan included with your purchase. Shop eligible models, including the 2026 Ford F-150, the Bronco, the Mustang Mach-E, the Explorer, the Mustang, the Ranger, the Super Duty, and Transit Cargo Van, plus the 2025 Ford Bronco Sport. Whether you need a truck for the job site, an SUV for the family, an electric vehicle for your commute, or a Mustang Mach-E because driving should still be fun, well, then Ceremony Ford has the vehicle for you. 0% APR, $1,000 in down payment assistance, no payments for 90 days, and 2 years of premium maintenance included. Ceremony Ford, the Bay Area Ford store in Colma, Daly City, or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, the Bay Area's Ford dealer.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal! Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with Internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
Hey, it's Willard. At Habas Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Habas Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians. Because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Habas fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Habas Law, relentless for justice. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Being a deputy for the San Francisco Sheriff's Office means maintaining high standards of compassion and professionalism. It means representing the office with honor and distinction and being proud to serve and protect the people of our community. It's about being a role model for the next generation and being able to show them that they can be anything they want to be. SF Sheriff's Office is hiring. Your future begins here. Head to joinsfsheriff.com to learn more. From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
That's Elena's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
Or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Now back to the morning roast.
Beautiful Marin right now.
With Joe Spadoni.
Well, you can't get a prettier place than here in the country.
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Spadoni and Shasky Morning Roast. Roland Bonte Hill going to be joining us in about 40 minutes, top of the hour, presented by Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford store.
Mm-hmm. So can I ask you a question?
You certainly can.
Are you a tech guy?
A little bit.
Okay.
Depends. Like tech how?
Well, like
I have a laptop and a cell phone and a TV.
I don't think I've ever seen you use the laptop here.
Not in here, but I use it at like when remote. So like when we're at like Silverado Resort.
What do you have?
I have a little MacBook Air or something.
I got one of those too, and I use it at the desk. I don't like to bring it around everywhere. It's like too clunky.
It's always in my backpack, but mine's hence the Air. It's very light, so like I don't mind it. I don't have that much else in there.
All right, so I guess I have a question for anyone out there that is, I'm a notebook guy. So I make a lot of, like, when I mean notebook, I don't mean the notebook app. I do use the notebook app a lot. Sam, how many times have I shared with you my notebook app, like page or whatever, to collaborate?
14 times.
Okay. And then how many notebooks at any given time do you think I have? It's about physical notebooks.
Oh, you got a bunch. You got like 20.
And what ends up
you and Steiny have the most notebooks.
Yes. And what ends up happening is that I'll make all these notes and then I have to like sift through and go around. I want to be more organized, and I also get frustrated because I'll fill up a notebook and then I'll either tear the pages, throw them away, but I do at times want to go back and reference stuff. So for example, I've probably charted every single 49er game for 8 years. I'm talking play by play, charted, right? You've seen my notes. Like I chart every single.
It's pretty amazing.
Right. Yeah. And then I just throw them away. Well, what if I wanted to like retain that information and like save it on a drive or whatever, and I can go back and like reference it later on down the line. So I guess what I'm asking is,
you can photocopy them.
What?
You can photocopy them and put them in like a thumb drive.
Well, I guess that's where I'm going. I want to make the jump to
I wasn't
digital.
kidding. I was like you're wondering about it, so that's why I was like, okay.
Well, I want to make the jump to digital, right?
Okay.
And so I have a little iPad mini, like it's an 11-inch screen, okay, at home, that it has no storage on it. And I've had a lot of storage issues where like it'll like jump up and be like, oh, you're running out of storage.
Buy more,
well,
right?
So
Is it the Apple? So
I don't download all of the messages, so I don't use the iMessage and I don't use the photos on
those
it.
take up a lot. Yeah, videos, yes.
So if I wanted to have an all-in-one, okay, and I wanted to be able to take notes and it still be reasonable, should I just upgrade to the 13-inch screen? Or should I just get the pencil for the 11, even though the storage is clearly an issue on that? Does anyone know anything about tech? What is the most, like for this, because I have my backpack every day. And
you have an iPad?
I have an iPad, but it's a little outdated.
Okay. What's the storage space on that?
It's not good. What is it? It's 64.
But if you don't use it as much, like you can clear that thing.
The 11 is small, and it's nice because I watch in the bed. You know, like I'll have the big TV and then I put the 11-inch on the couch and I'll watch that way. So I'll have like multi-view and then the small second screen. So I guess is 13 impractical, not needed, or is the new M4 or whatever worth getting?
So your question is mainly about storage space than it's
not
about
just storage. It's practical application as well. Right? Because right now the 11 is easy and convenient to just like stick on the couch.
So let me get this straight. You're tired of writing down all the notes and having all this physical stuff.
Yes.
I want to
make it
easy. You want to file.
I want to be able to do notes better.
Okay.
I want to be able to stream. I want to be able to do all those things.
Okay, Grandpa. Let's get your iPad. And let's get your laptop. Let's get the right.
So like today, I would like to have it like right here like this, and I could just have my little Apple Pen and just blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, no, exactly. Is the laptop you have touch as well?
Well, yeah, of course it's touch.
Well, mine
is not that old.
Well, mine is old, so that's why I'm asking that. So, okay.
I don't need like an iPad Pro. I'm going to go if I go iPad, I'm going to go iPad Air Mini or Air whatever. Do I want to go 11 or 13? I have an 11. It's really convenient.
I'm probably the worst person to ask about this, but I'm sure people at 888-957-9570 could jump in, help Shasky figure out how to take his notes as football season is approaching. Is it mainly football for you that this is the best? What about basketball? What about baseball?
No, it's for everything. It's work and watch and fun and this. And then obviously LJ will use it occasionally as well.
Were you a good student at taking notes? Because you're great at taking notes now. Were you? No, okay.
Horrible.
Okay, me too. I was one of those guys that had like one spiral bound like notebook for like every single class.
You have to remember.
And I try to divide it just with a couple of pages all the time.
I've done a variety of personality tests and I've done a variety of...
Where do you do those?
Well, other corporate jobs, they would do them when you first get hired.
Oh, interesting.
To try to like explain like what you are as a person.
And what do you excel and what do you maybe not excel as much?
And one thing is like I'm a big like create and move on, create and move on, create and move on. And organization, Though I have full-blown ADD and OCD, organization at times is almost like a never-ending madness in my head. Like I'm constantly reshuffling my closet,
Joe,
to make maximum space.
You and I have a meeting with sales coming up. Maybe you should ask some of the salesmen about how they compartmentalize some of their notes and clients and lists and all that. I'm being dead serious.
No, I know.
Maybe they might have an algorithm for you, or we could just go to Steph in Walnut Creek that might have a solution.
What's up,
Good morning, Steph. Curry?
Hey, good morning, guys. What's going on?
What's up, man? How do you have some tech knowledge? I don't know anything.
No worries. Yeah, so I'm a pilot, and we use electronics in the flight deck all the time, and mainly iPads. And there's a lot of studying we need to do in order to get the ratings. And I've used iPads my whole studying career for the flying.
Okay.
So I would recommend going iPad Air. Go the 13-inch, bigger screen. It's a lot better. Get the pencil. And then I know you're worried about storage, so I would go. There's an app called Good Notes, and it uses an iCloud storage, so you don't actually save anything on your device storage. It's all cloud, and then you can mix and match different iPads with the same Good Notes. So if you have the Mini, which is the 11-inch, and you also have the 13-inch, you can keep the 13-inch at home for your notes, and then access it all through your Mini at the studio.
I like that. That's really cool. Okay.
That's what I would recommend.
Steph from Walnut Creek dropping knowledge on you. All right. Did you write that down?
I did.
Great.
I wrote those notes down.
I was going to say, next time, write it on your iPad. And then Carter gets in my ear during Steph's call. He's like, I have that pencil. The thing's a piece of crap. I never use it. It's useless.
It's the biggest waste of money in the world.
Well, do you do notes?
No.
Well,
you can have it, Joe.
You can have. Wow.
Really?
Okay. There you go.
Can I sync it up to my iPad?
Probably. I mean, why not?
Sure.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. There you go.
Well, I was going to go buy this today.
Can I mention something else? So we get that figured out? We good now? You good?
Yeah.
The notes? All right. Steph from Walnut Creek saving the day. This is just some breaking news I want to get into, and I don't know if it's worth a major conversation, but Andrew Marchand, formerly of the New York Post, now at The Athletic, he does a lot of like the breaking news when it comes to like media contracts and all of that and people getting fired or let go. ESPN and NFL Network, they did this big merger, Joe. I know the last couple months we've been talking about other stuff, but that's kind of been laying in the weeds. And it's kind of finalized now. And there's been a lot of layoffs. It's been kind of a massacre over at the worldwide leader in sports. Carl Ravitch, after 3 decades, gone. Tom Pelissero, who's been on our airwaves many a times, NFL Network senior insider, gone. Charles Davis, gone. Stephania Bell, gone. Cam Newton, also laid off by ESPN.
Why? You seem almost surprised with some of these
I'm
names.
not surprised. It's just a lot of people just getting the axe right now. And for a long time, it felt like ESPN was like the safety net. Everyone would go there and, they find their role. And I'm not saying they're without, their own cost cutting, because everyone's cost cutting right now. Ryan Clark was a big storyline yesterday. Another guy kind of started off this chain reaction of all these layoffs over at ESPN. Ryan Clark's been there for a very long time, and at one point was highly thought of as an analyst. I enjoyed his insight, and then it felt like he started buying into the first take, get up kind of zone of opinions and the Stephen A. Smith-ism of everything. And, he clapped at one Peter Schrager last year, who's another guy that jumped over from the NFL Network. And he kind of tried to talk down on him because he wasn't a former player. And that was a bad look for Ryan Clark. And according to reports, that played a factor in him getting let go yesterday. By the way, mid-show, he got the axe and got the call. He was doing a breakdown of why he thinks or doesn't think the Dallas Cowboys are a Super Bowl contender. Gets off air, gets the call. Bye-bye, see you later. And I guess they did that because they thought the leaks were going to come out and he was going to see it.
Okay, so
I don't know if there's a question.
Carl Ravitch makes me sad because he's been there for so long. Yeah. I mean, 33 years in any profession is an incredible run.
And I identify him as the baseball guy.
Me too.
He was the baseball guy. Baseball
but I don't
tonight.
think he was. They pay these guys, and then sometimes they take them out of what they're best at, studio kind of like host.
Yes.
And then they put him in play-by-play. He's not a play-by-play guy.
He's not.
He's just not.
Yeah.
Carl Ravitch is boring on play-by-play.
Yeah. He doesn't offer anything.
Skill set.
Yeah.
But he's really good as a studio host.
But those guys,
they don't do those shows. Like,
they don't do those shows. And
Joe,
also,
I can't remember the last time I tuned into ESPN to care about anything, Scott Van Pelt included. And I like Scott Van Pelt as a person. I never was in on the Scott Van Pelt, Ryan Russillo show.
It was more college football based too. I was like,
I don't. And again, I like Scott Van Pelt. Like, I like him, but I don't watch SportsCenter. I don't watch the shows. And it's not that I'm better than. It's not a part of my habit anymore. It was. ESPN was a huge part of my habit. It is not now. Now it's YouTube. I'm scrolling through YouTube. I'm scrolling through The Athletic. I'm scrolling through whatever hits my phone. I don't watch anything. Like, so for example, when we get a Shams Charania or Windy update and I have to click on the ESPN thing and then I have to wait for it to load, then I have to go to the article and then I have to watch the video or read the article. Yeah. Like, none of that. I don't consume it in the traditional keep the TV on fashion.
No.
At all. Well, now, maybe I'm a dinosaur, but I believe that their entire business model has been broken for a long time.
What is the business model? Just, it
should be games.
Just games, that's it?
Goes old school, games, a couple of shows, and, like the Pat McAfee show.
Kind of what they've been doing, right? Like, what are the shows that they have on right now? Just so First Take, Get Up. No, that's what I'm saying. Get Up, First Take, and then Pat McAfee show. That's kind of it. They have PTI, but they got rid of Around the Horn. They tried to do stuff in between that didn't really work.
Yeah, well, those shows have
SportsCenter, but SportsCenter doesn't make sense anymore because I have all the highlights I need at the palm of my right in my hand. I see all of them
100%.
on my algorithm already.
Like, here's a great example. Like, they, on Get Up, and I'm not trying to denigrate her in any way, but like Courtney Cronin's on there, and we know Courtney Cronin because she covered the Warriors for a small period of time out here, and I see all of these things. Like, I'm not trying to be a jerk or anything. I just don't care what she has to say. In the same way, and I'm using her as an example, I just don't care what Cam Newton has to say.
Okay,
I just really don't. And I'm not trying to be a jerk on that. Like, I'm giving you ex-former athlete MVP, and I'm giving you random journalists on the spectrum. I just don't. I'm not entertained by them, nor am I finding any intrigue in what they're saying.
What does
Why
give
did
you
I
intrigue?
like Wilbon? Like PTI. You brought up PTI.
Yeah, PTI, because that's still there.
I like Wilbon and Tony Kornheiser together. I like them together. That's why I like that show. I enjoyed them together. I don't like Wilbon by himself. I don't like Tony Kornheiser by himself.
They tried that, right?
Yeah, and I don't like them. I like them together, That was a great show. And maybe it's lost its luster and its fastball.
It's been on for 25 years.
It's great. It's a seminal, it has grounded my journalistic sports opinion giving self.
Yeah.
Like, it is one of the gold standards in my eyes. ESPN, though, as a brand, dude, couple of pregame shows, broadcast the games, have a decent postgame show. I mean, I can't remember the last time I actually stuck on after a game ended and SVP was interviewing an athlete, and I was like, yeah, I'll stay here for an extra 5 or 10 minutes after he's interviewed the athlete who just finished the game. What I like, the only SVP that I like after the game, I'm talking about, because that's This is SportsCenter right after, is when he has Tim Legler on right after a basketball game.
Yes.
Why? Because I love Legler.
Well, I
love Legler.
That's how Ryan Clark kind of made his bones. Was like he was that guy after Sunday Night Football with SVP.
Yeah.
And when Ryan Clark,
I don't like Ryan Clark.
No, I know
he's not likable.
No, well, early on, I think he was like a legit analyst. I actually enjoyed his X's and O's breakdown. But again, Joe, this is what I said earlier.
I prefer Dan Orlovsky better.
That's fine.
And I don't even like Orlovsky.
But this was even before Orlovsky.
No, I know. But I'm saying you're asking me okay. For example,
They start going on the Get Up, First Take shows,
oversaturate,
but then it becomes more opinions than the X's and O's.
Yes,
which is where that loses me.
There are people there that I really, really like. No, like ESPN, but I'm not searching out ESPN for content anymore. No. I'm just not. I just don't.
Well, all our content comes from the other podcasts from elsewhere,
and Instagram,
or whoever. Like if you have your individual, even Ryan Clark himself. He has the Pivot podcast?
I don't care about it.
You don't, but they get a lot of famous people on there, and there's a lot of clips that you listen to.
I think that podcast did more harm for how I view Ryan Clark than him on TV.
Well, probably
because I didn't watch him on TV.
Well, and that might have played a factor in him getting the axe, as well as what he said to Peter Schrager. This is almost a year ago. This was during the NFL regular season, him going at Peter Schrager, for not being a player in the NFL.
had a better day than CeeDee Lamb.
But you know what you wake up saying, though? A.J. Brown's team is 1-0.
Of course.
Right, like that's what
I get it.
But the thing is this, though, and we shouldn't do this on TV. And so I apologize if people think this is rude. That's the non-player.
Oh, stop. CeeDee Lamb is.
Let me tell you why. I'm not looking at
fantasy football, Ryan. I'm not. Don't belittle me like that. I could come in and say, as 3 ex-players are saying one thing, and give an alternative perspective that maybe CeeDee Lamb did play well. And
Peter, what I need for you to do is not get mad and let me finish for one.
Okay, go on.
It wasn't about you. It was going to be about me.
Okay.
And that played a factor, according to reports, in him getting the axe, was him going at Peter Schrager and calling him out for saying that's the non-player in you. Because the moment you go there, you're basically saying his opinion doesn't matter about the sport.
Do you know how many athletes?
And you're undercutting a guy who's supposed to be your teammate at ESPN, and that's just not a good look.
But like, I guess when people do the "you never played" card at the highest level, do you know how many athletes who did play at the highest level are giving you crap?
You just mentioned Joe Montana.
He was terrible.
He was horrible.
And he's one of the greatest quarterbacks who ever lived. Ever lived. Drew Brees was a horrible, horrible announcer.
He was not good.
Okay, but like, if we're just going to talk about like who knows football more, like in this exercise, Dan Orlovsky or Drew Brees, who's better on TV?
Orlovsky.
It's not even close.
Yeah.
Right? But like, does that mean that I don't respect Drew Brees' opinion? Of course I do, but he's just not good on TV. The problem with ESPN is that I don't think they know what they want to be. Do they want to be a journalistic wing? Do they want to be an entertainment wing? Do they try to satisfy all needs simultaneously? Do they want to just, broadcast games?
All these networks, it's about broadcasting the games first and foremost and getting those television contracts. Like, that's what it's about. Like, there's going to be a big pivot now, no pun intended to the podcast, but in 4 years, the World Cup rights are up. So, like, in 4 more years, you're going to see ESPN, Fox, and Netflix. Those are the big 3 that I'm seeing try to battle out to get the rights for the World Cup because they just saw buku numbers in the United States for it. So like that's gonna be like, so to your point, what's the next stage for ESPN? I think it's the college football playoff. They have the Super Bowl next year, Joe. It's about getting back to the games themselves. I think that's the smart move. But again, when you're paying Pat McAfee $60+ million a year and Stephen A. Smith probably $60+ million a year, you're also telling me you're in the opinionated business too. And I'm just not going there for Stephen A. Smith's opinion anymore.
I actually disagree with you. I don't think McAfee's giving opinions. I don't. I actually think the bulk of his show is having fun and celebrating sports.
Let me be clear. That's more of a Stephen A. Smith is the opinions. Yes.
And I actually misdiagnosed because now I watch a lot of McAfee. I do. I actually misdiagnosed that show. If you watch the show, occasionally, okay, you don't have to watch it every day. Really what he does, he brings on a lot of different experts and they celebrate sports. Like, that's the bulk of the show. Occasionally, he'll give you his opinion on this guy and that guy and this athlete and that athlete and whatever. But I actually think that his show actually celebrates sports, whereas this is my personal opinion, I feel like Stephen A. Smith hates everybody in sports. When was the last time Stephen A. celebrated anybody?
The Knicks, because he's a self-serving Knicks fan. No, I'm serious. Like,
he made it about himself.
He did, and he apologized to the players, and they had him on, and it was Brunson and Kat and everyone, and they all had a kumbaya session. But you're right, and this goes back to
Stephen A. Smith. If you bring on Adam Schefter, if you bring on Shams, Stephen A. Smith, I'm part of that panel, will almost attack that individual. Whereas when Pat McAfee has them on, I'm just going the difference of the two shows. When Pat has them on, he's asking questions, and that person is comfortable and calm. Okay, there's
maybe
reasons.
People like Stephen A. when he does that. Maybe he's being rewarded. Joe, there's a reason they're paying him that money because clearly they have it in their algorithm.
There are a lot of people
that Stephen A. means numbers. Whether we agree or not.
He rates. Yeah. It's just not my cup of tea.
Not mine either.
It
used to be like when First Take first started being a thing with him and Skip. God, this is what, circa 2008, 2007-ish? Like that was like, wow, embrace debate. It was really fun. But then the problem was, Joe, ESPN made that their entire ethos for a while.
Yes.
And it ruined the product.
I agree.
It was too much of a good thing. And then it became almost like, okay, I knew this was shtick a little bit, but like I was still like having like a good time because I thought like the content was interesting and these different angles were interesting. And then they started like smelling their own farts and like they loved it. No, I'm serious. Like that's kind of what it was.
Skip and Stephen A are almost synonymous to me.
Yes.
Right? They're one and the same in terms of the playbook. And I can't stand Skip Bayless.
No, he's done.
I just can't stand
Skip's done.
Yeah.
It's over with him, Carter.
Well, honestly, too, I think when ESPN kind of took over, when Disney kind of took over ESPN, they really planted themselves in the product. And I think now, if you guys follow SportsCenter on Instagram, like so little of it is actually sports. It's just internet videos.
Yes.
And it's just kind of like, this isn't why I follow SportsCenter.
Well, the other thing is that, again, these are just my interpretations. The Pat McAfee show is almost like a goofball college frat show. And I didn't even go to college, and I didn't get it at first. It's not Barstool. Barstool's its own.
Well, he came from Barstool, so
I know, but he's not. He's an offshoot, but he's not. It's actually more friendly than I thought it was. But like, I don't agree with everything he says, and I don't love everything he says. I think he's been a pleasant surprise on game day. I was very skeptical. I actually like him on game day. He does his homework.
He adds desperately. It was getting stale a little bit.
He gives you the Lee Corso element.
He needs it. Yes.
Yeah,
they need
like
it. Excuse
him.
me.
You know, whereas like I just think Stephen A. takes himself way too seriously.
Yeah, it's too much Stephen A. Again,
it's just 100%.
It's been too
what
much
you said
Stephen
is
A.
exactly correct.
It's too much Stephen A. And now, unfortunately, I think it's eventually going to get too much Pat McAfee, because this is what happens. Too much of a good thing. You're going to pay him all this money, and this is what happened with Stephen A. Keep him at first take, and maybe he chimes in some other things. But the problem is when you're paying someone that much money, Joe, what are you going to expect out of them? You got to be here. You got to be doing that. You got to be doing this. You got to do that. And like we were talking about Tom Brady earlier, too much of a good thing. You're going to be dipping your hand into too many things, in too many wheelhouses. I'm going to be tired of seeing you on my television screen because the fan width is going to be too much. I just take a step back.
There's a happy medium
exactly.
of not overexposing yourself.
Absolutely. I want to talk about Bonte with this because I think he's a perfect person to ask. He's being part of the media too, the radio side, the television side, all of it. He's going to be joining us in about 19 minutes for the entire hour. Yeah.
There was a time where I tapped in on Stephen A. and Skip, and I laughed, and that was fun or whatever. There was a time I despised the Pat McAfee show, and then the more and more it grew on me, I was like, all right, you know what? I kind of get what his shtick is and what his angle is. And it's not bad. And I get what he's doing. But I'm not as tired of him as I am of Stephen A. I'm tired of Stephen A. Smith.
I don't know what ESPN is anymore and what they want to be. And I'm curious how people feel about ESPN. If they even tune in anymore when it comes to their everyday programming, 888-957-9570.
It's primarily games.
It's games for me as well. And listen, they got the college football playoff. They got a lot of big things. They're going to have the Super Bowl next year. And by the way, basketball coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. Yes, we are still on LeBron watch, but we had to talk about this ESPN because they are laying off a bunch of people post NFL Network ESPN merger. Carl Ravage is among those. Longtime baseball guy, 30 plus years in the business over at ESPN. Cam Newton gone, Ryan Clark gone, amongst others. And this is all sponsored by Cache Creek Casino Resort. Turn up the soundtrack of summer at Cache Creek Casino Resort every Sunday in July. Win your share of bonus play and a guaranteed $30,000 cash winner at 7 p.m. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Hey, this is Willard and Dibs from 95.7 The Game with great news from Safeway. You can earn Safeway rewards with each purchase you make. Then use your rewards for discounts on groceries or up to 20 cents off per gallon in gas rewards at participating Chevron or Texaco stations and up to $1 off per gallon at participating Safeway fuel stations.
Not a member? Register for an account with your phone number at checkout and start earning rewards today. I personally love shopping at Safeway and saving up to 20% on my purchases for you with personalized deals, meal plans that list the ingredients needed to make shopping easy, and pet perks. There's something for everyone, including a free item every month from some of my favorite brands.
If you sign up today, you can get $5 off your first purchase of $25. Restrictions and exclusions apply. Learn more at Safeway.com/4U. That's Safeway.com/FORU, as in the letter U. We will see you at Safeway soon.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment.
can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. Gas tank is full, tonight's dinner plans are set, grocery shopping is complete, and I even got everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
Every one of those stops gets me a bit of money back.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on gas, groceries, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first grocery trip.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Earn cash back on errands and everyday essentials. Download Upside and use promo code SNAP5 to earn an extra $5 cash back on your first purchase at one of over 100,000 available locations. That's promo code SNAP5 for an extra $5 cash back. Remember, use promo code SNAP5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. When it comes to pest control, don't guess. Go online and get the facts with Atco Pest Control. Atco is a family-owned local company that's been protecting the Bay Area homes for over 40 years. And quality service does not have to come at a crazy price tag. If you're dealing with ants, spiders, rodents, or anything crawling where it should not be, visit AtcoPest.com. That's ATCO Pest.com to learn more and schedule service today. Atco's got you covered.
Reach your saving goals with Miristar Momentum Savings. Progress should come with perks. Every $25 you save earns an entry to win cash prizes. We're drawing winners for $1,000 monthly, $5,000 quarterly, and an annual grand prize of $10,000. Saving has never been this rewarding. Apply today at miristarfcu.org. Insured by NCUA, no purchase necessary. Terms and conditions apply. See website for full details.
Save even more during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. My Lowe's Pro Rewards members save up to 20% on in-stock molding when you spend $250 or more. And save up to 20% on in-stock pre-hung interior doors when you buy 6 or more. Load up today on the materials you need and get the most out of Pro Savings Days. Members get more at Lowe's. Valid through 7/31 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. See Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like public works supervisor.
Hey, this waterman is under a ton of pressure. Did you ever fix it?
Yeah, 3 layers of duct tape. Wait, should I have added a 4th layer?
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
The San Francisco Marathon is right around the corner, Sunday, July 26th. Catch 95.7 The Game near the Chase Center Hydration Station as we're out there proudly supporting the runners. Get all the marathon details at 957thegame.com.
The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni.
Listen to that guy driving the bus, man. Damn, Spadoni. Damn, you sound good.
And Joe Shasky from 6 to 10 on 95.7 The Game.
Bonte. I know that voice. He'll be joining us in about 10 minutes' time. What should we talk about with Bonte to open things up? LeBron watch?
Take me for a ride on a Chinatown. Where in the world is
LeBron James going to go?
There you go. That's our drop for LeBron watch. That's well done, Sammy. I just wanted to play it. Day 21, day 22, whatever it is. It's been 3 weeks, I think, to the day. So we're waiting on that.
Is he going to wait 23 days?
That's a good call. Maybe he will do that. Let 23 days. 23 days later. That's 28 days later, right? That's what it is. Yeah. Great movie.
They'll change the title for LeBron.
28 Years Later was really good as well. I didn't watch the Bone Temple one, like the sequel to it on Netflix, but 28 Years Later was really good. I think 28 Weeks Later might be my favorite. It has the most action in it, and Jeremy Renner's a badass in it. But I don't usually do horror, but those ones are good. Valklyries, 9-game winning streak, snapped. Tough L. But overall, I mean, if we're just going by good vibes, Valklyries are leading the Bay Area in good vibes across the board. They've been the best story in sports this year, right? Outside of the Niners losing their second round to the Seattle Seahawks, it's been the Valklyries. Easily. So let's start positive with Bonte. Talk some Valks. Or you want to talk about what he was talking about yesterday with Sergio Romo, walk-off loss to the Kansas City Royals. Or 49ers training camp starting on Sunday, open practice. Joe, we could go anywhere with Bonte. That's what makes him so great. And he's going to be joining us again in about 9 minutes for the entire hour.
When was the last time you were at home and there was nothing on and you're like, just put it on ESPN? Because that's what we used to do. We'd be like, I'm talking 20 years ago. Put on ESPN. Like we just casually just let it go.
Honestly, it's probably when my team won and I cared about what they were saying on the national landscape that night, and it's football related. So probably like
Tom Jackson, Chris Berman.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
that's like a decade ago.
I loved them. And I loved watching that. But if the Niners lost, it was really hard for me to watch that show.
No, I wouldn't do it. See, you and I are the same thing.
Yeah.
I don't want to watch I'm only going to gas up my team and watch other people talk about my team winning.
Yes. I want to be fair here. So like,
and why are we talking about this? Because there's big layoffs right now on ESPN. Yes.
I also don't really watch the full Sunday night. What is it? Sunday Night in America?
Yes. Football Night in America. Yeah. There you go.
I like Ronnie Harrison, although he can be much.
I think he's gone now too, Ronnie.
Yeah, but you know how I feel about Collinsworth.
Yeah, he's not your boy.
No, well, the kid, the nepotism there, he was terrible.
I don't even know if he's still there either, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so, like, that show was meh. Jason Garrett, meh. I just don't care what he has to say. No, I want to believe the full gamut. Fox. I don't watch, what is the Nick Wright show called now? What is it called?
First Things First?
First Things First. I don't watch that. I think he's kind of smart, you know.
I actually like Nick Wright.
No, I think he's kind of smart. Yeah. I think he does things very calculated, meaning that he takes opinions that I think will generate attention.
Sure. But he does his research too. He backs it up a little bit.
Cowherd, I mean, just everything's scripted, right? And I get a kick out of Cowherd, but I know it's all fake. It's all fake. And I don't love him. I don't think he has his own opinions. And if you listen to him on his own little podcast, it's so different than I'm reading a script and this is why LeBron's like a lawyer. You know, and he does this whole breakdown. Sure. I don't love that either. And they tried to copy the playbook of ESPN, and I don't know. I don't think it's that great.
Well, remember, Chris Collinsworth was also the Pro Football Focus guy for a long time. It was Pro Football Focus, all the stats. And now that's kind of turned into a joke because that's been sold like a couple times over. And no one really references Pro Football Focus anymore. Although NFL season's approaching, maybe people do. I see you're rolling your eyes, Carter. I think that's kind of like that whole thing, the data with the Pro Football Focus grades, it's done. It's over.
Everybody is looking for the secret sauce today, and I think that there's two secret sauces. There's one random national savant that for whatever reason we're intoxicated to hear. Charles Barkley.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Unicorn, right? When you agree?
Yeah.
Okay. Brian Baldinger.
Love Baldy.
Unicorn, right? Either you're entertaining me because I don't know what you're going to say next, or you're informing me because I don't know who you're going to like next.
Correct.
Right? Or it's super hyper local, which is what we are. Yeah. I don't think there's any in between.
You're going to say something, and I go to different media entities as we're talking about this because I think it's a great point. When's the last time you just turned on ESPN? Because we get off 10, we get back at our places 10:30, 11, 11:30. There isn't no point where I'm like, let me put on ESPN and see what everyone's talking. I don't care. It's all on my phone. I don't need to turn that on anymore. Yeah. Which, again, it sucks to say because we are of a certain generation where we did watch that late night, where we did want to stay up and watch and hear whoever it was at late night. For you, it might have been Patrick and Olbermann. For me, it might have been Stan and Neil in LA when they were up.
Completely lost his mind.
No, it's exactly like those.
I mean, he's insane.
But those you used to tune in. Stuart Scott, once upon a time, like you used to tune in.
I love Stuart Scott.
Exactly. It was fun to just watch the highlights, and then you would have maybe a Bill Walton chiming in, and you don't know what Bill Walton's going to say, or. At one point it was, you said Michael Wilbon, and it was him and John Barry and Magic Johnson.
But I didn't love Wilbon in that role. And I love Wilbon with Kornheiser. Sure. But I didn't love him on that basketball panel.
And it always came up small because you were comparing it. It was ESPN on one conference and TNT on the other.
Yes.
And it was Charles Barkley, Kenny, and then eventually Shaq, and it was great. And they all worked together. And that actually was a thing that I actually loved. And it was on ESPN. I was like, wow, I actually got to hear those guys after finals games. Yeah. That was really refreshing to hear, too. And Draymond was a part of some of those.
Yeah, and I don't think Draymond is ever going to be as self-deprecating as Chuck.
No.
He's not as... Look, now, there was a time Chuck was hated. He was hated, but he was just more popular overall to the nation. He had signature shoes that sold.
See, Draymond tries to do like these funny quips like Chuck, and they just don't land very well. That's evident by some of the comments he made during these playoff runs and during the finals. If Draymond just is himself in that, like, hey, dude, if you want to be salty, be salty.
But I think it's really hard to do that while you're still competing.
No.
See, I think
for sure.
Once you hang it up, I think a lot of fan bases let it go.
Yes.
Right? Like Troy Aikman is a great example. It took me a long time to get over Troy Aikman being an announcer because he was a Cowboy guy that kicked our butt.
And I think of him as probably the best color guy in the business.
But it took him a long time.
It did. And
he wasn't the Troy Aikman today that he was, 15 years ago.
And also it took a lot of chemistry with Joe Buck.
Yes. Joe Buck's grown a lot.
Yes, exactly. And he doesn't do baseball anymore, really, like maybe occasionally, like for a regular season game, but he doesn't do baseball anymore. And I think for a lot of Giants fans, it was like, oh, we're hearing Joe Buck. This is like the 2010s, right? Early 2010s. Yeah. Oh, great. Joe Buck, son of a Cardinal guy, Cardinal legend. Oh, he's going to be biased. And like he's having this horrible Giants call, although I think the Giants win the pennant with Travis Scott was a really cool call and owed, to his father once upon a time. That was a really cool moment, but it was coinciding with also hearing Joe Buck call the New York Giants beating, the San Francisco 49ers a candlestick in the NFC Championship game. So there was some bias there for sure.
Yeah, and it's just, I don't know, man. The whole medium has changed dramatically, and it's just not what it used to be, and nor will it. It's just like an ever-moving kind of data point that we're trying to nail down, and I don't know. I don't know where this is going, but I do know this, that like we'll watch the games.
Yeah.
We'll watch the games. We'll watch certain people's reactions after the games. Just randomly flipping on ESPN during the middle of the day is just not happening.
It's funny you bring that up. I do find myself liking the pre and post and in between, but not on the big boy sports. I don't love the pre and post for like ESPN, ABC. I do like McAfee. Herb Street's kind of,
Game Day's still good for me.
Game Day's still good.
Game Day's still... I like Game Day hits, and maybe I'm alone.
Well, no, the whole kicking the field goal thing with McAfee, like that's taken over. That's awesome. I love that. Herb Street.
There's a lot of likable guys on that.
I just don't love. I was trying to love Herb Street on football. I just think him and Al Michaels is just
he's
horrible.
not an NFL guy.
He's not an NFL, but also Al Michaels is just so bad.
So like another guy, I love Jay Billis. He's an ESPN guy. Yeah. I love Jay Billis. But I kind of pick and choose with Jay Billis.
I love Jay Billis in that, like, he's great on the draft night. Like, this is a guy that has done the homework. He knows his stuff. He could break it all down. Who was I watching? It was Kevin Nagandi, Richard Jefferson.
Richard Jefferson could be good.
He could be.
He's always got to try to be the cool guy.
Who's my guy that played for Duke? They were doing the quotes. He was on the Bulls. Motorcycle accident. Who I can't think
Jason Williams.
Thank you. Like, all right. Like they were okay, but like I just wanted to hear from like Jay Billis on like the breakdowns. Like there's certain things I want to just hear from the experts that I always hear for. Like Daniel Jeremiah, I trust his opinion on things. He's right more often than not with some of these prospects. But I say all that to say I actually like when it's Wimbledon, when it's the Australian Open, when it's things like that. I think ESPN shines really well. And they come off very good.
I thought Amazon's broadcast of basketball this year, their pre and post game was actually really good.
Yeah.
I like Blake Griffin.
Yeah.
I didn't think I'd ever say that. Like, I actually kind of dig that show. And you know what I like about that show? They're all not trying to outsmart each other. They're all clearly comfortable doing the show together.
Right.
Do you know what I mean by that?
No, for sure.
It doesn't feel like they're all trying to like one up each other.
It feels like, wow, I can, like, these guys clearly hang out after the show. And that shows sometimes. Like, these guys, like, are friends, and they can go get a drink at the bar after this and shoot the breeze.
But I do love on Amazon's broadcast, because I watched a lot of them, they have like the little hoop, and then they would like do different sets and show you different things, and it would be Steve Nash and Blake Griffin, Udonis Haslem. Who was the other guy that was on there?
Dirk, right?
Dirk, exactly.
Dirk was great.
And it just, I don't know, I think that all those guys were all really comfortable with each other. And I think that's the element a lot of these ESPN studio shows don't have.
And make sure you are signing up to become a Game Pass Pro member on 95.7 The Game's YouTube channel. Get access to private AMAs with all the hosts, exclusive content from events, and in-depth insights after the biggest games. Go to YouTube, search 95.7 The Game, and sign up now to become the latest member of the Game Pass Pro. And you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. I see Bonte right now. He's going to be joining us very, very shortly, and he's going to be presented by Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford store, and courtesy of the River Islands guest line, as always. Right now, we're talking a little ESPN right now, and, you know, just it's not the downfall of ESPN, but it's not the same ESPN you and I grew up watching.
Well, it
hasn't been that for quite some time, and it's evolving, and it needs to evolve. Like, that's another thing. Like, I'm not like crushing all these moves or anything. It's just, it's a turning of the tide into what media has now become. And Adam Silver was right. And when he said a lot of us just consume sports through highlights on our phone, I don't think he was wrong in that regard. And I don't think that's like the right way of going about like how you're going to have your business model. But you do have to evolve. And ESPN, that used to be the place where we watched all our highlights. It's not anymore.
Oh, I think you need to.
I just follow MLB, NFL, and all the top like leagues, and I can see their highlights from their pages.
But I think when I think this is the cautionary tale of all these sports: NFL, Major League Baseball, NFL, NHL, golf.
Right.
Whoever you choose as your partners, obviously there's a financial agreement that's upon. The partners then also owe it to themselves to put out a product that everyone's proud of, that the league's proud of. And so I think a lot of the ESPN programming, in particular when we're talking about basketball, they were putting together pre- and post-game and halftime product that wasn't up to par with the product on the floor. And it was almost a disservice. Over the weekend, NBC, I guess it's Peacock or whatever, they're doing the majority of the Open.
Yes.
Right? And so they're covering the Open. Well, the pre- and post-game of the Open goes to the Golf Channel. And I forget who exactly owns the Golf Channel.
I believe the Golf Channel is, and Bonte, welcome in. We'll bring this conversation presented by Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford store, and courtesy of the River Islands guest line, Bonte Hill, each and every Tuesday at this time. I believe Golf Channel is an NBC affiliate. I believe they are.
I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. But my point,
confirm.
The point that I'm getting at is that, look, I like Brandel Chambly, who is very critical of Bryson, but I'm really tapped in on golf, and I know that, like, hey, the Golf Channel's in bed with the PGA Tour. Bryson is not a PGA Tour player currently. He's a live player, and so there's clearly some bias that goes on. This would be like the NBA TV, the channel, doing a breakdown on the ABA.
So the parent network and owner of the Golf Channel is Versant. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that good, but it was spun off from NBC, Universal, and Comcast. But now it's its own separate entity.
Okay, so there
to
you
your
go.
guys' point. Yeah.
So, but like I believe that for the most part, the Golf Channel's done a really good job highlighting golf and propping golf up and like increasing the intelligence and the talking points around it. I don't think this weekend was the greatest look for them, just crushing Bryson overall, but overall, like, that's a good partner to be with.
Right.
I think that when ESPN and the NBA, I'm talking about them in particular, were together, I don't think that they had pre- and post-game shows that were propping up the league in a way that the league would want.
Right.
Even though they were paying the most amount of money.
And to your point, and Bonte, we were just talking about just all these layoffs happening at ESPN, NFL Network right now. I'm sure you saw the updates. Carl Ravitch, who's been at the place for 30-plus years, gone. Tom Pelissero, who we've had on our station many times, NFL Insider, gone. Cam Newton, gone. Ryan Clark, obviously getting, the axe mid-show yesterday. Just your overall thoughts on this and just kind of where ESPN is at in general. And we've been talking about it hasn't been ESPN what we grew up with for a long time.
For at least a decade.
Yeah.
For at least a decade. Let's go to their pre- and post-game with basketball. Reason why Chuck, Ernie, Shaq, and Kenny are there now, because it wasn't up to par, because you had Stephen A., who's a talking head, who's a journalist who's looking for the hot takes. And you just look at those NBA finals before the Oklahoma City and Indiana series and those pre- and post-game shows and the halftime shows. There were literally talk about Tyrese Halliburton being scared when a guy was dealing with an Achilles injury. They were talking about
Kevin Durant's free agency.
Free agency right before the NBA Finals with the Warriors and the Celtics. You're talking about KD, where's he going to land? Where's LeBron going? And it just wasn't up to par. It wasn't what I was looking for. They helped water down the product of basketball. And you think about what First Take represents. A lot of people, I have a lot of family members who will quote Stephen A. or skip whoever's on First Take. I've been away from morning radio almost 2 years. I've never been really a daytime TV guy. But I definitely don't watch. If I get up in the morning and I turn on the TV, it's either for a live sporting event or I'm going to watch something on Netflix or something. Or I won't even turn on the TV until noon. Seriously, there's a lot of mornings I don't even watch. I do a lot of reading. So,
do you watch on YouTube? Just stuff?
Well, especially lately. And I don't know, YouTube has this AI thing where I was thinking about The Wire, and all of a sudden on my YouTube,
oh my God,
all these hits about Omar and Marlowe's coming up with The Wire.
It's can you see inside my brain?
But I do a lot of reading and I watch a lot of YouTube, and a lot of podcasts are on YouTube right now. So that's been ESPN. What SportsCenter got watered down,
yes,
and you lost the characters on SportsCenter, and also this is another key. NFL Network launched. All of a sudden, we're like, oh, my God, we get all our NFL on one channel. We don't have to wait on SportsCenter for a segment.
Yeah.
The NBA TV comes around.
Yep.
They're showing Summer League. They're showing old basketball games. Wow, I could get basketball insight and all the highlights from the day of basketball with Rich Kamla at night, NBA Tonight. Oh, my Lord, it in MLB Network. Once those channels came around, it changed the game. So ESPN had to adjust. And they adjusted well. You say what you want about the First Takes and
they made a lot of money.
First Take, I would watch Stephen A. Skip, me and my buddy Philly Zoo, we were roommates together on the 10th Clement. We would record that just to laugh.
No, I record
We would record High Heat on the MLB Network just to laugh at Chris Mad Dog Russo. Listen to him just ripping people. But it gets stale after a while.
Yeah.
It gets stale. And so now, their model, if you don't have live games, if you don't have a kick-ass pregame show or kick-ass postgame show, nobody's sticking around. Nobody's getting there early to watch it. And we're just like, you know what? We just want to watch our games.
I think a great point is, in talking about all of this, is what we just saw with Fox with the World Cup, because that's going to be the next big domino.
I love them. Zlatan was amazing. I miss him already.
Did you
say
what you will about
he said he's done.
Yeah, which means that the bidding war to get him back out of retirement.
Right.
Dude, he's a genius.
And say what you will about Alexi Lawless. He was a great villain because they were clowning each other the whole time. It was just
Wayne Rooney was
great.
good.
BBC Sport.
BBC's always good.
Talk Sport and all those guys. Wayne Rooney saying this is crap halftime was one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
At least he's honest.
Me personally, halftime shows, Shasky knows this. I don't stick around for commercials.
Me neither.
No. I'm either doing some reading, I'm going to the bathroom, getting something to eat.
Right.
I don't care for commercials. I don't really care for halftime shows.
No.
I don't. That's
not
just
nothing
me, though.
for me either. Yeah. But to your point, and as we're talking about this, that's a good example of us tuning into the pre and post with, again, it's the World Cup, so it's unique. It's every 4 years. Most people aren't watching soccer on a week in, on week out basis when it's the Premier League, MLS, etc. But I wanted to stay to hear those guys because there was something dynastic about them. Zlatan, what is he going to say? Thierry's going to be level-headed. Alexi's going to be Alexi. Yeah.
They highlighted the game. They highlighted the stars. They talked about the game. They talked about the strategy. And if you noticed on Fox throughout this whole entire World Cup, how much did you listen? How much did you hear about betting and gambling?
Oh, not at all.
It's a good point.
That's a really good point.
Too many of these shows are watered down with the gambling aspect, which is killing the product because now you got players getting caught betting or whatnot. You didn't see much of betting.
No, I didn't see any.
Do you think that was a Fox decision or a FIFA thing? might have been more FIFA. Now that I'm thinking, it's a good observation. I didn't even think about that.
But I think it was a great decision, whoever made it, because it was all about the game. It was all about learning about the players, all about learning about the different countries, learning all about the formations, who's what, who does what. And Zlatan and Henry and even Lawless. And they had the other guys from Belgium come in. They had all these guys.
Peter Schmeichel.
They were all awesome. Rebecca Lowe was great.
After not getting a shot on goal, like the equivalent of what the ESPN pregame shows and halftime shows and postgame shows for basketball have been. Could you imagine what the equivalent would have been? I'm talking about the last 10 years.
And ESPN does have their ESPN FC, but it's not as popular.
What I'm saying is like it's the same thing. The same outcomes happen, but how would the conversation during, middle, and after the game
over
be
the top?
Exactly
Over the top.
Messi's legacy is tarnished because he didn't get a shot on goal. I was like, the guy had 8 goals heading into this. They wouldn't even be in this position.
He could never be considered to go.
It sucks though. Like when people lose their jobs. And I see people celebrating people losing their jobs.
I don't like that.
That's a little. Even Ryan Clark. Ryan Clark.
Yeah.
I liked his analysis. What happened with Ryan Clark is he got too caught up with Twitter and Twitter beefs. And it's not the greatest look when you do that. The Peter Schrager thing where I didn't think
it was that big of a deal.
No, but people...
Schrager was the one who was defensive. If you watch the entire clip, Schrager was getting loud and Ryan Clark was just saying, hey, look, in the locker room, we're going to think like this. And he wasn't, and he started that clip. When you played the clip, and I heard it on the way in, and I watched the entire little 4 minute block or whatever it was, he basically said, look, I don't want to do this. I don't want to disrespect you, and I'm not trying to belittle you, but that's the non-player in you. That's just the non-player in you. And that's why I asked when I'm doing a show with Fezzi and Mully and Sergio and Richard, what do the players think?
Yeah.
Because I may think a certain way. We've never been in those locker rooms.
But you're on here for the players' perspective,
So I thought Schrager got a little defensive in that situation, and that's not why ESPN cut Ryan Clark.
No.
Look, he's a casualty because he was making $2 million a year.
For sure.
And is it worth the squeeze when you think about everything else going on social media?
God, he was making $2 million.
He was making $2 million a year.
Yeah.
So, that's, the fire room in the middle of the show, that was lame. But I see a lot of people dancing in the streets.
You shouldn't
No.
It's just...
It's classless.
Yeah, it is.
Because you don't want to be in that position, someone do that to you. That's not fun. We got Bonte Hill in studio right now, presented by Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer. There's so many different places we can go. We're on LeBron watch still, Bonte. Day 21.
Well, Dalton made a good point a couple weeks ago. August 6th. Why is that date important?
The Anthony Davis extension.
He could be waiting on that.
So explain to the audience what that means.
What that means is Anthony Davis could get a max deal.
Okay.
And we'll do it on your side. Carter's telling me to wrap.
That's the tease right there, and it's sponsored by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for USDA Choice Boneless Beef Top Sirloin Steak Value Packs, just $7.99 per pound. Limit 2 packages. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Bay Area. Your boys back with the live read. The summer sales event is on right now at Ceremony Ford, and these deals are bringing heat today. It's pretty hot outside as well. Get 0% financing, APR financing for 36 months. Sorry, 36 months plus $1,000 in down payment assistance and no payments for 90 days. That's right, 90 days equals 3 months. That's a strong start, but Ceremony Ford isn't done. You'll also get a 2-year, 25,000-mile Ford premium maintenance plan included with your purchase. Shop eligible models including the 2026 Ford F-150, Bronco, Mustang Mach-E, Explorer, which I'm driving right now, Mustang, Ranger, Super Duty, and Transit Cargo Van, plus the 2025 Ford Bronco Sport. Whether you need something for the family, the job site, the commute, or just want a ride that looks good, pull it up anywhere, Ceremony Ford's got you covered. 0% APR. $1,000 in down payment assistance, no payments for 90 days, plus premium maintenance included. Ceremony Ford, the Bay's Ford store in Coma Daly City, or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. You know that's my Ford store. Make it yours too. And tell them that Bonte sent you.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal!
Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
On Saturday, July 25th, your first place Quakes take center stage at Stanford Stadium for the 105th California Classico against the LA Galaxy, presented by El Camino Health. NorCal versus SoCal. Then stay after the match for the biggest summer fireworks show in the Bay. Tickets at SJEarthquakes.com.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Jane is a small business owner.
That's right.
And tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect. Plus gig speeds with security and equipment included. All with a 5-year price lock.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
Exactly. The Total Solutions Advantage. Get started for just $60 a month for 12 months when you add wireless connect to a qualifying internet package. No one does business like Comcast Business.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS4KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to cars4kids.org now or call 877-CARS4KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
The burrito is fire.
Hi, this is Maya.
And I'm Antonio. And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito
is that it fuels our morning.
It's the full package.
You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns for a nice little crunch.
The chicken's always nice. It's crispy, it's juicy. And the cheeses, they melt together in a beautiful way.
And it gives me energy. It's perfect.
Order the Chick-fil-A hash brown scramble burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
You're weak, you're out of control, and you become an embarrassment to yourself and everybody else.
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
We're back, and we got Bonte in studio, as he is each and every Tuesday at this time, presented by Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer. Talked a little ESPN, some of the layoffs happening there, and we're still on LeBron watch. And Bonta, you had a tease before we had to hit the break on why this could be taking so long for LeBron to make his decision. You used the date August 6th. Why is that important?
Yeah, August 6th, the date Anthony Davis is eligible to sign a max extension. And therefore, LeBron could say, AD, sign your extension. Let's go ahead and get you up traded, and let's go. Let's pair up. That could be a theory. I still have my doubts that it'll last till August 6th, but that is a date that Dalton Johnson threw out there. I was like, watch that date, August 6th.
So let me ask you, if you acquire Anthony Davis right now, you can't extend him?
You can. But this is where I get confused with the whole NBA.
Yeah, that's why
if he signs his max extension with the Wizards, is he eligible to be traded within 3 months, 6 months, or whatever those dates are? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I do, because when the Warriors signed whoever it was, they had to wait till December 15th.
Kuminga watch.
Or was it January 15th?
It was January 15th.
Yes.
January 15th, but you had to wait.
He was restricted.
Here's the problem with the NBA and all these rules. The lottery and the CBA, they've made it way too complicated for the casual fan. Even we're looking at things and learning things on the fly on a daily basis. Like, wait, that can happen? Wait, you can give him a mid-level? Like, it's like calculus.
It's too confusing.
So, okay, April 6th.
But I don't, again, that,
August 6th.
Who knows?
August.
Who knows? Who the hell knows?
Last night you were doing the post game for the Giants?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Okay, so.
The play was Ty Tolbert in the sack bunt. Susac throwing the second. First, I thought he should have just took the out at first.
So that's what I thought.
But Adames, and I asked Sergio, shouldn't he just be on the bag at all times anyway?
Yes.
It's just the 2026 Giants, man.
At second base, whether you're taking a tag throw or a forced throw, just all rules apply, no matter where you're on the diamond. You let the ball travel. You do not run out and catch it and then try to go back either physically or, with your hand or whatever, back to the bag. Why he didn't stretch, he just gave up on that play and then came multiple steps toward the infield grass is beyond me. Now,
Jose Rojas would have been safe anyway.
I thought so too.
So I thought Susac.
I agree.
But it was such a pivotal play. Yeah. And I wish we ran it again on the post-game show because that was the game.
And then like on that play, Eldridge is holding the runner on because he's the lead runner. And so he's not going to get a great break on any bunt anyway, right? Schmidt's got to be crashed in once he shows bunt, and he kind of lollygagged into it. There was a variety of issues. Then on the safety squeeze, they do it twice.
Yeah, they do it twice.
And look, here's the reality of it, and this is kind of where I've come down. Like, Bryce is going to have to make that play if he wants to play first base.
He's not ready for first base for 162. I think we're learning that.
Yeah.
The bat's there. The patience at the plate is there. Even though he struck out 3 times yesterday, I like where Bryce has been. I like where Bryce is developing. I think he's got a legit shot at hitting 20 home runs this season. But
that would be something.
At first base, he had 2 plays.
He's got a ways to go.
He's got a long. Ron Washington's got to put a lot of work into him.
I think he needs reps too, though.
He needs reps too.
Live reps.
But also, we see why Devers is getting most of the starts at first base. Because he's just better right now at first base than Bryce Eldridge.
Agreed.
And you know what? To Devers' credit, we can say a lot of things about him. He's actually gotten better at first base defensively.
Sure, he's not an elite first baseman.
No, he's never going to be an elite first baseman, but he's serviceable.
Yeah, he's serviceable. First base is I'm very picky on first base. Knock Brandon Belt all you want about overall ball play. Guy was a great first baseman defensively.
You go Brandon Belt, you go JT Snow, you go Will Clark. That's what we're accustomed to.
I was just using Brandon Belt. Yes, I'm in agreement with you.
That. So
it's a position I think we do like, just throw that guy there. Nah.
Yeah, look, the deadline is everything for this team, and who's going and who's staying, and what can Buster Posey do to make not only just the fans, but give us a little hope. Okay. Like Luis Ariz, we see him batting up here on the TV. He's probably gone. I like Luis Ariz a lot. I wouldn't mind if they gave him a 2-year extension, but I get it. You're probably not going to be in contention next season.
Yes.
Unless because defensively you're terrible.
There is
you don't have speed, for crying out loud. The speed thing just kills me every single year.
Speed.
Yeah, Bobby Wood Jr. has 30 stolen bases. They're tagging on Drew Gilbert in the second inning. Drew Gilbert's he's like 15 feet. For second base, and they're still testing Drew Gilbert. So, look, you're going to have to make a lot of Robbie Ray. What can you get for Robbie Ray? What can you get for Luis Ariz? Can you deal Matt Chapman? Because I'm willing to go with Casey Smith to see what he has. Chapman's, 33 now?
Yeah, but who wants to take on that money?
I don't know.
With that abdominal injury, too.
Yeah, I don't know who's going to want to take on that money, especially with the lockout looming. So, they're just, to me, and I'll say this again, not only is this the worst season I've ever experienced at Giants baseball in my lifetime, and there's been some bad years. 96 was bad. It was bad. But you're coming off the strike year, you kind of lost. All right, you still have Bonds. 97, you win the NL West. I get it, post-Bonds was a little murky, but you started drafting well. With the names that they have on this team, and it wasn't that they had high expectations, but I expected a lot more. By far, it's the most disappointing season I've ever experienced in Giants baseball, but I also believe that we're embarking on the worst decade of Giants baseball since they moved to the city of San Francisco. When you think about the expanded playoffs,
70s,
the 70s, but you only had two teams going to the playoffs.
That's exactly correct.
You know, the 80s,
correct.
87, 89. You go to the World Series in 89, you go to the NLCS in 87. But you only had two teams qualifying for the playoffs, NL East winner, NL West winner. You've got everybody going to the damn playoffs. And you had the fluke year in 01, 107.
I hate hearing that.
Yeah, but it was probably the worst thing to happen.
The outlier year, yeah.
We may be embarking on the worst decade of Giants baseball since they moved to the city of San Francisco.
Would you entertain a Logan Webb trade then? Because he's the guy that's going to net you back. Because look, this whole Luis Arias exercise, to me, the fundamental disagreement I have with most people is, I want to know what you're getting for him. I'm not saying that, it does make sense to trade him. But if you're getting the 14th or 15th best prospect in another organization, is that guy ever going to make it through?
I always say that. I always say that.
So,
I get worried about that.
So now I get to Logan Webb. If we're talking about a significant move and to make significant change, I'm not saying you do it. It's got to be the right deal, but you have to consider it. As much as it pains me to admit that out loud.
And I think Logan Webb, in his own mind, I'm not going to speak for him, but I have to guess that Logan Webb is probably thinking, would I be better suited somewhere else? Because I want to pitch in the playoffs. Yeah. I got a little taste in 01. I pitched great. And look, even Saturday, he was rolling against Seattle. You give up the one mistake. You give up a 3-run homer. He gave up 2 hits for crying out loud.
I know.
He was dealing.
Another loss.
He was dealing. And you're just like, damn, they lose again. And you walk J.P. Crawford. He's batting 214. 214. And you walk him. So
he's Carl Crawford's cousin or something.
Is he really J.P. Crawford?
Yeah.
You don't hit like Carl Crawford.
No, but isn't that rare?
Well, Carl Crawford towards the end.
Well, actually, he's hitting like Carl Crawford for Boston. He's like the Boston
towards the end. Carl Crawford runs a rap label now.
Does he really?
Yeah,
in Texas,
he does.
yes.
He does.
He's got body tatted all the way up.
Oh, my gosh. His son, doesn't he have a son in Philly?
I don't know. I just know that he runs a hip-hop label, and he's beefing with all these different hip-hop.
Is he really?
Oh,
Carl Crawford?
Oh, yeah. His Instagram is popping. His videos pop up on my feed.
Oh, my God.
So
I love Carl Crawford.
I did too.
We were having the conversation earlier, just where the state of the Giants are at right now and the hope of this team and who you want to see who's on the Giants right now, who you want to see in 2027, right? And the names are Bryce Eldridge, Logan Webb, Casey Schmidt, I think, Jung-Hoo Lee. Who do you want to see that's on the team right now, Bonte, that you want to carry over to next season? Because that's kind of where we're at right now as we approach the trade deadline.
Look, shout out Alan Styles, who used to work here.
Style Files.
With, Sacktown Sports. Yeah. But he had a tweet, and I actually quote tweeted it. He was like, I think fans would riot if they traded Jung-Hoo Lee. And I quote tweeted said, really? Fans would riot if they traded Jung-Hoo Lee? I get you have the hooligans. That's a small minority of the fan base.
Yeah.
If they traded Jung-Hoo Lee.
He's not Tim Lincecum, guys.
Who's losing sleep over the Giants trading Jung-Hoo Lee? How many stolen bases does he have this season?
4.
4?
Yeah.
Is he stuck at 4?
I think it's 4.
6.
Oh, 6.
You guys are cutting him short.
Does that plus speed?
I'm wrong.
That's an okay arm in right field. Not great. I mean, everything would be on the table in this situation. The worst thing to be is either in the middle being mediocre or where the Giants are right now, 16 games, number 500. Everything's got to be on the table.
Without their draft pick next year.
Without their draft pick next year. So 2027, Bryce, Casey Schmidt would be nice at third base. I think he could do a very fine job at third base. And the bat, we'll see about the bat. I want to see how the next 2.5 months finish out.
I'm with you on him.
You know what I'm saying? But I like his development. Let's see what happens over the last 2.5 months.
You'll have Rafi Devers because you're not trading that contract.
I'm okay with Rafi. Okay. I mean, he's not going to be your face of the franchise. No. But the dude, when he gets hot, he gets hot. He's going to be a streaky player. That's just who he is at this stage of his career, and you're kind of stuck with him.
And he might be stuck with Willy Adames, and that's the guy who we haven't really touched on, obviously, the play. But, talk about a bad contract, Bonte. Is that the worst contract in the Bay right now is Willy Adames?
Well, it could be the worst contract in Giants history.
Damn.
If it doesn't, I mean, he's now batting 7th. He's batting 7th for the 2026 San Francisco Giants, a team that's 16 games under 500. And what's starting to get the fans, and I hear it all the time from them, we don't like how he's smiling all the time with opponents, umpires. We don't like how he's just like that attitude when you're losing. It just doesn't look right. And I like Willie. I like Willie as a person. I think he means well. But the optics to fans like Shasky, to diehards down the street down there at 3rd and King, they're tired of it. They're tired of it. And there's another thing, too, about booing, how this team hasn't gotten booed much at Oracle Park. The diehards aren't really going to games anymore. Even though they're filling out the park, you got a lot of tourists coming out here.
Yeah.
Because it's becoming a Wrigley Field of the West Coast.
I don't blame them.
So that's why half the people who are there don't even know who they're rooting for. They're just all.
I mean, we just had the World Cup here. All the international people's like, I don't know what American baseball is. Yeah. What a better place to go to than there.
Right.
No, seriously, though.
There's tons of Australian fans. So the other element is like, I bring my son. I'm not going to boo with my 3-year-old.
Yeah, I mean.
Although it'd be funny if LJ started doing it on his own.
I feel a little too old.
I agree with you on that. No, but I told you the booing with Dylan Brooks, right? The whole stadium at the Warrior game, we were sitting behind the Suns bench. Everyone was booing Dylan Brooks. Yeah. So LJ like figured it out.
It's the regular season.
Yeah, regular season. Boo! He boos him, and Dylan Brooks just looks at him and then smiles. And I was like, I love Dylan Brooks. I love him.
Dude.
I thought it was hilarious.
The Dylan Brooks meme is all time.
Looking at LJ, Michelle goes, "Oh my god,
dude!" So Bully and I, when they were playing the Rockets, it goes before Game 3, that first round series, and Dylan Brooks came over. He comes over to Bully, goes, "What's up, legend?" Right? And Bully was like, "What's up, man? You having a good year?" And then he shakes my hand. I say, "Hey, man, I was sitting courtside when Oregon was playing Rhode Island. Dan Hurley was coaching Rhode Island.
College on him.
They were talking so much trash in that game. It was like, and I was like, Dylan, you guys were just like, I couldn't believe it. He goes, that's just what we do, man. That's what we do. And he actually came off as likable on that documentary with the Team USA documentary.
Yes, I like him with Canada.
With Canada. Team Canada. That was a great doc. He came off as lovable. Now he is what he is. He's going to pull some antics, but you need characters like that in the league.
Him showing up to watch LeBron lose.
Oh, dude, that was unbelievable. It's diabolical. It's diabolical.
Oh, my God. Willie Adames in his last 30 games, by the way, 113 at-bats, 36 strikeouts, batting 195. I feel like that's kind of been the Willie Adames.
Is that really his batting average in the last 30?
Yeah, batting 195.
I thought that was just runners in scoring position.
260 on base, Bonte.
Was last night in the 9th inning his biggest hit as a Giant?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, for sure. He has a walk-off, though, doesn't he?
I think it was last year.
Opening day last year, he got a walk-off.
Opening day, he had a walk-off last year, Bonte. We don't even remember that except Stam.
Yeah.
It was the home opener, not game one.
Okay, home opener. Excuse me. You're right. Exactly.
So, I mean, and look, last night it's at the point 1 out of the way. It's like, all right, we can start the post-game show, quick game. He ties it, and you kind of knew how the game was going to end. And Caleb Killian, for crying out loud. His ERA in the 9th inning is over 9.
Yeah.
His ERA over in the 9th inning is like atrocious.
Jesus.
So you don't have a closer. You don't have a solid bullpen. You've got a lot of holes in this roster. And what does Buster Posey do? Does he rip it down to the studs? Do fans want to sit through another rebuild? I don't. You're in no man's land with the Giants right now.
Do you think there's a possibility, and Shasky was bringing this up, not to say that he wants this to happen, but could you see him stepping down after this year? Just stepping down? No,
I don't.
No?
I don't. You see him stepping down?
I said there's a world where I can see all 3 getting blown out.
After 2 years?
Well,
or
Vitello will be
1 year?
Do you think the looming potential lockout plays a factor in any of this?
No, because I don't think the Johnsons see the turnstiles coming through, and they see who's coming through the yard and how much money's being spent, and they're making money.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure the Johnsons, not Charles so much, but Greg, I don't know if Greg really loves baseball. So does he really care about what's going on with the baseball team? Maybe he cares about slashing payroll.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Sure.
You're talking about Adames, strikeouts?
Yeah, everything.
I was researching this a while ago, and I just wanted to bring it back up. He's got 255 games as a Giant, Willie Adames. How many strikeouts?
Oh, no.
280.
292. That's really good. Really good.
Over
1,000 plate appearances. Yeah. Okay. Tony Gwynn. Tony Gwynn, for his career, 20 years, 10,000 plate appearances, 430 strikeouts.
Oh, my God. If you would have told me it was less than 100, I would have believed you, but 430 is
Joe.
So,
Willie's played 255 games. He has 292 strikeouts.
dude.
Do the math.
How about this?
2,400 and some odd games for Tony Gwynn, and he's got 400 strikeouts. Now, I know it's Tony Gwynn, but my God.
Well, just look at Luis Arise.
Thank you. He's got 13 on the year?
Yeah, he doesn't strike out at all. I call him the Latin Tony Gwynn. I mean, he doesn't strike out.
Very similar.
And he sprays the ball all over the field.
Yeah,
I'm just looking at his batting average, right? Because I know batting average is a thing of the past. Willie Adames in April, March, bat at 197. All right, his OPS was 593. In the month of June, Willie Adames batted 198. OPS was 700. Now, he hit the 6 bombs, but he batted 198. So far in July, he's batting 212. All right, he got hot in May, 292. I mean, that's a really good month for Willie, but
Yeah.
I mean,
But those are few and far between. He doesn't have those consistently.
and didn't he get a no trade clause as well?
Oh, God. He has 18 home runs. There's a possibility he finishes with 30 home runs, and this is what we'll do. We'll look at the totality of the season. Maybe he bats and gets it up to 240 this year, Bonte. Hey, but he had 30 jacks. I was like, I mean, come on.
Willie Adames is bad. Again, Tony Gwynn, what's the lowest he batted for a full season? Not his first year, for a full season in his
batting average?
Yeah, lowest his entire career. Career average 338.
Yeah, I would say 302.
309 twice.
309 twice.
Everything over 313 after that.
And how long has he been nursing this back injury, Bonte? You've been doing pre and post. Why is this guy on the IL? He's like complaining.
He's hit 3 bombs,
He's pulling up.
and you know what? He's gone the other
lane.
They don't have anybody.
But they don't have anybody, and he's gone the other way a couple times over the last 4 games. Seattle Saturday night, he went the other way, and then last night he went the other way, hitting that 2-run homer. Look, he's playing every day, and I go back to this. It's hard for me to blame Posey, the front office, because as fans, when they signed Willie Adames, we all was doing this. We were happy.
Yeah, but they're paid to get it right.
Yeah, but you know
Not
what?
just appease the Giants.
Hold on.
You.
We were happy, though.
Yeah.
We were happy. When they extended Matt Chapman, we were pretty happy about it. You know,
I wasn't thrilled with not bringing in any bullpen. I wasn't thrilled with not bringing in a real legitimate starter. I wanted Framber Valdez. Now, that ended up probably not being the right move. We wanted Corbin Burns. That ended up probably not being the right move. I mean, there's a lot of pitchers I wanted. For as bad as he's been at times, Carlos Rodon, we would die for.
The Willie Adames contract is interesting. As we're talking about Manassian also not having any general manager experience prior to this, like that might have been a situation though, Bonte, and I hear you that the fans wanted that. Maybe you needed a more established GM in the building, a guy that's been there to tell Posey, like, I know you want him to do this for the fans. Maybe this isn't the guy to do it for.
It wasn't just for the fans; it was for the team, and we all approved it.
They had no players.
We had no players.
We're realizing in real time you just said it. He's one of the worst contracts in maybe the Giants' history.
And we all approved Posey being in his spot. We love Posey being in his spot. We thought it was a slam dunk. Now I'm not going to judge him on 2 years because we gave Farhan 6. If I'm going to be fair, I'm definitely going to be fair to a guy who helped this organization win 3 World Series.
Are you not alarmed a little?
Huh?
I mean, are you not a little? I'm not alarmed. Are you a little concerned?
Oh, absolutely. How can you not be? How can you not be? I know you're extremely concerned. You don't have to say it.
Well, no,
I hear you. No, seriously, it's not good at all right now. And what makes it more concerning is the way they've dealt with things off the field.
This is what we talked about earlier.
The lack of leadership there.
Farhan was one thing. We're like, Farhan has no tact. He's clueless. He can't handle the press well. He's rattled about everything. He's sensitive. He's listening. He's watching. To see Posey, last time he was in that dugout.
I totally agree with you.
A week after Pride Night, and it was embarrassing. It was embarrassing for Posey. It was embarrassing for the Giants. And that has been like, whoa, wait a minute. We got to at least hit. Like John Lynch. Say what you want about John Lynch.
This is literally the conversation we had an hour and a half ago.
Dude, John Lynch is amazing. Bob Myers.
Yeah.
Mike Dunleavy, slowly but surely, is starting to get into the podium.
But the way, for me, this was the moment, B. It was him making a statement and then looking around like, you're really going to ask me a follow-up?
Yeah.
And then asking for us like, bro, this is not 1971.
No.
Like, you're going to get asked to follow up.
Yeah.
You're not a player.
You're in San Francisco, and it's Pride Night, and the Sharks are out here.
Yeah,
They're looking
exactly.
for blood.
You need to at least show some backbone here and show some humanity here as well. And understand that you're not just going to be able to say a statement and keep it moving.
And this is a media that's used to talking to guys like John Lynch, who was presidential, Bob Myers for a long
Trey
time.
Lance got traded, both Kyle and John, you would have thought someone passed away in the organization. That's how serious it was at that press conference.
You know, Shanahan got ripped because he didn't come out and talk to the media. He went on this radio show with Tolbert, and the media was ticked off because it's like, how do you not come out?
But
so we went there Friday night. I remember I told you, I said, actually applaud. That's what kind of won me over with Shanahan. Well, I was like, you know what? I'm riding with Shetty.
And he took accountability.
He took accountability. He explained everything, and he didn't have to explain everything. And I was like, oh, wow, this is a different side of Shanahan.
When he said, I failed Trey Lance, like that, I was like, okay, like that's owning it right there. Saying I failed the player. And don't blame Trey, blame me. Like, and that's falling on the sword for your guy.
What's funny about that whole Posey interview, and Matt Chisholm had to come in, the Giants PR director.
Oh, Posey looked at him. Posey looked at Chisholm a couple times.
Chisholm just won the PR director of the year in Major League Baseball last season. Literally last season. So in spring, we're like congratulating him and razzing him. He had dinner with us, and I felt bad for him. He's like, I got to put out so many fires. Yeah. One thing, Tony V's the least of our problems right now. Tony Vitello.
Over 4th of July, I had a person of power come over to the cabin, and they said this exact line. Hey, you want to go to the Giants game on this next homestand? I go, yeah, let me think about that. You got 10,000 other friends for each night? Dead serious.
Wow.
And they're doing pretty good announced attendance-wise, right?
Yeah, off the field, there's been a lot of stuff.
And people have pulled out of season tickets. And look, we're getting to August.
This is what I was, okay, keep going.
And once these trades happen, how many? Because like I already see it on Twitter.
Starts in
I
2 weeks.
I see it on Twitter. If I tweet about the Giants, people just do not care.
No.
They don't give a damn.
No.
Watching the shows, and I'm looking at the metrics, I'm like, ain't nobody watching this show.
Well, we were
no chance.
Simultaneously, we opened up today's show like, hey, we had the Giants' horrible walk-off loss, but we also had the Valkyries on.
Yeah,
that's what we were watching.
I
Nine straight wins.
I missed the game. I was doing Giants. Yeah, no, they lost. I know, but you go to a Valkyries game, and it's literally a college atmosphere.
Yes. Dude, with 3 minutes to go, they were up 7. Place was going bonkers.
Oh.
No, it was dead silent when they went on a 14-0 run, or what was it, 15-0 run to end the game?
Something like that, yeah.
But the place was going crazy. Kalen Chen, I was making the comparison to Peyton Pritchard this morning.
Yeah.
She's just a spark plug.
She's fun to watch. I went Pride Night. They had their Pride Night.
Yeah.
The
And
Valkyries
they
a couple weeks
embraced
ago.
it. Gabby Williams,
Well, the signs that they had there, and I had some pretty damn good seats
for
this game, and it was
amazing.
unbelievable.
People drew signs.
They drew signs about the Giants.
Oh,
they were putting them on a video board.
Wow.
There was one sign. I'd rather be at a Valks game than eat garlic fries anyway. There's another one about Posey. Like, Posey, don't even think about walking inside the Chase Center. We're good. Like, they were ripping the like people don't realize how massive that is. Massive. I mean, you can say what you want about pride and LGBT. Like, I grew up 2 blocks away from marketing from Castro. I'm 5 minutes away. I grew up right by the Money Man. It's part of our culture. It's part of our fabric. Yeah. It is what it is. And I got relatives who are part of the LGBT community. I never had a problem with it whatsoever. It is what it is. We got to embrace all. And that's the great thing about the World Cup.
Yep.
Is that it unified so many different people from so many different cultures. And it was all about peace and love. I mean, the Jordan fans gave me one of their scarves. Austria fans were high. Like, it was unreal.
Not one incident.
And the Giants botched that. And I don't think people realize how massive, how many people they turned off. And it's going to be a lot. It's going to take a lot to bring those people back.
You have to know what community you're playing for. And you just have to read the room.
Yep.
It's interesting you say that too. And I thought of World Cup because there was a match between Egypt and Iran at Seattle Stadium. And the Seattle Stadium on that night was having a Pride Night. And FIFA was allowing it in those two countries. That's not, you can't, that's like illegal. It's like punishable by like death in some place. It's pretty hardcore conservative. It's Egypt and Iran. And both of them try to tell FIFA, no, we don't want to be a part of this Pride Night or anything. And FIFA was like, no, too bad. Seattle owns the rights and they're doing everything. And you saw it everywhere and it was rainbows all over the place. And again, like to your point, you got to know where you are locally. And you think Buster playing his whole career here would have struck that note. Just didn't happen. And it's a different job, man. When you're the president of baseball ops, it's one thing, as opposed to being a player, when you have a bunch of other different teammates that might be able to speak about it and not you. So anyways, but the Valkyries, man, like.
I feel like the Valkyries, they're one player away.
Yeah.
They need that one player.
They don't have that closer on their team.
Who can step out and hit a three every now and then.
But elbow extended. So,
Right.
like, you watch some of the other teams, like Asia obviously is at the top. But she operates in that free throw line elbow extended and can get anything.
Any shot her wants.
Yeah,
Any
and,
she wants,
they're very three heavy and layup dependent.
Chelsea Gray, Jackie Young with the Vegas
Paige
Aces.
Breakers
But
can
also
break down anyone.
Paige Breaker, but also the Minnesota Lynx.
Yeah.
Olivia Miles is special.
Yep.
And they don't
She's
even
putting
have
up
Collier
unreal
back
numbers.
yet. Nafisa, Fee. They don't even have Fee back yet. She hasn't played all year long. She's an MVP. So when it comes to those two teams, because that's who you're going to have to get through to get to the WNBA championship, the WNBA finals, I feel like they're one player away. And they play hard. Gabby Williams is amazing.
They have the best defense in the Bay Area.
Defense is great, but they're one player away offensively, I feel like, to take that next leap, to take that jump.
And you look at the top, like WNBA team stat leaders, it's the Aces at 1 in field goal percentage overall. It's 48.8. You got the Lynx right behind them, 48.4, and all the way dead last to 15. It's Golden State Valkyries at 41.9%. It's just not, as you always say, Bonte, it's about buckets.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, like that's the difference in the playoffs, and that's the difference.
Gotta get buckets.
You got to get buckets. Like, you can have a great regular season. Again, it's insane how we talk about them because they've only been a franchise and playing franchise over a year and a half.
Right.
It's like the expectations. You made the playoffs last year. Is now can you make that next leap in beating a team like the Aces or Lynx? And they haven't been able to beat the Lynx. And I know they've beaten the Aces, but those are the two teams clearly above them right now.
Does Lakeland get credit for the way the Valkyries are being run?
He should. He should.
The Lakeland conversation it's just the guy can't win. I'm not saying he's the greatest. He's certainly not the worst. He's been awesome, and yet people act like he's just incompetent. And I just find the conversation, you're at the kiddie table.
Yeah.
Of debating.
The kiddie table's taking over, though.
Yeah, well.
The kiddie table's taking over. And the grown-up table has basically been ushered outside. It's like, hey, you're too old to sit here. The kiddie table's taking over. Seriously. Because it's just child's play on social media. I'm convinced now, because I see a lot of, if Eddie DeBartolo did this, the Niners would have had this and that.
Oh, God.
Eddie DeBartolo would have been raked over the coals in today's social media age.
He fired the Super Bowl winning coach, essentially.
Right. Yeah.
Before the game even happened, and Bill retired in air quotes.
Right.
He was fired.
He was fired because he fired Bill multiple times.
Some of the moves he made, you would look at him and say, "Oh, that's a dysfunctional franchise."
He fired Bill Musgrave
like today.
Right.
Yes,
he filed Bill Musgrave, the offensive coordinator, in the locker room.
In the locker room, dude.
Before telling him.
So I don't want to hear this. Oh, Eddie D would have done this, and I love Eddie D. I love Eddie DeBartolo. Joe Lacob gets a kick. I'm like, you're kind of like the modern day Eddie D. He goes, oh, really? How many championships does he have? And he knows. He knows. But that guy, Eddie DeBartolo, would have been crucified in today's day and age. So people just, like Jed York, I think has done a good job. He's redeemed himself from Harbaugh. Think about that.
Yeah. Shocking.
Shocking, but he has, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard for people to say that. It's hard for people to give Jed York any bit of credit. And people are going to think, oh, Bonte, you're just shilling, this and that, blah, 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 blah. Honestly.
Possibly could
the Niners they've been relevant. They're probably the most relevant team outside of the Rams in the NFL.
Yeah. Eagles,
What do you
Chiefs,
mean- what do you-
Chiefs.
I mean by relevant, like you could go on any national show. They talk Niners.
yeah.
It is getting clicks.
Yes,
it is getting views.
I was like, what do you, I didn't know where you were going with that.
Totally. It's the Cowboys, obviously, all the time. And
Yeah, but the Cowboys is a
haven't won
stale
anything.
talking point.
The Niners have been in NFC title games, Super Bowls, high-level games.
Chiefs, Niners, Rams, yes.
I mean,
I'd throw Eagles in there, too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sure.
And the owner's gotten out of the way. The owner said, hey, Lynch, Shanahan, what do you need? I will give you what you need. They spent a lot of money down there in Santa Clara on players, extensions that maybe have not been too fond of, but they've done it.
Well, to your point, like, we should know here in the Bay Area what a bad owner looks like. John Fisher forever.
Exactly.
Like, we know what a good and bad owner is when you have the examples in your backyard.
You got Lakeland paying luxury tax year in and year out. You've got Yorks and Mariah and Lynch and them giving out extensions left and right. The Giants, at certain times, have been frugal. They started to spend a little money, though, with obviously Willie Adames and Chapman and obviously trading for Rafael Devers to take down the entirety of the contract. But I'm not going to – all I want my owners to do as a sports fan is spend money, give the resources to the GM to spend that money and sign big-time players.
Yeah.
And I think for the 49ers and the Warriors, although they've whipped on certain players, they've tried to do that or they've accomplished that year in and year out.
We got Bonte in studio each and every time at Tuesday each and every time at this time. Presented by Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer. We were touching on, and I saw you post about it on your story, the Tom Brady thing, him and Logan Paul and the slap. And Tom's doing too much, Bonte. It's too much Tom right now. And we were talking about overall just, when it comes to the GOATs and they're trying to make their career post-playing, and he referenced Barry Bonds, he referenced T.O.
No, what I was saying was that everyone pointed at T.O. and Barry Bonds and said they're going to be miserable post-playing career. And yet I think that Tom's miserable. I think he's clearly, he's unfulfilled.
I don't know.
Do you have Tom fatigue is my question.
No.
Too much Brady?
No, I don't follow Brady like that. I mean, he does this thing in the booth. He's gotten better as an announcer. He has. He improved.
He is at everything.
He's making his money, right? I don't know. I don't know what the Logan Paul thing is about. I don't know if it's serious.
It's WWE.
Is it WWE?
Yeah, I looked into it. The guy that he bought the minority stake with the Raiders owns the TKO company, which is a parent company of WWE. So he's in bed with WWE.
Got it. I don't know. I'm not fatigued with Brady. I kind of like seeing his personality.
Okay.
Carter, you're with me, right? It's not a big deal.
I just don't care.
Yes.
No, that's fine. I just think him doing all this extra stuff and being too much in the media all the time, and I get it. Maybe this is how he's, helping himself after his career's over, and this is the itch he needs to scratch. I just think it's too much.
How?
I think it's too much.
All right, let me ask
this. A lot of money.
Let me ask this.
Why
Not
does
only
he
is it a
need
lot
the
of
money?
money. Hold on. Why not? That's how rich people say rich. What are you guys talking about? Who needs the money? We're always chasing the dollar.
You think he's doing this for the money?
Enough.
You think he's doing this for the money? No, I don't think so.
When
either.
is the last time you saw Brady before this Logan Paul episode?
The World Cup. Or the Fanatics thing. He's at the Fanatics event all the time.
All these
Him and
players
Michael Rubin. He's at the white party.
Okay.
He's hanging out with Michael Rubin constantly.
So is Kevin Durant. So is Jason Tatum. So is Draymond Green. So is Taylor Rooks. So is Fat Joe. So is every celebrity basically in America. So what's wrong with that? I don't get it.
It's so funny to see Fat Joe as part of mainstream media.
Yeah, I love.
Just
I'm not
funny.
gonna lie. I love the Fat Joe and Jada Kiss podcast.
No, it's hilarious.
It's
and
hilarious.
And Fat Joe tells tall tales.
Yeah, he's hilarious. But why is that? He can't party now?
Oh, he's allowed to do that.
He can't go to the white party?
Well, when you're partying with 25-year-old Instagram models, it's look at you a little different after your career ended the way it did, Tom. I'm just saying. He is the face of the NFL, one of them, and he's doing a lot. Is all I'm going to say. He's doing a lot.
He don't play no more.
I know he doesn't.
Josh Allen and Joe Burrow and Mahomes are the faces of the NFL now. Brady's gone. Brady's gone.
Who is the face of the NFL right now? Genuinely.
Mahomes.
I think it's still Mahomes.
Josh Allen, Joe Burrow. Yeah. They're all up there.
Final thoughts?
Lamar.
Stafford.
Shanahan? All I know is when Michael Jordan speaks, because he doesn't do it often, except when they're pre-recorded for NBC, I listen. Because after his career was over, he didn't do a lot of talking, Bonte. His words hold more weight because he didn't get interviewed all the time. Tom. It's too much Tom. Too much.
He's not getting
interviewed. Take a play off.
He was moderating
it's like Pedro Pascal. Too much Pedro Pascal right now in too many movies. Take a play off.
The things that bother you, Spinoni, is just so strange.
Yeah. No, I'm a strange individual.
Yeah, you are. Wear a helmet. Listen, I mean, seriously.
The drive-by helmet takes.
Seriously, you need to. You need to. Seriously. I think about that all the time now. Whenever I come in here and see you, it's like, dude, wear a helmet. You got 3 kids.
By the way, you speaking about the owners, Tom Dundon, he's gonna move that team in Portland, by the way. He's trying to. They're not reaching a lease agreement. Have you seen this? The new owner of the Portland Trail Blazers?
Yeah.
They're going to move.
Where are they going to move?
Probably Vegas. We'll see.
Think?
No, they're getting an expansion team in Vegas.
No, they might want to just do the move. Dundon might be in talks.
Suck.
Yeah, that's what I'm reading.
Portland's a great basketball
town.
Yeah, that
would suck.
Well, the team, the owners that I guess own, or the conglomerate that owns their local WNBA team and some of the other professional teams over there, they tried to buy it, but they got outbid by Dundon, and now I guess Dundon is making a play to leave Portland potentially, which would suck.
Do you not like Brady because he's part of the Raiders now?
I'm going to be honest. It doesn't help. Doesn't help that he's, part owner and he has his hands in everything else. I don't trust him in making like big time decisions. He's getting distracted, going to all these Fanatic events, trying to talk to Lionel Messi. The guy can't even speak English.
What if I told you, Bonte Spadoni?
You deal with this 4 hours a day now.
JT Brubaker would be one of the most reliable arms coming out of the bullpen for the Giants.
Great pivot.
What if I told you that?
Pivot.
What's his name?
Brubaker?
He's actually been one of their best arms coming out of the pen. Oh.
Talk to me next month.
I know.
Giants, hopefully you guys are watching the pre-post today. I mean,
no. Here's what.
Hey, Sergio had a great breakdown about the humidity and the ball grip and all that stuff. That was
the best part was when you brought that guy in who looked like Bryce Eldridge.
He's great.
He actually did look
Tino Eldridge.
And then he went out and got coffee, and we had one of our plants take a selfie. We went there to make it seem like, and there was a couple like, hold on. They're like,
real quick. Yaxel and Draymond's comments about him. Something or nothing.
We'll see you in training camp, right?
Don't leak any videos.
We'll see it on training camp on 95.7.
Leak the video.
The Game.
Wear a helmet.
Struggling with social isolation? Chances are you're not alone. Well, maybe you are, but you don't have to be. Introducing Dinner with Mom. Just one meal may help increase happiness and restore your sense of belonging. Side effects may include taking home leftovers and unsolicited relationship advice. Do not attempt if you're allergic to unconditional love. Call your doctor if conversations last more than 4 hours. Don't wait. Ask your doctor if Dinner with Mom is right for you. Brought to you by El Camino Health. Together ring heals.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. For the Bay Area, that means local service including burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and custom security designed to work with business operations. Bay Alarm has real people rooted in your community looking out for your business. After 8 decades and 3 generations of family ownership, our promise is still the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in LA.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here. The Dolan Law Firm. We're the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
Right now is the perfect time to head to Saramonte Ford. Huge selection, big savings, and straight up great deals. They've got a lineup of brand new Fords ready to roll. Trucks, SUVs, and hybrids, all priced to move. Whether you're buying or leasing, Saramonte Ford makes it easy, fast, and stress-free. So don't wait. Stop in person right off 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at SaramonteFord.com. That's SaramonteFord.com. Saramonte Ford, your San Francisco Bay Area Ford dealer.
Your daily commute could pay you back. With a rewards credit card from Stanford Federal Credit Union, you can earn up to 6% on gas and EV charging through September 7th, 2026. Enjoy low rates, no annual fee, and get 25,000 bonus points worth $250 cash back when you open and use your new credit card. Visit sfcu.org to apply online. All credit cards are subject to credit approval and membership eligibility. Terms apply. sfcu.org.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. The Second World War is the largest event in human history.
A 20-part series with Tom Hanks.
No part of the globe was untouched. No life unchanged.
Experience the ultimate account of World War II.
Every single person had a story. These are the stories that make us who we are.
Listen to World War II with Tom Hanks on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valklyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
Oh. And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty, good morning, everybody. How we doing out there? Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson this morning, this afternoon. What's up, Evan? How you doing, man?
I'm good, Steiny. You looking fresh. This is something we got to get to the bottom of early. Why do you not like all the shirts that we like, and why do you like all the shirts that we don't? That's a nice shirt. That's a wonderful shirt you have on today.
I don't like the material.
What? You just got it.
Yeah, I know it's not soft enough.
Did it go straight from the package?
No, I put it in the washing machine. It's just not enough. It's not enough.
Like, that's a nice enough shirt to take on your trip.
I probably will. But it's just not enough. Kind of like the Valklyries.
Okay. Wait, stop. You had a good time.
You want to have a conversation about the Valklyries? I'll have a conversation about the Valklyries.
Well, so tell the people what happened last night.
I went to my first Valklyries game at Chase Center. They had a 9-game winning streak. They got beat last night. Great atmosphere. Everything it was cracked up to be. And
took the fam?
Yeah. Took the daughters. They had a great time. They couldn't believe it. It was just like a Warrior game, only, as my daughter said, the decibel level seemed to be greater at that game than a Warriors game. She thought it was a lot louder. She could tell the difference.
So when did you figure out where you were sitting?
We were sitting like halfway up diagonal.
Oh, so kind of like...
It looked like we were actually like in a little bit of a Washington Mystics section, it looked like.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, they were probably pretty loud in the final 3 minutes.
Yeah, they were. The Valks. Talk about the Valks. Now, I'll talk about the Valks, but I gotta give a disclaimer.
What? That you walked in on a 9-game winning streak that got snapped?
I'm not going to come in here and say they're in trouble, but we got some issues we got to figure out here in
Scotty, they're
Golden
third
State.
in the WNBA. They're a really good team.
No, they are. You know what? I can see why they're going to win a lot of regular season games. I think the postseason could be a different story. Now, keep in mind, I'm kind of doing this off one game, so admittedly, I'm not here being completely, I don't want to say serious, but, there's some interesting things about that team. They play 10 people. They play 10 guys. They played 10 guys in the fourth quarter of that game. It's tricky stuff. That's all. It's just tricky stuff.
Well, you're talking about the reigning coach of the year, Natalie Nicasio, obviously. But
yeah.
Well, look, they were trying to figure out just how to close that game. And actually, okay, so what was the atmosphere like? Because I've been there when the Valkyries have gone on runs. I've been to 4 different home games this year. It gets really loud when thank you, Ken. It gets really loud when they start to, kind of build, push. The other team, you can tell, feels it when there's 20,000 screaming fans.
Yep.
But what was it like when things started to get a little tense? When the Mystics, they went on like an 11-0 run in the game?
Yeah, it got a little quiet, but again, I'll just tell you what, my daughters were saying is they were saying that, there's like, yeah, they lost, and they lost the 9-game losing streak, but there's still, what did I say, winning? Losing? 9-game winning streak. But I don't know. They were talking about how maybe the result was less important than the experience. You know what I mean? Like after they lost, it didn't feel like everybody was going home miserable and they were disappointed, but I think, and that's kind of one thing that I want to throw at you is I think they're still in the honeymoon phase where it's an incredible experience and the team is actually doing well. So everything's like kind of coming into place, and I just wonder if, they'll get to a point where the show, and I'm not saying that they are because they have the third best record in the WNBA. I'm just wondering, when, and it might not be for a while, this team is considered like a dominant team in the WNBA, and the results will maybe be more important than they are now.
When they become established.
They're getting there, right?
I think they are, but I think what you're asking is when they're not as much of a novelty.
Right, exactly. Exactly.
I do think there's some residue from them being a new team last year and, over exceeding expectations. And this season, I think the 9-game win streak kind of snuck up on people, right? Because before they're a little over 500, kind of jockeying back and forth, but they're legitimate. They've beaten some good teams. So I think people are starting to realize with, this recent stretch of basketball going into now the All-Star break, so they got a little bit of time, that I think people are catching up on just how good at basketball they actually are, as opposed to, I know a lot of my friends have been sold on the idea that it's a great environment. It's a great, Valhalla is a really fun place to watch a basketball game. But I think the reason why it is more this season is because the team's legit. And they got some players. I know they lost last night and kind of, in some sense, blew it. But they got some legitimate talent on this team. And now people are starting to ask questions because Goo will throw this at us. Does it seem like they're missing something? You know what I mean? Like people are talking about this team not just as they're just a show.
Right. Well, I saw, I was reading some social media after the game, and I saw Guru said, I've been saying they need another bona fide scorer. I saw Tim Kawakami of the Standard tweet, they need to figure out who they're going to, or, they need more of a go-to player.
We need Thundercats.
But that may be the issue. I also think when you play as many players as they do, that there's just naturally going to be kind of a pecking order problem. I mean, I'm looking at that game last night, and the Mystics played virtually all their starters the entire fourth quarter. And the Valklyries, they play 10 women. And so how do you develop a cohesiveness, let's say the last 6-8 minutes of a game? Who do you go to? Who's definitely going to be playing in that game, late? Where do you go? I mean, I think they're achieving, I think they're probably reaching their peak in terms of reaching their potential. I just don't know if they're going to be able to play like this and go far.
Yeah, but
at this point, they still may be a year or two away.
Well, that might be what holds them back, but it's also kind of their identity from what I've watched. And look, excuse me, they're 19-8, but we've asked this question all season. What's the identity of the Giants? We asked this question down the back half of the Warriors. What's the Warriors' identity? And I know the Valklyries play a lot of players, and to your point, when it's time to roll the ball out, you got to know who's doing what. But that's kind of why they've been so successful, because they run, they defend, and they don't score a ton of points. I think they're one of the lower teams in the league, but they make things very difficult with how fast they play. And they take a lot of threes. It's an up and down game. Some people, love the aesthetic of it, but it's also proven to have legitimacy as opposed to just, all right. I think a lot of times in sports when you see teams that, especially in basketball, all right, you take a lot of threes, you run, you play a lot of players. It's because you don't really have anybody established. But the Valklyries are proving that you can win with that style of basketball as opposed to the Golden State Warriors. Remember, it was a couple of years ago. They went 12-4 to start the season, playing 13 guys. And everyone was wondering when the other shoe was going to drop. This is to me different than that. It's just a different game.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing they definitely have, and you're right, they have an identity. They have a way to play, and they're going to come at you in waves. They're going to try to defend. They're going to play up tempo, and they're going to try to disrupt you. And you look at a game like last night, they win the turnover battle 16-8. They just struggled to score down the stretch of a game. But yeah, we'll talk a little bit more about the Valklyries. Also have to get into the Giants. We'll update you on LeBron. We got a lot of different things going on today, but we'll get into it. And if you want to talk a little Valklyries, now would be the time. 888-957-9570. We're going to be joined at some point today by Ohema Nyanen. She's the general manager of the Valklyries. So she's going to call us probably around the noon hour, hopefully. So we'll have her. But 888-957-9570 is the number. And that segment was sponsored by Cache Creek Casino Resort. You're going to love the way Cache Creek Casino Resort feels. Every escape there is going to feel a little more extraordinary. Every getaway is a chance to make the moment yours. Everything at Cache Creek Casino Resort will feel wonderful. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort. And no one plans to call a lawyer, but a lot of people wish they had sooner, because after an accident, the clock starts immediately. Insurance companies move fast. They call, they record, they push for answers, and one wrong move, maybe saying too much, signing too early, or trusting the process, can cost you thousands. That's why waiting is the biggest mistake you can make. Call Beam Law first, before you speak to insurance, before you agree to anything, and before you risk your case. This isn't just a claim, it's your recovery. It's your income, it's your future. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. So if you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't wait. Call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just one dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Looking around, feeding Thornton, hand back to Kalen, driving baseline, puts it up, banks it out, puts it back up and in. That's a new career high, 20 points for Kalenchen, bounced by 9. They're exploding here in the fourth quarter. 6 assists on 7 made field goals here in the fourth for the Valkyries. Good team shooting.
Bay Area, it's Coach Natalie Nakase. You're listening to Steiny and Guru, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Darryl the Guru Johnson today. We're talking a little Valkyries. I went to my first game last night, and don't blame me, but their 9-game winning streak came to an end.
Come on, man.
Hey, here's what I'm interested in, just philosophically. Where do you come down on this?
Okay.
All right. Just a couple things from the Valkyries. The Valkyries lead the league. They lead the league in bench scoring, 36 points a game. They also lead the league in bench minutes. Okay?
Yeah.
They're widely considered to have the best bench in the WNBA.
Mm-hmm.
After a recent game against Indiana, Gabby Williams said, "We got to be the only team that has multiple 6th player of the year options." Okay? Is that good?
If you're trying to win a championship, I think it's hard to, like, what was it? Like the Toronto Raptors used to be that way. Remember before they won the title against Golden State, they used to be a team that would run, 10 or 11 deep. And they had, they were successful. They won a lot of regular season games. But I think when it comes to competing into the postseason, and it's, in a way, Stein, isn't that a compliment, the fact that we're already here?
Yes.
Like, you're asking a question about what the difference is going to be between the Valkyries contending for a title and being just a really good team, which is currently what they are.
Right.
They're in year 2 of their franchise. And that's what I'm excited to talk to Ohem about. Their general manager is going to join us at some point during the 12 o'clock hour. But they're already there. And that, to me, is a compliment to the organization that a lot of expansion teams, it's what I want to ask her. Like, what was the vision for, is it 2 years, 3 years, 4 years? Obviously, some of it is, the business plan, just trying to make sure that this team is sold to its fan base and to its market. But I also think when you step into the Bay Area, you better have something legitimate, like something to sell. Because if you don't, people will lose interest fast. And I think that's where the Valkyries have found a sweet spot. They're a team that obviously has the atmosphere of Valhalla. They have the show. They have the entertainment portion. That was visionary from the start. But the basketball has improved, obviously, last year to a point where they can make the postseason. And now you and I, less than 365 days past that point, are talking about what's going to get them to the next level. And that, to me, is a compliment to the organization because expansion teams don't – we're not talking about most expansion teams like that.
Right. I mean, just from, again, like a broad, sweeping generalization, I feel like Nikasi's got them playing like absolutely to their potential. And they might even be overachieving, and they've got a style that's going to win them a lot of games. They go 10 deep and they use all 10 players. But I'm just wondering if, the next step is to start to get another really good player in here, and so you can cut the rotation down a little more and basically play most of the game with your best players. I just think if you have 8 or 9 players that you're playing, you're trying to get a lot of minutes for, it's one of those things where it's a game-to-game thing of who's going to finish, and there may be challenges if that's the case. But, to me, the next step for the Valklyries is just, building on this style that they play and now getting a couple players in here who are really good, who also embrace that kind of style and can play that kind of style. Now, maybe what they'll tell you over there is that we can't play that style with 5 or 6 players for 40 minutes a night. If we're going to play that style, we have to play a lot of players. And that's why I kind of thought it was a little interesting last night. I did feel like, and I told this to my daughter about midway through the fourth quarter, I said, well, this is where the Valkyries should win the game because the Mystics have had their starters in. They're going to play the whole fourth quarter, and the Valkyries are going to come back with some of their starters with 5 or 6 minutes left.
Yeah.
But last night's game just kind of followed a trend where the starters weren't as good as the bench if you look at the plus minus. So, I'm just wondering how they can maybe become a little more top heavy or starting 5 heavy, because I do think eventually playing 10 players is going to end up catching up with you.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the sample size of these 10 games, specifically the 9-game winning streak, is more what people are paying attention to. And that's why I do think they have a hierarchy. Gabby Williams is their best player. And you saw last night when they needed to try to get a basket, Gabby had the ball. Yeah. Burden initiates stuff. Williams gets the ball. Now, they missed shots, and I thought they looked a little tense, especially when I think it was after the Mystics got a couple of back-to-back and ones and drew even. You could tell that there was a little bit of tension from Golden State. But I think they have an idea of what they want to do, but they are missing, something. And I don't know if that's a star talent. You look at the 2 teams ahead of them. Las Vegas obviously has the best player in the league in Asia Wilson. Minnesota's got a bunch of firepower. They score, I think, the second most points in the W. So it's those teams can really light up the scoreboard. The Golden State Valkyries calling card has been their defense, and they are swarming. And so I think that, when the game slows down, and that's probably what you saw last night, it's difficult for them when they got to take the ball out of the basket. And maybe that's where, someone like Ohema, who we're going to talk to, is saying, all right, that's what we need to get next. That's what we're looking to identify, because I thought it was interesting that last season they were a postseason team. They brought back their top 4 players, and then they added Williams. Okay, well, what's the next step? They're slowly building this thing into what hopefully can be a perennial powerhouse in the WNBA. And I think it's interesting that so far they've done it without quote-unquote household names, these big all-stars that other teams have.
Well, and I think, if that's the plan, I think it's a great plan. And it's if you don't have stars because you're an expansion team and, you can't get the top players in the league, well, what do you want to do? You want to have depth. So they have depth, and they now have 10 really good players that they think they can play at any point in the game, which is great. And they're kind of overachieving, and they're forcing their style onto other teams. And, the next step is to just get a couple, get a player that's one of your top 3 or 4 players and push everybody down a little bit. And then maybe the minutes start to, aggregate more toward the better players. But I'm not here to criticize. I think there's a chance they could be doing this perfectly, where it's like early in your expansion years, you just have to scratch and claw and overachieve and win games because of style and hustle and heart and coaching and strategy. And then slowly but surely, as you get the opportunity to get better and better players, you start to evolve out of that. So I think on paper, I like what they're, it seems like what they're trying to do is, establish something in year one, which they've done, now build on it with that style as you're beginning to acquire better and better players, but the style continues to maintain, if you can.
Yeah, and who knows, they might be on schedule.
Right.
I mean, I remember, what was it, Natalie Nacase talking about at her introductory press conference about how there are high expectations from the owner. Joe Lacob wasn't going to hire a head coach that didn't believe that they could take a team to a championship in 5 years. That's a lofty goal. That's a really high expectation. But so far, it seems like they're on schedule. You make the playoffs, something that hadn't been done by an expansion team. You look like you're going to host a playoff series this year. Assuming they play a similar level of basketball, even if they fall off a little bit, the gap between them right now and the 5 seed is about 2.5, 3 games. There's a team in between there, but they've played every team below them in the standings right now very well. Dallas, they got they have success against. Atlanta, they've beaten a couple times. Indiana cannot get over on them. So I think they beat them once, but the Valkyries have had a stranglehold on the teams below them. The question is what's going to allow them to be viewed around the league as a legitimate championship contender. It kind of reminds me of what the Warriors were dealing with in the middle 2010s, sort of at the beginning. It's like, all right, they're a good team. They play a certain style of basketball. They have they have a special player, the Warriors did, which the Valkyries right now, I don't think can say they do. But they have an identity. And is that going to be good enough to, get over on the established powers? There's a lot of teams in the WNBA that have been there before, that have players that have that experience that Golden State does not. And I know they have some players on their team that are long established in the league too, but the point is they haven't done it together yet. And I think that's what we're going to find out this season, is how much, to your point, the strategy and the identity that Natalie Nacase has developed with this team, how far can that take them?
One of the things I think's kind of interesting is, okay, let's say they've been around now for a year and a half, and the number one theme of the Valkyries, I think, has been the experience at Chase Center for their home games. And that might not be fair, since they made the playoffs last year in their inaugural year, and then this year they're third in the WNBA. But I kind of feel like is their immediate success, which they've had, does that, is there going to be a point where the experience and the spectacle becomes secondary to whether they're having success or not? You know what I mean? Because I don't think they're there, but I don't think they should be there a year and a half in. But
that
the reality is
more about the team than what the game's going to be like.
Yes. I think, people are going out to see what the experience is. But now they've gotten to a point where they're third in the WNBA. Will there ever be a point where, the experience is always going to be the experience, but it's going to be about, are they winning enough? Are they exciting enough? Are they contending enough? And I almost feel like they're rushing to that point because they're having success early.
Yeah, but I got to tell you, just from walking around the city, being down by Chase Center for some of these games, I've been in the media section mostly, but I've also sat, with friends and other people. Fans are locked in. They know this team. And it's not just the season ticket holders. I do think that there's a lot of fans out there that watch the Valkyries the same way that Warriors fans watch the Warriors. It's like, all right, Kaylin Chen's having a career night like she did last night. Williams she's not really feeling it in the fourth quarter. Salon's coming in off the bench. She's a gunner, getting 12 points a game. It's like I think that there are people that are already there with the Valkyries, and what I think is really cool is that started last season, but now other people are getting to catch up. And so I know that there's a lot of gatekeeping, especially with new sports and especially women's sports, but I do have to hand it to a lot of fans. For example, I popped into a bar the other day and the game was on, and there was a few people wearing Valkyries hats. They were just sitting there watching the game. And, I hadn't paid attention to every single game during this 9-game winning streak, but I knew they'd been playing well. So I went up and asked them, hey, like, what's going on today? What's been happening? And they weren't like, oh, come on, you want to come watch the WNBA game. It was, no, hey, actually, this is what's going on with the team right now. They're playing well. They kind of had a tough fourth quarter in Indiana, but managed to pull it out. Like, those kinds of things to me are inviting, and it's what helps grow, not just the game itself, but the fandom around the Bay Area. Because the last thing you want to do if you're trying to figure out where you fit in with the Valkyries, as opposed, if you can't go to games, it's like, all right, are my friends excited about them? That's what's going to get me to go, because the team now has enough legitimacy on the court that you're going to the game not just for the experience, but you're going to see an actually good basketball team. And that's where they found this sweet spot, in my opinion, pretty early on, that I don't know if they expected, Steiny, but they've certainly earned our attention.
Yeah, the one thing I'm wondering about is, maybe you can speak to this better than me, but there's no way every WNBA team's drawing 17,000 at home.
No.
So my question would be, when the Valkyries, we heard there was going to be a WNBA team, and then the first stories that we heard out, were they have 12,000 season ticket requests, and there's already a waiting list. My girls asked me this last night. Dad, why do you think the Valkyries are so popular? Like, why do you think they've sold out every single game they've played since they've been here? Like, why? Where does this interest come from? Why is this arena filled up? And what is it about the Valkyries that has kind of interjected themselves into the sports scene? Because it's been pretty amazing.
Well, let me ask you, because that was the first game you'd been to.
Yeah.
Do you want to go back?
Yeah, I'd go back. I'll probably see a couple games a year if I could.
But I think that's your answer. It's like you go one time and you're hooked. I think that's what gets people to go back to all sporting events, is that they enjoy the experience and the time. And some of it is regardless of the team. It's like people are still going to Giants games because they like baseball or they like the ballpark. There's something about it outside of the actual performance, which has been paltry at best, that makes them want to return. The Valkyries right now have both. But as somebody who, didn't go during the inaugural year, I feel like the energy's been the same.
Right.
Now the basketball, and they were good last year, but the basketball is catching up to the actual atmosphere.
I guess what I'm wondering is why have the Valkyries, like, I agree. Okay, so I went to the game last night and my kids went and they're like, this is great. And we'll definitely go again when we can. And, we'll go a couple times. But why from minute one? Why before they ever played a game? Why was there so much interest in the Valkyries? That's what, like, my daughters were asking. And I didn't really have an answer other than, the Bay Area has all different kinds of people. There's an unbelievable diversity here. And for whatever reason, or the reasons we know, the Valkyries, you don't have to be, well, I don't want to say you don't have to be a hardcore sports fan, but there's an interest with the Valkyries with people, I think, that wouldn't typically be basketball fans or sports fans. And like, they've tapped into something, but I don't know exactly what it is. But it has something to do with the diversity of the area, I think, and just the kind of the novelty of a new sport. But the new sport has managed to incorporate people that maybe have been left outside the Giants and the Warriors and the 49ers group of fans.
Well, what was the stat last year? That was, it's like the majority of season ticket holders are different season ticket holders than the Warriors.
That's obvious when you get out there.
It feels like a different fan base.
Right. No doubt. I mean, when when they're showing fans on the big screen, the fans don't look like the fans at Warriors games. They just don't. And, there's obviously a different crowd in there. Obviously, the tickets are probably a little bit cheaper, but, there's just something about how they've caught fire and there's been no let up even in a year and a half. And I don't know that if they weren't winning, the atmosphere would be any worse at this point. And then I'm just kind of wondering just about the growth of a franchise, the growth of a team, and as a team starts to improve since their inception, when, the expectations start to come and the novelty wears off and all that. But here's what I want to really get at is me saying, what's going to happen when the novelty wears off? It's like, well, then the game just takes over. Well, they're the third best team in the WNBA, so they don't need novelty anymore. They're one of the better teams.
Yeah, but your question of is Chase Center still going to be full if the team is not good? It's like I don't think we're there yet. I do think that there's still enough shine on the newness of the franchise that people are just excited. And again, I do think that the whole first impression aspect has been important for the Valklyries because every single piece of their rollout of this franchise to me has garnered interest. Whether it's the colors, the logo, the gear. I mean, you see people really like the purple and black.
No doubt.
And it's something that's small and may seem irrelevant to a lot of people, but it's like if you have cool gear, okay, then people are going to wear it around the city. And then that brings, all right, well, someone at my local restaurant is wearing a Valklyries hat. Or, hey, that Letterman jacket looks pretty cool that all the season ticket holders got. Like, I know people that do not pay a lick of attention to sports that are interested in the Valklyries just because of the appearance, because of how cool they seem. And I think that happens for all new franchises to some extent, but the Valklyries have captured it quickly because they've mixed substance with their ability to sell the brand. Yeah. And that's where I think they're different from a lot of expansion franchises, not just in the WNBA, but, I mean, it feels like the Bay Area.
I think there's also something about fans getting in on the ground floor and being the first fans of a player or a team that's pretty exciting. I think about the Warriors, and there's been diehard Warrior fans my age, who've been watching this team for 50 years and they live and die with it. Well, this team's only been around for a year and a half, so what does that lack of a connection mean? I mean, it could mean more passion early and then it wanes over time, or maybe this is the start of something where this, franchise obviously becomes entrenched. And I mean, let me tell you what my girls were amazed at is just that, and I know people might say, well, no kidding, but you go out there to Chase Center and there's 18,000 fans there and it's a women's game. You just don't see that every day.
Well, the reality is...
And the crowd going crazy.
Well, look, okay, baseball in this town is, when the Giants are good, people show up. And they show up regardless to the ballpark, but I'm just talking about the interest of the team. The Valklyries right now, you could make a case, are more popular than the Giants because of how bad of a season they've had. When people talk about the Valklyries, it's positive. When people talk about the Giants, it's not like they're very interested in the team. Outside of... And I know we'll get into it, but what do you do at the deadline? And how's Vitello doing? And is Posey the right guy for the job? It's like all these questions about the Giants right now have to do with how do we get back on top?
Right.
The Valklyries have quickly found their way there in terms of interest around the Bay Area. I'm not saying that they're never going to outsell the Giants or be a bigger brand, but right now they are of their popularity. To me, at least just from, walking around San Francisco, I live in the Mission, people are more excited about the Valklyries than they are the Giants.
Probably rightfully so.
Right now.
Yeah. Let's go to Austin. Austin's in San Mateo. What's up, Austin? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good, man. Hey, you know what I think it is? I think it's just the Bay Area, period. We like sports. Not only that, whether we losing it or winning, we going to still show up. And not only that, it brings, like, the Warriors, Curry and them. They bring that excitement, so we want to see that the same thing. They play, like, similar style. They play with 10 people plus people and whatnot, whether you're hot or not. So, I mean, that's what I think it is. It's just the Warriors bring that energy, and now the Valkyries is doing the same thing. And shout out to the Warriors for winning the Summer League, too. So, it's just bringing more in, that's all.
Gotcha, Austin. Yeah, I mean, there's probably some residual Warriors passion that's spilling over to the Valkyries, but there's also a new segment of fans that I don't get a sense go to Warriors games who are going to Valkyries games. There's not a ton of overlap that I noticed last night. I'm in that arena and I'm like, well, this doesn't really look like a Warrior game. Kids also said that there are more people. They thought there were more people in Valkyries gear at the game last night than come in Warriors gear for Warriors games.
I think that's a fair observation. But
there's
again,
a lot of purple.
Well, I was going to say the purple also pops.
Right.
But the last thing here for this segment to me is just to Austin's point, Bay Area sports fans respect greatness. They respect teams that are competitive, and they show interest when teams are good. Some people call that bandwagoning, but I also think just because of how many options there are in the Bay Area, you got to be good to garner attention. Otherwise, people are going to take their money and their interests elsewhere. And that's why, the Valkyries, again, it's a compliment to them. They've already captured the interest and imagination of fans, not just because of the brand, but because of how good they are.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. Valkyries have their 9-game winning streak snapped. They're still the third best team in the WNBA. Now it's the All-Star break. They won't play till next Wednesday, so they're off for a week. But a great first half of the season for the Valkyries. Can't really say that about the San Francisco Giants. Maybe another new low for them last night. We'll talk a little bit about the Giants. We'll get you caught up on all things LeBron James. And that segment was sponsored by Ceremony Ford. The summer sales event is on at Ceremony Ford. Get 0% APR, $1,000 in down payment assistance, no payments for 90 days, plus a 2-year maintenance plan on models including F-150, Bronco, Mach-E, Explorer, and Mustang. Ceremony Ford in Colma Daly City or ceremonyford.com.
Grass-fed ribeyes.
Yes, chef.
Responsibly sourced salmon that was never frozen.
Yes, chef.
Restaurant quality steaks.
Yes, chef.
Organic chicken.
Yes, chef.
Wild-caught seafood.
Yes, chef.
At Sprouts, every cut is handpicked for flavor, freshness, and quality worthy of the chef at home. Even if your toughest critic still needs a booster seat.
More steak, please.
Yes, chef.
Sprouts Farmers Market.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Hey, Albert, can you help us plan and budget for a bathroom renovation?
I certainly can. Let me review your finances.
Who are you talking to?
Albert, my AI financial assistant that I can access right in the app. It automates all things finance, moves money, pays bills, creates personalized alerts, finds savings, and so much more.
Your bathroom renovation financial plan is ready. I found cash you can put aside, and to cover the rest, Albert can get you up to $10,000 fast.
Can you find contractors nearby within our budget?
Here's a list of contractors. Would you like help requesting a $10,000 loan for your bathroom renovation?
Yes! Download the Albert app and use promo code READY to access Genius. Plus, get up to $10,000 for whatever you need. Just download the Albert app right now and use promo code READY to get up to $10,000. That's promo code READY.
Looking to get your next project done right without running all over town? At Ashby Lumber, everything you need is in one place. From premium lumber and building materials to doors, windows, decking, and hardware, we've got it all, ready when you are. Whether you're a contractor on a deadline or a homeowner starting something new, our team knows the products and helps you get it done right the first time. 2 locations, Berkeley and Concord. Ashby Lumber, one stop, done right.
You know the feeling. It's 2 a.m. You're awake, running the numbers in your head. Payroll's coming. A client hasn't paid. Costs just went up. And you're thinking, how am I going to make this work? That's where LendSeek comes in.
That was me. I had payroll in 3 days and money tied up in receivables. I couldn't wait weeks for a bank. I went to LendSeek, and within minutes, I saw real funding options. They were clear, upfront, no games. By the next day, the money was in my account. Payroll went out, crisis over.
LendSeek uses AI to match your business with the right funding, up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours.
With LendSeek, it's not just funding, it's knowing you're covered when things get tight.
If you've been in business for at least 1 year with at least $500,000 annual revenue, apply today. No upfront costs, no prepaid penalties. Because in business, waiting isn't an option. Start ready, stay ready with LendSeek. Apply at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Hey there, it's Jill Schlesinger. I'm launching a new show. It's called Money Moves, and your money is going to move. We're going to help you make better financial decisions. We're going to call out the BS you're finding all over social media. We're going to give you actionable guidance to make your financial life clearer, less stressful. We're going to answer your financial questions and take the mystery out of your financial life. Follow and listen to Money Moves with Jill Schlesinger wherever you get your podcasts.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
The San Francisco Marathon is right around the corner, Sunday, July 26th. Catch 95.7 The Game near the Chase Center Hydration Station as we're out there proudly supporting the runners. Get all the marathon details at 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Hey, we got some, I don't want to tease anybody because it's not what you think it is. Got a little breaking news.
What is it?
Yaxel Lendeborg has been named the MVP of the entire Vegas Summer League.
Yeah.
45 minutes ago.
Let's go.
So Lendeborg was voted the MVP of the league. So he won. He was the Summer League MVP and the championship game MVP. He joins the following. You want to try to guess the first team all NBA Summer League team this year?
Yes.
Okay.
I feel pretty good that I know two of them.
Okay.
Cam Boozer.
That's one. Yaxel.
Yep. No, and the other one, Caleb Wilson.
Correct.
Outside of that, who had a good summer?
Warriors were said to have interest in this one guy. If he would have been
Brayden
there.
Burries.
And then Malik Thomas, the Cavaliers player who had a great summer league.
Was he a second
round pick, I believe.
Yeah, he's the guy I was reading that people were really hot on.
Yes. And the second team, man, I'm going to have trouble spelling it. Cedric Coward, your guy.
Yeah.
Igor Demine,
okay.
Brooklyn. Kamen Malak, the Suns. Liam McNeely, the Hornets. And Zion Pullen, the Timberwolves.
All right.
This is the second team.
So Yax was the best of the best in Summer League.
Good sign. Good sign. And I guess he did win over Draymond a little bit. Push that to the side. Looks like
I agree with you.
Looks like the boys are getting along a little better.
Well, you got to respect.
Somebody got to Draymond. That's the way I read it. Let's go to Sam. Sam's in Sunnyvale. Hey, Sam, how you doing?
I'm doing okay. How about you guys?
Good, Sam. What's up?
Yep.
So I wanted to address, I think that there's a very good reason, a very positive reason why the Valklyries have met with such enthusiasm and excitement. I think that there are a lot of women in this area. There are a lot of gay women in this area. And sports, there are a bunch of sports that really haven't been targeted to them. And here they go out and they see a great product. They see something focused on women and the achievement of women. And so I think that's a really cool thing. And I think that helps. And it also, just from an economic point of view, it's additive. They're not taking fans away from sports where these folks didn't feel like it particularly spoke to them. So
right.
I think that's part of the equation. And I think it's very cool.
Yeah, it was really cool last night, Sam. Thank you very much for the call. It was a great experience. Like my daughter's a couple times just like, I can't believe this. I can't believe this.
Now, what?
Just the enthusiasm level.
What was their excitement level going in?
They were excited, but I think it exceeded their expectations. I mean, I think it really hit them. You know, one daughter's 24, one daughter's 20, and they played soccer and they're into sports. But I think it really hit them walking into the arena that they've been to. Like, they've been to that arena and seeing basically the exact same atmosphere, the exact same number of people, and, you know, incredible excitement. And then they get out to the floor and they see a women's game going on. Like, I think that hits a lot of girls and women in a way that's, you know, pretty powerful.
Yeah, I think look, Chase Center is where the Warriors play. That's where Steph Curry, you know, all the big boys come to play. And I do think there is, all right, they're playing on the same floors as Steph Curry. It's the exact same, you know, and Chase Center is, look, in comparison to the WNBA, it's a much bigger arena. You go to a lot of other places around the W, and they're smaller gyms. And typically, that's how I think people view women's sports, as being smaller, you know, and there's less interest. But that's not the case with the Valklyries. They sell out. People are just as excited about them as they are about Golden State Warriors basketball. And, you know, having that established venue, along with, you know, maybe I don't know if it's a perception, but having that venue, I think it makes it feel big time when you walk in there.
Absolutely.
And it is big time.
It is a pro basketball event. There's no doubt. Let's go to Bleacher Dave. What's up, Bleacher? How you doing?
Steiny, Ev, y'all finally got out there. Hey, Stan, you got out there. Hey, a question for you.
Yeah.
Did you predict the Knicks to have won the championship? Is that you?
Did I pick the Knicks?
Yeah.
No, I didn't. I had San Antonio.
Okay, it wasn't you. It wasn't you then. I was calling up to apologize. It's funny picked the Knicks and I ripped them. Anyway, Steiny.
Yeah.
Steiny.
Yeah.
On a 9-game winning streak, and you had to come out and jinx it? What the heck, dude? Come on, man.
Get him, Dave.
You could have just taken my reports. Stop. Look, this is how big why are the Valklyries so big?
Yeah.
I called you guys a month ago and called your screener and said I want to talk Valklyries. He wouldn't even put me on the board. A month later,
give me his name.
Y'all are now talking about. I don't know, man. I'm not a fake. They don't snitch. You want to tell me to snitch? I'm dry snitching on nobody. Hey, now you're wondering why they are the most popular team in the area, because they're a phenomenon. So think about this. This has got to be the greatest launch to a franchise team in the history of American sport, right? They've sold out every game. They went from $50 million to $1 billion, and the team is just so much fun to watch. I think they're the kind of basketball that we like. I mean, they played terrible defensively overall last night, and they lost in very disappointing fashion. But there was one stretch in the second quarter where their defense absolutely grabbed the Mystics by the throat and just throttled them, right? 3 possessions in a row, either offensive foul, steal the ball, or 24-second violation. I think that reminds me of the Golden Dynasty Warriors. Defense first, the numbers, the strength in numbers, interchangeable amoeba-like defensive movements. But what they don't got is why we lost. They don't have a 1A reliable scorer. Like when they got to 80-80, I tell the people around me, who are they going to go to?
Right.
So that's an issue. But to talk about the popularity, this one thing I think you haven't called out explicitly. That team sold out games before they were announced.
Right.
Mm-hmm. This area has a strong, loud tradition of supporting women's sports. I think that's part of it. But you cannot not say how much gay pride there is in the arena. Just like the Raiders represented underdogs in Oakland in the 70s, the Valklyries are representing a lesbian primarily, but also just a general autumn letters, alphabets kind of community that has been kind of left out. And so the pride you feel and you see in the arena is amazing. Like last season, I had a woman and her daughter come up to me and my friend and go, "Thank you for being here as men." I walk around Oakland, vouched out, and women go, "Oh, thank you for." It's great to be appreciated for being a sports fan. So anyway, dude, and then the atmosphere you said is like the chase for the Warriors. No, it's not. It's so much better.
No,
tell me them people cheering out there without the video board prompting them is not a better vibe than currently in Chase. It's a roarful crowd. It's fun. It's fun, y'all. So I know you had a great time. Absolutely. And the basketball is good. And I think we got to focus on that as well.
Thanks, Bleacher.
I'll be out there cheering.
All right, buddy. Thank you.
No doubt, Dave.
No, I said my kids thought the atmosphere for that game last night was more jumping than a Warrior game. You know what I wanted to ask Bleacher Dave? I didn't have, I almost said a program in front of me. Would you have known what that meant?
A program?
Yeah.
Like a magazine? Or one you give away at the games?
Yeah.
Like a little pamphlet?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I didn't have all the heights and weights of the players.
Now, do you say that you watch your programs?
No, I didn't have a program in front of me where I saw everybody's height and weight and stuff.
Just didn't know if you were that old.
No, I am that old. Valkyries seemed a little small. Like the Mystics had 2 big women inside, and they were pretty good down the stretch. They finished a lot. It felt like the Valks were a little bit like their brethren, a little small.
Well, getting hit by some size issues, but again, we're going to talk to Ohema in a little over an hour. Maybe that's the next step.
You know who I do like though for the Mystics? Citron.
Iriafen?
Now Citron.
Why?
The guard.
Yeah, why?
She's clever. She's good. She knows how to play.
Oh, she kind of controlled the last 3 minutes.
Yeah, she makes her foul shots.
Took over.
And then I'll tell you what. You know me. I'm not the Chris Paul. You coaching? We got to play.
You got something for Natalie?
We got to play Xanda Lazzini more. I think she's got to play more.
Yeah, I don't get your obsession with certain players.
She's got a great handle.
I'm aware. This is not a Valkyries thing, though. You generally pick a player or two on every Bay Area team, and there's something about them that just sticks with you.
She has a composure about her I like.
She was in and out of crunch time.
I know. And
hey, sometimes you don't pull the right strings. Kaylin Chen had it going. She's got to be out there.
People want to run Steve Kerr out of town when he doesn't go back to Spencer. When Spencer's playing well, Nakase's got that decision to make every single game.
Sorry.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
When was the last time Steve Kerr was 12 games above 500? When he gets 12 games above 500, he can earn himself
That's
a little...
a great question.
I'm serious. You probably got to go back to...
It has to be the championship year.
I was thinking that or the year after.
No? They started 12-4 one year, but that's only 8.
Yeah. No, they ain't a lot of times in recent years they've been 10 games above 500.
Did a quick Google search, guys.
Yeah.
2019.
That can't be right because they were 53 and 29, I think,
Yeah,
in
during the
2022.
championship year, in 2022,
I can keep looking, but this is what the first AI.
See, that's why I am AI. They were seeded third the year they won the title.
And actually, they wouldn't have been the year after because remember they started like 2-8 the year after they won the championship.
Yeah, it's going to be 2022.
Yeah, so when Steve Kerr gets back to his winning ways, then we can talk about him like we do Nicase.
Let's go to Mike. Mike's in Novato. Hey, Mike, what's going on, man?
Hey, how you get? All right. Okay, so I started watching the WNBA a few years ago because I heard about Caitlin Clark. Sounded like she played like Curry. Had a pretty exciting first season. The next year, we get the Valklyries, so I start watching them, and instantly they're competitive. And it's super exciting because it's like, how do these guys create a new team, which is basically of a bunch of 6 men, or in this case, 6 women, and they're like super competitive. And this year, they picked up a couple taller people. So they do play taller, even though you witnessed this game you went to where it looked like they were struggling in the paint.
Yeah.
And I think that was true. They just kind of played this baseball game series where it's like you play the same person twice. Yeah. And it looked, for whatever reason, they really struggled against this team, which is the Mystics are basically a 12 by 12 and 12 team, but it's difficult to beat them.
Yeah, it's tough to beat a team twice.
Yeah, and I think they kind of ran into that deal where you got 10 wins in a row, and you're not as excited about winning. I know that sounds ridiculous, but it's just
No, I got you, Mike.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, man. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Finish up.
The last thing I was going to say is, so who are they? Where are they in the pecking order? Is they've proven they can handle and beat everybody except the Aces and the Lynx.
Right.
So that's kind of their next step, and maybe they need that person that's not a 6th man.
Gotcha. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate the call.
I got some bad news for our theory. It's actually 2 seasons ago.
What was?
When Jimmy Butler got here, they were 12 games above 500 at one point.
When?
They finished 48 and 34.
I guess I'm not AI.
Yeah. Well, neither was the crack staff. Yeah, that's
they're 48 and 34 in what they were playing team though, right?
Yeah.
Or was that when they were 6?
No, that's when they finished 7th, that regular season finale.
Right.
There was something I have. Oh, you want to know how the Valklyries are legit?
Sure.
We're reminded of this every year in the NBA. The teams that are good, they don't care about the game before the All-Star break. Every team that's a legitimate squad overlooks whoever is below them the game before they go into the break. They're already in wherever they're vacationing, or in case of Gabby Williams, she'll be playing in the All-Star game. That's how you know the Valklyries have arrived. They're already good enough to overlook teams right before the break.
It's not a bad call. That's not a bad call. 19 and they're 19 and 8. 19 and 8.
Yep.
Heading into the break. So yeah, great time out there last night. Had a lot of fun.
I'm glad.
And just got to tighten up a few things, and we'll be fine.
Did you guys get any of the they throw out T-shirts and drop Sephora packages and stuff like that?
Actually,
Did you get one?
Yeah, I'm going to need to. I got to revisit something. I didn't realize this, and it was Hello Kitty night last night.
Did you get there early enough to?
No, they were all out by the time we got there.
Those fly off the shelves.
I mean, Hello Kitty's pretty big.
Were your daughters disappointed?
Not really, no.
Oh.
They've outgrown that. But there was a Hello Kitty trivia contest during one of the timeouts. Do you know the city where Hello Kitty was born, originated?
I guess it'd be somewhere in Asia.
I got this right, by the way. It's London.
London?
Yeah, Hello Kitty.
How'd you know that?
Because they asked it last night.
No, but you said you got it right. Because you knew it before the question.
Yeah, because it said, did she originate in London or New York? And I was like, London.
Oh,
so I got it right.
There was a multiple choice. I got you. But did Grace know? She lives in London.
She didn't know. Hello Kitty's really tailored toward, I think, preteens.
Yeah, but get to know your city.
But
you know what I mean?
Although you know what? There are some like women, like regular, like 30, 40, 50-year-old women that are like overly into Hello Kitty. It's kind of weird.
Well, maybe they grew up on it.
Yeah, I know, but
it's like you with trading cards. I don't get why you still collect baseball cards.
I don't.
You do.
Haven't collected a baseball card in 40 years. It's I'm always a little leery of grown-ups into cartoons, and it's like with those movies you see a lot of times that
Steiny,
are
you don't
animated.
Like Disney adults?
No. Oh no, that's not true.
So all the people that walk around with Labubu's, you're just wondering,
what are those?
Isn't that what they're called? They're the little sock
the
puppets.
freaky doll looking things. They're like the what's the?
Come on, man. People are going to tell you that your interest in golf is completely asinine.
It's a grown man sport, pretty much. It's not like a Hello Kitty.
Yeah, but some guys aren't into golf. Some women aren't into, I don't know, book clubs.
Let me talk to you about the whole Disneyland thing. I've changed my tune on that. If you're an adult and you like to go to Disneyland, go to Disneyland. And one of the reasons is
it's the happiest place on earth.
I now have a grown daughter, and she goes with her partner. They live down in LA, and they go like once a month.
Really?
Yeah,
that's a lot.
Because they live in
seasonal
Inglewood.
passes.
And once a couple months. Once every couple months.
Yeah, some people are going to do.
And I was starting to think about it, and I said to myself, and I said to her, I go, you know what? Let's say the next time I come down, we go to Disneyland. I'm going again without kids.
Who would you take a picture with?
My daughter.
No.
Foghorn Leghorn.
I don't think he'll be there.
What do you mean?
That's a Looney Tunes, WB.
It's Warner Brothers.
Oh.
And why is Foghorn Leghorn the only one that you ever bring up when I talk about cartoons?
Tasmanian Devil?
I'll say it.
No.
That's my Foghorn.
Same company.
Okay, how about obviously Wile E. Coyote in the Roadrunner? No?
You just keep naming WB characters.
He's also naming Looney Tunes characters that are involved in chaos. And the only ones that are involved in chaos.
What's it?
Like Daffy Duck was in the New York Times the other day.
Daffy Duck, Donald Duck is overrated. Daffy's better than Donald. There's no doubt about that.
Not in Sweden. Every single Christmas day. This is one of the weirdest holiday traditions I've ever heard of. But every single year in Sweden, people wake up on Christmas, and you know how folks like watch the Grinch or, I don't know, whatever cartoon you just watched in the day?
Yeah.
There's a Donald Duck Christmas cartoon, a special, that is played every single morning. And everyone in Sweden wakes up and watches it on Christmas Day. I have no clue why. I've never actually seen it.
Is that the Scrooge McDuck one?
It could be. Yeah, it's an American cartoon, but the Swedes have adopted it and made it their own.
All right, well, I'm just looking at the 100 greatest Disney characters. So let me get to some of them, and I'll tell you.
The greatest Disney characters?
I mean, I was
always a Hercules guy.
Bugs Bunny? Is he done?
He's a Looney Tune.
He's Looney Tunes? I must be a Looney Tunes guy.
Mickey Mouse. Minnie Mouse.
By the way, Minnie, obnoxious. And Mickey ain't much himself. How about
Daffy Duck is Disney, not Donald.
Goofy.
Bambi? Mary Poppins?
Captain Hook?
Moana?
I was going to say, you're naming the oldest possible Disney cartoons?
No, I'll tell you what. Here's somebody I would get my picture taken with. We're in the top 20. Definitely Winnie the Pooh. Definitely Winnie the Pooh. But I'd much rather have like...
you seem like an Eeyore guy.
Not Tigger. What was the... the Gopher is a great character. Snow White, Mulan, Here's who else needs to go. Goofy. No interest in Goofy.
He was here at the station not too long ago.
I know, and everybody got mad at me because I didn't say hello.
Well, he's kind of a strange-looking guy.
All these guys. Olaf.
Oh, isn't he
Simba?
The wizard? Oh, yeah, Simba. People like.
Yeah, you know what?
I like the
kind of liked Woody from Toy
lion.
Story. Would that count?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mickey Mouse is number one, but I never really had an affinity for him.
Well, he's the original.
We move on. Speaking of Goofy, did you see the ninth inning of that Giants game last night?
We got to talk about that.
We sure do.
There's a lot that happened in one inning. It's kind of representative of the whole season.
They're now a season high 16 games under 500, I believe.
They've been 15 or 16 for what feels like 3 months.
Now, this is the one thing I monitor.
What?
I do monitor.
The wild card?
No, how many games under they are. And I believe they reached a new nadir last night.
I thought it was, I thought they'd been below 15. So, no, not to this point.
I think it's the first time they've been 16 under. Come on, Ken.
I mean, they've been flirting with it the whole time.
Yeah, he's
It doesn't matter.
It's a new season low for the Giants. You can't write the same headline every single night.
Hey, Giants fans, the producer doesn't feel like looking it up, but I'm right? 16 games under is their season low, if you will. All right. Hey, let's see. Basketball coverage on 95.7 The Game. Well, it's presented by Xfinity. You can score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll get into the Giants and we'll figure out whether they have reached the official low point or not by the end of the break on 95.7.
Embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing from Sierra Nevada. If you know how to time the beer run so you don't miss a second of the action, catch every game, no matter the time. If you're up for whatever the season brings, then embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing. Hazy, citrusy, smooth, juicy, but not sweet, hoppy, but not bitter, bursting with fruit flavor and aroma. There's a reason it's America's best-selling Hazy IPA. Sierra Nevada brews Hazy Little Thing with the purest ingredients for the finest quality in every sip. Velvety smooth and handcrafted with Citra and Mosaic hops.
Whether you're anchoring the tailgate before kickoff or running the clock down with classics on the patio, nothing hits the gap better than the rhythm of the city and a cold Sierra Nevada Hazy Little Thing IPA. It's the ultimate clutch play for your summer, so embrace the haze.
When you're living in the moments that matter, it matters which beer. Embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing by Sierra Nevada. That's Hazy Little Thing by Sierra Nevada. Enjoy responsibly.
Here's good news for folks who have a jumbo loan. The Loan Exchange, America's jumbo lender, is offering a 30-year fixed-rate loan at a 5.75% interest rate and 5.939% APR for loan amounts up to $3 million. So if you have a mortgage with an interest rate of 6% or higher, give America's jumbo lender a call at 833-436-8800. You drive around to find the cheapest gas, so why not refinance your mortgage? Every day you wait, you're wasting money on needless interest. Go to theloanexchange.com or call 833-436-8800 to find out what your savings will be with a new 30-year fixed-rate loan at 5.75% interest rate and 5.939% APR. NMLS 1637539. Loan subject to credit approval. See website for licensing information, loan terms and conditions. Equal housing lender. That's theloanexchange.com or call 833-436-8800 for a 30-year fixed-rate loan at 5.75% interest rate and 5.939% APR.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
I just bought a new automobile the same way they did in the 1900s when movies were silent.
Well, I just got this Jeep from FlexCar. Maintenance and insurance are included, and I can switch cars anytime.
What are you, high on giggle juice?
The first and only month-to-month car lease. FlexCar, you drive everything.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
If life is a game to be won, then every child deserves to play on a level field. Children International is empowering young people in poverty on their journey by giving them the tools, the training, and the skills to shape their own futures. From the early days of development through all stages of growth and into employment. This is how, together, we can help end poverty for good. Learn more at children.org.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Get a $20 gift card after rebate with the purchase of a select AC Pro ready-to-use refrigerant kit at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Odyssey Sports is presented by ZipRecruiter. Find out why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/team.
He's going to square and bunt it right in front of the plate. Susak's going to second, and no! Adames, I don't know if Adames was on the bag.
That's the only way he's safe is if Adames wasn't on the bag. The angle was tough to see here.
Oh, my goodness. I don't think he was on the bag.
No, he's not on the bag. He's way in front of the bag. So I don't know if he wasn't expecting the ball to come his way, but that's a mental mistake.
Wow.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, whether Susak shouldn't have gone there or whether Adames should have stayed on the bag, matter of debate. But the Giants lose last night 4-3, second straight game. They lost 4-3 to the Royals. Not the second straight to the Royals, but they've lost 2 now, 4-3.
Yeah.
They've been 16 under 2 other times. So
they've been here before.
They've equaled a season high 16 games under 500.
Yeah, this isn't foreign territory for them. Look, they've just been perennially stuck at this spot, it feels like the entire season. And I got to be honest, that 9th inning, it is why when people say, yeah, this team's cursed, or this team's this, or this team's that, I do kind of feel them, because you just assume in the 9th inning, all right, 3-1, Royals closers on the mound. Hasn't been their closer the whole year. They've been decimated by injury. But, this guy, Alex Lang, used to be a closer for the Tigers. Pretty good pitcher. Game's over. And you get down to your final out, and you get not one but 2 hits. Jung Hoo Lee comes up with a single, clutch knock. And then Adames takes one the other way for a game-tying 2-run homer. And he is fired up. And you're like, all right, maybe this is where the Giants can, again, not like they're going to go on a 10-game winning streak, but can you win a tight game? Can you pull victory from the jaws of defeat? And then in the 10th inning, they just gave the game away. They gave the game away. And the Royals made them make a couple plays with their mitt. Lo and behold, the Giants, who have the second worst fielding percentage, second most errors in the major leagues, botch a couple. There weren't errors, so to speak, but there were mental errors. There's a couple plays they couldn't make, the last one by Eldridge. This is a team that is far from being a group that wins those kinds of games. And that, to me, that was always the calling card, Steiny, of a great Giants team. Dating back, and I know it's a long time ago, but even 2021, those are the games that they win.
They used to, for sure.
And they have not done it, it feels like, at all this season.
Well, and the question I asked you is, does Devers make that play?
You mean the
play at the very end?
The safety squeeze for the win?
I mean, if he fields it cleanly, I'm talking about Eldridge, I think they have him easy at home.
Well, he's trying to make a glove flip. But this is the thing that, to me, I don't know if Devers makes that play or not, but the most frustrating part about that play is people who were watching the whole inning, the Royals tried to lay down a bunt to pitch before.
Yeah.
At the first baseman. So I don't know if Eldridge was creeping in or crashing. I'm assuming he was, because usually you bring corners in a position like that where you're trying to cut off the game-winning run. They telegraphed what they were going to do. And the Royals are not a good team. The Kansas City Royals squared up with whoever was at the plate and said, we're bunting this ball at Bryce Eldridge. And you can either make a play on it or you can lose the game. And that, to me, was frustrating, is that, and Bryce, look, the glove's hopefully going to get there. He was not brought up to play first base. He was brought up primarily to hit. And again, I don't know if Devers makes that play, but it's again, just a glaring part of this team that they do not field particularly well.
No, they don't. And, it all comes back to me, to Tony Vitello. And I'm watching him last night, and you brought this up about his reaction after the Adames homer. He wasn't nearly as excited as some of the players. But I do kind of see, it feels like Vitello's just kind of given in a little bit.
How do you mean?
I think, okay, one of the things that we heard about Vitello was energy. He's an energy guy. He goes to drills with guys. He's emotional. He's upbeat. I don't think he's been that at all for this team. In fact, if you think about it, I think when he first started with the Giants in spring training, I guess they had an early couple workouts where he was into it, but I think Tony Vitello has spent the first portion of the year trying to be somebody that he didn't want the players to think he was, which was a rah-rah college coach. And I don't want to. That was one of his characteristics, that he was extremely enthusiastic, and I think he views that as one of his best characteristics. But I think when he came in, he was smart enough to know that might not work on this level, and so he pulled back. Do you think we've seen the real Tony Vitello, a guy who resembles the guy who was at Tennessee?
Maybe in spring training, but not since the regular season start.
Right.
And I think it's because, due to what you're talking about, Tony Vitello he's suppressed some of himself this season. He's suppressed himself because he knows that if you're going to be a roller coaster ride, it's hard to do that for 162 games. You can do it for a 50-game college season. I think you can do it when there's younger, more impressionable people that are on your roster. But all these guys in the major league level are, for the most part, developed. They've gotten here for a reason. So that doesn't really work.
Right.
Why the Adames home run stood out to me is because, and it's not just about this one thing. So Adames hits the home run. He's jacked. He's jumping around the bases. And again, this is a team that's 15 games below 500. But Willy Adames he's excited. And he's shaking high fives with Elliot Ramos. The bat boy is standing up. And I just kind of noticed Vitello he gave him a high five, and then he goes into the rest of the dugout, and everybody else is kind of mobbing him because of the big hit. And part of me was expecting Vitello to be a little fired up about it. And you could say, hey, Evan, he knows that the game's not over. You want your manager to be cool, calm, collected. But it's one of the things that I've noticed this season where there's just kind of a disconnect between him and the team. When the team's excited, he's cool hand Luke. When he's fired up, the team is saying, calm down, we've been here before. It's like there's something about him that's just not on the same page with the rest of his guys.
Right.
And I do think that he is trying to ingratiate himself with some of the veterans. Maybe that's why he said after the game that it was Susak that made the incorrect choice by throwing the ball to second base as opposed to Willy Adames not having his foot on the bag. He's sticking up for the vet because Susak's someone kind of an easier target, the way that Steve Kerr went after Will Richard instead of maybe Brandon Pajemski. Right. I think those are the little spots that I've noticed throughout this year that he just seems to be on the opposite side of where his team is. And that's why I feel like he's suppressing himself.
Yeah, listen, the Giants aren't 16 games under 500 because of Tony Vitello. This isn't about this guy can't manage. This isn't about all the mistakes he's made. This isn't even about Posey hiring this guy and taking a chance on him. This is just about, I'm wondering if, he's not what he's been billed as, at least before. You brought this up. All right, this is Tony Vitello on, this is from before the season on.
Is this him on the Bussin' with the Boys podcast?
Correct. Bussin' with the Boys. Just listen to what he says.
Our guys do got a little bit of way about them that, again, if you're cheering for us, I think you enjoy. And if not, you may question it. But I don't think anyone ever goes over the line to do something disrespectful to the opponent. It's just, in baseball, you got to be a personality. If you look at, the most fun teams since we've been alive, the Phillies back in the John Crook era, Darren Daulton and those guys, and the Red Sox when Millar was on their team. I mean, it's long days as a baseball player. You got to have some stuff going on in the locker room to bring you together and also keep you entertained during all those hours.
That was actually from 2022. And let me ask you this. When Buster Posey announced that Vitello was going to be the hire, did you think, here comes a guy with some personality and zest?
Yes.
I did too.
And I was, to be honest, I was a little worried about it. And that's the thing that sticks out to me, Steiny, is it feels like he's worried about it sometimes. That he doesn't want to be the guy who will flip a proverbial spread or air out one of his veterans. He's not going to go after Devers. But if Devers was a senior at Tennessee who did something like that, I absolutely believe, and he might not do it publicly, but right. I absolutely believe that Tony Vitello would chew that player out. And so, and this isn't about baseball, about him, going to a lefty at the wrong time or maybe not knowing or using the extra roster spot for a doubleheader. It's not about that. It's about his personality. And I do think you're right that the billing of Tony Vitello has been different than the guy we've got. And I don't think it's just because of the win and loss record.
No, this is Dave Fleming and Hunter Pence talking about the play in the ninth inning where Adames didn't cover, but Susak was trying to get him out there.
And there was the play the other night in Seattle where Adames was kind of caught away from second, where the Giants had to a chance to get an out there. This time he was right around the bag and just didn't stretch.
I don't know if he was not expecting it to come his way. It looked like he was a little bit surprised there.
That was a good play by Susak. That's the winning run that he essentially cut down, and now 2 on, nobody out.
Potentially, you can go from hero to GOAT really quickly. We're not here without the Adames homer, but you got to get on the bag and stretch.
All right. Here's what I'm going to do now. I'm going to play Vitello.
This is him after the game talking about that play.
So this is Tony Vitello on the play and what he saw.
I mean, he had a good view of where the runner was at, probably in a position he wouldn't normally be, but because of what he was doing there, took a crack at the lead out, and I don't know that you would redo it on his end if you had the choice.
All right, so no mention of Adames.
No, he didn't come down Adames' road at all. And I think part of that is purposeful. Honestly, in real time, I didn't think that they were going to get him at second base, which is apparently what Willie thought too, because he wasn't on the bag.
Right.
And he's wondering why the ball is coming to him. You know, I tried to slow it down afterwards to see if it would have been a bang-bang play. I think they probably would have got him, but I'm sure Adames is just thinking, hey, I know it's the winning run, but you take the sure out at first base and then you try and get out of the inning. You know, it's not a situation where you're trying to, and that's what the Giants have done this a lot this year. It's like they're trying to play hero ball. You know, Daniel Susak is trying to make the winning play on defense, and they're just not on the same page. You know, whether it's the older guys and the younger guys, Vitello, they don't feel like they're on the same page together. And that's why the ninth inning yesterday, the Kansas City Royals won that game because they can do something that the Giants can't, and that's play small ball and execute. When was the last time we saw the Giants try and put a bunt down in a tight situation, you know, to set up the top of their order, you know, to force the other team to make a play? The Royals didn't beat the Giants last night as much as the Giants beat themselves, and they've done that more often than not, it feels like, this year.
You know, so I was also thinking, because I heard some people talking about, you know, how pumped Adames was after his home run, and then, you know, then he makes, you know, that play or doesn't make that play. And I was talking to Nahegan about this. He's like, you're 15 games under, and all you did was tie the game. And I'm thinking, you know, you could look at it as you're 15 under. You have had very little success this year, and a guy just hits a home run with 2 runs, with 2 outs in the top of the ninth to tie a game. Like, you can't. And I kind of felt the same way about Arias when he broke up the no-hitter. Was it Arias? Ramos, who got excited.
Flip.
It's like, you know, when you're a bad team, you gotta pick the moments if you don't have a lot of them. So, you know, the problem with the Giants is that they followed up. Like, they've just made so many mistakes that have ended up costing them that it's become who they are. It really has.
Well, and that's why, you know, again, I do look at Vitello a little bit, not as the reason why this team is bad, but on that podcast 4 years ago, he's discussing how he said in baseball, you have to have a personality. This Giants team doesn't have a personality. And that's why I don't really mind Adames flexing or jumping around when he hits a game-tying home run. It's like he's trying to do anything in his power to provide a spark. Whether it's in a game or at a point in the season, it's not gone their way. And I could understand Vitello maybe, you know, keeping it toned down a bit for the first few weeks.
Right.
First couple months. We're in game 100 almost. So that's 2 college seasons that he's had now. And it doesn't really feel like he has a sense of what kind of manager he wants to be. Maybe it'll take a year, maybe it'll take a couple years. Because, again, he's had no professional experience, and it's been an unprecedented move. But it kind of, like, why was he brought in the first place? Because of his predecessor, in my opinion.
Right.
Bob Melvin was an old-school, emotionless, flatline kind of guy. And I thought Vitello was supposed to be the anti-Melvin. And in 2 years, hell, even just last season, like, Bob Melvin has thrown a fit more times than Tony Vitello has so far.
Well,
That's weird to me.
Well, think of all the times last year where Melvin was at least prickly. You know what I mean? Or annoyed. And I kind of feel like Vitello now, after 100 games, like he just knows they're not a very good team. So can he really hammer the guys out of the bullpen who aren't performing? What good will that do if he doesn't think they're good enough anyway? I think we're seeing a manager right now who doesn't, like, if he had a personality coming in, I think he purposely wanted to downplay his personality, and maybe still is to some degree. And, I know it's easy to say, it's still only been 100 games. Maybe it'll take a couple years for him to really find himself if he's around that long. But I look at the situation he's in, and I do kind of say, well, what do you want him to do? Well, we want him to manage like he did at Tennessee. No, you don't. Like, I don't think you really want that. And I think he's smart enough to know that he can't do that at this level. So I think in some ways he's still figuring out who he wants to be as a manager at this level, or maybe even if he wants to stay managing at this level.
Well, I think they hired him because they want to win. They want to win like he did at Tennessee. I mean, I don't think that's even in doubt. They want a manager who can lead a team to victories, and they haven't done that. I would ask you this, and I'm kind of curious. Do you think that if they were winning games, that he would be like he was at Tennessee? Because it sounds like some of your observations are due to just the lackluster performance from his squad.
I think he'd definitely be more enthusiastic, obviously, if they were winning more. I think if they were closer to 500 and closer to competing, he would be absolutely more on edge. Like, I think right now it's not he doesn't care or he's mailing it in or any of those things, but I do sense a little bit of resignation, that he knows this team's not good enough. He knows that the veterans on this team, he's got to be a little bit careful with. And the young guys, he doesn't want to either break their spirit or doesn't think they're good enough to tear down.
Well, that's why I keep feeling like there's a disconnect between him and, I don't want to say whatever part of the team he's managing, but it's like, okay, so last night you would expect the fired-up coach to be fired up for a game-tying home run.
Right.
He's not. Okay. When he gets tossed by an umpire, you would expect a guy who has never been afraid to kick some dirt on the plate or shout or curse out an umpire. You'd expect him to do that. He hasn't. He's actually been very respectful. With the media, apparently he had a great relationship with local media members in Tennessee. You would expect him to get along with the media. Well, so far, it hasn't really gone that way. It's interesting that the things that you would expect him to be good at, or the things that you're expecting from him in general, it's kind of flown the other way. And that's why I don't know if it's good or bad, but there's something either he's missing or we're missing about him. And I do think that it's going to take some time. It has to, because he has no prior experience. The Giants, I think, have to give him some runway. But the problem is that runway might cost you a year or two of some really bad baseball. And I don't know that they're patient enough to do that. And I know fans certainly aren't patient enough to do that.
I mean, the funny thing to me about this year is I feel like since the big year with Kapler where they won, 107, since then they've been essentially a 500 team. And it feels like during that period of time, a lot of Giants fans said, we're right there. We're 500. Just tweak here, tweak there, gets us up into the mid-80s, and now we can be a wild card team. But during that period, they must have been just bandaging it together because, now they've hit a point where Giant fans, like, why have we looked at the last few years of the Giants and said, 80 wins, 81 wins, we just need to, get a closer, somebody has a big year, we get a guy, all of a sudden we're at 86 and we're contending for a wild card. But something has happened this year where you can't look at the Giants and say, they're a tweak or two away. because they're going to win 70 games this year or 75 games this year. And that's not close anymore. So did all those other teams overachieve? If these two teams the last 2 years were similar in terms of personnel, why are they so much worse this year than they've been in the last 3 or 4 years?
Well, you see it around baseball. People used to say that a team adopts the identity of their manager. And maybe the last couple of years you could say it was Melvin and Kapler, but because of the way Vitello is, I don't think they've adopted the identity of Vitello, but I do think that the Giants, they've adopted the identity of their front office. And with Farhan, it was platooning and plug and play, short contracts, trying to puzzle piece seasons together. Analytics were heavily involved. And they kind of moved away from that because it wasn't producing the results they want. But as a result, Steiny, they just feel very disjointed. Like, I don't really know what to expect from the Giants on a given night. And in a team like they played last night, Kansas City, it's clear why that team is not doing very well. They're really banged up, and they're young. The Giants have had, for the most part, pretty good luck with injury, and they're a pretty experienced group. Now, I know they're integrating younger players now, but they were advertised as an older core, and they don't feel to me, like an experienced or there's just no consistency about them.
Yeah, one question, I'm wondering about as we talk about Tony Vitello, who doesn't have a lot of experience, is, I always come back to Posey. And my question to Giants fans is, and I know he hasn't been around forever as the president, but what does Buster Posey hang his hat on as a president of baseball operations? Like what does he excel at in that role? I know what he excelled at as a player, but I'm wondering what are his traits that make him somebody who's going to succeed as a president of baseball operations. 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was sponsored by Ceremony Ford. The summer sales event is on at Ceremony Ford. Get 0% APR, $1,000 down in down payment assistance, no payments for 90 days, plus a 2-year maintenance plan on models including F-150, Bronco, Mach-E, Explorer, and Mustang. Ceremony Ford in Colma Daly City or ceremonyford.com. And there are things that the insurance company hopes you never find out, like how quickly they try to close your case, how they look for anything you say to use against you, and how the first offer is almost never the full value of your claim. Because the faster they settle, the less they have to pay. That's not a coincidence. That's the strategy. So before you call them back, call Beam Law. From the first call, they take over. They handle the pressure, the negotiations, and the legal fight so you don't get pushed into a decision that you can't undo. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. So if you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't wait. Call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Be sure to tune into the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game following every Golden State Valklyries game when Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky highlight the teamwork play of the game from the night before. Brought to you by El Camino Health, where together heals.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Being a deputy for the San Francisco Sheriff's Office means maintaining high standards of compassion and professionalism. It means representing the office with honor and distinction and being proud to serve and protect the people of our community. It's about being a role model for the next generation and being able to show them that they can be anything they want to be. SF Sheriff's Office is hiring. Your future begins here. Head to joinsfsheriff.com to learn more.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the three brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here
to... Not again. That's my line.
That was my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom. Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
Hi, I'm Richard Estrada with Atco Pest Control. What's bugging you at home? You can grab a spray or set a trap, but real pest control starts with identifying the source of the problem and keeping them out of your home. Atco has been servicing Bay Area homes since 1985. We take the guesswork out of it so you can move on. Go to atcopest.com. Trust Atco for the solution.
When it comes to decking, TimberTech stands out. It's the best-looking decking you'll find on the market, trusted by contractors for its unbeatable quality. But TimberTech isn't just about looking great today. Thanks to its advanced technology and unparalleled durability, the TimberTech decks you build will still look amazing decades from now. Add in industry-leading warranties, and it's clear why TimberTech is the top choice. Build with confidence. Build with TimberTech, the #1 brand in premium decking. Find it locally at Ashby Lumber.
Ragnar the Terrible got a job at a big bank. Let's listen. So what's it like being a 5th century warlord?
Same as big bank. We conquer and extort gold from conquest.
Huh. We just lower our customers' deposit rates and raise their fees.
And if they argue, put on their floorboards and crush while dining.
So smart. Star One isn't like the big banks. We think banking should be pain-free, with lower loan rates, higher deposit rates, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, $1 small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
San Francisco, mostly sunny, going up to 77.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Don't miss the 6th annual Brewgrass Festival taking place in the heart of Santa Cruz Mountains on August 1st. Enjoy live bluegrass music, sip on local craft brews, and dig into eats from your favorite food trucks. For more info and a chance to win tickets, visit 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. Guru will be back on Thursday. But we got a...
no jokes.
No. We got a positive update from Goo. He said he's done well, and they say it went well, and now we'll see.
He's talking about Norm.
Yeah, he's talking about his father. Yeah. So our thoughts are with Goo and his family, obviously, right now, and hopefully everything's going to come out okay. So this is, you know what? Great minds think alike.
Well, similar minds.
So I have written on my little sheet here, Carlissimo.
Now, why is that?
I'm going to tell you this. And there's a text that came in a minute ago. Steiny, I know it's not a one-for-one comparison, but does the Vitello hire remind you at all of PJ Carlissimo in a way? And my answer to that would be absolutely. In fact, I'm kind of thinking the same thing. But here's what I'm talking about. So the Warriors were known as kind of an undisciplined team in the mid-late 90s. So they hired P.J. Carlesimo, a guy who they explicitly hired to get the discipline back with the Warriors, light a fire under them, all that kind of stuff. And he came in and he did that. And we all know how it ended up. It ended up with a physical altercation between Carlesimo and Sprewell. Anyway, at the time, I feel like, that was a typical, rookie mistake by Warriors ownership. They thought Rick Adelman was too laissez-faire, and so they went 180 degrees away from him to P.J. Carlesimo. And I feel like Posey did the same thing with Bob Melvin. So Bob Melvin was a laid-back manager, and, he gets fired. Now we're going after a young go-getter, rah-rah, enthusiastic, going to pump some life into this franchise, light fires under players. But the guy he hired wasn't that kind of a coach at the pro level. Carlesimo was that kind of coach at the pro level, even if he came from college. So he hires this guy to do this, but he's from college. So here comes Vitello, who's not a dummy, and he knows why he's been hired, but he's also smart enough to know that he can't be that guy right off the bat. And so what they've gotten now with Tony Vitello is actually a lesser version of Bob Melvin. They've got a guy who's not animated and maybe is afraid to call out some of the veteran players, but they also don't get Melvin's managerial expertise of being a manager in the big leagues for decades. So now they're stuck with a guy, Tony Vitello, who, no, I don't think he's being himself, but I don't think he can be himself or can't be himself right now. And you're also not getting some level of baseball expertise that would offset that.
But in your story, in your one-to-one, it sounds like you got what P.J. Carlesimo was.
Correct.
You're not getting who Tony Vitello is.
That's what it feels like to me.
So then, did they then how do you make that? How do you remedy that? How do you fix that?
I think that's a great
wait
question.
Until the end of the season? Because ideally that fire that they were hoping to get from Vitello would be the difference in them being a 500 team and them making the playoffs.
Right.
But in fact, it's gone the other direction.
I kind of think...
And we haven't even seen it.
Right. I kind of think Posey and Vitello are in the same boat. Here's what I mean. Let me ask you a question, Giants fans. And I know what the first answer is going to be, but who's more of a baseball guy? Who's more of a baseball guy? Buster Posey or Farhan Zaidi?
Yeah, Posey, yeah.
Yeah, I'd say Farhan Zaidi.
A baseball guy.
Yeah.
And why would you say that?
Just because whether you like Farhan or not, the guy knew the minor league system. He knew the landscape of the minors, and it felt like he really had a sense of, he made smaller moves that I thought he knew how to put a roster together, and he was savvy with some moves. But I thought his greatest shortcoming, obviously, was he's not great out front, right? He's not great out front. We see him in situations where, he doesn't know how to work a room, or he's not a glad hander, he's not a great communicator in all those situations. Okay, well, they get rid of him. Okay, so they bring in Buster Posey. All right. Well, there's no chance. I'm sorry. There's no chance that Buster Posey knows as much about baseball personnel, from the major leagues to the prospects, like a Farhan Zaidi.
No, but when I think of a baseball guy, I think of somebody who understands intangibles.
Okay.
And Farhan Zaidi did not display, in my opinion, to understand things that weren't on a computer or a spreadsheet.
Sending guys up and back and, platooning and taking out the human element.
Yeah, the way that analytics impacts the locker room. To me, that's what I think of when I think of a baseball guy, which is why I would lean Posey. But all
right, fair.
Well, but the interesting part is, Steiny, he completely flies. His first hire completely flies in the face of that, Because if you're Buster Posey and you do understand the importance of the locker room and its impact on players and kind of just the day-to-day stuff that we don't see that everybody goes through that makes a successful baseball team, culture building, if you will. I know that Vitello did it at the collegiate level, but he's never been inside a major league locker room. And that's what surprised me, I think, most about the hire in the first place is that I'm not sure that Buster Posey, he could play for anybody. He's a great player. He's a Hall of Famer. But, like, if you drop Tony Vitello onto the 2011, 12, 13 Giants, I don't know if they win a World Series. You know what I mean? Like, Bruce Bochy was a genius in that dugout because he'd been through it so many different times and was a baseball lifer and had decades of experience and know-how and understanding and failure. I mean, Bruce Bochy's regular season record is almost 500, but he's one of the greatest managers to ever do it. And it's because of his understanding of the intangibles, I believe, more than anything else. That's what kind of shocked me about his hire. It's like, you think that if anybody would understand that, it would be Buster Posey.
Yeah, I mean, and so the way I'm looking at Farhan and Buster is I feel like, and feel free to tell me you think I'm wrong, but I don't know that I am. Like, in terms of baseball, like, Buster Posey was a great player. He knows the clubhouse inside and out. He knows what makes teams winners. He knows leadership. He knows chemistry. He knows all those things. But you can't convince me that he's got kind of the baseball expertise that Farhan does, because Farhan's worked in a few organizations in their front office. Okay, so I believe Farhan had an expertise that Buster doesn't have. All right, so what does Buster have? Like, this is what I'm saying. What did Buster Posey have? Well, he's got the PR component, but he's not good at that either. Like, he doesn't want to be the guy out front, and he doesn't want to do it. He's just not good at it. So I feel like their president and their manager they're not equipped to manage and to be the president. They just don't know what they don't know.
Well, I think in a perfect world, they'd complement each other, because I think the issue with Farhan Zaidi is that people didn't like the face or the voice, right? It was all about the results. If people were going to like Farhan Zaidi, it's because he was going to build teams that were good. And he did it for 1 year, but for the most part, left people wanting more. But he was never the face of things, or wasn't a good one if he was. And he also didn't really have the voice because, like you just described, there was a disconnect between him and the city and the way that people view baseball, and it just didn't work here. I think that Posey is very much a face, but he's not really a voice. And I think that's why Vitello was the guy he picked, because Vitello could be the voice. He could be somebody that could step to the podium and win people over. I still remember when we carried his intro press conference live, and I was very impressed by just listening to him. I think Willard and Dibbs were too. And I was still in prove it mode, but it's like, all right, that sounds like a guy that I can get behind. He's a good orator. He's got a good presence. He's humble enough. He's honest. And it looks like he's got a bit of passion. And maybe it's just because the team hasn't been very good, Steiny, but I just feel like that the voice of Tony Vitello is supposed to complement the face that is Buster Posey. It's fallen short. It's fallen short in their first season together. And I know that they can get better, and they're going to have to. But it's like, so far, the experiment has failed. The experiment of a guy with no experience in the front office running the team, and the experiment of a manager with no professional experience. It's failed. And at this point, they're going to have to do a lot of work to turn that around.
No doubt about it. Let's go to Bob. Bob's in San Francisco. Hey, Bob, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good, and you guys picked up right on the points I was going to bring, but I'll bring them a little more forward. Posey, as you said, I think back to like a lot of like Sabian and like what he did. I mean, he went up through the Yankees organization, came here, lots of experience. But more than that, Posey doesn't have the baseball experience that most people have, which is he never was in the minor leagues. So I don't think he has experience understanding that. I don't think he has the skills or the relationships that, say, a Sabian had throughout the league through his time working his way up through the ranks. So I think those are very difficult because the baseball manager's job is really difficult, and it's really interacting with a lot of people you know. I mean, Farhan Zaidi, he had lots of relationships. He could cut deals. He knew who was what, and people trusted him. Posey just has a big, and it's not a knock on Posey in terms of a person. It's just like he just ain't got the deck of cards. And with Tony Vitello, I would say the same thing. He comes out of the college ranks. He goes directly in as a manager. And I don't think there's a single manager that I can think of that didn't go through the minor league, that understood the nuts and bolts of like how the major league works. So he's at a huge disadvantage not knowing people, not seeing things you see in the minor league. He didn't go through that training program of going like a first base coach or what a lot of people, any of his subordinates right now, third base, first base coaches, they have more experience than he does, but he does it. It's hard to do that stuff. I mean, it's such a visible job. It's like a football manager, being manager of a football team. You're so visible that he just doesn't know how. He doesn't have the relationships, hasn't seen things. So on a college level, yeah, he's fine, but he's up in the big leagues, and it's a lot. There's a lot of minor leaguers that never make it out of the minor leagues, and somehow he just jumped up to the manager level. So that's what I'm saying. I don't see how they're going to gain sufficient experience to be successful and managing people and just doing it. Thank you.
Yeah, Bob, that's kind of the way I feel. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. And I know these things don't go together, and I don't know if I want to play it or not, but I'm reminded of, we were talking about this guy today, Ryan Clark, former NFL player, got fired by ESPN.
Yep.
All right. And they say one of the things that didn't go over well was he told the host, Peter Schrager, when he was making a point, says, this is the non-player in you. This is something that's coming from a non-player. And the reference, of course, is about how, if you didn't play the game, you just don't know. And that's what's the word? Fallacious. Is that the word? Oh, that's a fallacy. Look at like Brian Sabian never played Major League Baseball. And I don't want to throw Posey under the bus, but like Saban, like he came up through the Yankees. He was in a front office. He learned the tricks of the trade, the ropes. Like, he knows more about baseball than Buster Posey. When Buster Posey's playing, you're just focused on being a player. You're not worried about your minor league system or another team's minor league system or how the front office works. And the other thing is like, he is extremely young for the position he's in. And I kind of do agree with Bob. We've got two guys here that might not have the skill set for the jobs that they were hired to do.
Well, I think he knows more about how to build a baseball team. Buster Posey knows how to run one from the locker room. He knows how to run one from behind home plate.
Exactly.
And I'm not trying to belittle that. Like that's arguably more important than Sabian's job. Sabian is somebody who could identify talent, and then the talent has to flourish. So they work hand in hand. But again, the expectation of Posey stepping into the front office and like his knowledge being just as useful, that to me is, I don't know. It's just, it was a really ambitious move. It
was.
I won't call it arrogant, but to just expect it to transfer is like, that doesn't happen a lot. I mean, we were talking about this the other day at the cafeteria, just, kind of guys that have stepped in and done stuff well. I mean, the first guy I always think of is like Ozzie Newsome, who was the Hall of Fame football player and then built up the Baltimore Ravens into a team that's won multiple Super Bowls. But it's like, that's more of an outlier, an exception. I think there are very few people that don't cut their chops that can just learn the business side of things. Building a roster is more than just being able to work with a pitching staff or how to talk to a manager. Again, I think Posey he's a great leader, but the skills that were required of him to be a Hall of Fame baseball player are not the same skills that's required of him now to be a great executive. And we're finding out in real time that, God forbid, because there's a lot of other people that have been in his situation that have not succeeded, maybe he just doesn't have the chops. And we're in the process of finding that out.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so the Giants ownership group needs a president, all right? And they're interviewing people. And here comes Buster Posey. And you want to hire him. Okay, well, do you think he's got it? Do you think he's got the chops? I don't know. Okay, do you think he can elevate this? Does he know the minor leagues? Does he know, all the ins and outs? No, but we think he can learn it. Is this going to work out? We don't know if it's going to work out, but it's Buster Posey. To me, you hire Buster Posey in a way to hedge your bet and say, well, you know what, if it doesn't work out, well, it's still Buster Posey. He'll buy us more time. The fans will be more patient because he's a franchise legend. And all those things might be true, but it's not a reason to hire a guy because he might buy you more time if things don't turn around. I mean, if you want to look at it, you want to maybe know why, I don't know. But if you're another organization looking at the Giants, I could see why you'd say, well, they hired a player with no experience to run the team, and now they hired a coach with no experience to manage it. And they're one of the worst teams in baseball. I mean, it's enough said. The verdict is in. The evidence is in. It's not working. And I don't think anybody thinks it's going to turn around anytime soon at this point.
Well, maybe you can help me out with this. So then you would think that if Buster Posey, who was a part of 3 World Series championships, how'd they win? They
pitching
won,
and defense.
Yeah, and they had some really good position players. There's no doubt about it. But it wasn't like they walked around with, I guess Posey won MVP, but a guy that would hit 35 home runs, bat 330, driving 120 every single year, and be penciled. They didn't win with an Albert Pujols. They won with a bunch of guys playing as a team. And a big part of that was, you're right, how good their pitching staff was, how complimentary their pitching staff was, particularly on the back end, and how they didn't give outs away. This team doesn't do any of those things. And I understand there's only so much time that Posey's had to kind of recreate this group, and maybe that's what they're trying to do in the minor leagues. I'm not sure. But it's just interesting to me how neglectful he's been of some of the things that made his team successful as champions. You traded away 2 bullpen arms that you had control over last year. You haven't really identified how to solve your fielding issues that were present last season, and based on where they are right now in the majors, they've gotten worse. So they've gotten worse defensively. Their bullpen has been stripped down to bare parts, and they haven't really found any answers there. And it just, that's the part to me that is confusing. And Buster, if he was sitting here right now might be saying, look, you're an idiot. We've tried to do those things, and it's blown up in our face, and it hasn't worked. But, you walked into this season with Ryan Walker as your closer, and that guy has pitched in Sacramento at a point this year. That tells me that you vastly overestimated his ability to close for this team. So it's that kind of stuff that I guess you would expect a Buster Posey to know or to try to put together, and they just haven't done it.
Right. I mean, the other thing is, the whole idea of leadership. And I think I know what you're going to answer here, and I'm not here to start a fight, but do you think Buster Posey was a great leader?
Yes.
As a player?
I'd say he's the same kind of leader Steph is.
I'd say he's the same kind of leader as Chris Mullin was, kind of. You come in, you punch the clock, you lead by example. Like, I don't think Buster Posey ever wanted to be out front. You know, I think he liked to do his kind of his work as a player behind the scenes. And but you know what I'm getting at is I don't like being a leader of a team and being a leader of a front office. I think are two entirely different things. And I don't know when like Posey as a leader of a Giants team doesn't have to do anything until he thinks that something needs to be addressed. I just think as a president, you probably need to deal with all kinds of things all the time, even if you might not think that they've reached a certain level of importance.
Yeah, but those kinds of leaders are valuable. You know, just because you're not George Kittle doesn't mean that the locker room doesn't need what you have. I think guys who lead by example are incredibly important. And it doesn't matter to me that they don't call their teammates out or aren't, you know, vocal or public. Like, those guys police in the most important place, and that's in their sports sanctuary. So, yeah, I think Posey's a good leader. I think Steph is a good leader. Steph Curry is the reason why the Warriors have been able to absorb so many personalities and kinds of guys throughout the years, for the most part, without any big issues or big blow-ups. And I think you can make the same case for someone like Buster Posey, that as a player, there's a ton of zany personalities in that Giants locker room, but they never overshadowed the success of the team, you know, and I think that's valuable. Yeah,
I mean, and this is from the text line, brought it up, but I can't see who. I think Buster Posey would be a better manager than a president. I just do. Because he knows more about the game of baseball inside the clubhouse and between the lines than he does outside the clubhouse and outside the lines. And, you know, it's like when Chris Mullin became the Warriors GM, at the time I thought, okay, let's see. And then, because I always thought he'd have been a better coach than a GM, at least to start. And then he ended up going to St. John's and becoming a coach. I just think it's to go from a player to running an organization. That's got to be a whole new world.
Well, especially if you have not been a part of the organization in any capacity other than ownership, which he's on the board.
Yep. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was sponsored by the California Office of Traffic Safety.
Speeding catches up with you when you get caught and handed a ticket, or worse, in a crash. No one makes summer plans for fines or a trip to the hospital after a crash. So slow down and follow the speed limit. Make your 100 days of summer and beyond the safest ones. A message from the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
Hey, this is Willard and Dibs from 95.7 The Game with great news from Safeway. You can earn Safeway rewards with each purchase you make. Then use your rewards for discounts on groceries or up to 20 cents off per gallon in gas rewards at participating Chevron or Texaco stations, and up to $1 off per gallon at participating Safeway fuel stations.
Not a member? Register for an account with your phone number at checkout and start earning rewards today. I personally love shopping at Safeway and saving up to 20% on my purchases with personalized deals, meal plans that list the ingredients needed to make shopping easy, and pet perks. There's something for everyone, including a free item every month from some of my favorite brands.
If you sign up today, you can get $5 off your first purchase of $25. Restrictions and exclusions apply. Learn more at Safeway.com/4U. That's Safeway.com/FORU, as in the letter U. We will see you at Safeway soon.
The world's game doesn't end when the tournament does. On Saturday, July 25th, your first place Quakes take center stage at Stanford Stadium for the 105th California Classico against the LA Galaxy. It's NorCal versus SoCal. Timo Werner versus Marco Royce. The first 10,000 fans through the gates get a Quakes Americana jersey presented by El Camino Health. Then stay in your seats after the match for the biggest summer fireworks show in the Bay. Quakes versus LA Galaxy, Saturday, July 25th at 7:30 at Stanford Stadium, presented by El Camino Health. Tickets at SJEarthquakes.com.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge.
Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win, like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel
Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business, the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Bay Area, the summer sales event is on right now at Ceremony Ford, and these deals are bringing the heat. Get 0% APR financing for 36 months, plus $1,000 in down payment assistance, and no payments for 90 days. But Ceremony Ford isn't done. You'll also get a 2-year, 25,000-mile Ford Premium Maintenance Plan included with your purchase. Shop eligible models including the 2026 Ford F-150, Bronco, Mustang Mach-E, Explorer, Mustang, Ranger, Super Duty, and Transit Cargo Van, plus the 2025 Ford Bronco Sport. Whether you need something for the family, the job site, the commute, or just want a ride that looks good pulling up anywhere, Ceremony Ford's got you covered. 0% APR, $1,000 in down payment assistance, no payments for 90 days. Plus premium maintenance included. Ceremony Ford, the Bays Ford store in Colma Daly City, or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. You know that's my Ford store. Make it yours too, and tell them Bonte sent you.
Hey, it's Brew, and between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. And that's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
During Lowe's Pro Savings Days, save more on the brands you trust to deliver on the job. Right now, get a free DeWalt 20-volt max 8-amp-hour battery when you buy a DeWalt 10-inch 20-volt max dual-bevel compound miter saw. Plus, get up to 35% off select major appliances. Save even more on what you need to keep the job moving. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 7/31 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. It's icy, refreshing, and sure to be the sip of the summer. Burger King just released the new Orange Dreamsicle Freeze King, an orange-flavored frozen beverage topped with cold foam and crumble. Available for a limited time. For your chance to win a gift card, visit 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. And we're talking about the San Francisco Giants. They're 16 games under for the third time this year after research.
It was a tough loss last night. Tough loss.
Yeah, we're just talking a little bit about leadership, and I would agree. Like Posey, Chris Mullin, Steph Curry, yes, they as players, they were leaders by example. I'm just not sure that transfers when you're running an organization as a business.
No, you're responsible for more people. It's like you can't be the same. I don't think you can be the same kind of leader as you were as a player, but it doesn't mean that you're bad. It's like your skill set is just different.
Like, I don't think Buster Posey wants to be out front. And I like, you brought this up, and I think there's something to it. Maybe one of the reasons he hired Vitello was so that Vitello could kind of be the front man. The problem is, when you're having a season like this, I feel like Buster Posey's been he hasn't, of course he's been around, but I don't think he wants to get out in front of this team and talk about it. But I don't necessarily think he'd be doing that if they were 16 over either. But so when we say face of the franchise, like I don't think Posey wants to be out. Like, that's not the kind of president he wants to be.
Well, clearly he called a press conference and then said, I didn't want to talk. Which is one of the strangest things I've seen, especially because it wasn't like it was planned. The Giants, the timeline of that day to discuss the whole Pride debacle was just weird. They called the press conference the morning of. So the Giants planned it. Posey went out there, gave a statement, and then didn't want to answer a question. So I completely agree that he's not here to talk about anything other than baseball, but the issue is that all the baseball stuff too seems to be problematic. I think so far he's seemed like he's in over his head.
Where do they go now? There's 2 weeks essentially till the trade deadline. How many moves do you think the Giants are going to make?
At least 2.
Okay.
I think Arise is going to be traded, and I think Robbie Ray will be traded. The question is, do you move on from guys other than that? And what's your aim?
It's a great question.
If you're the Giants, what are you trying to bring back? To me, it should be prospects. And this is something that I know they brought in Posey because I think they were trying to expedite this process of winning and getting back to the postseason because, they don't stand for non-playoff years, something that's happened more often than not. But you have to try and get younger to me. And the Giants have been trying to skip steps in building this team, in my opinion. Prioritizing pitching, prioritizing position players that can play multiple positions so that you can move guys around and maybe make room for an Eldridge or a prospect who pops. They got a few guys that are on the verge of either getting to AAA or the show. Back half of the year, I want to clear space for those players to see who might pop. Maybe it's a Dakota Jordan who's in AA. You've already brought up Jonah Cox straight from AA. Like, can we move an outfielder to make room for this guy to see what he has? And it's not like Drew Gilbert is giving you a ton. To me, the back half of the year is trying to just reset things a little bit, as opposed to just, all right, we're going to bring in this veteran and this proven guy. That hasn't been working.
The one thing I think is interesting. So has John Lynch done a good job for the 49ers?
Yeah, I'd say so. They made it to 2 Super Bowls.
I guess what I'm wondering is, so we got 3 guys, Lynch, Dunleavy, and Posey. I get it. Posey's the president and Dunleavy's the general manager, and I'm not exactly even sure what John Lynch's title is. But isn't John Lynch just drafting off Kyle Shanahan in terms of, getting credit? And not that he doesn't deserve any of it, but isn't most of the success the Niners have had due to Kyle Shanahan?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
So if John Lynch is going to be judged, he's going to be judged in part by how his manager does. And so to me, it's ditto for Buster Posey. But Buster Posey doesn't have a Kyle Shanahan. Like, what? And I get it, but was there a Kyle Shanahan out there? Maybe not a Kyle Shanahan because we think of him as a, super creative and all that. But was there a veteran manager out there that may have made more sense for this team?
Well, I don't know if he would have done it, but Buster Posey said he wasn't interested in bringing Bruce Bochy back outside of a small role. I don't know if Bochy wanted to do it or not, but like Posey said publicly they weren't going in that direction. They weren't interested in looking back, which I think is fair, but there were other guys that are more, to me, Major League Baseball ready managers out there, and they wanted their own guy. Like, you're not going to find a Kyle Shanahan. You're not going to find someone who can control both the roster and also be a great head coach. That's why it's like those guys are a dime a dozen. But I think that what Posey right now should be trying to focus on is, like, how do you build a foundation? And I think that he tried to do that by buying pieces. All right, we'll buy a shortstop. We'll buy a first baseman or trade for one and then give him, he's got a big contract. We'll buy a third baseman. They were trying to do things like almost like the Dodgers.
Well, the other thing that they're running into is, I feel like they're in a little, they could be starting a cycle here where, okay, they're having a bad year, but two of their best players are going to get traded, and one of them's going to be a starting pitcher that you need more of. You know what I mean? So they're gonna trade Robbie Ray, even though they need starting pitching. So are they going to try to get two pitchers who down the line can fill out two of five-man starting rotation, like in a couple years? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like they're in the point now where they're going to get rid of maybe their best pitcher, and then their pitching's going to get worse because they don't have Robbie Ray. So then what?
Well, yeah, I mean, your pitching already stinks, but okay, so what? You're saying about next season? I thought you were the guy that said we don't know how much Robbie Ray has left.
No, I was, but what I'm saying is if Robbie Ray's been your best pitcher this year and you're 16 games under 500 and your pitching has to be addressed, like, you got to use your best pitcher to address needs in other areas.
Well,
so
yeah,
now your pitching's going to get worse.
Well, yeah, it's going to get worse. But, okay, hopefully next offseason you don't make signings like Adrian Hauser and Tyler Mahle. Those guys are bigger culprits of the starting pitching staff being poor than other guys. It's like, yeah, okay, how do you get better starting pitching? You have to develop it. You can't just go buy everything. I realize that this is a big market and they have a big payroll, but as we've seen, just because you spend money doesn't mean you're going to be good. So they have to find a way to develop it. And that, to me, is you have two valuable pieces. And I know people want them to extend a rise or bring him back. But, like, isn't this what you signed him for? You sign him for, all right, he's going to help you. And if you're competitive, well, that's great. He's on a 1-year deal, and maybe you figure something out beyond this season. But if you're bad, you can trade him and get something valuable because there's not a ton of position players out there that can help a baseball team the way that Arise can.
Yeah, they got Arise for one reason. If they were winning, he'd probably stay, and if they were losing, they were going to probably move him, and they're losing, so that's what they've got to do. But it's like, even when we talk about, let's say, Devers, Adames, and Chapman, well, they're going to be hard to move. Okay, I agree. But even if you could move Devers, okay, so you move Devers for what? Prospects? A prospect or two?
Sure. Yeah, if you can get them.
And I'm not necessarily against that. But you just lost your biggest power hitter. And I get it. It's for the rest of the season, and we're not going anywhere this year anyway. But, like, now they're in a position where even though some of their best players leave you wanting, if you get rid of them, there's nobody even close to anybody on Devers' level.
Yeah, but there's no guarantee you can re-sign Ray and Arise.
No doubt.
If you're Robbie Ray at the end of the season and you have a good year, why would you want to re-sign with the San Francisco Giants?
Wait, one more time?
One of the reasons why I think Ray and Arise are going to be dealt is because there's no guarantee that you extend them.
Or whether you would want to with this particular team.
Well, you might want to extend them, but Robbie Ray's going to be 35 next year. You know, Arise is relatively young, but maybe there's a prospect that you want to see at second base. Like I just think there's more options than people are throwing out there because like this team is not very good. So you might as well try to see if you have something the last half of the year, and you can clear space for those players along with acquiring some prospects that can help this team in the long run. I think people are being really impatient with this group because they're tired of them not making the playoffs, and that's why they're stuck there. It's because they keep trying to put a Band-Aid over what's been, for the last decade, a whole lot of nothing.
Well, that's to me the other thing, and we brought it up earlier, is this team has been a little bit stagnant for the last 4 years and not dissimilar from the Golden State Warriors. And now this is the year where they're not even close. And I feel like the same things kind of happened with the Golden State Warriors after their 37-win year, which is fine. The only difference is the Warriors are coming off a more recent dynasty than the San Francisco Giants. But, you know, I'm just wondering now, you know, how long, if we're all now starting to understand that this team is further away than we maybe thought in each of the last 3 or 4 years, well, okay, how long is this thing going to take right now for the Giants to get back into a competitive situation?
Well, I think people believe that bringing in Buster Posey meant that the days of not making the playoffs were over. I didn't feel that way at all. Like, that's the start. You have to start. Okay, so Buster Posey just got his first round pick. The pitcher out of UC Santa Barbara. We're not going to see him for a few years, but it's like that's where it starts. You have to allow these guys, similar with Dunleavy. Okay, Yaxel Lendeborg is his first lottery pick. That's where it starts. Okay, so if Mike does have a good track record of drafting, then I trust that Dunleavy can do more with first-round picks that are unprotected than using those to go out and acquire a proven talent that's only going to marginally improve the Warriors. To me, it's a similar thing where I think the Giants, and it doesn't look like Posey might have an idea at the big league level, but maybe he's put people in place that in a couple of years we're looking at this farm system is really good, and it's just slowly improving, and that takes time. But it's like that's what I think that the Giants have been stuck in for a long time, is an unwillingness to be patient because they're tired of not making the postseason. And in the process of, working with urgency and trying to throw money at their problems, which, oh, by the way, yeah, it does work if you're Los Angeles or New York, because those are places that people want to go play.
Right.
So just because, like, the Giants have money to spend, there's no doubt about that. But not all the best players want to play for you. So you have to throw money at people that will take it, not at the best players on the market.
Exactly. And the Warriors had that problem for a long period of time, where they would need a free agent to essentially take their money. And some would. What was I going to say? Oh, let's go to Skip in La Jolla, and then I got to talk to you about something.
Hey, how's it going, gentlemen?
Hey, Skip.
Yo.
Hey, how's it going, gentlemen? Yeah, just want to comment about this whole leadership question that I think you guys are talking about. I mean, it's kind of reminiscent of when Golden State hired Chris Mullin as GM, and how that just was not very successful. And you can go down the line to Michael Jordan, to Magic Johnson. It just doesn't translate. It's a whole different a way of it's just a different skill set. I mean, it's equivalent of being a very good bartender and then having to operate a bar program, which is, ordering margins and all that stuff. It doesn't translate. Anyways, I'm from the liquor industry, so that's why I had to throw that in there. Thanks,
Thanks, Skip. Good analogy. So I want to ask you about something, and how do you pick your fights?
Oh boy.
Yeah, how do you pick your fights? You're not. I wouldn't say you're belligerent, but every once in a while you like to pick a fight.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. How do I pick my fights?
Yeah. What's the determining factor?
I don't know. What day of the week is it?
Okay. I'm going to hold something up for our YouTube audience to see.
Better not be about my dog bowl.
One is a coffee stir that's unwrapped, and one is a single coffee stir that is wrapped in paper.
You don't want to do this.
So when I stir my coffee, okay, this is one coffee stir, and it's not in a paper envelope. So oftentimes when they're not in a paper envelope, I'll take two for a more efficient stir. You see what I'm saying?
You take more than two.
So I'll take two for a little more efficient stir than just one. And Evan, of course, mentions the Amazon rainforest and the trees. However, when corporations individually wrap one coffee stir with more paper than it takes to make the one coffee stirrer, where are you? Why aren't you writing to the coffee stirrer company for this waste of paper of individually wrapping each and every single coffee stir?
Well, the reason...
Get on corporate America instead of me.
You done?
Yes.
The reason why I come down your road for that is because even with a paper wrapping and your stirs, that has actually prevented you from grabbing more than one. Because usually you don't have just two stirs, you have 4 or 5.
I have
You grab
two.
fistfuls. You grab fistfuls, and it's wasteful. Now, I know you can recycle all of this, and so it might end up being pointless. But that's actually prevented you from wasting more in a way. That's probably why I haven't brought it up to you.
Okay. What I'm holding up here is one brown coffee stirrer.
Yeah.
You know what? I can almost see the tree there. It's just a little sliver of a tree. It's easy to make. You just get a bandsaw out.
Yeah.
Zzz, 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 and you get a million of these. Converting a tree into paper like this,
I don't know,
is a significantly more extensive process.
I think we're stepping out of our
I don't think so.
area of expertise here.
I don't think so.
Can I jump in a little as well?
Not if you're going to poo-poo me.
Yeah, oh no, I'm going to. And I think it's redundant when you held up there with one coffee stir and a piece of paper wrapped around the coffee stir. But we also have utensils in the cafeteria over there where they're metal and you could use it at any time and not waste any coffee stir.
No, but you waste water washing it.
No.
Yes, you will.
We have a dishwasher and it saves on water, actually.
It doesn't.
It does.
Okay.
Dude, you leave your coffee mugs and coffee stirs all over the building.
You know what? I'm the only guy that does dishes consistently.
It's like an Easter egg hunt for what is Steiny left behind today. There was an email that got sent out about us that I know you don't think was aimed at you, but it was.
Which one?
This was like a month ago.
Oh, the room?
Yeah. Yeah. People in shared rooms, because we have offices here that you and I and Guru used to prep in. And, you leave some papers or coffee stirrers or coffee casings. I don't know, whatever it is you leave. And there were a few people that were just not so hot on it.
Yeah, you know what? I misjudged. I would think that, so in the room we prepare in, I have a lot of sheets of paper and they have my notes on them. And, each and every day before we come do a show, I have my notes, and then maybe I'll autograph one, and I leave them back there just in case somebody's like, oh, man, how cool is this? It's Steiny's notes with his autograph, but I didn't know they were going to think that wasn't a gift, that they were just going to think it was a messy room.
Another
so
lie.
Fine, I won't do it.
Well, this means that you don't give me what I want, because there was one day, there are select days in sports where I think it'd be nice to have a memento, shot at the movie you couldn't finish. And on a few days, big days, like I remember, it might have been the day that Draymond punched Poole.
Oh.
I wanted a memento from that day to remember what we talked about and how we talked about it. And I asked you if I could have your notes from that day. And to be honest, there's been a few days where I've thought about framing some stuff, like your notepad the day after the Warriors won the championship. Maybe it was the day that McCaffrey got traded and the Niners went to the Super Bowl. I don't know. Some big days.
Right.
Like when LeBron says he wants to be a Golden State Warrior at some point this week. I would like your notepad from that day. And every single time that I've asked you for your notes, you've ripped them up in front of me.
What do you mean? I do?
Last time I asked you if I could have your note sheet, because I actually was thinking about framing it and putting it together for a gift that you wouldn't care about, but your family might enjoy. You ripped it up in front of me.
I did?
Yeah.
I don't remember that. But, here's the bottom line. Let's just say, and thanks, Jim. Let's just say hypothetically, the Rolling Stones are doing a concert. All right?
Sure.
We're kind of like Stones in here. I'm Mick Jagger, let's say. And, I don't know if you have ever been to a concert. I know you have, but a lot of times they have what they call a set list. Right?
Yeah,
it's usually on the floor, actually. A lot of times they just tape it to the floor.
Yeah, they flip it over.
Yeah, and then they flip it over. Well, you think Mick Jagger doesn't sign those at the end of the show and then they're worth a lot of money? What's the difference between the notes that I'm taking for work? Show's over, Matt Steinmetz.
Yeah, but the point is when I ask
Suitable for framing.
The point is when I ask for one, you rip it up in front of me. Maybe I should just stop asking and take it out of your bag. And that way, you won't crush my dreams of the day.
You know what's funny? You can go into that work bag anytime you want. You can root through it. You can take my
I don't know
earbuds.
if I want to go through there.
You can take my drugs. You can take my cigarettes. You can take my meth and my coke. Go ahead and take all that. Don't ever touch my golf bag. Do not ever touch my golf bag.
What was I going to say?
These little guys.
You need to clean your earbuds, by the way.
The caddies at the end of the round. Hey, don't touch my bag. Here's $10. Keep your hands off my bag. Nobody touches my bag.
You got a lot of wax in those earbuds, buddy.
That's a sign of a healthy ear. All right. What's going on with LeBron? Wish I had an update. I'll make one up before the segment starts on the other side. That segment was sponsored by a Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for USDA Choice Boneless Beef Top Sirloin Steak Value Packs, just $7.99 per pound. Limit 2 packages. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Hey, Albert, can you help us plan and budget for a bathroom renovation?
I certainly can. Let me review your finances.
Who are you talking to?
Albert, my AI financial assistant that I can access right in the app. It automates all things finance, moves money, pays bills, creates personalized alerts, finds savings, and so much more.
Your bathroom renovation financial plan is ready. I found cash you can put aside, and to cover the rest, Albert can get you up to $10,000 fast.
Can you find contractors nearby within our budget?
Here's a list of contractors. Would you like help requesting a $10,000 loan for your bathroom renovation?
Yes! Download the Albert app and use promo code READY to access Genius. Plus, get up to $10,000 for whatever you need. Just download the Albert app right now and use promo code READY to get up to $10,000. That's promo code READY.
California's calling. Sun-soaked coasts, forest trails, and fun-filled city nights. With 21 hybrid and electrified Toyota models, there's a ride made for your life. Score summer deals on the 50 MPG Corolla Hybrid and the 51 MPG Camry. Or get 0% APR plus finance cash on the all-electric BZ. Go farther and spend less this summer with Toyota's hybrids, plug-in hybrids, and all-electric EVs. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Ends 8/3/26.
You listen to 95.7 The Game for the best sports insights. Now, use that same power to grow your business. When you advertise with us, you're reaching a massive audience of local consumers and business decision makers every day. Let our team help you build a game plan that delivers results. Scale your business and win the market. To get started, visit Advertise with 957 The Game at Odyssey.com. That's Advertise with 957 The Game at AUDACY.com.
Want to talk about low testosterone or impotence? No way, right? But did you know 1 out of 4 men suffer from this condition? Listen to Dr. Robert Rowley from Prime Male Medical.
At Prime Male Medical, we specialize in acoustic wave therapy, sublingual lozenges, injectable medications, and testosterone treatments.
Get your first visit, PSA test, testosterone test, Doppler ultrasound, and a year of follow-up visits for just $99. Go to PrimeMaleMedical.com or call 415-761-4037. 415-761-4037.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
Here's good news for folks who have a jumbo loan. The Loan Exchange, America's jumbo lender, is offering a 30-year fixed-rate loan at a 5.75% interest rate and 5.939% APR for loan amounts up to $3 million. So if you have a mortgage with an interest rate of 6% or higher, give America's jumbo lender a call at 833-436-8800. You drive around to find the cheapest gas, so why not refinance your mortgage? Every day you wait, you're wasting money on needless interest. Go to theloanexchange.com or call 833-436-8800 to find out what your savings will be with a new 30-year fixed-rate loan at 5.75% interest rate and 5.939% APR. NMLS 1637539. Loan subject to credit approval. See website for licensing information, loan terms and conditions. Equal housing lender. That's theloanexchange.com or call 833-436-8800 for a 30-year fixed-rate loan at 5.75% interest rate and 5.939% APR.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
The San Francisco Marathon is right around the corner, Sunday, July 26th. Catch 95.7 The Game near the Chase Center Hydration Station as we're out there proudly supporting the runners. Get all the marathon details at 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl, the Guru Johnson. Guru will be back on Thursday.
You going to be watching this weekend?
Hey, we got the, it's true. We got the watching, no, I won't be watching anything this weekend. I'll be across the pond, as they say.
Oh, that's right. Well, I thought you said you like to watch marathons.
I do.
In person or on TV?
Mostly Olympic marathons, but, Boston Marathon.
Well, the San Francisco Marathon's this Sunday.
Yeah, it's an easy course, though, out here.
What are you talking about?
It's usually wind aided, and, it's great marathon conditions because it's never too hot.
You're running with and against the wind, and it's one of the few places that has terrain.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Have you ever heard of the Big Sur Marathon, Mouth?
Have you run it?
No, but that's got terrain.
Yeah, but I mean more just like the hills.
Or the, what's the one in Stinson? You got to go up the Stinson thing and then down?
Down.
That's brutal.
That does sound tough.
Hey, by the way, you buried the lead.
What are you talking about?
You kind of ought to be ashamed.
Me?
Yeah, you.
You're in the driver's seat.
So, I didn't realize this. You got a bet with one of our listeners, Chicago Jason.
I do.
Okay. It was about home runs between a certain White Sox player and
Munetaka
and
Murakami.
Yeah. So, about 3 or 4 days ago, Chicago, Evan's like, oh, yeah, here comes Devers. He's only this many behind. Dude.
He's tied.
Yeah, Murakami missed 6 weeks? That doesn't count.
That wasn't the bet.
But Murakami's got like 100 fewer at-bats. So he's going to, it should be a ratio, I think.
What's your point?
My point is that Murakami's hitting more homers per at-bat than Devers, so you shouldn't win that bet.
No, that's not how this works. You pick a player, you better be sure that they can stay on the field. The best ability is availability. And the one thing that Rafi does, it's not always run hard.
He does.
But he's on the field every day.
And you know what? And I'll say it. Rafi Devers at first base last night, we might still be playing. Because he doesn't bobble that ball that Eldridge, you know what? Oh,
he's trying to
where's Goo today?
He's trying to make a glove flip.
Where's Goo today?
He's at the hospital.
I know. That's why the kid's not ready to play first.
Eldridge?
Yes.
I kind of agree. But that's hopefully why. Okay, you remember this last year? Remember when we were watching the game at the cafeteria and Randy Rodriguez comes in out of the bullpen and I go, he's going to blow this game.
I do remember that.
It was against the Rockies. You know why I said that?
I don't.
Because it was the first time he ever had a real 3-out save opportunity.
I remember that
He'd never done it before.
I remember that now.
Last night, Eldridge. Corners crashing. Game-winning run on the line. You need a glove flip to keep the game going. Never done it before. But next time I think he will do it. I have confidence that that's an experience that the kid can learn from, especially because nobody was talking about him after the game. Nobody wanted to talk about the fact that he had a chance to make that flip. Everyone was talking about Adames and Susak and I guess, who's my guy? Killian, when it blew the game.
The Dipsy. That's the Dipsy Trail in Stinson.
The Dipsy.
Or up there.
Oh, the marathon.
Yeah. Well, I think it's called the Dipsy. It's a race, and then there's the double Dipsy. It's only I don't know.
Is it like a half marathon and one's a full marathon
I think,
sort of
but
thing?
It's like all uphill. It's like these what are they called? Switchbacks.
Oh,
and it's like on a trail. Yeah, somebody can call in and give us a little update on what's going on with the Dipsy.
Yeah,
they still run that thing?
I never knew
apparently
anybody that ran it.
Unbelievably grueling is what my sources say. Hey, we do have some. Wait a minute, what's this?
You got to explain. What was that?
It said it's the new LeBron drop I wanted to play. It says LeBron watch drop, and I wanted to just hear it.
I don't think that's from our show.
No, I'm sure it's not.
Well, just
what is this, Ken?
Dude, you're like
that
a kid.
sounded like a Nick Friedel open.
Oh, well, it says LeBron watch drop. We may not have a LeBron drop to use for a while because LeBron's agent, Rich Paul, says he won't be rushed, Evan. He won't be.
I still need to figure out what's wrong with your attention span.
What do you mean?
I mean,
I don't have much of one. I've never had one. My parents have always talked about how I just Yeah, I got some issues.
Well, I'm surprised how you're handling this LeBron news so well, because he's been keeping you waiting for 3 weeks. And you can't even wait 15 seconds when you look at a button just to push it.
Yeah. So what was that?
We don't know.
Play it again, and I'll tell you where it's from.
Okay. It's called the LeBron Watch Drop, but I don't know what it is.
Take you for a ride on a Stone Bus in China. Tell me where in the world is
LeBron James going to go?
Okay. All right.
That is a Sam Lubman special.
I think that was him at the end.
Okay. Anyway, he's not going to be rushed.
Is that your segue into where's LeBron going?
No. All right. Not that it matters. He might know now. He might. I'm sorry. I don't think he knew a week ago. I don't think he's been knowing all this time. I really don't.
Well, what I need Rich Paul to do is just be honest. By the way, I know what Carmen Sandiego is.
Do you know what Zoom is? Remember the old show Zoom?
No, we use
Zoom. One of the best shows ever on PBS.
No.
Much better than Sesame Street. Not even close. You were probably a Sesame Street guy. I was never a Sesame Street guy.
A Zaboomafoo guy, not Zoom.
Oh, I know what you're talking about, but this is something different. This is where they would bring kids into a studio and they'd have all these fun games for them to play and races, and you never knew when it was on. Like, it wasn't on at 12 o'clock Saturday. You'd always just be flipping through. You'd see Zoom, and then you'd have to lock in. But you'd never watch the whole thing because you never really knew when it was on.
Well, that was the same with like Reading Rainbow, but they would still play them at random times.
Yeah, I was always, I was kind of an advanced reader, so I didn't really have to watch those shows. That's the benefit of having two parents as English teachers.
It sounds like you really enjoyed that experience.
My mom and dad read so many books that I didn't have to read any, basically, is what it came down to. Somebody's saying, be careful, Steiny. Why? Sesame Street? Pff, overrated. Very much overrated. Sesame Street.
That's what your children grew up on. Or did you not let them watch it because...
They were never really into Sesame Street. I wasn't either.
I wonder why.
Well, it was a new generation of comics at that point.
Of comics.
Yeah, comics. It was like...
They're puppets.
We were into the Dora the Explorer phase.
And that's a cartoon.
Right.
So you like the swipe or no swiping?
Yes.
Backpack.
Yes. It was always a puzzle.
There was always
a puzzle to get to the destination.
I can tell you where there isn't a puzzle, and with this LeBron James decision, there's no puzzle right now.
Well, what's going on?
Well, apparently, number one, he's going to take his time. Okay, thanks. Okay, thanks, Rich. Number two, it's not about him. The two is just not adding up. So later in the podcast, Kellerman snuck in a snide comment about how, well, everything's got to be about LeBron. And Rich Paul goes, no. That's not what I'm saying. LeBron just needs some time to, really sit down. And, it's like any business decision. You got to take your time, weigh all options, and then go out there and make a choice.
Okay, I know.
What is this about?
This is about him trying to figure out where he's going. And that maybe his mind's changed over the course of a few weeks. Let me ask you a question. I get it. One guy had a simple decision to make, yes or no, essentially. And one guy has a decision to make on what team he's going to play for. All right, the first guy is Steve Kerr. Wright Thompson wrote his story on Steve Kerr at the end of the year.
We got him.
What do you mean?
That's what Kerr said about LeBron.
Oh, yeah, and I'm not talking about LeBron. I'm talking about
his 50-page novel.
Steve Kerr was deciding whether he was coming back as the Warriors coach. And if you read the story by Wright Thompson, it was clear that at various times during the year, Kerr was like, I'm out. No, I think I'm going to do. No, I'm out. No, it's over. No, I think I want to come back. Well, I'll sit down and talk to Joe. I don't like where we're at, okay, but I'm coming back. Like, you can change your mind a number of times. And I'm going to I believe that since the start of free agency to now, that his mind has changed at least once or twice. That's all I'm saying.
I'm with you there. How long did it take Steve Kerr to come up with that decision?
I think it took about 2 weeks, 2.5.
From the time the Warriors were eliminated to
I think so.
May 12th. Okay, we're coming up on 3.5 for LeBron. And I'm not saying it's apples to apples, but like at some point you got to make up your mind. At one point you have to let people know what you're thinking. And Steve Kerr, by the way, didn't go to Fanatics Fest, do 2 live podcasts, a live television show, and say, well, I'm not talking about my choice.
No, but he was asked about it a million times, and he said, I'm going to think about it. But yeah, I hear you.
Well, he was asked about it throughout the entire year. But also, I mean, Kerr, it's a little bit different. I'm not saying you can't flip-flop. I'm not saying you can't change your mind. But I do think that this is... I can't figure out what is taking him so long at this stage, because isn't all the information out there? And it's not just, by the way, him that has to make a choice. There are other players or decisions that have to happen once he's done. And some people might see that as flexing his power, but the schedule still has to be made. James Harden is still a free agent. Draymond Green is still a free agent. Maybe Jonathan Kuminga is going to get a job when a team realizes they can't get LeBron James. I don't know. There's other people that are waiting on him, not just Warriors fans.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Can I give you a parallel? No, it's actually, let me I'm going to change that word.
What,
it's not a parallel.
Is it perpendicular?
No, no. If I call it a parallel, it means I'm putting myself in the same boat, and I'm not. So,
sure.
Back in the day, long time ago, I think it was about 2000, 2001. When did Shaq go to the Lakers?
Late 90s.
Okay. It was around that time. He was covering the Warriors, worst team of all time. And I had a job interview down in L.A. Cover the Lakers. Orange County Register. Go ahead, give me the boop.
Nice.
Anyway, I got offered the job. And I was like, I need time. Because I had a baby at home. I had a 7-month-old. Or maybe a year at that point. It was tough. I was like, am I really, I would have had to move down to L.A. because we weren't going to move everybody or whatever. Mm-hmm. And I was just like, man, covering the Lakers, Kobe and Shaq. I mean, that'd be pretty. But anyway, my point is I ended up staying because I just wasn't going to do that. And I think there's some similarities to LeBron and his 12-year-old daughter. And he's like, it's hitting him that he's saying, all right, do I really want to leave her in a way?
Yeah.
And do I really want to go to Philly, a place I've never been to, essentially, to play?
Uh-huh.
Like, he knows a little bit about what Cleveland's going to be like and Miami's going to like, and he knows Philly, he has no idea. And then the Warriors are sitting out here on the West Coast, which is a little bit of a softer landing point if it's about his daughter and his family. Anyway, I'm trying to give the guy the benefit of the doubt. I do think it's probably a tough decision.
Well, and this is why I think you're being a little too nice, is your choice was between leaving for another market and staying at the same job you had.
Right. So I essentially stayed with the Lakers.
Yeah. LeBron said, I don't want to be the Warriors beat writer. I'm going somewhere else. In fact, this would be like, I don't know if anybody's ever done this. Steiny, you say, it was the Contra Costa Times you're working for?
Yeah.
Okay. So you say, hey, CC, I'm out. I'm too big for this place.
Well, I wouldn't have said that, but go ahead.
I know you wouldn't have, but this would be the equivalent. I'm too big for this place. I want to go be a beat writer somewhere else because everyone wants me at a diminished price, and everyone is going to have to line up and give me their pitch of why Matt Steinmetz should cover their team. And then you come out and say, Well, and then I got to explain it to my kid. Like, I do think that his family, it factors into this choice. But if he really wanted to be home and with his babies and all that, I don't think he would have tried to leave LA in the first place.
Yeah, unless...
I mean, he could go to the Clippers. That's a team. And they haven't been mentioned whatsoever. But when you brought him up, I thought it was an interesting location for him because you just go across town. But he doesn't want to play for the Clippers, it appears.
You think there's going to be... All right, when do you think it's going to happen? Is it going to happen before I leave for Scotland?
I don't think so.
Which is Friday.
Yeah. I don't think it happens this week. But I've also felt that way for a while.
You know what I hope? How about this? For your sake. I hope it happens Thursday after the show or before Friday's show. That way you and Goo can just go out at the end of the week smoking. Whew! And Goo deserves it because he's missed some, he missed the day LeBron. Goo deserves to be here when LeBron leaves the Warriors high and dry. I mean, when he signs with the Warriors.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think he'd do it early or later in a week?
I have no idea.
Well, it just seems to me that wouldn't LeBron want the entire week to be about him? For his name to be in the news cycle. Because Friday is usually not as... I don't know. It's kind of a lighter day because people are getting ready for the weekend and not doing much. When LeBron signs, Earth will stop, so to speak. But to me, it would make more sense for him to announce on like a Sunday or a Monday. That's just me. So it could be next week. But I am with you that, well, you don't really care. Like, if you're not here, that's not going to bother you.
It won't.
Yeah, I think Goo will want to react to LeBron being a Philadelphia 76er, you know what I mean?
He's going to be so hurt.
Why?
Because he's going to be so hurt. By the way...
Well, we are going to have to talk about what happens if and when he signs with another team. And that's not going to be a fun conversation.
No, it won't. Oh, shoot. I was... it was something about that. I forgot. Can we have an update on ex-Warrior Jonathan Kuminga?
So, according to, I think it's Jovan Buha, who covers the Lakers for The Athletic, he said on, I think it was Colin Coward's show yesterday, that Jonathan Kuminga, the Lakers would have been able to clear enough cap space to offer him $10 million per year. So a 2 for $20 million deal, pretty similar to, well, in total, what he was making, would have made in Atlanta. But he's interested in making upwards of $20 million a year. So maybe that's why they didn't sign Matisse Thybulle. And I think Mark Stein also reported that the other team has been mentioned in the Kuminga sweepstakes outside of the Lakers is the Cavaliers.
Oh, the Cavs now with Kuminga.
Yeah, which I don't think is a coincidence because I think that they're probably going to need a backup forward or a backup option should they not land LeBron.
So here are the free agents that are still out there, apparently. Kuminga, LeBron, Jalen Duren's still out there.
Is restricted, yeah.
Yeah. Draymond is out there. Harden's out there. There's another guy hanging there I forgot about, DeMar DeRozan.
Oh, yeah, he got bought out, right?
Yeah, so DeMar DeRozan is also out there.
And Westbrook. A lot of older guys.
It was something about Westbrook and signing. And, oh, gosh, what was it? I can't remember.
But those guys are what I mean by the LeBron hang-up. I think once, all right, LeBron signs with, let's say, the Warriors. Well, that determines how much money Draymond can get. And if he signs with the Cavaliers, that determines how much money Harden can get. So I do, there are things that are on pause because LeBron James hasn't decided where he wants to play yet.
Yeah. Oh, I know what I wanted to bring up. For all you people out there who, think, Draymond runs the Warriors. He's always run the Warriors. They're scared of him. They'll never stand up to him. All that kind of stuff. Hello?
What?
It's happening. Don't you get it?
Enlighten me.
Yaxel Lendeborg has won the MVP of the Summer League and the championship game. And then he started talking some stuff about Boozer. Draymond Green approves.
Yaxel was talking this had to come back from down 10 in the fourth quarter. He said, man, their buzz got tight, man. They puckered up. You know what I mean? Some of us are built for the moment, some aren't. So when you get those opportunities like that and you go attack the moment, then you know you belong in that moment. So just our spirit, our will, our desire to not lose is pretty much what decided the game. Listen, I respect that. I've seen, many of guys over the years tighten up when the moment get there and not be able to get it across the finish line. And that's what Yaxel is hinting at right now. I think it was great. I know when we started our run, it started with Summer League Championship, and so not that Summer League Championships are guaranteeing future success, but needless to say, winning is always good, and shout out to the young fellas going out there, taking it serious, locking in and getting it done.
What are you smiling about?
I'll tell you what I'm smiling about.
What are you snickering about over there?
That is Mike Dunleavy telling Draymond Green, you better clean this up. I don't know how you're going to do it, but you got to clean this up. That's what I'm seeing there. Somebody got to Draymond. You think I'm kidding? I'm not really kidding. Somebody said something to Draymond. It might not have been like, you must do this. Somebody told him it wasn't cool what he was doing.
Well, I'll take the other side. How do you know he just didn't legitimately like Yaxel talking bleep to Cam Boozer?
Because
how do you know?
That's not how Draymond operates. He doesn't get over something in one day unless he's been told to try to get over something in one day. Anyway, I think we got a new sheriff in town.
Yaxel?
You know how everybody's saying, when's Vitello going to flip a spread? When's Vitello going to show some emotion? Well, he's only been there for half a year. Mike Dunleavy's been the GM for a few years, and now you see he is beginning to lay down the iron fist.
Well,
because you can't do it right away. But he's gotten to Draymond.
Until we play an NBA game, Yaxel's the best player in the draft. He was the MVP of Summer League.
Yes, he was. Tell you what.
You think Draymond's...
It's a new Mike Dunleavy.
Kind of feeling...
It's a new era.
It feels kind of the same, though.
Oh, Peyton Watson and Benedict Mathurin are also still available.
Those are restricted, yeah.
Yep, absolutely, but thank you, 415. All right, well... Waiting on LeBron.
Keep waiting.
Waiting on LeBron, but the good news is Dunleavy has broken through. After 15 years, Dunleavy has broken through with Draymond Green. 888-957-9570. Are you surprised with the Iron Hand approach? That segment was sponsored by AC Transit. Way to go, Mike!
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Bay Area, the summer sales event is on right now at Ceremony Ford, and these deals are bringing the heat. Get 0% APR financing for 36 months, plus $1,000 in down payment assistance, and no payments for 90 days. But Ceremony Ford isn't done. You'll also get a 2-year, 25,000-mile Ford Premium Maintenance Plan included with your purchase. Shop eligible models including the 2026 Ford F-150, Bronco, Mustang Mach-E, Explorer, Mustang, Ranger, Super Duty, and Transit Cargo Van, plus the 2025 Ford Bronco Sport. Whether you need something for the family, the job site, the commute, or just want a ride that looks good pulling up anywhere, Ceremony Ford's got you covered. 0% APR, $1,000 in down payment assistance, no payments for 90 days. Plus premium maintenance included. Ceremony Ford, the Bays Ford store in Colma, Daly City, or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. You know that's my Ford store. Make it yours too, and tell them Bonte sent you.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
This hour is brought to you by Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. The business card that gives back all you put in.
Jane is a small business owner.
That's right.
And tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect. Plus gig speeds with security and equipment included. All with a 5-year price lock.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
Exactly. The Total Solutions Advantage. Get started for just $60 a month for 12 months when you add wireless connect to a qualifying internet package. No one does business like Comcast Business.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Is your client ready to build a functional outdoor space? Choosing Golden State Lumber and Showroom means faster deliveries and finishing your project on time and on budget. When it comes to decking, TimberTech stands out. It's trusted by contractors for its unbeatable quality, and with industry-leading warranties, it's clear why TimberTech is the top choice. TimberTech, the #1 brand in premium decking. Start at GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
The world's game doesn't end when the tournament does. On Saturday, July 25th, your first place Quakes take center stage at Stanford Stadium for the 105th California Classico against the LA Galaxy. It's NorCal versus SoCal. Timo Werner versus Marco Royce. The first 10,000 fans through the gates get a Quakes Americana jersey presented by El Camino Health. Then stay in your seats after the match for the biggest summer fireworks show in the Bay. Quakes versus LA Galaxy, Saturday, July 25th at 7:30 at Stanford Stadium, presented by El Camino Health. Tickets at SJEarthquakes.com.
Speeding catches up with you when you get caught and handed a ticket, or worse, in a crash. No one makes summer plans for fines or a trip to the hospital after a crash. So slow down and follow the speed limit. Make your 100 days of summer and beyond the safest ones. A message from the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
Hey, it's Willard. At Habas Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Habas Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians, because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Habas fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Habas Law, relentless for justice. Visit HabasLaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
If life is a game to be won, then every child deserves to play on a level field. Children International is empowering young people in poverty on their journey by giving them the tools, the training, and the skills to shape their own futures. From the early days of development through all stages of growth and into employment. This is how, together, we can help end poverty for good. Learn more at children.org.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
It's icy, refreshing, and sure to be the sip of the summer. Burger King just released the new Orange Dreamsicle Freeze King, an orange-flavored frozen beverage topped with cold foam and crumble. Available for a limited time. For your chance to win a gift card, visit 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. You jive on the YouTube chat. Steiny trying to create division in Dubsville. Oh, I don't create division. I just observe it. That's all I do. I just observe division.
You highlight it.
I talk about it. And I talk about unity when unity's there also. Those Warrior teams that won titles, boy, were they on the same page. Whew.
Well,
Talked
looks
about
like
that a lot.
We got a change in the guard.
Curry getting traded?
No, stop. No. Yaxel's taken over. He's becoming quickly but surely the backbone of this organization. He's passed every test. He's also, I was going to say he's beyond his years, but he's pretty old. So.
Well, I was going to...
for a rookie.
Tell you the one thing. I mean, this guy Lendeborg, kind of starting to see what's going on here. Now, listen.
What's that?
I'm a very secure man.
Well, you are. You're wearing a shirt you don't like.
Lendeborg is a good-looking guy. He's got looks. He's got personality. He's got some riz. No doubt. He's got some riz. And you know what? I think there's some jealousy. Because the guy has got it all. He just does.
These are the things that
He's a good-looking man.
You pick up
with
on.
a personality. He is going to... Bay Area going to like Yaks, whether Draymond likes it or not.
See, what I find funny is often when we're out, like you talk about your playing career and, you're a good player.
I
didn't have a career. But when we're out, your characteristics as a point guard, they play out in much different ways than you just knowing how to dribble a basketball or shoot it. And I think this is one of them. This is where you're kind of reading the room, seeing the reactions to this guy. He's talking a little bit of trash, but he's got the pearly whites.
Yes, he does. He's got
He's got some chiclets.
See, here's the other thing, and I'm going to be honest with you. I know a guy in the dental industry. You think I'm kidding?
Okay.
You think I'm kidding? I'm not. He's been trying to get at Draymond for a couple years because Draymond has an unbelievable smile.
Well, he got some work.
Sure, of course he did.
The veneers.
Yeah, sure. But it's a great smile. Draymond has a great smile.
Oh, yeah.
And he's been, I wonder if there's something there. He's just going to pivot to Yaxel now. Yaxel's got the pearly whites.
He does.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to do it right now. Mount Smile More, Draymond Green, Yaxel Lendeborg, Bonte Hill, and I'll put Lauren Hutton in there just as an outlier.
Do they all go to the same dentist?
I don't think so, but they all got great smiles.
Yeah, Bonte does walk around with a smile quite a bit.
You know what?
All the time.
Yeah, I'll go the veneer route. How much is that? Is that expensive, those veneers?
I would assume so. I know Draymond doesn't have veneers. It was a joke.
Well, I don't know but the guy's got a hell of a smile. You got to give it up for him.
He does. He's very charismatic. Yaxel is. That's actually something I have noticed.
He is?
Yeah, I think his teeth are real. I have no reason to believe they're not. I mean, this is something we have to pay attention to is how many of these guys coming into the NBA have real money?
No. What do you mean?
Well, I mean, they're not making millions. Not all of them. But these guys make a lot of money in college now.
I know.
I mean, Yaxel Lendeborg got a big check to go play for Michigan. I don't know how much he got at UAB, but I think those are his real teeth. Maybe he got some work done.
Hey, it doesn't matter.
He's got a great smile.
Doesn't matter if the guy takes care of himself. And it's anybody who treats themselves with respect, it's an attractive quality. It just is.
I mean, not everybody had the privilege of getting their teeth fixed at a young age.
No doubt.
Some people got to do it at an older age.
No doubt.
Like this guy, Lamine Yamal for Spain.
See the guy who gave Trump the peace sign?
He didn't really seem happy about wanting to shake hands with him. I'll just say that. But he's got braces on his bottom teeth.
Okay.
He's 19 years old. So, he didn't have braces when he was younger, but now he's got a little dough, making that Barca money. Got to go back to the lab.
Now, do you know that probably don't care, but ask me when I had my braces.
When did you have your braces, Tiny?
Only at the worst possible time in life that you could have them, which would be when, do you think?
Age 25.
Close. Freshman year in college. So bad. My dad quit teaching, and then he became the general manager of an orthodontics practice so I could get braces for free. So I got them before my freshman year in college, which was probably the worst move of all time. One of you know how Draymond had one of the greatest defensive performances of all time? That was one of the dumbest mistakes I've ever made.
But you didn't have a glow up when you got to sophomore, junior year?
What's a glow up?
Well, it's when, you're
like a coming out party?
Yeah, well, your looks improve. Maybe you hit puberty, you grow, you start working out over the summers. When you come back from summer, so you know how, like, you're in college.
Yeah.
There's a few people you maybe a little bit interested in, but sometime between freshman and sophomore year, that individual, now everybody's noticing him. It's like, hey, you ever think, hey, you kind of noticed Steinmetz freshman year? I know he's got some braces, but look, he's kind of rough around the edges. He's got a nice demeanor, kind of a smolder look, if you will. And then sophomore year, you come back, you got no braces, and now all the ladies are like, whew, they're not even calling you Steinmetz anymore. They're calling you Maddie.
Well, tell me if this is a common, at least when I was in college, I do remember once August would roll around, you'd be like, all right, I got to get into a little bit of shape for the start of school. I got to work on that suntan. Want to be looking good. It mattered not, but, I still dealt with it. Let's go to Jacob in San Jose. Wants to know about if there's any rumors out there. Hey, Jacob, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. How you guys doing?
Dynamite.
All right. Well, me and my buddy have been kind of trying to keep a close eye on this. We kind of got bored in the off season. Baseball's been kind of bad. So on that note, I've been. He had just recently read a Reddit post about, and obviously that we'll take it as it comes from Reddit, but that they're still looking at LeBron James, but with the leaking of the plan to get him and Anthony Davis early, the Wizards have had all the leverage, and that's what's taking this so long. And that now they've shifted their view from an initial look of multiple first-round picks to Yaxel, a first-round pick, and Jimmy Butler. I want to know your guys' opinion on that. All this to get LeBron James and Anthony Davis, two older players that are, one is injury-prone, as well as having to get rid of Moses Moody possibly for a contract purpose. Myself as a fan, I don't like it, but I would like to know your guys' opinion on it.
I hate it, but I think there's something there too. I really do. Like if I'm, people think that Washington just wants to give away Anthony Davis. They're not just going to give away Anthony Davis. And I remember saying that right after the draft when the Davis stuff came. Oh, 2 or 3 first-round picks. And I'm like, I'm not giving up 3 first-round picks for Anthony Davis. But then the question becomes, okay, would you give him Lendeborg and 1 pick? I don't think there's one Warrior fan out there that wants to forsake Lendeborg to acquire Anthony Davis. I got to believe I'm with everybody there.
Can you imagine that after this morning when the NBA announces that he's the Summer League most valuable player, that 48 hours later, the Washington Wizards have traded Anthony Davis for Yaxel Lendeborg in a first-round pick. The only way that the Warriors could make this, all right, let's say they don't get LeBron,
right?
That they roll out this team next year. People are going to be pissed or disappointed because they've been sold this false bill of goods. The only way that this offseason could get any worse is if they trade Yaxel Lendeborg. I'm serious. That's the only way it could get worse.
What about...
Well, you're going to say Draymond signs a 4-year deal?
The Golden State Warriors have reached a contract extension with Brandon Pajemski. 4 years, $118 million. 27 annual value.
Your mind is a gutter. No, but honestly, though, we talked about it yesterday a lot. he's the brightest spot of this summer, and there is no way in hell Yaxel's going anywhere.
You would think not. I mean, look, when the Warriors finally parted ways with Kuminga, I think one of the reasons they had to do it, or what may have been the final impetus, was they were almost certain that he wasn't going to, quote, blow up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they'd seen him for 4.5 years, and they'd seen all his highs, all his lows, and they finally maybe were convinced, if we trade him to some other place, we're confident he's not going to make us look terrible. Yaxel's different. You can't trade Yaxel right now because you don't know. He might blow up, right?
Well, it's not just that
you got to find out more about him in your own uniform.
He's already your most valuable asset. He hasn't played an NBA game. You can't trade that. In a few years, if it turns out he's not this or not that, I think one of the reasons they also ran into trouble with Kuminga is because they probably held on to him too long. His value was higher a few years ago, and they were worried that he would blow up because he didn't get a ton of opportunities, and so maybe they were less confident. But Yaxel's going to get opportunities. If the Warriors, I don't know. I also just kind of think that they're done with this idea of cashing in chips. I mean, I think they were, for example.
Yeah.
How badly do you think the Warriors wanted Giannis this summer? Not to say that the Bucks would deal with them, but how badly do you think they wanted Giannis Antetokounmpo?
I think they wanted him as badly as they did at the trade deadline, but knew they had less of a chance, and so they wanted him, but they knew it was probably turning into a long shot.
Yeah, I would agree with that, but it wasn't like they were salivating at the thought of Giannis. I think they were a few years ago.
Oh, yeah.
They really wanted him a few years ago, just like they wanted all the rest of these guys. But this summer, I think people are a bit down on Giannis. Maybe the way that he handled his exit in Milwaukee, the fact that he's been injury prone the past couple of years. This will be year 13 or 14 from him. He's going to be making a max salary. There's a lot that comes with Giannis. I don't think the Warriors were, that sad that they couldn't get him because not that they could, but it's like they're not mortgaging everything for Giannis.
Yeah, no, it feels like.
I just think they're past that.
I don't disagree with that.
I think they're past that.
I think they might be too. I also think, as it relates to Giannis, they probably, they probably saw the writing on the wall that the only way they were going to get him was if they gave up more than they were comfortable giving him, and so they just kind of knew they weren't going to get him. I feel like they feel better about LeBron, obviously, but he's still got to make his decision, and hopefully he'll make it in the next week or so. Alex is in Oakland. Hey, Alex, how you doing?
Going on, fellas?
Hey.
I got a solution for the Warriors.
Okay.
Cool. Stop trying to get all these old free agents, and you're paying your coaches to do one thing, to develop players. So why not develop the crop of players that you got right now? You got a lot of nice young players. Develop them young players into the future Draymond Greens and Steph Currys and Klay Thompson. You got it right there. You pay coaches a lot of money to scout these players.
Alex, we lost you.
Well, I think his point is kind of what we're talking about. I don't think the Warriors want to completely lean into a youth movement because number one, that takes time. But I don't think LeBron is going to impede whatever they're trying to do. At the end of the day, their best young piece is now Yaxel Lendeborg.
Right.
I do think they have to spend time trying to develop him and nurture him, which they will because they don't have a choice.
Well, and here's something that I question. When Warrior fans say, Well, there's no next Steph Curry. Of course there's not. Well, but Steiny, it's more than just Steph Curry. There's no star. Let's say before Lendeborg. They don't have their next. Their next. Kuminga was gonna be the next. Okay, maybe they don't have on their roster right now their next number one, right? Okay, they're going to need to find a best player. Maybe it's Lendeborg, but probably not. But, maybe it is. Just because you don't have a number one, possibly, does that mean you don't try to develop Lendeborg, Santos, Richard, Pods, and Moody? Like, maybe like Lendeborg is a 2 and all the rest of the guys are just role players. So what? Develop them as those type of players. And then when the time comes, you try to get a star in here. But like the idea of, I don't like the idea of, we don't have great young players. We just have okay young players. So you feel less of an obligation to develop them because you don't think they're going to be stars or superstars. You still got to develop them. Every team needs role players. I would expect the one guy I'm starting to think more and more about this year is Will Richard. He's going to have an opportunity, I would hope, to, last year he played. We liked him. He was, nice little second round pick. Did he impact winning? Not really, but he helped early in the year, first half of the year. Okay, can he take the next step? Because the next step then turns him from an 11th man into a legitimate rotation player. Can he be a legitimate rotation player in a year or two? That's what I want to find out this year.
Well, and is he going to be different than the other second-round picks that were basically done in a few years?
Right.
Trace Jackson-Davis, same deal. He played a lot as a rookie, ended up starting by the end of that season, I think 3 years ago alongside Draymond, but then he came back and he couldn't see the floor. Quentin Post had a nice rookie season, shot 40% from three. Looked like he was going to be a stretch 5 that you could help build around. And maybe because of his performance, he got priced out, but it's like he's no longer on the team. They traded TJD for a second-round pick last year. So is Will Richard going to be a guy that actually sticks around and helps? Or is he just another back end of the roster player that will be replaced in 2 seasons? It's the same thing with Pat Spencer. I think they developed Pat Spencer into a guy who could play. Okay, for where he was, that's not bad. But LJ Cryer can just step in and take his job now that Spencer's on the Suns. You know what I mean? Yeah. They need some of these guys to break through to reach a higher floor or ceiling, I should say, than guys that are, in their draft slot or were brought in as undrafted free agents. They do need a Will Richard, not specifically him, but a guy like him to take a leap. And I think that's really more than anything else what we haven't seen from their young players. Moody's fine. Moody, before he got hurt, Moody, he can do some things. He can get hot from 3. But he made 7 threes in a quarter against New Orleans. He's a pretty good on-ball defender. But you need him to take a leap. And he obviously can't do that because of his injury. But that's what has been missing, I think, from kind of creating a Warriors core.
Right. And my one overarching concern is I feel like if let's say LeBron doesn't come, I can find a silver lining. And the silver lining is that, okay, our young guys are going to play. In large part because they have to, but also because we're not a title contender and we've got some guys that we want to see more of. If LeBron James comes, they become less of a priority. That would be my one overarching concern about LeBron is I don't want to push these young guys to the back burner for another year. And maybe LeBron, maybe there's a fine line or a fine balance there that they can figure out. But you bring LeBron on here and I just think the focus of the team will change into a less of a development, more of let's see how many wins we can squeeze out of this team, which maybe you owe it to this team to see how good they can be with LeBron. I just don't want them to kind of eschew their young players like they've kind of been doing.
Yeah, but I mean, your best players, quote unquote, are also so old that I feel like there's going to be more opportunity. LeBron is not going to play more than 65 games if he gets there. I think you could say the same for Steph. You could say the same for Horford, certainly Porzingis. I just think that, and I forget which caller brought it up yesterday, and I kind of agree with it. It's this idea that the Warriors have two rosters. They have an 82-game roster and they have a 16-game roster. And that's the needle that they're trying to thread again this season, I think is just going to be really difficult to do. Will they get better luck with injury? Probably. They got hit really hard last year. 2 season-ending injuries, Curry missing a ton of time, sciatica, POTS, whatever you want to. There was a tidal wave of injuries, so that's probably going to be more in their favor. But even still, does that mean you can take a leap from 37 wins to 47 wins? Even with LeBron James, that's a lot to ask.
Yeah, and here's the other thing. I think sometimes we have a tendency to think about it as all or nothing. In other words, okay, if the Warriors they think they're a good team, they're going to be a playoff team, they're going to go deep, well, then we can't develop. Well, they're not in that spot anymore. Because here's where they're at as far as I'm concerned. If I'm going to use an extreme example here. If they get LeBron James, let's just say, and their focus changes, and now all of a sudden Butler is coming back, and they just development once again is put on hold. If you don't start developing Lendeborg and Pods and Moody and Richard and Santos, by the time Steph and Draymond leave, they'll have nothing. They'll have nothing that would attract a free agent. On the other hand, if a year or
they
two,
could use to trade for somebody.
No, what I'm talking about is, and I get it, it looks far-fetched now, but if Lendeborg's a hell of a player and he's ascending, and their other guys are they got some good role players there. Lendeborg's going to be a hell of a player. Maybe I want to play with him. They're more likely to get a legitimate free agent if these guys emerge to some degree over the next year or two, as opposed to, no, we're going to focus on Steph and Draymond and Horford and Porzingis and Butler and LeBron. Okay, that buys us another year, but our young guys are going to be in a worse spot, and we're going to be less attractive as a franchise because we haven't developed the young guys, and now we have nothing because the old guys are getting ready to retire. All right, coming up next, we've got crossover, and that means we've got Dan Dibley in the house, and we've also got Mark Grandy today in the house. And we got a new little sponsor here, and it's kind of right up my alley. That segment was sponsored by Hazy Little Thing from Sierra Nevada.
If you've ever reached for a cheers when your favorite song comes on, you're ready to embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing from Sierra Nevada. Hazy, citrusy, smooth, juicy but not sweet, hoppy but not bitter. America's best-selling hazy IPA for good reason. Hazy Little Thing. Enjoy responsibly.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the three brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here to...
Not again. That's my line.
That was my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom.
Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
I love Jacks.com.
Right now is the perfect time to head to Saramonte Ford. Huge selection, big savings, and straight up great deals. They've got a lineup of brand new Fords ready to roll. Trucks, SUVs, and hybrids, all priced to move. Whether you're buying or leasing, Saramonte Ford makes it easy, fast, and stress-free. So don't wait. Stop in person right off 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at SaramonteFord.com. That's SaramonteFord.com. Saramonte Ford, your San Francisco Bay Area Ford dealer.
You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing, what comes next, who you trust, have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Baylord is yours. Baylord.com. That's BAILARD.com.
If you live in a high fire risk area and rely on power for medical needs, you may qualify for services through the no-cost Public Safety Power Shutoff Care Coordination Program from 211. Call 211 to make an appointment today. Call 211 to make an appointment today.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Roland from Rodeo. This is the second time RNS serviced my garage. Rob did a very good job and knew exactly what he was doing. Arriving 1 hour earlier than expected is another reason to call RNS. Thank you, Rob and Olive, for amazing service.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Here's good news for folks who have a jumbo loan. The Loan Exchange, America's jumbo lender, is offering a 30-year fixed-rate loan at a 5.75% interest rate and 5.939% APR for loan amounts up to $3 million. So if you have a mortgage with an interest rate of 6% or higher, give America's jumbo lender a call at 833-436-8800. You drive around to find the cheapest gas, so why not refinance your mortgage? Every day you wait, you're wasting money on needless interest. Go to theloanexchange.com or call 833-436-8800 to find out what your savings will be with a new 30-year fixed-rate loan at 5.75% interest rate and 5.939% APR. NMLS 1637539. Loan subject to credit approval. See website for licensing information, loan terms and conditions. Equal housing lender. That's theloanexchange.com or call 833-436-8800 for a 30-year fixed-rate loan at 5.75% interest rate and 5.939% APR.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Ah, no, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever, now with odor-fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
Sniff the difference. Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, time for the crossover brought to you by Bay Alarm. Rest easy. We've got you covered. BayAlarm.com. Evan Giddings is in for Daryl the Guru Johnson today, and now we welcome in Dan Dibley and Mark Grandy for the crossover. What's going on, gentlemen?
Hey,
how
guys.
are you?
Good. How are you?
Doing pretty well. Pretty well. Tough Giants loss last night. Did you blame Susak or Adames?
I blame Vitello. Honestly,
Off the board.
Well, honestly, like, what's the plan? Okay, so you've got a runner on first, and I don't know, Casey might be bunting. what's the play? Are we going to try to, at best case, are we going to try to go out and cut down the runner at second? Okay, if we are, then Willie should know that, and he should maybe, I don't know, try to cover the bag. Or are we going to play a little bit conservative, and no matter what, we're taking the out at first? What are we doing? What's our vision? What's our direction? What's the plan? And so, yes, Tony in the micro, but in the macro, my bigger issue with the whole team is, what's your plan? Because you had a very good elite defensive catcher, and you got rid of him, and now you've got the law firm of Kavanaugh, Susak, and Rodriguez, and none of them are as good as Patrick Bailey on defense, and they can hit. You have a shortstop who is patently maybe the worst in baseball defensively, and you guys mentioned this earlier, pitching and defense, pitching and defense, pitching and defense. You're neither. And so you get in that spot, and you have no plan. Like, what are you doing? Are we going to try to cut him down at second? Well, if we are, then the shortstop should maybe cover the base. So whose fault is it? It's everyone's fault. But in the moment, the lack of direction from the dugout, I put that on Tony V.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I can throw Tony V under the bus for that one. If you're Susak, take the out of first base, because clearly Adames is not on the same page. It comes down to inexperience and consistency. That's why they're second to last in the major leagues in errors, which is what Kansas City's telling you. They're saying, all right, we're going to bunt until you prove that you can get a guy out. Which, well, by the way, the worst one, I know it's a tough play for Eldridge, but the only reason that one was frustrating to me is because they telegraphed the pitch before where they were bunting the ball. They were bunting it right at your first baseman, who is still struggling to play first base sometimes. And I think he's been pretty good this year, but those are the plays that the Giants have been unable to make the entire season. You know, you're watching great groups in the field. They're robbing home runs. They're making diving plays. They're stealing outs. The Giants don't steal outs. They give them away, which is what they did last night with the game.
It's pretty incredible that the one time Adames hits a clutch home run, the one time. I mean, we make fun of him for, I know, Steiny, you had this earlier in the year. How many of your hits and your home runs and your RBIs came when you were up 5, when you were down 6 in the 8th or 9th inning, and it's a pointless moment. That wasn't the case last night. 2 outs, down 2 in the 9th. You hit an opposite field home run to tie the game up, and then the very next half inning, you make a brain-dead mistake that maybe didn't cost you an out because the guy might have been safe anyway. That's not even the point for me. It's just, what is going on in your head that makes you think that being a few steps in front of first base is the right place for you to be? He can have the clutch home run that he got, which we've been begging for him to hit, and still the story after the game is, what are you doing, Willie? Like, it's remarkable that even when he gets the big hit, that the conversation is still, oh my God, what is going on with Willie Adames?
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. I think obviously Adames kind of gave up on the play and thought he was just going to go to first.
Maybe he thought it was a foul ball. It was close to being foul.
I don't think he thought the ball was coming to second base.
Yeah, clearly.
Yeah, I don't either.
But at the very least, and you played, I mean, high-ish level baseball, D2, higher than I did, which was, I played, as a 15-year-old and D3, whatever. But you know that when you are in the infield especially, you have to play all the contingencies. So there's a bunt, and if you're a shortstop, the only thing you have to do is cover the base. You're literally doing nothing else. You're not backing up first. You're not running over to back up third. Just run over to second, just in case the sack comes up throwing and the ball might come your way. But he doesn't do that. And it's happened more than once. It's happened probably 7 or 8 times where he's just not locked in.
I just thought it was weird that he was at the bag. He just wasn't on it. Like,
why are you there if you're not going to be on the bag?
Like, he was in position to make a play. He wasn't there. And I don't know. I tried to slow it down and see would the ball have beaten him? It would have been bang bang, and it was really close. I thought Susak was trying to make a hero's play, yeah. and I understand that, but it's just something missing every single game. Again, to your point, Grandy, even when they get it right, they get it wrong. And
getting it right just gave them the opportunity to then mess it up.
Yeah, but I was interested to hear from Tony V after the game, and then he went after Susak. He didn't go after him, but he said basically if he had the same choice, I don't think he would have made the same decision. And so there wasn't a whole lot about Adames. I don't know.
Well, and the other thing is, Eldridge, you kind of paid the price for him not having a position last night. I mean, I know he's going to end up at first base, but he might not be ready to play first base right now. But
It's also why you kind of need to play him at first base, though.
Exactly. Like, yes, it stings, but you're going to have to go down this road eventually to get him propped up as a first baseman.
Like, everyone in that dugout would yell at me for saying this, but like, okay, you lost last night. Okay, who really cares? The season's over anyway, so play him at first base, get him those reps, so by the time next year comes around, you feel like he's a better first baseman as a result.
There is also, like, did you guys see how they cut down a run early in the game?
Yeah.
And Drew Gilbert tossed a rope to gun down a would-be runner, and it's like, all right, even when there's one of those plays, which there have been very few this year, there's another head scratcher just later to kind of overshadow all the good that they do.
But like to Dibbs,
that was close to an infield fly.
And it was not deep at all. I was shocked they tried him, and good throw.
There's
but
no respect for Gilbert.
It's like Mickey Rivers out there.
No respect for any giant defenders.
No.
Now that Patrick Bailey isn't here. But to Dibbs's point, talking about all the mistakes and all the issues, and yeah, we can blame Adames more than anybody else. We can blame Susac for maybe making the decision to throw to second in the first place. But at what point do all these mistakes fall on the coaching staff? Like, at a certain point, it's got to come back to the coaches, right? Like, I think I'm at my breaking point. I feel like it's just, is it a lack of attention to detail? Is it the veterans not respecting the coaching staff? I don't know what it is, but at a certain point, I think it's got to come back on the coaches.
Well,
calling out Ron Washington?
Did you feel that it was worse last year under Melvin, or it's essentially the same?
No, I think the terrible mental mistakes are worse this year. But again, I don't know on an individual case-by-case basis if that's all on the manager. No, it's not. It's on the players for doing the right thing. You're a veteran. You've been around for so long. You should know, get on second base, Willie. You should know how many outs there are. You should know all of those things. But it's not a one-person thing. It's kind of a team-wide issue. And I have a hard time not drawing a through line to the manager and the whole coaching staff.
Yeah. How about I went to my first Valklyries game last night, Dibbs.
Yeah, too bad.
You're the bad luck charm.
I mean, too bad that you got to a game where they haven't lost, and then all of a sudden in the fourth quarter, they kind of ran the Michael Crabtree, the fade route. They could not score in the final 5 minutes.
No,
they
couldn't.
mystified.
Have you been to a game?
Not this year, yeah.
Yeah.
You've been there, right?
Yeah.
That's a pretty good atmosphere.
I'm waiting to hear you rip Nikase for a lack of offensive sets down the stretch.
Well, like I always like to have fun with this because, it was my first game last night. Look, I do have a theory. When you play 10 people, it's not easy. Every game, she's going to have to figure out who's finishing. There's clearly something, too, about their bench is the leading scoring bench in the league. Like 38 points a game. There's like their first team got them into trouble last night. Their second team bailed them out, and then the first team couldn't pull it out at the end. They got to figure out a pecking order where they're going, but they do have an identity. They play very hard. They're kind of like Nolan Richardson's 40 Minutes of Hell.
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit. And so they've already developed a style. We were supposed to perhaps talk to Ohema Nyan, and what I wonder is this part of their kind of what's going to be their strategy or culture to kind of play this way? Or are they playing this way because they're in their second year, they haven't had an opportunity to amass the talent that other teams have, and this is kind of what they're doing now until they can establish a more traditional type team with a 1 and a 2 and a pecking order and all that and a starting 5 with a set rotation and all that.
I think the defense and the grittiness and the high effort and high intensity is kind of Nikase's calling card, but it is also, it fits into their personnel because they don't have that go-to score that, clutch time, 22, 23 points a game, go get us a bucket when we need it. They don't have that one player, so it probably goes hand in hand, but I do think that's just who Nikase is as a coach, and it's kind of always going to be the backbone of her teams. But when you get that eventual, star offensive player, it will make everything easier on the other end. But I still think they'll rely on that defense for the most part.
And I mean, they won 9 of 10. And honestly, if you look at like the history of the NBA, and I don't have the stats in front of me, but it feels like whenever you have one of these stay in plays where a team will play, twice in the same building against the same opponent, it feels like those are most likely splits more than, obviously more than half the time. For me, it feels more like 70% of the time. So whatever, not the way you wanted to go into the break, but what a phenomenal first half they had.
I mean, my theory is that if you're a good team, if you're a really good team, you totally overlook your opponent right before the All-Star break. You're mentally checked out. It happens in the NBA every year. And that's where the Warriors have been cleaning up the last couple seasons.
Warriors in Portland, remember all those years where they would be heading for the title and they'd go to Portland and they'd lose 144 to 117.
Just lay an egg.
Oh, completely.
They don't care. That's how you know the Valkyries have arrived. They're blowing off games before the All-Star break.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Yeah, so if the Valkyries are kind of doing it this way now because they have A, a lot of depth, and B, not a lot of star players, so that they're playing this style, let's say they begin to assemble a roster that's more top-heavy, well, then can they play this style? If you look at the minutes on, nobody's playing more than 28 minutes. They got 5 people in the 20s, a couple others in the high teens. You know what I mean? Yeah. If they have a starting group that can play 30 minutes, well, then they're not going to be able to play that kind of up-tempo for 40 minutes.
It is a shorter game. There's 8 fewer minutes in a WNBA game than an NBA game, so I think the minute totals, if you're used to NBA ones, is a little different in the W, but there's probably some of that to it. I do think the defensive intensity will always be there, but you have, a better roster and it's more top-heavy and you have 2 or 3 stars, they're going to be playing a majority of minutes. So there'll probably be a little bit less than that, but I do think the way Nakase likes to play is keeping players fresh, if possible, too, because I think her biggest thing is the defensive intensity, and it's easy to do that if you are fresher. But like you laid out, Steve Kerr did this a couple of times. You remember, it wasn't this past season, but last year when they began the season using an 11 or 12-man rotation, and Steve Kerr said it was our best strategy, but then 2 weeks into the season, he's like, I can't do this anymore. It's impossible. Right. Try to figure it out. So maybe you do run into some growing pains in that sense, but I do think it works for the style that she likes to see, just in terms of the effort that's out there on the court.
And I was telling Evan, I didn't have a program last night, Dibs. The old program.
The old program.
Where you could see height and weight.
Yep.
Washington looked like they were a bigger team, especially the 2 big women inside.
That's how they scored down the stretch. Yeah.
Definitely. So there was a little Warriors in there.
A little Warrior feel, and also the strength in numbers idea. Yes. I mean, if they're going to play 10, and you got Ian Clark coming in, and you've got all the rest of the Mo Buckets and the other second team squad.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Eddie.
No, I was just going to say, we were talking about earlier, the fact that people are looking at the Valkyries is, I heard Bonte talking about it on the morning show. They're like a piece away. The fact that they're in their second season, haven't even finished it, we're already talking about what they need to maybe become a title team or a contender, to me is just a complete compliment to the organization, because usually an expansion team, you're talking about, all right, well, let's focus on this year's draft and what kind of player we can get. And, they didn't want their first pick this year or decided to move it because they felt confident enough that this team was good. And so far, they've been proven correct. So the fact that they're 19-8 at the break, and we're talking about if they got a shot, most teams that are in their position, people are not having those conversations.
And their first pick from the year prior, their inaugural draft, hardly plays and didn't play at all last year because she was young and in an international league, and she hardly plays at all right now. So their roster is made up of essentially one major free agent signing in Gabby Williams, and then everybody else is scraps. And they're one of the best teams in the league. It is pretty remarkable.
Well, and the other thing that's interesting to me is having been out there last night for the first time, it seems obvious the atmosphere and the environment is special. There's no doubt about it. My kids were saying, well, this is more exciting than a Warrior game. And so, I feel like, man, they could have been theoretically an expansion team for a few years and ridden this excitement, probably. But the fact that in their first year they made the playoffs and now they're 9 games over at the break, like I feel like we've just, when are we going to start saying, well, when are they winning the title? You know what I mean? Like they're
like if they don't,
they're
win
not affording themselves this grace period that should have been built in if they wouldn't have gotten so good so fast.
If they don't win a postseason series this year, it kind of feels like a failure.
Yeah,
honestly, which is crazy to say. Crazy to say for a second year.
She knows she's on the hot seat. She's got 5 years.
Yeah, she only has 5 years to win it all.
Yeah, and I do think if you look at the roster, and you mentioned it, it's a little bit patchwork, and I think, Grandy, you were a little harsh with the word scraps.
Well, that's how the expansion draft works. You can protect X amount of players on your roster, and the others are unprotected, and that's how the Valkyries got the majority of these players. Veronica Burton was a scrap that was not protected.
One thing is certain, and it's Veronica Burton.
Shout out Deuce Mason.
Thank you. I mean, I'm stealing that from Dave Deuce Mason, who was the original producer of the Rise Guys, who did play-by-play a couple of nights ago. That was his go-to phrase. But I mean, yes, scraps, and one WNBA team's trash is another's treasure, as the old adage goes. So
sure.
I do think that they're one player away, but to Grandy's point, like where the bar is now, you're the 3 seed, and yeah, you get into the playoffs, and the expectation is not for you to lose in the first round again. No.
You got a home court at Chase? No, you're winning that series. You better.
Yep.
The guy, not the guy, but I'd like to see play more.
Who?
Xana Lassini.
She starts.
I know, but she only played 17 minutes. She's got a good hand. She's
a fan of Chechi?
She's got a handle.
What do you think of Caitlin Chen? Spark plug off
just
the
good
bench?
enough to get you beat. She's just good enough to get you beat. Yeah,
she was last night.
Yeah,
no, she was great last night.
Needed a couple more.
She's been really good this year.
Well, look at the plus minus. The starters were not very good, and the bench was excellent.
Did you hear Janelle Salon, who's probably going to win 6th Woman of the Year? She's going to be competing in the 3-point contest this year at All-Star Weekend for the W.
Now, I find her interesting. She can raise up from 3-point range, which is not easy to do. But, she's very strong. And it's hard to, that's a long shot. And it's hard for a woman to shoot it like that. But she's got
you got range.
She's got like a jumper almost from out there. Yeah. It's a little bit of a line drive, but she can get it there.
Oh, yeah. Effective.
I think she takes the most threes on the team.
Yeah, she took.
They take a lot of threes.
Night. She took 6.
That's
3 and D. Yeah.
Lastly, LeBron is not going to be rushed into a decision, according to his agent.
And why would he be?
Rich Paul.
I was just talking to the boss about that before the show. And what motivation does he have? Adam Silver, I'd really like to release the schedule, LeBron. I really want to let this out there. What does LeBron have that is really pressing on him to make a decision, any decision? And if you are in that spot and you are the king, the self-requited king of your sport, go ahead and wait until the end of September.
Were we rushing him? I was under the impression no one was rushing him. We're just kind of
Adam Silver's rushing him. I think DeMar DeRozan's
it's been 3 weeks.
Draymond Green is rushing LeBron James.
It's been 3 weeks.
He needs his contract.
This doesn't qualify as rushing. This is just do you have a pulse anymore? You still thinking about this? What's going on?
He's got to make sure he's there for training camp to rein the rook in. He needs LeBron to
training camp's coming soon.
Yeah, exactly.
Although I'm not a Warrior right now, so I guess training camp's not coming soon. It is for you.
To winning.
It is for you, Yaks, but maybe I won't see you there.
Oh, by the way, did you hear what Draymond said about Yaxel?
I've heard a lot about it. Is there fresh Draymond?
What's that?
There's some fresh green?
He said he loved that Yaxel was trash talking with Boozer, and he really liked it, and he thought it was good. And my first thought was somebody got to Draymond. Told him to knock it off with Yaxel. But no, the other thing is, whether somebody got to Draymond or not, it does show you, I think he knew. He went overboard. And so he kind of went out of his way to praise something that he probably didn't think twice about. But now he'll spin it as a positive.
Did he curse at you, Grandy, before the recording of this podcast?
I didn't work on this one.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was last week's shocking revelation.
That was a great 20 minutes of radio, by the way.
I had no idea.
I told you on the air before.
You
Dibs.
never told
Bleepy,
me.
Grandy.
You might have told the other Mark, but I had no idea that you were the Ryan Walker of producers for the Draymond Green podcast.
The Ryan Walker of producers.
We're going to the bullpen.
Compare me to someone better than Ryan Walker.
Name a Giant who you would like to be compared to out of the pen.
You know who's we make
Eric
fun of
Miller.
him? You know who's actually been decent? Brubaker. He's actually been decent.
You're the Matt Gage of Draymond Green podcast producers.
Good Lord.
Let's choose a different bullpen. Let's choose a different bullpen, please.
Can't do
Henches?
Henches.
Henshin? Is that what you said?
Henches?
Henshin.
And one thing
it's part of the God
One thing
Squad.
we'll get into is the idea of the Giants having players who are covetous at the deadline. My whole thing is, if you are Buster Posey and Zach Manassian and all the rest of them, you need to make those deals early because your guys are not going to be end of the cycle like, ooh, we got to have Robbie Ray. I think there's more value now for your potential targets because I don't think that they're that coveted.
Well, I think the biggest roadblock to Robbie Ray getting dealt will be Tarek Skubal because there's only one lefty that everybody wants. And I think once he is or isn't dealt, then that's when Robbie Ray comes down the pipe.
That's fair, but I do think that of all the 30 teams in baseball, there are probably, 8 sellers for sure, maybe 10. And so if you're more of a bottom-level buyer, my thought was you could buy early and get Robbie Ray for less than if you wait and then Skubal's gone and now there are 7 thirsty teams going for Robbie Ray.
Could be. I mean, what about, was it Jim Bowden that threw out a potential trade yesterday of Casey Schmidt or George Kirby?
Mm-hmm.
I think
Eric Miller, too.
Yeah, well, I think there's something there to Giants fans not wanting to move off of players that are playing well right now. And like Luis Arias might be a guy that some people are looking at as a potential extension candidate. Like to me, those are players that you have to take calls on. There's nobody on the Giants outside of maybe Bryce Eldridge that I wouldn't pick up the phone for him.
They've said that.
Well, they're not going to.
But I'm
taking
taking
a call.
Webb. Hell yeah, I'm not hanging up immediately.
Like if you're able to get a good young piece for Logan Webb, who is not having a great year, yeah, I'll pick up the phone.
Yeah. And
they won't, but
and he has 2 more years of team control, and he's been a proven over the last 5 years, he's been proven to be a guy who stays healthy and pitches well. And I don't know, the whole thing of trading Logan Webb, that would signal to me a complete waving of the white flag for this year and probably next year, and even I don't even know the next year after that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you guys are going to be able to bring it home?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
So no LeBron today, huh? Is it going to happen tomorrow? What do you think?
I have no
For
idea.
Goo's sake, I hope he's here when LeBron announces.
He's here Thursday?
Yep.
All right.
Give me some good news, damn it.
He got a little with Norm.
That's true. We're thinking of you, Goo.
Fingers crossed for Goo and his family. All right, guys, bring it home, and we'll talk tomorrow on this station, which, as you know, is 95.7 The Game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. Hey, cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome in. Happy Tuesday. Willard and Dibs, but no Willard. It's Dibs and Grandy. Willard off all week. He'll be back in 6 days next Monday. Another terrible Giants loss, Dibs.
Yeah.
Just another. They find new ways.
Yeah, always.
I thought I was at rock bottom, but then yesterday happened.
And I love the Adamas reaction. I'm sorry, but people can say, "Oh, what are you doing? You're 15 games below 500." But I've never been in the major leagues, but when you're able to, especially in that spot, square up a pitch and drive it and hit a home run to tie the game, you deserve to get excited. And I'm sorry, this is not like a guy scoring a touchdown when you're down 41-3 and you're going to do the dance. That's a little bit different. This actually tied the game.
Oh, yeah, it's a big
forget
deal.
the standings. It's a big deal. And Willie is, he's fighting for relevancy in this year, and his team is as well. So that part of it was like, yeah, awesome. Homer, get excited. But then in the bottom half of the inning, it struck me as another example where Willie Adames is not totally locked in defensively on what he's supposed to do.
Yep. So if you missed it, Giants are down 3-1 in the ninth. Trevor McDonald went down, got pulled after the fourth inning. He was laboring through the heat in Kansas City, and he got pulled with the right elbow injury. By the way, he's going on the injured list. Giants have just announced a roster move. Let me get this exact wordage right here for you. Trevor McDonald on the 15-day IL with a right elbow strain. Tristan Beck recalled from AAA Sacramento. Also hearing from Alex Pavlovich that the Giants are expecting Carson Wisenhunt to be making some starts, which is the right decision for the Giants as long as Trevor McDonald is out. But he struggles a bit early, goes down with the right elbow strain. The Giants ultimately down 3-1 in the ninth inning. 2 outs, none on. A Jung-Hoo Lee single extends it for at least one more at-bat. And then Adames, opposite field home run to tie the game at 3. Adames is celebrating as he's rounding the bases, getting into the dugout. It's a clutch home run by Adames, which is something we've been clamoring for a long time. He finally did it. You're feeling better. Maybe they're going to steal one in Kansas City. We'll see. Caleb Killian comes in for the bottom of the ninth inning, leadoff single, then a sac bunt. It barely leaves home plate. It almost trickles foul to the right of home plate. Susac picks it up, throws to second. Adames catches, but he's a couple of steps in front of second base, meaning even if the ball beat the runner, you don't get the out because you're not on second base. Runner then is safe at first. 2-1, nobody out, sac bunt, sac fly, game over, and the Royals win, Giants lose. It would have just been a ho-hum, normal Giants loss dibs had Adames not hit that home run, but he hit the home run only for them to lose in even more embarrassing fashion in the bottom of the ninth inning, where they just can't simply execute a forced play at second base to get the lead runner.
Yeah, a simple forced play at second, and maybe Susac shouldn't have thrown it in there.
Probably not.
I mean,
still. What is Adames doing standing in front of second?
Right, and that to me is the overarching issue with this whole team. And I'm not just going to look at Tony Vitello and say this is a you problem, but I do look at a team that from April all the way through now, late July, they are not buttoned up. And Adames doesn't know how many outs there are. And you've had that happen to 2 or 3 other players, and you've had other mistakes where guys are either not covering a base or they don't know where they're supposed to be. It just has looked a little bit like a loose and sloppy team. And you're in that spot where, okay, the opening guy gets on base and now they're going to bunt. They're going to bunt. So what's our plan? I mean, are we going to go ahead and just take the out at first no matter what? Are we going to, if the bunt comes right back to someone, and, Susac got a good break and he gets it and he comes up throwing and he feels like he's got an out to be made, but you don't have your shortstop at second base. And so even though the throw, in my opinion, was there in time, it would have been close. You're not on the base.
Yeah.
So now it's first and second, and now, the horse has left the barn, and it's another game where you look sloppy. And, Tony Vitello, I don't know if he called a certain defense or Ron Washington, or if they didn't. I look at these types of losses, and I can't help but look in the dugout and think, what are we actually doing?
Yeah, well, I mean, it depends where the bunt goes, how hard it's hit, if it's popped up. The kind of bunt matters. It changes, where the different infielders go to cover. But these are things that you drill over and over and over again. And it's something that should, at this point in the season, be second nature. And Adames was generally in the right spot. Your job there, when it's that kind of bunt with a runner on first and nobody out, and you have an opportunity to cut down the lead runner, your job is to get to second base. And he got to second base and then took a couple of steps inside the base. It makes absolutely no sense. I don't know if he thought that the ball was foul and, maybe he started walking towards the mound to, regroup after a fouled bunt. Maybe he thought that the runner on first was going to beat him to second by a mile, and if that's the case, then okay, I could understand going to meet the ball to catch it sooner. But there's not a runner over on third base, so you're not really protecting much of anything anyway. But that wasn't the case. The runner might have been safe at second had Adames stayed on the base, but it wasn't by a mile. It would have been a bang-bang play and a close play. It's worth a stretch for Adames. You do your best first baseman impression. You keep one foot on the bag, and you stretch as much as you can to catch the throw from Susac. There's just it's little league stuff, Dibs, over and over and over. And I want to like Willy Adames. I want to love Willy Adames. He seems like a fun guy to be around in the clubhouse when things are going all right, and even at times when things aren't going all right. And that has kind of gotten him in trouble a little bit by Giants fans because maybe he's a little too happy-go-lucky at times. That doesn't bother me all that much, but this stuff really bothers me. You're telling me you're a veteran major league shortstop who is looked at as one of the franchise pillars because of the contract you signed a year and a half ago, and you don't know the right place to be on a simple bunt play when you have to cover second base and you're off the bag? It is those kinds of little league mistakes that have plagued this Giants team all season long. And I can swallow a loss. I can deal with that 3-1 loss in Kansas City, one of the few teams in baseball worse than you this season. I can swallow it. We're used to it. This team isn't very good. This season is over. We've waved bye-bye to postseason hopes a long time ago. But when the loss comes because of that kind of mistake, a little league mistake, a thing that a little league manager would be upset at his shortstop for doing, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
This is what is so costing us games. We're in late July. You are a veteran shortstop. You're the highest paid guy. You signed the richest contract in Giants franchise history.
Yeah, speak on it.
You signed it for the Giants. You're not Rafi Devers who signed elsewhere and was traded. You signed it with this organization, and those are the mistakes that you're making? I just can't wrap my head around it, Dibs.
I mean, what else are you supposed to do at shortstop? So the play happens, and whether or not you think it's a fair ball or a foul ball, it doesn't matter. Your only job is to get to second base and put your foot on the bag just in case the catcher seems to think he's got to play. So Susac gets it, and he wants to make a play, a hero ball, whatever, and you can call it hero ball, and maybe it was, and he possibly would have been the hero, but if he makes the throw, then all you have to do is catch it with your foot on that white square.
That's all we're asking.
And I guess it's more of a rectangle now because they've made the bases bigger, but literally all you have to do is just be there just in case, and then it's, oh my God, Susac is coming up throwing. Good thing I'm here with my foot on the base.
There are complexities to a bunt coverage play. You ask any...
the wheel play or.
Even if you just played in the high school level, you probably drilled that a lot with your high school team. Just a bunt coverage play. For example... The ask of Luis Ariz on that play is not to cover second, it's to cover first because Bryce Eldridge is crashing in from first trying to field the bunt. So Ariz has to run from his second base position and get to first in time to field the throw, which might be coming quickly from Susac. That's a harder ask for Luis Ariz. On the diamond for that specific play, unless you're an outfielder that just kind of starts jogging in to make sure that you can quickly recover a wayward throw, the easiest job for anyone on the infield is the shortstop on that play. Just stand on second base.
Right.
And avoid the runner coming in and hitting you. Don't block him. Don't commit base runner interference. Don't do it. Just stand on second, and if the ball comes to you, catch it. That's all you got to do, and he couldn't do that.
And I'm looking at the replay right now, and as the bunt is put down, he's about 12 feet from second base. It's not like he was playing deep in the hole.
No.
And he had a long way to go just to even get there.
I mean, he clearly had plenty of time to get there. He's standing in front of the base.
He literally was there already because, the third baseman crashes. You mentioned Eldridge crashes, and Luis Ariz is on the move going to first. And honestly, when Susac gets it, it's going to be a little bit of a close play, but he's got the time to make the throw. And Willy Adames is just kind of near second. I'm at second-ish base. And those are the little ones that makes me wonder about, what are we even doing as an organization I'm not saying that, Vitello needs to come in there and flip the spread, but after the game, he's immediately critical of Susac. the rookie. He's not critical of the veteran who didn't go to the base. He's ripping the rook.
You want to hear it?
I would love to.
Vitello postgame on that play.
I mean, he had a good view of where the runner was at. Probably in a position he wouldn't normally be, but because of what he was doing there, took a crack at the lead out, and I don't know that you would redo it on his end if you had the choice.
He's probably right. Like, it probably wasn't the right decision by Susac. It doesn't excuse, though, Adames being in the wrong spot.
Right, and the base runner doesn't even slide, and maybe it's because
there's no one on the bag.
There's no one on the bag. Maybe
Why is
it's
he gonna
because
slide?
he thinks he's going to beat it, but I think, honestly, and I'm looking at it here, if Adames was on the bag, it would be a very tight...
Oh, bang, bang.
It's bang, bang
He
play.
might have been safe, but that's not the point.
Right. The point for me is the lack of attention to detail.
Absolutely.
You've heard me say this probably 85 times on this show.
We talked about it on Friday. What do you want to see from the Giants in the second half? And it was essentially like care and be competent.
Attention to detail. Like hit the cutoff man and execute the bunt play and act like you're a Major League Baseball team. And then you look at this, and I give Adames credit. He did catch the ball. He caught it.
True.
He caught it.
It could have been worse.
Center cut. He caught it.
Could have tipped off his glove and trickled into the outfield. You're right.
Right. And I guess, honestly, if you want to go even further beyond that, when the bunt goes down, where is anybody on the play saying 1-1-1? Because that's the normal thing you do, whether it's the third baseman. So the catcher's going to field it. So he can't really come up and field it and assess. And so if you're a buttoned up infield, you've got your third baseman, Casey Schmidt, crashing, saying, we're going to one because he's watching it. Or, Eldridge, who's coming in, maybe he could shout that out. Or the pitcher. Nobody says anything. And so Susac is thinking, all right, I like my chances.
And for Susac, it's not like the ball was bunted far away from him. So usually when you can quickly get to it, that means you have a chance at the force out. And he got to it pretty quick.
Yep, quick enough.
Yeah.
And, I do think the base runner got a good jump to where it probably was a more sound play to just go to first. And I'm looking at the replay, and I'm not seeing anybody pointing toward Luis Arraez at first base. And so that's what happens. You're not buttoned up. And Tony Vitello is the manager, and I don't think that he has done a great job of, paying attention to all the details. He's got so much going on as a first-time manager. And, Ron Washington, the defensive coordinator, he can only do so much. And I look at a team this year that so many times they give up 90 feet. They just give up a 90. Either it's an overthrow, you miss the cutoff man, or you botch a bunt play, or it's a wild pitch. You give up too many free 90 feet increments.
It happens all the time.
Yep.
And on the other end, you're not getting the free 90 because other teams are playing better baseball than you are. We got a lot more to talk about this. Plus, we want to hear from you, Giants fans. 888-957-9570. The madness in the bottom of the ninth inning last night for the Giants. What does it make you feel? Do you still feel anything about this Giants team? Because I wouldn't blame you if you don't. That's how bad they've been this entire season. Willie Adames, Andrew Susac, what does it mean as well for Tony Vitello? We'll talk about that and a whole lot more. Plus, we're sponsored by Ceremony Ford. The summer sales event is on at Ceremony Ford. Get 0% APR, $1,000 in down payment assistance, no payments for 90 days, plus a 2-year maintenance plan on models including F-150, Bronco, Mach-E, Explorer, and Mustang. Ceremony Ford in Colma, Daly City, or ceremonyford.com. It's Willard and Dibbs and Grandy. Back with more next on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Willard. At Hobbs Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Hobbs Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians, because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Hobbs fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Hobbs Law, relentless for justice. Visit HabbisLaw.com.
Omar Habbis is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Grass-fed ribeyes.
Yes, chef.
Responsibly sourced salmon that was never frozen.
Yes, chef.
Restaurant quality steaks.
Yes, chef.
Organic chicken.
Yes, chef.
Wild-caught seafood.
Yes, chef.
At Sprouts, every cut is handpicked for flavor, freshness, and quality worthy of the chef at home. Even if your toughest critic still needs a booster seat.
More steak, please. Yes, chef.
Sprouts Farmers Market.
Dan Daly, the administrator of Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, thanks his staff for earning Newsweek's top Bay Area facility recognition. Lawton, in San Francisco's Sunset District, provides top-tier therapies and partners with UCSF Medical Center. With a 5-star rating and Dr. Darby Clayson as medical director, it's also listed among the best by U.S. News. For skilled nursing, call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Reach your saving goals with Mirastar Momentum Savings. Progress should come with perks. Every $25 you save earns an entry to win cash prizes. We're drawing winners for $1,000 monthly, $5,000 quarterly, and an annual grand prize of $10,000. Saving has never been this rewarding. Apply today at mirastarfcu.org. Insured by NCUA, no purchase necessary. Terms and conditions apply. See website for full details.
Looking to get your next project done right without running all over town? At Ashby Lumber, everything you need is in one place. From premium lumber and building materials to doors, windows, decking, and hardware, we've got it all, ready when you are. Whether you're a contractor on a deadline or a homeowner starting something new, our team knows the products and helps you get it done right the first time. 2 locations, Berkeley and Concord. Ashby Lumber, one stop, done right.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible ported, no cash access, and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks, N.A. member FDIC, and allow 8 weeks.
Don't miss the 6th annual Brewgrass Festival taking place in the heart of Santa Cruz Mountains on August 1st. Enjoy live bluegrass music, sip on local craft brews, and dig into eats from your favorite food trucks. For more info and a chance to win tickets, visit 957thegame.com. Ramos out to right center field, hit that pretty well. But
And now it is gone. Wow, that one fooled me. Elliot Ramos, it just kept going. 430 to right center field. And I knew he hit it well. But that one flies out of here. It's 1-0 Giants.
Now back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Hazy Little Thing by Sierra Nevada. Enjoy responsibly.
Yeah, Elliot Ramos hit a home run that fooled Dave Fleming on NBC Sports Bay Area. And then later, it was Willie Adames who hit a home run down to their final out in the 9th inning to tie the game. You're thinking, okay, maybe we got some action, as Steiny would say. And it was the Royals that had action because the Giants just could not execute simple defensive baseball in the bottom of the 9th. And the Royals used small ball and those Giants' mistakes to walk off and win the game.
Simple, fundamental baseball among professional baseball players. Yep. And so you can look at the bunt and say, well, Susac probably shouldn't have thrown it to second. And I think that's fair because it was going to be a very tough play.
You have to make sure you get at least one out. You absolutely have to.
And that is the old tenet where you've got to get somebody out on that play. And they actually didn't. And so
they found a way.
Well, the other piece is if you're the shortstop, it's not up to you to decide where the catcher's going to go with the ball. Like Susac, he's going to come up throwing, and ideally he would get the ball and look and think, well, this might be a 50-50 play at second, and I think that's a fair number to put on that. And if you're the shortstop, you're thinking, yeah, you go to first, and he goes to first, and you get an out, you have a runner at second, and you move on from there. And what happened next was a sac fly, and so that runner got to third, but there were 2 outs, so now the safety squeeze is off. But instead, Susac goes to second, and Adames does not cover the base, and immediately he catches the ball, and he looks back at the catcher kind of like, huh? What was that?
Yeah. What are you doing?
Yeah, what are you doing? But then the other piece of it is nobody on the infield was helping Susac say, go to first, 1-1-1. And then the other piece of it to me, and I can't prove this because I'm not in the dugout, but where was the pre-pitch guidance as far as like, hey, Andrew, I'm sorry, hey, Daniel.
I call them Andrew, too.
Yeah. Hey, Sack, no matter what, we're going to 1 here. Unless this ball gets bunted like on a 1 hop to a crashing Bryce Eldridge, like if Eldridge comes up with it, yeah, you go to second. But the catcher coming out, that's a much harder play because you got to collect it. You got to come up throwing, and it's going to be like a 75-foot throw. So for me, the failure is at like 4 different levels, and it all kind of falls on Tony Vitello in many ways for me.
Yeah.
Because your team is not buttoned up.
It is a pattern of these sorts of mistakes happening over and over and over again. And one of the hallmarks, just in general, of a good baseball team, but the hallmarks of the most successful Giants teams who are pitching, yeah, obviously. It also, and we just say pitching and defense, and we say that like it's so simple. It's hard to do, but the Giants won World Series championships because they were very often one of the best pitching teams in baseball, both the staff and the bullpen. And more so 2010 and 2012. 2014 was just kind of single-handed heroics by Bumgarner in terms of starting pitching. The bullpen was really good in 2014 still, but the starting staff was great in 2010 and 2012. I think one of the more underrated pieces of those teams, though, Dibs, and even 2016 when they were a playoff team, and for a lot of the Bochy era, when they were successful in competing, it was just, playing smart, simple, fundamental baseball. And it's kind of like, the long snapper on the football field. Like, if you never notice the long snapper, they're doing their job. But if you're angry at the long snapper, the long snapper's name. Remember when we had the whole thing with Tabor Pepper?
Oh, yeah.
Because he got into it with Debo Samuel when Debo went at Jake Moody for missing a kick in Tampa. We know who Tabor Pepper is, not because of anything he was doing wrong necessarily, but the only reason we knew his name was because of the extra stuff. You only know about a long snapper when, something extra is happening or he's, missing snaps all the time. It's kind of similar with a baseball team when they make these terrible mistakes. When you just have a simple play where there's a bunt and the catcher gets a force out at second base, you're like, okay, The Royals failed to execute a sack bunt. You put the onus on the Royals for failing to execute. You don't say the Giants took that away. The Giants stole it out. No, that's just simple, straightforward baseball. But when they make a mistake and they're not even covering the second base bag on that play, you notice it. And I think that's one of the more underrated aspects of the success of the Giants in the 2010s. It was they would do all the small things perfectly, like 99% of the time. And you don't always notice it because it's simple, it's straightforward, it's what you came to expect, but the exact opposite is true now. And because it is a pattern of this, Dibs, I'm with you. It has to fall on Tony Vitello and the coaching staff. Whether it's fair or not, if they're emphasizing the right things in, drills and they're talking about it in the clubhouse, like that doesn't even matter. For some reason, what you're saying, Tony, what you and your coaching staff are doing, Tony, it's not resulting in this issue being fixed. And as a result, I blame the coaching staff for a big chunk of it. There's no doubt.
And then you look at the post game, and I know you have the sound where he comes out and he's talking about the rookie, Daniel Susac, and, Susac not making the right call. And I don't know if the call had been made from the dugout beforehand, like, hey, if there's a bunt, we're going to first, and this is kind of our standing thing. Unless it's an absolute no doubt about it, then we're going to first base.
It depends on the bunt. Yeah.
It does, but then you look at this bunt, and I've been watching it now for the past half hour, 45 minutes. That thing was an absolute sand wedge. It was a beauty. That bunt went about a foot in front of the baseline. Yeah. So it's a bunt with backspin. So by the time Susac comes out and he picks it up clean, he's got an 88.5-foot throw to make. Because it's not one of those bunts where it goes 12 feet out and now you're out there with forward momentum. He has to go out there and get it. He's got no forward momentum because the ball was actually spinning back a little bit toward him. It was going to stay fair. He was right to pick it up, but now you've got an 89-foot throw, and it's going to be a tough throw even if you have a cannon. So when in doubt, you take the out, right? Isn't that the old baseball adage?
Oftentimes you'll see the fielder field it, look to second. And if they don't immediately throw, you've wasted your opportunity, but they'll often look to make sure and see, and then they'll throw to first and get the out because you have more time on the runner to getting to first base.
And Schmidt and Killian and Eldridge, they're all right there. Schmidt and Eldridge are crashing on the play, and they do nothing. They're not pointing. They're not, shouting 1-1-1. And Killian's just kind of staying there. Yeah. And so Susac comes up. He's got no help.
I would imagine on that play where it's in front of Susac, it probably is up to the discretion of the catcher. Like usually you have the best view of it. The only other player I would guess is probably Schmidt at third, who has a decent view of it. But I think in that play, when the catcher is fielding it, you could get help, obviously, but usually you have the play in front of you. You can see the runner going from first to second yourself.
You can, but I mean, to my point from earlier, like the ball was almost a foul ball. So you've got an 89-foot throw. It's not like that ball was dribbling forward and now you pick it up and you've got a slow runner and you've only got a 70-foot throw. You literally have to throw it all the way across the diamond. And so in that spot, you take the out. But this kind of leads me to the Tony Vitello take I've had before, which is the whole ABS challenge thing. It feels like they have no rules, no structure. And on a play like this last night, what was the thinking from the dugout? Like, forget him ripping Susac on whether or not Susac should have made the right play. What were you telling the defense before that? Because you've got the ability to make the signals like, it's pretty much a clear bunt spot, right? For Kansas City, they play a lot of small ball, so you're going to expect the bunt. So could you have had a plan in place of like, no matter what, like 98%, no matter what happens here, unless this bunt is a hard one-hopper back to the mound, we're going to first. And it didn't feel like there was any sort of a pre-plan or a vision.
It cost you the game. It cost you the game. And how many times over this season, Dibs, have the Giants made a simple, easily avoidable mistake similar to this that's cost them a run in a big moment, and they go on to lose as a result? Like, it's happened way more times than it should. There are 100 games in, and some of the embarrassing mistakes that the Giants have committed, and not all of them are by Willy Adames. He seems to find himself in the middle of a lot of them, unfortunately for him. But it is a team-wide thing. And I'm not one to believe in coincidences, Dibs. If this is a pattern and this is happening, multiple players are guilty of it, then I look at more than just the players that are guilty of it. And I'm not, taking blame away from Willy Adames, or it was Barracoto who lost track, I think, of the count at one point and was off on the pitch. Maybe he thought it was a 3-2 count with 2 outs, and he was off on the pitch, and he easily got thrown out in between first and second. I'm not taking blame away from those individuals for those moments because they are professionals. They absolutely should know what to do and what not to do. But when it is this widespread and it feels like it's impacted, I don't know, half a dozen or more players on your roster, and it's been a beginning of the season thing all the way through game number 100 last night, yeah, this is deeper than an individual player or two that gets scolded and slapped on the wrist for making a mistake. This is something just philosophically or intrinsically wrong with the way this is coached, the way that it's enforced, the way that the players listen to the coaching staff. I don't know what the number one main issue is if we're trying to get to the root cause of this, but clearly something with the coaching staff is involved because it's too widespread for it to be an individual person here or there.
Yeah, and I wonder about the accountability. And again, you've got a veteran team with Chapman, Adames, and Devers, and Logan Webb, and Robbie Ray, and heck, even Luis Ariz is, somewhat of a veteran. And so you've got guys who've been doing it and they've been through it before. And yet Willy Adames is one of these guys who's made a bunch of these mental mistakes. And so take aside the Susac decision and whether or not the dugout had a plan for what they would do on the bunt. Okay. All that stuff, you put that aside. So Susac comes up throwing, and it probably is not the right choice. He's a rookie, and he's going to try to make the hero play at second. Your shortstop, who is supposed to be covering second, is only near second. Like, you're literally not covering second. Your foot is not on the base. So even if you had Willy Adames, do it the right way, which would be, I'm getting to second just in case, Schmidt, here comes the ball. It's coming my way. I'm going to stretch out because I know it's a force, and I'm going to stretch out and see if I can't nab it because, boy, this catcher, the rookie, should not have come my way, but he did. But I'm on the base, and I'm going to go ahead and stretch out and see if we can't make everything right by Daniel Susac. And instead, he's just kind of chilling by second base. I don't know if you ever saw the movie Clerks, where... No,
I don't think I did.
Clerks is a movie about a convenience store guy who has just kind of a wild day. Okay. And there's a guy named Silent Bob and his best friend, and they're sitting outside the store. They're loitering. The whole movie is based on them loitering outside the store, and that's what Willy Adames was doing. Oh, yeah. He was just loitering.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. So the pitch goes in. He sees the bunt being shown. That's when everybody is sent in motion. You can see the whole diamond move. Schmidt crashes in from third. Eldridge crashes in from first. As that's happening, Ariz is on a dead sprint over to first base because he has a lot of ground to cover. He has more than 2/3 of the base path to cover from his spot at second all the way over to first base. And Adames does what he should do. He starts moving towards second base. He doesn't have to rush nearly as much as the others do because he has much less ground to cover. And then the ball gets bunted, and he's able to, I wouldn't even call it a jog. It's a really slow... it's a fast walk over towards second, but I don't even know if a jog is the right way to describe it. And he stops right to our left of second, if you're looking from home plate, his right of second base. He stops there and then take a couple of steps in front of the bag instead of going all the way to second. And then as Susac gathers and makes the throw, you can tell he was just caught off guard. Adames was, the ball's coming. And he continues to take a step up because he's got to keep his eye on the ball. He can't try to find the base with his back foot as he's trying to catch the ball. He just was shocked the ball came to him. And he might say, well, one, okay, I could have thought it was foul. Okay, fair. Two, I thought Susac should have gone to first base. Okay, fair. If you have even a 0.1% doubt that the ball isn't going to go to you, you could be 99.9% sure the ball's not going to you. You still got to do your job and stay on second base. If there's even a chance, and there's always a chance, you have the easiest job of anybody on the infield. Just stand on second and catch the ball. That's all you have to do. I'm tired of making excuses for mistakes like that. It's not what you do when you're a professional baseball player, let alone a dude that was signed to be one of the faces of the franchise. I'm over it, Dibs.
No doubt. And I just think about Willy Adames, and you mentioned this earlier about how much you wish that you could just fully love him. And the top of the ninth, he goes Oppo Taco to tie the game, and he runs around the bases, and he's yelling, he's screaming, he's pointing. He did everything but do a cartwheel on his way from second to third. And that's, I do like that. I like somebody who is so passionate about the game and
that
so
had
happy.
to feel good.
Yes.
It had to feel. He's now hit 3 home runs after the All-Star break. Okay, maybe his bat's coming around.
Oh my God, I'm looking at it here, and he goes between second and third, and he's barking at the dugout, and he does like a crow hop off the left foot.
Yeah, he does that.
He does the giant symbol, which is like grab the bicep and point. And I'm going to second, and I'm going to third, and I'm going to home. And he does, and it's like, right on, Willie. That's awesome. That might spark a victory. And then in the bottom half, he just gets back into, I don't know, a spot where he shows everyone why he's one of the worst defensive shortstops in baseball. And that one inning is kind of a microcosm of the Giants season.
Oh, yeah.
We've had some high highs, the Bryce Eldridge walk-off, grand slam. And, you've had some really cool big moments. And then you have this, which is tied it up on the road, 9th inning homer. And then we forget to cover second.
It's just incredible. The only thing the Willy Adames home run did was allow Willy Adames to embarrass the hell out of himself in the bottom of the 9th inning. That's all it did. And they found a new way to piss me off, which I thought was impossible. I thought it was impossible. I thought we discovered all the ways to play terrible baseball and to piss me off as a Giants fan. But the Giants said, oh, just you wait. Hold my beer.
Totally.
We got another one. I got one more in me, said the Giants.
Well, I actually sent this to both of you and Risotto, because Risotto loves my I was in need of a closer.
Do the impression.
Garage door opener by Liftmaster.
It's really good. It's a 5 out of 5 every time.
Thanks.
And so they are in need of a closer. And he gives up the leadoff hit, which fine. I mean, if you had an actual closer, maybe you could have, I don't know if they've had this year a 1-2-3 inning. And I know this was not a save because it was a tie game, but a lockdown 9th inning where you have the lead and you get a save that easy. And so you knew that it would kind of be a little torturous to shout out the old moniker, but you give up a hit and then the bunt play goes awry and a sack fly, and you knew that what was coming next. And Bryce Eldridge crashed on the play on the safety squeeze, and he had a chance. It would have had to be a glove flip.
Yeah.
He would have had to, get it clean and maybe glove flip it, because
it's a difficult play.
And the safety squeeze is pretty tough to stop.
Yeah.
But again, it's just the whole thing unraveled in all too typical fashion.
Yeah, and we're currently watching the replay of the game on NBC Sports Bay Area right now, and they just showed Adames' home run.
With the MyQ connectivity.
Moments that precede disaster
Right
is
from
what
my smartphone.
You can close a game. You can blow a game from your smartphone, no matter where you are.
Oh, the Giants do find ways to blow games from all over the place.
It's me doing Steven doing me, by the way.
Pretty good.
Yeah,
There's no doubt. 888-957-9570. The 925 says, I wouldn't accept that mistake from my Sunday League team. Let's see, where else? The 707, you're correct. He has to be there. The 925, Tony Vitello is totally incompetent. He has to go. A lot of that coming out of the text line right now at 888-957-9570. Plus time for you to weigh in over the phones if you want. Again, 888-957-9570. Here again is Vitello postgame last night on Susak's decision to throw to second and not first on that sack bunt with a runner on first and nobody out in the 9th after Adames' game-tying homer. Here's Vitello.
He had a good view of where the runner was at, probably in a position he wouldn't normally be, but because of what he was doing there, took a crack at the lead out, and I don't know that you would redo it on his end if you had the choice.
Yeah, you probably wouldn't. And maybe you wouldn't because you're throwing it to Willy Adames, too. And
Did we have any post-game Willy Adames sound?
If we do, I did not see it.
Okay, I'm going to look for it because that to me is where that's the sound I want to hear.
Explain yourself, Willie. What's going on?
Like Willie, the ninth inning, the highs and lows, walk me through it. Well, I mean, I hit an opposite field home run, which was really cool, and I made multiple gestures and danced and celebrated, and that was awesome. And then what happened?
That was awesome.
Well, and then, I mean, this catcher, this rookie catcher decided to throw me the ball, and, I mean, he probably shouldn't have, but I guess I should have been on the base. I don't know.
He just looks so surprised when the ball's coming to him. It really is just little league stuff, dude.
It reminded me of like an NFL play where like it looks like it's offsides, and the defense jumps, and so the quarterback's like, yeah, he jumped.
Got a free play.
So, I got a free play, but there was no flag thrown, and so you're just going to go ahead and huck that thing down the field, and you throw an interception, and you're like, wait, he jumped. That's offsides. And it's like, no, I mean, we didn't call it, and so it wasn't offsides, and so now you just threw a 48-yard interception.
And you lost the game as a result. Because it happened in the fourth quarter of a tie game with a minute left.
Or it's the other way where the defense, thinks that they jumped, or, the defense did jump, and now it's like, offsides.
You give up, you lose focus for a second.
The corner kind of freezes.
Sleeps.
And the offense is like, yeah, he jumped, and then they fly.
Just run a go route.
Exactly.
And 70-yard touchdown.
Exactly.
Ball game over.
That's kind of what that looked like to me.
Absolutely, it was. That's a fair call. The 510 on our text line, 888-957-9570. Bad teams find a way to lose. That's the SF Giants. And that's a very succinct and good way to put it, 510. Bad teams find a way to lose, and the Giants are a bad team. They've now played, Dibs, 100 games this season. They are 42-58.
Oh, man, I don't know.
Their winning percentage is .420.
Yeah. I mean, 420's never been less fun.
It's never been less fun than the Giants make it seem to be. All right, time for a break. We got more time for your calls and your texts. Again, 888-957-9570. We'll talk more about Vitello. Plus, I want to throw us back to something that Buster Posey was talking about with Tony Vitello a long time ago, months ago, before this season even began. Remember when Vitello was introduced as manager of the Giants? I want to let you hear what Posey had to say about that. We'll do that coming up in a little bit as well. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Dibs and Grandy with you on Willard and Dibs right here on 95.7 The Game.
Blue Baker. Hey, it's Willard. Embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing from Sierra Nevada. If you've ever stayed for the ninth inning comeback, know how to time the beer run to still make it back for the stretch. If you're up for whatever the game brings, then embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing. Hazy, citrusy, smooth. Brewed with the purest ingredients for finest quality, there's a reason it's America's best-selling Hazy IPA. Embrace the haze with Sierra Nevada Hazy Little Thing. Enjoy responsibly.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the three brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here to...
Not again. That's my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom. Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-619-3377. That's 800-619-3377. 800-619-3377.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valklyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Out to right field. Caglione back at the wall. Gone! Tie game in the ninth inning. Adames goes the other way. It's 3-3.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
What is your favorite or the best play on words using your last name that you've heard?
That ball got Schmidt on.
On 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. It's Willard and Dibbs. No Willard today or this week, so it's Dibbs and Grandy sitting in here with you on Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Just picking our way through another terrible Giants loss. Ramos hits a homer, then they fall behind 3-1. They tie it up with their backs against the wall, and an Adames 2-out game-tying homer in the 9th inning, only to lose it in, I don't even think heartbreaking is the right adjective. It's just in terrible fashion, or you make a really bad mistake, and maybe you make a couple of mistakes on the same play. It leads to an extra runner on base for the Royals, and you don't get an out, and then a couple of productive outs you get walked off on. You've now lost 3 games in a row. You had won 3 games in a row. You were 9 outs away from your first 4-game winning streak of the entire season. It's late July, and you blow that game. You've lost the 2 after that. You've now lost 3 games in a row. You're back to 16 games below 500, Dibs. You're 100 games into the season. The Giants just keep finding new ways to reach new lows.
Yes, new ways to reach new lows. And I'm trying to remember the last time they were 16 games below. And I think you have to go back to 2020. Would have been 2021?
Well, the easy answer is 6 games ago.
Well,
yeah, they lost 3 in a row and won 3 games in a row.
Okay, so beyond that, like even beyond this year, and I know that you and I have done this as far as the worst years in San Francisco Giants history, and only 2 times have they lost 95 games or more.
Crazy.
And right now they are trending in that direction. And so, yeah, if they go out and they lose 95, so you wound up at 67 and 95, that's the 3rd worst year in San Francisco Giants history. And so what do we do? What do we do about it? Adames, tough to trade. Devers, trades are hard. Chapman, when he eventually comes back, he's got a no-trade clause. Robbie Ray, a free agent. Can you deal him? Luis Ariz, you'd love to re-sign him, but then what about Casey Schmidt? You've got an outfield of Punch and or Judy and a rotation without much of a future.
Yeah.
So what are we doing?
Where are we headed?
Well, last week I was very definitive about what I thought would happen if you brought back Buster Antony. You're telling me that you're not a very serious organization, but even if you put that part of it aside, if you bring back Buster Antony, what are you going to do about it? Like, what can they do between now and next April to make this thing actually competitive?
It feels like the thing working in favor of Buster and or Tony, and I guess we can consider just the idea of running it back with your decision makers. You can include them in one basket. The biggest thing working for them, Dibs, has nothing to do with baseball. The best thing working for them is the optics of it, right? And it's kind of what Willard was telling you last week. Do you really want to be the team that fires another manager? You had Kapler, you had Melvin for a couple of years, and you're going to move off of another one after just 1 year. You're going to get rid of Posey after just 2 years, and you're going to have your 3rd president of baseball operations in 4 seasons. Is that really what you're going to do? Like, is that where we're headed? If you're the Giants, like, the optics of it are pretty ugly. But if you're making a decision based off of optics, then maybe you are right. You're not as interested potentially in trying to put the best team together possible. Let me ask you this. This is a question that, as we're getting ready for the show in our show thread, our great producer, Steven Risotto, shout out Pasta, just asks us this straight up. What redeeming qualities does Tony Vitello have as a manager, Dibs? If you were forced to answer that question, how would you answer it? What redeeming qualities does Tony Vitello have as a Major League Baseball manager?
I think the most redeeming quality from the outside looking in is his press conference game, because he tends to be, and again, this is not a very redeeming quality as opposed to the things that actually lead to winning, but he seems to be very open and honest, and I think that he's secure in his own skin. But if you want to go through his actual qualities as a manager.
Hold on. You think he's secure in his own skin? One of the first things he said was, months ago when I left Tennessee, when did you guys all report that? When did that happen? That was how he introduced everybody to himself at
maybe not secure
spring training.
He's more, I think he's authentic. Like, he came out and that press conference I thought was a little bit cringy. Like, you don't need to say that.
He was authentically himself,
but
though.
He speaks his mind, and he is authentically Tony Vitello. But as far as command of the veterans, I don't know if he has a great command. I mean, yesterday, Willie Adames was the guy who wasn't on second base to step on the bag, and yet you criticize the catcher, who's a rookie, and the catcher made the wrong read. but the shortstop didn't help him by not being on the base. And I do think that he's had a hard time connecting with the veterans, and his command of the bullpen has not been great, but the bullpen is a mess. So I can't put that all on Tony V, because tell me who you think is the best reliever they've had this year.
It actually might be Brubaker.
You love Brubaker.
It might be Brubaker.
If that's the correct answer,
despite our drop.
Brubaker. And if that's the correct answer, and it might be.
Shout out Richie in Queens.
I mean, wow, Tony Vitello. I mean, you've had nothing with which to work.
Absolutely. I'm not saying a better manager makes us a playoff team, but at a certain point, this is more than just a team performing badly or individuals not reaching their standards or a president of baseball operations not putting together a good bullpen. This is just you just flat out making embarrassing mistake after embarrassing mistake. And as much as I want to love Willy Adames, I want to like Tony Vitello. You look at the product. It's terrible baseball. Right. When was the last time the Giants played this kind of baseball? Just not even uninspiring, and you're talking about competency, but just like absolutely doing all the little things wrong. Like it's been forever.
I was thinking about the end of the last year of Gabe Kapler, when you had Jock Peterson openly playing Pusoy Dos and card games in September of that season. He lost the clubhouse late in that year. But this team, you've got veterans who they don't play consistently well. You've got a pitching staff that is not great, a bullpen that's a mess. But the thing that strikes me the most is the fact that you're just not buttoned up. Yep. And I've worked for many radio stations now in about 30 years of my career, and I can tell you that love us or don't love us here at 95.7 The Game, we are a buttoned-up operation. We show up on time. We break on time. We meet. We prep. The majority of what we do is buttoned up. It doesn't mean that we always are going to win. I've been a part of some organizations here and abroad where there's no respect for management. There's no show prep. There's no show cohesion and all the rest of it. And you can look at your job out there and you could think the same thing. And I look at this Giants team and I don't see an identity. What's your identity? It's not pitching and defense. It's not hitting and running. It's not power. It's not utilizing your ballpark. It's not a lot of different things. And I look at your vets, and your veterans are not carrying the water the way they should.
Absolutely. Yeah. I have a break to hit at 3:13. I'm going to make sure I get it right on time for you.
Because you're buttoned up, Randy.
Sometimes. I try.
Mostly.
I try my best.
Turkey sandwich today?
Oh, yeah. It's
sliced apples?
I already ate the apple.
Okay.
Sandwich is, halfway gone. I'll finish it during the commercial break coming up in a couple of minutes.
If they had a Cal Ripken streak for lunch, you might be the Cal Ripken of same lunch.
I mix it up during the weekends.
That doesn't count. Here at 95.7 The Game, I think your turkey sandwich and sliced apple, you're probably at 319 straight lunches.
Probably.
Yeah.
I am a creature of habit.
Even the day that we had pizza, because Willard lost a bet, I still think you ate your apples in your sandwich.
I did not that day, but I forgot that Willard was bringing pizza, so I still brought my lunch, but I ate that one the next day.
I was in need of a pizza.
I saved my lunch for the next day.
And
it was
Ike's.
Great.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. He bought me Ike's. Yeah.
Strong.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bought him cakes on his birthday a couple of years ago.
Steven Risotto loves two things in this world, Jeff Pearlman and Ike's.
Have you met
That's correct.
the great Ike?
I have met him multiple times.
Phenomenal.
Radio Row.
One of the few people you could actually post up in the low block.
That's right.
And I say that because he and I are both 5'8", so yeah.
He makes some
I went
really
to his
good...
100th opening. His 100th Ike's opening in Mission Rock.
Dude.
Just south of the ballpark where the Giants play hideous baseball.
Mouse in the house.
Yeah. Yeah.
Love Ike.
But 888-957-9570, if I were to ask you, what redeeming qualities does Tony Vitello have as a manager of the San Francisco Giants? How would you answer that question, Giants fans? I want to hear from you guys. We got to hit a break here in a minute, but you can hit up the text line or give us a call, 888-957-9570. What redeeming qualities does Tony Vitello have as a manager of the Giants? Plus, we will hear from Buster Posey. Let's rewind to the introductory press conference when Tony Vitello introduced himself to all of us. Let's hear what Posey had to say about that. And plus, we have to get to the deadline. I know Dibbs wants to talk about strategy at the trade deadline. There's some interesting trade ideas out there that we can get to as well. And don't worry, before we get out of here today, we'll give you the latest on LeBron James. It doesn't feel like we're any closer to a decision, but we'll let you know all you need to know about LeBron James as well. Okay, time for a break. We got 20 seconds. I'm going to hit this square on the number, Dibbs. I promise you. We are sponsored by the California Office of Traffic Safety. It's Dibbs and Grandy. Time for your calls and texts next. 888-957-9570.
But Grandy,
shut up, Dibbs. We got to go to break right now.
Speeding catches up with you when you get caught and handed a ticket, or worse, in a crash. No one makes summer plans for fines or a trip to the hospital after a crash. So slow down and follow the speed limit. Make your 100 days of summer and beyond the safest ones. A message from the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
Bay Area, the summer sales event is on right now at Ceremony Ford, and these deals are bringing the heat. Get 0% APR financing for 36 months, plus $1,000 in down payment assistance and no payments for 90 days. But Ceremony Ford isn't done. You'll also get a 2-year, 25,000-mile Ford Premium Maintenance Plan included with your purchase. Shop eligible models including the 2026 Ford F-150, Bronco, Mustang Mach-E, Explorer, Mustang, Ranger, Super Duty, and Transit Cargo Van, plus the 2025 Ford Bronco Sport. Whether you need something for the family, the job site, the commute, or just want a ride that looks good pulling up anywhere, Ceremony Ford's got you covered. 0% APR, $1,000 in down payment assistance, no payments for 90 days, plus premium maintenance included. Ceremony Ford, the Bay's Ford store in Colma, Daly City, or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. You know that's my Ford store. Make it yours too, and tell them Bonte sent you.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business, the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
All new drinks are now at McDonald's, with refreshers like the Strawberry Watermelon Refresher and the Mango Pineapple Refresher with popping boba, to crafted sodas like the Sprite Berry Blast with berry flavors and cold foam. Who knew ice-cold drinks could be so fire? 6 all-new drinks are here, now at McDonald's.
Refreshers contain caffeine.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Christina from San Mateo. We've had the pleasure of working with RNS Erection North Peninsula multiple times for our fertilizer manufacturing facility, and they have consistently exceeded our expectations. Dale and George are professional and knowledgeable.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Stand Up to Cancer's vehicle donation program makes it easy to turn your old vehicle into new, life-saving cancer research. Donating is easy. Pickup is free, and your gift may qualify for a tax deduction. Visit standuptocancer.org/cars to learn more.
Here's good news for folks who have a jumbo loan. The Loan Exchange, America's jumbo lender, is offering a 30-year fixed-rate loan at a 5.75% interest rate and 5.939% APR for loan amounts up to $3 million. So if you have a mortgage with an interest rate of 6% or higher, give America's jumbo lender a call at 833-436-8800. You drive around to find the cheapest gas, so why not refinance your mortgage? Every day you wait, you're wasting money on needless interest. Go to theloanexchange.com or call 833-436-8800 to find out what your savings will be with a new 30-year fixed-rate loan at 5.75% interest rate and 5.939% APR. NMLS 1637539. Loan subject to credit approval. See website for licensing information, loan terms and conditions. Equal housing lender. That's theloanexchange.com or call 833-436-8800 for a 30-year fixed-rate loan at 5.75% interest rate and 5.939% APR.
That'll be $84.52.
Perfect. Grab the bags, honey.
Mom, why do you always check your phone before we pay?
I'm just claiming my cash back on the Upside app. Since we're getting the groceries here and we filled up the car on the way, I've already earned enough this morning to pay for that pizza night we're having Friday.
Wait, so the app pays for pizza?
Not exactly, but the cash I earn on stuff we need helps us pay for the stuff we want. It's just a little win for our family every week.
Get more out of your everyday. Upside is the free app that gets you cash back on routine purchases like gas, groceries, and dining out at more than 100,000 locations nationwide. No points, no rebates, just cash back straight to your wallet. Download the free Upside app and use promo code WINNER to get a $5 bonus on your first purchase. That's promo code WINNER to get a $5 bonus. Remember, use promo code WINNER.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
We gotta go to break. Shut up, Dibs. Shut up, Willard. Shut up, Dibs. Shut up, Willard.
Now back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Hazy Little Thing by Sierra Nevada. Enjoy responsibly.
And it's pretty great we have both those now. Now it's not so one-sided, me just yelling, shut up to Willard. Shut up, Willard! Shut up, Dibs! There we go. Yeah. It's the same voice. That's just apparently the tone I take when I, shut up, Willard!
Hit me!
Yeah.
Sorry, Dibs, I didn't mean to be so aggressive there, but I had to hit the break at the right time, and I hit it square on the number. We got to go to break.
It's fine. Let me know when I can speak again.
You can speak now.
Oh, okay.
What do you want to speak about?
Shut up, Grandy.
Wait, fade the music out and then do it again.
There's a bunch already in there of,
I don't know if there's shut up, Grandy. There's
not.
I hate Mark Grandy.
I hate Mark Grandy.
Exactly.
Wow, I give myself a 5 for
the shut up, Grandy. I'll lay out.
No, it's all right. Do it. You can't boss me around like that's only Tuesday. We got a long way to go. The other one I do like is I don't love Mark Grandy, but I respect him. Yeah. And that goes from like 4 or 5 years back.
That's a long time
ago. That goes way back.
I think I brought that one with us from the old building. I wasn't going to lose that one.
And that was whatever, to take people behind the curtain for 20 seconds. As Mark would say, quick aside, which my quick asides are really quick asides.
Willards aren't.
When you move from one building to the other, you do bring your computer servers, but not everything in terms of audio makes the trip. And there are a lot of old drops that didn't make the trip.
So many.
But, we make new memories, but I do think that
AJ Ananobi.
That is definitely up there for me. So many gurus, but the AJ Ananobi from Steiny.
Miles Turner?
He's a jackass. That was another classic.
And I don't love Mark Grandy, but I respect him.
There it is.
And so many Lorenzo Neals, Low Neal, and football
Go to
season
hell, Dibs.
right around the corner. Yeah. So
Rookies have reported.
Yep.
One thing that we might get to later on is something Adam Schefter said today on ESPN. I'll tease it now. Maybe we'll get to it later. We'll do it at some point this week for sure, because he has reported the subject of Adam Schefter's quote on ESPN earlier today. He said there were multiple teams that told him going into the draft, Dejon Stribling, best receiver in the draft, Dibs. best receiver in the draft.
It's
Dejan
possible.
Stribling.
Well, we do know from experts, not Greg Cosell because he doesn't do the mock draft thing, but the more people who do the mock, they do the mock arena. He was a guy over the course of the last week or so was soaring up people's boards.
Absolutely.
And so if you believe that he is the best receiver in the draft, and then you think about what the Niners did to back that thing up to get into the second round and still get him, if Stribling turns out to be the best receiver in the draft, well, then that was a genius play by John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, trade back. Trade on back.
It's a Fat Joe song.
And lean back.
Trade back. Trade back.
And
Trade
still
back.
get the guy that you want, theoretically. So we'll see how that all goes. Dejan Stribling and the rest of the Niners rookies have reported. The veterans report on Saturday. We will get to that coming up a little bit later on. Is this a fair answer, Dibs, from the 925 on our text line, 888-957-9570. We asked Giants fans, what redeeming qualities does Tony Vitello have as manager? And the 925 said, consistency? ? Is he consistent? I guess you could take that a number of different directions. Would you call Tony Vitello consistent?
He's consistent to the extent that he has a lineup or he has an 8-man in the field construct, and you go out there and you play your guys. Like Adames, Chapman, Devers, when healthy, they play. Arise, Schmidt, Ramos, Jung-Hoo Lee, they play. Catcher is still kind of been a revolving door.
Yeah.
And then the Gilbert and Harrison Bader and whoever, Jonah Cox, whoever else is able to be out there.
Yeah, some Barracoto here and there.
Here and there, but I do think, unlike what we had in previous regimes, which was, hee-hee-ha, mix and match and platoon, he's been consistent about that. And I give him some credit, but at the same time, this roster is built to where that's the way it's going to go. Like Luis Ariz said, I want to play second, and I'll sign if I get to play second.
Yep.
Boom. And Adames hates to come out, and Devers, same thing. And I do think that he's had to deal with a little bit of a tough hand in terms of you've got Eldridge now. He needs to play first, but Devers really wants to play first. So how do you juggle that? And Jung-Hoo Lee, you're not really a center fielder, but the bat is hot, so you play right. And so Casey Schmidt, can you play everywhere? Yes, you can. I think that part of it, he's done well. The things that I'm critical of, though, are, the vets have not really been put in check. And at times, I think that they need to be checked.
That is a really hard thing to do, though. And I know you know that. But, you're a rookie manager who has no professional experience, professional baseball experience, and you're tasked with, keeping in check veterans like Willie Adames and Rafi Devers and Matt Chapman. Not saying they're bad people. That's not what I'm saying. But veterans of that stature who have been in the league for as long as they've been in the league, who have accomplished the things they've accomplished. And if they don't like you, not reporting anything, I wouldn't be shocked if maybe there's a group in that clubhouse that aren't particularly fond of Vitello, but that's just my guess and my read from the outside. But what are you to do if you're Tony Vitello? You're fighting a losing battle. Like there's not much of anything you can really do about that.
That's true. And also, it's not like you've got people who are knocking on their door. Like you don't have another shortstop who's ready to come in and be better than Willie Adames with the bat. And you could put Casey Schmidt over there and give Adames a break, but each player you have to kind of manage them in the way they need to be managed. And I always go back to what I know, which is this radio station. And we've got 6 of us who are the, quote, main hosts. And then we've got, 3 to 5 of you guys who are phenomenal, who are more of the, quote, bench players. And then we've got the other people, the Risottos, the Kens, the Cams, and all the Chase Kodich and all the rest. It's like each one of us needs to be managed in a unique way. And I was actually talking to our boss earlier, Matt Nahigian, about him and Steiny, because we were watching the YouTube in Matt's office, and Steiny's just doing what he does, which is, pontificating and kind of being that guy. And I'm laughing and shaking my head. And I looked at the boss and I'm like, you guys are kind of cut from the same cloth. And they're both kind of from the same background.
How did the boss take that?
He was kind of laughing, and he mostly agreed because the boss spent a lot of time in Philly and Steiny's from Pennsylvania. And so those two have a relationship that, like, the boss and I would never have. And so sometimes when the boss needs to give me some strong advice, he and I have kind of gotten to a spot where he knows the way that I will best receive it. And I'm not a guy that you can kind of like, yell at, and because I'm like a hothouse flower. I'm very delicate, Grandy.
I did yell at you, and then you shut down on me. So
for a whole 41 seconds.
Yeah, it was
Took
rough.
me a lot to come back.
It was rough.
Yeah.
But you fought back, but now I know.
Appreciate
I'm not going to
that.
scream at you to shut up, but there's no promising that Risotto isn't going to hit the button. Shut up, Dibs! See, there it is.
Okay, I will.
Well, it's
I thought it was my name on the marquee, not yours.
We have a phone call to go to, so I'll let you get through what you're going through, Dibs, and then we'll fire it
We
back
do have
up
tissue in here. I need to grab one.
after the phone call. 888-957-9570. Richie from Queens wants to join and into this conversation. What's up, Richie?
Hey guys, how are you?
We've been better, Richie. We were trying to figure out this Giants theme. It's not fun.
Baker?
Oh my goodness. Yeah, this has been a really tough year for everybody. And in New York, the talk is Arise going to possibly to the Yankees. I don't know how they would do that because I love Arise. I think he's one of my favorite players the last few years. He's obviously a contact hitter. I know that they talk about the short velocity, Achilles. The guy does get on base. A high average guy, which we just don't have. Contact, which we just don't have. And it's funny with Adames, you mentioned him. When you look at the numbers, there's not too many shortstops that have 18 home runs. They talk about Gunnar Henderson and Bobby Witt, who's a complete player. He has 12 homers. But when you're going to look at Ariza, you're going to say, or Adames, you're going to say, maybe he's not, he hasn't had a bad year. But when you watch him every day, and just the contact and how they go, and even yesterday, guys, great. He hits a 2-out homer, tied a game. Normally, momentum might go in your favor, and a minute and a half later, they lose the game. So I don't know what direction they're going to go as far as the trade deadline. They talked about maybe Devers going to the Yankees. Picking up the Giants to pick up a lot of the contract. They get rid of Devers. And now we put Eldridge at first. And then Lee was questioned. That would bother me because I'd like to see Lee on the team, next year. Obviously, the pitching staff Ray's going to be gone, I would think. So is this a frustrating year when you look at the Pirates and the Marlins and all these mediocre teams that are right in the thick of the wild card, and we're 17 games under 500? I mean, there's
16,
no way. We were
16, Richie. Only 16 under.
Yeah, I missed one. All right. Sorry about that, guys. I got to be more perfectionist than that. Hey, guys, did you guys talk about golf at all, the Open?
We talked about it a little bit. I talked about it more, Richie, in terms of my sadness that the major season is over. But, I mean, I wonder what you want to say. What I want to say just quickly is Ryan Fox, if all of these guys would play that fast, I think that more people would be into golf.
Yeah, I do believe that. And I also love his attitude when he said to his caddy, let's end this, because 90% of the people on the 18th, which was the toughest par 4 and a closing hole, everybody's thinking playoff, if anything, or he loses it and come out to outright win it. But the DeChambeau thing, guys, did you touch on that?
Oh, yeah.
We did last week. Egregious. There was, if anybody, and again, there's always two sides to a coin and two opinions. I don't see how the opinion can be that he went in there like a bull in a china shop.
Yeah, he did, Richie.
And I don't want to say that.
Sorry, Richie, I don't mean to cut you off. We touched on DeChambeau on Friday.
We did. And, I mean, Richie, I know you're still with us, and I thought that was a clear-cut two-stroke penalty, but the one that struck me was on Sunday where Scotty Scheffler hits it 100 yards left of the hospitality tent, but he doesn't even go look for it because you get 3 minutes to find it. So instead, he's just arguing with the official over whether or not he actually has to find it. And they agreed that because it's in a certain area, he doesn't have to find it. He gets free relief, and he makes birdie. And I think about if you and I, Grandy, were out golfing, and if I hit one that far offline, and I probably would, before you even go look for it, you probably just drop another one and take the penalty and you play on. Yeah. But with all these giant tents, I know that their rules are different, but everyone's giving DeChambeau a hard time for stomping the grass, and he should have gotten a penalty, but Scotty got the break of all breaks and made birdie somehow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
At least it didn't result in a major, finish for him. If he had won, it would have come under major scrutiny, whatever. Can I take you back to October 30th, Dibs?
Please.
So this is when Buster Posey introduced Tony Vitello as the Giants manager. We're 100 games into Vitello's managerial career at the major league level. The Giants are 42-58. I figured we could run through Posey's opening comments, his opening statement when he talks about how great Tony Vitello is and, what he heard about him through this whole hiring process. And we'll take it in chunks. I've split it up into 6 different bits, Dibs.
It's a lot of chunks.
Here's bit number 1. Posey introing Tony Vitello, talking about him being a natural leader.
When we first started talking to Tony, it was abundantly clear that he was a natural leader. Wide range of topics, and I think some highlights that I came away with from those conversations were, some of his vision, his conciseness, and plenty of other leadership qualities.
He's a natural leader. He's got great vision. He's concise, which I don't really understand. But 100 games in, would you describe Tony Vitello as a natural leader, Dibs?
I would, but it's one thing to lead 18, 19, 20, and 21-year-olds who are coming to your program because your program is successful and you're an institution. And it's another thing to go to the major leagues where you've never been before, and now you're leading guys who are 100 millionaires who've been doing this for longer than you even were at Tennessee. So now I don't think that you can walk in with the gravitas to be that concise and to be that much of a natural leader. It's impossible unless you have the absolutely perfect group of guys.
Or you're just this other, you're incredibly vivacious and you're just this otherworldly speaker and you can control the attention in any or every room you walk into.
Or you start out 24-7.
That helps.
So,
that helps too.
I mean, if they would have started great and they were awful in April, so the Giants players start great and Tony's rah-rah conciseness, and everyone's like, man, Tony Vitello, Buster, am I right?
This guy?
Chestnut checkers, but because everybody, for the most part, started poorly, then it starts to be more of a head-scratcher.
Specifically the offense.
Right.
And the veterans, all were off to terrible starts. All of them. And so if you're one of those veterans and this is your new manager and he's managed you for 20 games and you're hitting 150 or whatever it was and the team is already 6 games under 500, it's going to be that much harder to be the natural leader and to win over the clubhouse. All right. Part 2, when Posey introduced Tony Vitello on October 30th. Here's Posey talking about how all he heard from everybody else, this guy, he's a winner. Here's Posey.
I think where it really took off for me is when you start making phone calls and you talk to so many different people that have come into contact with him for years and years and been in his world, and you start to hear some of the attributes. And conversely, Tony had a lot of conversations with people in our own organization, and the feedback was all the same. The response was, this guy's a winner.
Everybody Buster heard from when he was for trying to figure out who Vitello is and if he's worth offering the managerial job to, everybody told him he's just a winner. He's like Draymond Green. Everywhere he goes, he wins. We talked about that yesterday. That's who Tony Vitello is. He's a winner. This is not, of course, all on him, but through 100 games, Zibs, the Giants are 42-58.
Right, and I do think that part of being a winner goes beyond your record. I think that Tony Vitello has built a great program in Tennessee, and he's somebody who is concise, he's confident, and he's unique, and he's won. So, yeah, he's a winner, but to make the leap from there to here, just because you're a winner doesn't mean that you automatically get to come here and win. And I think about Chip Kelly, and I know he was with the Eagles before, but he got the job with the 49ers, and he's somebody who was a winner at your beloved Oregon.
Yeah. He was amazing at Oregon.
He's amazing. And so he comes here.
Incredible.
And he brought his smoothie program and he brought some of his college ideas, and it didn't land well. And they went 2-14 and he was gone. So you could be a winner and then go into a spot and not win.
Speaking of Chip Kelly, could you tell me what job he currently has?
I know he was at UCLA, I thought.
For a while as their head coach. Hasn't been there for at least a few years now.
Yeah, I mean, based on my 3-year-old guess, I don't think I
2
can tell you.
2 years ago, he was the offensive coordinator of the national champion Ohio State Buckeyes, and then last year he returned to the NFL. Do you remember what job he had in the NFL last year?
Grandy, obviously I don't.
Well, it's not where he currently is the point. So you don't know his current job, but you might have known last year's job.
No, he's probably the offensive quality control coach for the Miami Dolphins.
He was the OC for the Oakland Raiders.
The who?
Oh, sorry, the Vegas Raiders.
Wow.
The Oakland Raiders. What an idiot I am. My God. The Las Vegas Raiders. I don't think he made it through the season. They probably fired him before the season ended, or maybe immediately when it ended. He's now the offensive coordinator for Northwestern. He's back in the Big Ten.
Okay.
I don't think he'll be as successful there as he was at Ohio State.
No, but
we'll find out.
I mean, for Chip Kelly, it's probably a year and then a second year. Oh, boy, that offense got really good. And then he'll get another head coaching job, and then he'll go back to the NFL and wash out and start the whole thing all over again.
Yeah. Anyways, to your point, Chip Kelly was once the biggest name in coaching in football, and now he's the OC for Northwestern. So Tony Vitello, a winner, but not a winner with the San Francisco Giants. Kind of like Chip Kelly was a winner with the Oregon Ducks and hasn't really been much of a winner elsewhere. More from Buster Posey on October 30th when he introduced Tony Vitello to the Giants, all their fans, the media. Here's what Posey said he's going to do for all the players.
He has a vision to be great, and not just for himself, that's going to rub off on those around him. There's an expectation that he'll get the best from everybody that he comes into contact with.
There's an expectation that he'll get the best out of everybody that he comes into contact with. I don't think that's happened so far this year.
It hasn't, and I do think that, for me anyway, it goes back to the core tenet of the challenge of the hire, which is you're bringing in somebody who's never been at this level, and he's never dealt with, as far as I know, he's never coached people of this age and of this experience level. And so what you have to do in that spot, you rely on your leadership and your communication and the rest of it, but the essence of who you are as a coach is probably not a great match for pro baseball, because in Tennessee, it's, you're going to fire the guys up, and we got Mississippi State this weekend, and we have to go out there and, execute and this and that.
Got to be tough. I thought you were doing
stuff.
the guru.
I thought about it, but when you're dealing with pro baseball players, you can ratchet it up every now and again, but these guys have been through it and they've seen it. How many games has Rafael Devers played? Probably 1,000. And Matt Chapman, the same, 1,000. And, Willie Adames, probably damn near 1,000 games. And so they've seen everything that you've never seen. So if you come in with a passion and a blueprint and all the rest of it, how is Tony Vitello supposed to really wrap himself around this when he's on game one and they're on game 1,001?
I feel like, obviously, you're Buster Posey, you're introing your new manager, you're going to sell him to the best of your ability, because you're not going to go out there and say, well, yeah, I mean, he's won in the past, and, we hope he can win here. You're going to be definitive, and you're going to say he's a winner. He wins everywhere he goes. He gets the most out of everybody. So maybe this is a little unfair holding Tony Vitello to those standards. I think it's more so maybe an unfair expectation that Buster Posey set for Tony Vitello, considering the roster that he was taking over, the bullpen, the starting pitching, and all that. More from Buster Posey on October 30th as he introduced Tony Vitello. What is he going to be as a teacher, as a motivator? Here's Buster.
Tony's a teacher. He's a motivator, tireless worker, and someone who understands how to build culture.
He understands how to build culture. I mean, I don't know how you view the Giants, Dibs, from the outside looking in. This does not seem to be a team that is completely bought in. They seem to be, we saw it with Willie Adames yesterday, just totally shocked that the ball was thrown to him at second base. That does not seem to me to be a guy that is showing off the culture of the clubhouse set by Tony Vitello.
And it's impossible for him to come in and set the culture when he's never been in the clubhouse before. So his culture is one that he developed at Tennessee, and there's a certain order of things, and there's a certain way that you're going to go about doing things. But if that doesn't jibe with major league players, and I heard reports in spring training that he was doing things that kind of came off as a college approach, of course, because he's from college. And so if the vets aren't open-minded to buy into his way of thinking, then there's going to be a little close-mindedness and maybe even a little bit of pushback. And that's hard to undo over time.
Yeah. I got to hit a break here, Dibs, in 20 seconds. Is that all right?
I mean, it's okay. I had 25 seconds worth of content, but I'm afraid to go over my allotted time because you've shown a knack
I'll yell at you.
You've shown a knack to shut people down.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. More on Vitello and the trade deadline coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
And it's now my time to shine, fortunately, and you will not tell me to shut up because I'm talking about Fremont Bank, family-owned bank. With the family-owned feel, I've been a customer for more than 6 years, and I love this bank. And I made the change because I wanted to be a part of a bank that knows me, knows my family, knows my financial goals, and all the rest of it. I'm not just a number at another big box bank, but I'm an actual person. I know the bank manager and the tellers and the people with whom I work, and I love it because the customer service is second to none. They always go the extra mile to make sure I'm comfortable and well-informed with exactly what's going on, and the customer service that I get is customized to me. They take the time to evaluate what I need, and they don't just check the boxes. They make sure that everything that I need, they're able to help me out with. I deposit my money with Fremont Bank. It gets reinvested into home ownership and businesses and philanthropy. And in fact, 5% of the Fremont Bank earnings get reinvested into charity right here in the Bay Area. Another great example of what a good local bank is all about. Go into one of the 20 branches and see for yourself what community banking is all about. It's Fremont Bank, putting the community in community banking.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, it's Willard. Embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing from Sierra Nevada. If you've ever stayed for the ninth inning comeback, know how to time the beer run to still make it back for the stretch. If you're up for whatever the game brings, then embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing. Hazy, citrusy, smooth. Brewed with the purest ingredients for finest quality. There's a reason it's America's best-selling hazy IPA. Embrace the haze with Sierra Nevada Hazy Little Thing. Enjoy responsibly.
Car salesmen are annoying.
Sign here, please.
Never talk to one again. With FlexCar, the first and only month-to-month car lease.
Oh, no.
Get a great car? Switch anytime. FlexCar. You drive everything.
Administrator Dan Daly at Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center would like to thank his staff, residents, and family members for helping us become both Newsweek magazine and U.S. News and World Report's top-ranked California nursing facility. Lawton continues to be a 5-star facility conveniently located in San Francisco's Sunset District. Please don't hesitate to contact our admissions team of Dab Sterling or Christopher Lord at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Earn up to 6% on gas and EV charging through September 7th, 2026 with Stanford Federal Credit Union's Rewards Credit Card. Make the most of your miles. The Rewards Credit Card offers low rates, no annual fee, and get 25,000 bonus points worth $250 cash back when you open and use your new credit card. Visit sfcu.org to apply online. All credit cards are subject to credit approval and membership eligibility. Terms apply. sfcu.org.
Sometimes it feels like the news is full of things that have never happened before. And that is not exactly true. In fact, it may have happened this very week, hundreds or thousands of years ago. I'm Sally Helm, host of the podcast History This Week from the History Channel. Trade embargoes? Thomas Jefferson tried them. Rent too high? We've been arguing about that for a while. Each episode is proof. The past isn't that far away. Listen to History This Week, available now on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. No Willard, it's Dibs and Grandy here on a Tuesday on 95.7 The Game as we're talking through another just terrible Giants loss yesterday. They fought back to tie it in the ninth, down to their final out. Willie Adames, an opposite field 2-run big fly to tie the game, and then a leadoff hit. It was just a little slapper down the third base line. Casey Schmidt was playing far off of third. It sneaks past him. Then they try to sack bunt a runner over to second base, but they get first and second, nobody out because Susac out of the squat, throws to second, might have been safe, but Adames wasn't even on the bag anyway, so it didn't matter. First and second, nobody out. Then a sac fly gets a runner over to third base, and a safety squeeze bobbled by a moment for Bryce Eldridge. And the runner scores from third. Giants lose 4-3. They're back to 16 games below 500. They've lost 3 games in a row, and the hits just keep on coming for the Giants, Dibs, to the point where it's now, less than 2 weeks away from the deadline, but we were at a point where we were a month and a half away from the deadline, and we were still just talking about the trade deadline being the most important thing for the Giants. At this point, less than 2 weeks away from the deadline, it absolutely, no doubt about it, is now the most important thing for the Giants going forward.
Well, I mean, it's all they have left, basically, other than let's see what we have down on the farm and see who we might be able to move up and take a look at over the course of not just September, but maybe longer than that. So in order to really do that, you're going to have to free up some spots. And I love Luis Arraez, and Mark Willard and I have given you a hard time over, going back to the signing, which was, I guess, December, wrong. January.
Yeah,
and
I was wrong.
Well, it's not so much about being right or wrong because he's been better than even Willard or I thought. But
way better.
It was more of a generational argument about batting average versus, OPS and some of the other modern advanced numbers. And Luis Arraez has always been a guy who can hit a lot of singles and the occasional double. And defensively, it was like, oh, God, at second base, that can't work. And he's been phenomenal at second. Yeah. And he's number 2 in all of baseball in batting average right now. And so he's been so good that he's got to go. Like, you're too good to stay, Luis. Yep. And it sucks when you have a season where you have a player who does so well that all you can think about is how quickly you can trade him for somebody else, right?
Yeah. Jeff Passan of ESPN put out today, he's put this out before, but he updated it today, his top 100 trade candidates list for the Major League Baseball trade deadline, which is, again, less than 2 weeks away. Can you guess the first Giant that pops up on this list of the top 100 trade candidates per ESPN's Jeff Passan?
It would have to be Luis Arraez.
It is. He puts him at number 10. I don't know exactly how he ranks these guys. It's probably mostly based off of impact that player would have on the team, but he ranks him as the 10th trade candidate, and in parentheses says a 95% chance he gets traded, which sounds about right. Like he is a tailor-made trade when you are on a bad team, as good as he's been, and on an expiring deal. Those guys get traded almost 100% of the time.
And that's my point to you earlier on the show thread, where we were going back and forth about, Giants topics today beyond the game and another kind of lightweight disastrous performance. And I guess it's not a disaster when you're this bad, but it's just another brick on the wall. Shout out Pink Floyd. But
all in all,
thank you. Look at you. For 30 years old,
one of the greatest bands ever.
You got some deep chops, Mark
Floyd.
Randy.
I'll just listen to their whole discography.
Between you in like 70s and 80s rock and Willard in all things hip hop, I don't know which surprises me more because I keep being surprised by you and I shouldn't be, and I keep getting surprised by him and I shouldn't be.
Oh, Pink Floyd. I mean, Time is one of the best songs of all time.
That's so great. I can, whatever. Your parents probably Dark Side of the Moon.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure they've got some moments. Pre-Grandy, pre-Mark Grandy.
Oh, definitely way pre-Grandy.
They put the vinyl on and they probably dimmed the lights and, enjoyed the record, shall we say. But I do think that yesterday was another brick in the wall. But when you look at Luis Arraez, I don't know how you would possibly keep him because, all right, you keep him and you sign him to a 2 or 3 year deal. Great. He's a good player. What does that mean for Casey Schmidt? Would you trade Casey Schmidt and keep Luis Arraez? I mean, that is one thing that the Giants could do.
Well, there's this trade idea that popped up on The Athletic that I was reading. I think I read this last night. Jim Bowden, a friend of the station, we've had him on, and we're efforting getting him on the show again this week. Very busy time of the year for him. We heard that from him earlier today, but we'll try to get him on so we can hear straight from the horse's mouth. But he put out an article on The Athletic with 5 trades that he would like to see, and just happenstance, 2 of them happened to feature the Giants. And the one that caught our eyes more than anybody else was because it features a name that we probably don't really expect the Giants to trade, or a name that we haven't really considered as a potential trade piece, and it was Casey Schmidt. Casey Schmidt and Eric Miller to the Mariners for right-handed starting pitcher George Kirby, which is an interesting one because it solves the Giants a couple of problems. Number one, you no longer have to find a spot for Casey Schmidt every day because he's not there, and Chapman has third base. Maybe it frees up you to re-sign Luis Arraez, which is possible, I suppose. I don't know how likely that would be, but it gets rid of that issue with the logjam on the infield, and you get an innings eater, a good pitcher in George Kirby, and you desperately need more starting pitching considering one of the other trades you're likely going to make is Robbie Ray. And you already don't have many starting pitchers. So how are you going to get more starting pitching as early as next season? Maybe you trade away one of your more valuable offensive pieces out of a lineup that is pretty darn good to get some help in terms of your starting pitching. That's one that kind of surprises me because the Giants have waited so long for a homegrown offensive player to develop, and Casey Schmidt is one of those guys. He's nowhere near as young as Bryce Eldridge, but he's your guy that you drafted and developed, and he's having a really good year this season, can play anywhere out in the field, really, other than center field and catcher. He's basically played everywhere else, just about. But that could be an option. If you get somebody like a George Kirby, that's a valuable arm coming back in that trade.
Valuable, but I do think that he is due to get a new contract. I think he's arbitration eligible coming up this year. I was just looking at that in 2027, so you probably would have to give him some sort of a deal, which is not terrible because Robbie Ray will be coming off the books no matter what.
Yeah.
And Logan Webb's got 2 more years, and you still have Landon Roop under control and all of your various Carsons as well under control and Blade Tidwell. So you've got young arms that aren't expensive. You do need to go out this offseason. Maybe it's the deadline now or in the offseason and bring in some veteran pitching, somebody to help out this rotation as you move forward into next season. But I obviously would be more in favor of trading Luis Arraez and keeping Casey Schmidt, who is under team control and somebody who's got a little bit more power. For me, Mark, if I look at the Giants lineup going forward, Jung-Hoo Lee and Luis Arraez offensively, they're kind of the same player. Luis Arraez a little bit more accomplished as a slappy singles hitter than Jung-Hoo Lee, but I don't think that you want to have two of those guys in your lineup, as well as a center fielder who doesn't really hit and a catcher who is a work in progress. That, for me, feels a little bit too much of a power outage. So if it's Jung-Hoo Lee or Luis Arraez, I think Luis Arraez is better, but he'll be a free agent. Jung-Hoo Lee, I don't know if someone would take that contract, but I think that all options are on the table.
Well, the second highest ranked Giant on Jeff Passan's list of the top 100 trade candidates is Jung-Hoo Lee. So it's Luis Arraez ranked 10th in Jeff Passan's top 100 trade candidates list, a 95% chance he gets traded according to ESPN's Jeff Passan. Number 18 on that list is Jung-Hoo Lee, and Jeff adds a 40% chance that Jung-Hoo Lee gets traded. Later on, Matt Chapman, 27, Robbie Ray, 37, Willy Adames, 68, Brubaker at 80, and then 99, Caleb Killian. So you have a bunch of Giants on this list. Notably, there is no Rafi Devers on that list, and there is no Elliot Ramos on that list. So there probably are people the Giants are taking calls on or would be willing to trade that don't pop onto this top 100 list by Jeff Passan. But there's no doubt there are a lot of Giants that populate this list, including 3 in the top 30, and Robbie Ray is not one of those guys, and it feels like Robbie Ray is going to be traded. So we're looking at the Giants theoretically being very open and willing to maybe trade as many as 3-4 dudes before 2 weeks are up and the trade deadline comes and goes. Dibs, this could be a transformative couple of weeks for the Giants franchise. It really could be, because who knows who you could get back in one of these deals.
It just is interesting that Jeff Passan puts 2 guys on there in the top 68 who have no trade clauses. Matt Chapman's at 27. Willy Adames is at number 68. So either he's just spitballing and looking at guys who should be traded based on the team situation and other teams' needs for their kind of skill set, or he's got some intel to the fact that they would be open to waiving those no trade clauses. And I'm not sure about, Chapman or Adames individually, but if you get a chance to go to a more ready-made winning situation, I certainly as a player would be open to it. Now, if I was cemented here with family and kids in school, it might be a little bit more difficult. I don't know if Willie or Matt Chapman have that situation in play, but it's been a rough year. It's been a frustrating year. And so just because you're open to waiving your no trade doesn't mean you have to waive it. But the fact that Jeff Passan has both of them on this list, that to me raises an eyebrow.
Yeah, Matt Chapman definitely has kids. I don't know how many, but his wife just had, they just had a kid a couple of weeks ago. They have 2 total, I think, now. They just had one a couple of weeks ago, right before he went on the injured list. I think I remember reading that I think the night he went on the injured list, or he got hurt and got pulled out of a game, which was before the All-Star break, his wife was going into labor. So it kind of worked out time-wise for Matt Chapman if you're going to miss any time. Kind of nice for him and his family that it happened right as his wife gave birth. But so there's that with Chapman. I think he's probably more entrenched in the Bay Area and San Francisco than Willy Adames is, certainly more than Luis Arraez is. I would imagine it would be pretty easy for Luis Arraez to go somewhere else. Although I think he spoke to Susan Slusser, or maybe it was somebody else at the Chronicle. He spoke to somebody at the Chronicle during All-Star week, during the break, and essentially said, I'd be open to being traded, but only to a place where I can play second base. And he doesn't have a no-trade clause. He can't really direct where he's going to go, but it seems like he would be open theoretically to that, Dibs, if it were to happen. He just would ideally want to go to where he can play second base. And at this point, given that he's one of the favorites in the NL to win the Gold Glove at second base, I don't think there would be a lot of teams that would scoff at the idea, like maybe they scoffed at it during the winter when he was a free agent.
Right, when he was somebody who was used to playing first and also DHing, and somebody who hadn't yet established himself as a good, if not great, defensive second baseman. So you start to look around Major League Baseball, and I'm looking at the numbers here. He is second among second basemen in OPS in baseball. He's got an 812 OPS, just right behind Bryce Turang. And if you look at teams that are contending who might need second base help, well, there aren't a ton of them as you go up and down the list. And some of those teams that have a second baseman who's struggling, it's a younger player who they don't necessarily want to supplant.
Yeah, absolutely. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. And a tough one for the Valkyries last night as their 9-game winning streak snaps as they head off to the All-Star break. We're always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You were talking earlier about how it might benefit the Giants to pull off these trades earlier as opposed to later. As opposed to this being a true deadline deal, or maybe you're doing it the day of the deadline or the day before the deadline. Can you explain that to me? Would it benefit the Giants to say do it this week as opposed to 10 days, 12, 13 days from now?
Well, I think with Robbie Ray in particular, you are not Tariq Skubal, so he's going to be the big prize if, in fact, he gets dealt. And so if you're the Giants, if you're going to wait until the very end, up until the deadline, you may not have as many suitors as you would now. And if you got a guy like Robbie Ray, who's pitched pretty well over the last month or so, and
a lot better.
He's had himself a really solid year. And if you're a contending team, he's not your ace or your 2. He might be your 3 or your 4 if you get into a playoff series. But if you are one of these contending teams, and baseball, especially in the American League, is so bunched up, I think you'd want to get him for as many starts as you possibly could. So if you're the Giants and you're sitting here in late July and Robbie Ray's got probably 2, if not 3 starts before the deadline, you could say. And if you're a team out there looking to get Robbie Ray, wouldn't you want to have those 2 or 3 starts before you even get to the deadline? So for Robbie Ray in particular, as the Giants, it might behoove you to get him out on the market early. That way you could get possibly a little bit more in return because you're giving a team 3 additional starts.
I get that logic. I will say, though, also, and this is the way that baseball is going with the expanded playoffs, where you have more playoff spots, and therefore it's kind of like the way basketball has become with the play-in, where you have more teams fighting for postseason berths. You have more teams that are thinking they're in the race come the trade deadline, which means you have more teams that are buyers in the market, which means you have fewer teams that are sellers in the market, which means the market is a seller's market. So if you are a seller and the Giants are undoubtedly a seller, then sometimes it might benefit you to wait as long as possible and maybe create a bit of a bidding war. Deadlines spur action. And maybe you have a couple of teams that were in on Skubal, but missed on Skubal. And they're like, oh, well, we really need a left-handed starting pitching. And Robbie Ray's one of the only other guys out there, and isn't Skubal, but isn't bad by any stretch. And you can create a bit of a bidding war. So I hear what you're saying. Maybe you have a team that's willing to part with a little bit more, a slightly better prospect, because they're going to get maybe 2 or 3 more starts than they would have otherwise. But if you wait, you might create a bidding war, and maybe you ultimately get more as a result of that bidding war.
It's possible, and I'm looking at Jeff Passan's top 5 starting pitcher targets, and he's not among them, but Tariq Skubal is at the top, and then it's Joe Ryan, Reed, Detmers, Casey Mize, Sonny Gray, righties. And so, if you're Robbie Ray, you are unique in that there aren't a lot of left-handed arms that should be out there on the market. And if you look at baseball right now and who are sellers, National League, you've got the Reds, Giants, Mets, and Rockies. The Padres are 2 games below 500, but only 2.5 out in the card. Yeah. So that's 4 clear sellers. And in the American League, you've got the Blue Jays are 8 below, only 5.5 out. But let's just say that they're sellers. And then the Athletics, the Royals, and the Angels. So 22 teams at this point might fancy themselves still in it. And the Tigers are 6 below 500, but 4.5 out, same as Houston. The American League is so funky in that right now that the Rangers are 50-50, and they're a game and a half out in the wild card.
Yeah.
So mediocrity pays in the American League, but you do have 6 clear-cut sellers, and I think for the Giants, you've got somebody in Robbie Ray who would be appetizing, and I think if you're an acquiring team, you might want it more now than you would in 2.5 weeks.
Interestingly enough, I just saw this come across my feed on Twitter. Ken Rosenthal appeared on Foul Territory and essentially said what he's hearing is the Padres and Blue Jays are trending towards being sellers. So maybe that adds a couple of other teams into the sellers market. Who knows? Things can change, and that's just what he's hearing. They're trending towards selling. The Padres have had a terrible last couple of months. The Giants have taken a lot of shine away in terms of the negative publicity, but the Padres deserve some of it as well. Maybe they trade Mason Miller, right, who's probably going to be the best reliever on the market if the Padres do decide to sell. I don't know if they have any left-handed starting pitching that would rival what Robbie Ray would, but that could complicate the market as well if more teams do join them. But I do think this is why I've been frustrated in the past, Dibs. We've gotten to the trade deadline the last couple of years, maybe even the last 3 years, and the Giants have been kind of the team that you're talking about with the Rangers, around 500, and the Giants will convince themselves they're in it enough to where they decide to not sell. Maybe they don't necessarily buy, but they don't sell. And as a result, they miss the playoffs. Maybe not as a result, but they end up missing the playoffs. And as a result of not selling, they then lose those players that they could have sold for nothing because they walk away in free agency. Blake Snell is the one that comes to mind more than any other a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
And as a result, you don't get to replenish your farm system. And maybe you're hurting a little bit more this year as a result of not doing that a couple of years ago. I just don't want that to happen again. So take advantage of a seller's market, even if it's maybe not a great seller's market. It still should be more of a seller's market than a buyer's market.
Agreed. And I also think that at this point, and you threw the Padres and the Blue Jays in the mix, and that would mean that there are probably 8, and let's just call it 10 sellers, 20 that they're not buyers automatically, although Boston quietly with 14 straight wins.
Oh my God, what's going on in Boston?
And they don't lose. They haven't lost since July 1st, and so
that's crazy.
They might be suddenly looking to buy. So this thing can turn on a dime with a hot week or a hot streak. But right now, if there are 10 sellers, you would think that in 2 weeks, that might be 12 or 13 sellers if other teams actually fall down into your group. And so now you aren't so much of a standout as far as what you have to offer as a seller.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to weigh in. Marv in Livermore is up next. What's up, Marv? You're on with Dibs and Grandy. What do you got?
Hey, Dibs and Grandy. Great show. Hey, on the Giants, I have it reversed. This is an iconic franchise. I think they should be buyers, and I'll tell you what they should buy. They should be reaching out to Detroit, then Robbie Ray and Bo Davidson. They need an outfielder for Skubal, who's from Hayward. Bring him home, sign him to a long-term contract. Then you have Skubal and Logan, Roop, McDonald, and Jackson Flora. The first-round pick should be ready by next year. Then you got a starting pitching that will go against anybody. And I think this year got off to a bad start. And so the synergy wasn't there. We didn't have great pitching. We don't have relief pitching, and hitters didn't hit. But I don't think we should be tearing this down and then come back and try to play youngsters and then go out and try sign other free agents. I think we roll with it. If it doesn't work, give it 6 months and then do it. But I think selling is too early right now.
Appreciate the call, Marv. I could not disagree more. And specifically when it comes to Tarek Skubal, is it a good idea to go and trade for him? Yes, absolutely. Do you want him on your team? Yes, absolutely. Would it cost Robbie Ray and Bo Davidson? No, it would cost 100 times more than that to get Tarek Skubal on your team.
Probably a little bit more than that. I mean,
a little.
Probably cost James Tibbs as well. Oops, you already traded him.
It would cost you Bryce Eldridge plus more. It would probably cost you Bryce Eldridge and Jackson Flora to get Skubal.
Yeah. And it's, again, then you're going to go out and you're going to spend what's Skubal going to make on the market? Probably $35 million a year. And just looking at it, he'll be 30 coming up in November. So he's probably going to get a 6 or 7 year deal. And we know how those deals usually work on the back end for pitchers at that level and that kind of money. So I don't know. For me, you can go out and buy pitching. And one thing I will give Farhan Zaidi credit for, when he would buy pitching, he would buy short-term pitching. And, Kevin Gausman was a great short-term pitch. And Carlos Rodon, short-term. Blake Snell, in theory, was a good purchase. And, it turned out he was not such a team guy, and he went elsewhere. But I'm not in on giving a guy 6 or 7 years.
I would love to have Skubal on my team, and I would give him the contract, knowing full well at the end of the contract I might not like it. But you have that dude on your roster for the time being. It's going to cost you a ton. And the Giants are not in a position to spurn tomorrow to help today when today is so lifeless. And that's what the Giants showed us again last night. Okay, it's time for a break here on Willard and Dibs. We're sponsored by Ceremony Ford. The summer sales event is on at Ceremony Ford. Get 0% APR, $1,000 in down payment assistance, no payments for 90 days, plus a 2-year maintenance plan on models including F-150, Bronco, Mach-E, Explorer, and Mustang. Ceremony Ford in Colma, Daly City, or ceremonyford.com. It's Willard and Dibs. Dibs and Grandy, a little more on the Giants and the deadline when we come back. Plus, the latest on LeBron. We'll tell you all you need to know. That's what's coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
Grass-fed ribeyes.
Yes, chef.
Responsibly sourced salmon that was never frozen.
Yes, chef.
Restaurant quality steaks.
Yes, chef.
Organic chicken.
Yes, chef.
Wild-caught seafood.
Yes, chef.
At Sprouts, every cut is handpicked for flavor, freshness, and quality worthy of the chef at home. Even if your toughest critic still needs a booster seat.
More steak, please.
Yes, chef.
Sprouts Farmers Market.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal! Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
All new drinks are now at McDonald's. With refreshers like the Strawberry Watermelon Refresher and the Mango Pineapple Refresher with popping boba. To crafted sodas like the Sprite Berry Blast with berry flavors and cold foam. Who knew ice cold drinks could be so fire? 6 all-new drinks are here. Now at McDonald's.
Refreshers contain caffeine.
Termites don't serve. They eat and breed 24/7. If you haven't had a termite inspection in the last 3 years, don't wait for costly damage. Call Pacific Coast Termite for a free termite inspection from a licensed technician. They'll identify any termite activity and recommend the right treatment. No tint, no poisonous gas, and no move out. Orange oil treatment will have minimal disruption at home, with tenants, or your business. Need treatment? Get 10% off, a 2-year warranty, and 90 days same as cash OAC. Serving all of Northern California. Call 800-PACIFIC. That's 800-PACIFIC. PacificCoastTermite.com. Some restrictions apply.
Jay Vineyards returns as the official sparkling wine of the Golden State Valklyries. As Jay celebrates its 40th anniversary, the team invites all wine lovers to experience the artistry, hospitality, and California soul that defines Jay Vineyards. Every offering at Jay is an invitation to discover the bounty of Sonoma County, where guests explore local ingredients paired with Jay's celebrated sparkling Pinot Noir and Chardonnay wines. Make Jay your next wine country destination, located just 70 miles from Chase Center in Healdsburg.
You hear that? That can only mean one thing. Your WNBA team, the Golden State Valklyries, are back, and you don't want to miss a single moment in Valhalla.
You can feel the energy.
Get your tickets now at Valklyries.com.
Hey, it's Willard. At Habas Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Habas Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians, because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Habas fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Habas Law, relentless for justice. Visit HabasLaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Here's good news for folks who have a jumbo loan. The Loan Exchange, America's jumbo lender, is offering a 30-year fixed-rate loan at a 5.75% interest rate and 5.939% APR for loan amounts up to $3 million. So if you have a mortgage with an interest rate of 6% or higher, give America's jumbo lender a call at 833-436-8800. You drive around to find the cheapest gas, so why not refinance your mortgage? Every day you wait, you're wasting money on needless interest. Go to theloanexchange.com or call 833-436-8800 to find out what your savings will be with a new 30-year fixed-rate loan at 5.75% interest rate and 5.939% APR. NMLS 1637539. Loan subject to credit approval. See website for licensing information, loan terms and conditions. Equal housing lender. That's theloanexchange.com or call 833-436-8800 for a 30-year fixed-rate loan at 5.75% interest rate and 5.939% APR.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Most of us are one good deal away from finally replacing that worn-out rug, fixing up the backyard, or getting the bedroom we actually want. Good news, that deal's almost here. Wayfair's Black Friday and July sale. Get up to 80% off area rugs and up to 60% off outdoor and bedroom furniture. Shop Wayfair's huge selection of styles and find the piece to fit your style, budget, and space. Plus, free shipping. Black Friday in July ends July 27th. Shop today at wayfair.com.
Wayfair, every style, every...
San Francisco will be overcast tonight with a low of 60.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Hazy Little Thing by Sierra Nevada. Enjoy responsibly.
Welcome back, Willard and Dibbs. No Willard, it's Dibbs and Grandy with you here on a Tuesday. We're going to get to LeBron, the latest from Rich Paul.
Do we have to?
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
We do.
Everybody's terrible.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like trying to get my 4-year-old to eat vegetables. Do I have to?
Yes, Mila.
Mila, you do.
I love tomatoes.
Yeah, tomatoes are good. It's a fruit, but I'll allow it.
I love Richie and Queens' accent.
He called earlier. I feel bad. I definitely cut him off, but we just had to get back on the baseball.
I guess. I mean, he could have gone for another 15 seconds on the golf.
Yeah, I probably should have let him. Sorry, Richie. Normally, Richie, all you want to do is talk baseball. I was shocked when you went off baseball to talk golf.
That DeChambeau thing, it was a thing. Like,
oh yeah, the DeChambeau one, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and
I also told you there's no doubt he was going to continue to play. He can threaten to not play all he wants. He's going to
right,
and he played.
Yeah, he came back and he
didn't play
great. And, I mean, he played well for a while. He was threatening.
Right. Yeah.
Then he had another one of those triple bogeys.
Classic.
Yep.
Classic. Plus, we got to get to something related to Steph Curry and the Hall of Fame. We'll get to that a little bit later on as well. I did want to touch on one more thing before we got off the Giants and the trade deadline stuff, Dibbs. We've been referencing this Jeff Passan piece on ESPN. Also, Kylie McDaniel contributed to it. But it's the top 2026 MLB trade deadline candidates. And I wasn't sure at first how these were ranked from 1 to 100. But I read the fine print during the commercial break. And the note that Jeff Passan of ESPN says, players are ranked by total trade value with rest of season value as tiebreaker. So it's if you have, multiple years left on your deal, you would be worth more and therefore you'd be ranked higher in this theoretical ranking by Jeff Passan. The tiebreaker is the rest of season value as tiebreaker, which is interesting that Luis Arraez, Dibbs, is ranked number 10 because what Jeff Passan is saying is that Luis Arraez is a very hot commodity, the 10th ranked player on Jeff Passan's trade candidate list. And again, this is ranked by total trade value. He's only under contract through September, and into October potentially if he makes the postseason. And yet he's the 10th ranked player on this Jeff Passan list. One of the things that I've wondered for a while, Dibbs, is what would Luis Ariz theoretically get you on the trade market because he's very likely to be traded, and he's clearly having a fantastic season, and a lot of teams would be interested in acquiring him, those teams that are, playoff caliber teams. But he's a rental, and he doesn't hit for power, so what really would that get you? It feels like Jeff Passan is saying, well, that would get you a little something now. You get something kind of decent for Luis Ariz.
Yeah, and that makes sense because even if you had a second baseman that you wanted to favor over Luis Ariz, for the most part, you could still have him be quite a pinch hitter coming off the bench. And just even if you look at some of the teams that he's targeting, the Rays, the Nationals, the Dodgers,
the
Yankees, Blue Jays, D-backs, Guardians, Pirates, that right there is 8 teams. And so that gives you an idea that there are a lot of teams who fancy themselves still in the mix. And what Luis Ariz has done this year is what he always does, which is just get on base via the base hit every time. But also his defense has gone from liability to, like you said, possible Gold Glove candidate.
He's been awesome. And then the other trade idea that we mentioned that Casey Schmidt and Eric Miller to the Mariners for George Kirby. That was thrown out there by Jim Bowden of The Athletic. George Kirby, a solid right-handed starter for the Mariners. I'd be interested in a deal like that because it would get you somebody that you can use next year to become a much better pitching team. It would be painful to say bye to Casey Schmidt. The other trade on that article that featured the Giants, though, featured Luis Ariz to the Texas Rangers for a couple of prospects. The names don't really matter. You're not going to know them. Dalton Pence and Yolfram Castillo, a Venezuelan 19-year-old. The names don't really matter all that much, but just to look at the Rangers farm system, Dibs, and where these two players, their prospects, rank in their farm system, what Jim Bowden is saying is Luis Ariz maybe gets you something like Dalton Pence, who's the 12th ranked prospect in the Rangers system, and Yolfram Castillo, who's the 8th ranked prospect in the Rangers system. Overall, the Rangers system is one of the worst in baseball. They're not like a top 10 farm system, but it's getting you two, top 12-ish prospects, including one that's the 8th ranked prospect in this theoretical deal. So maybe that's the baseline for what Luis Ariz would get you. Two lesser prospects, but a couple of guys you take a swing on, and maybe one of them hit, and it becomes worthwhile by a wide margin.
And what if, and this is a crazy hypothetical, but just playing off the fact that one of the teams mentioned was the Dodgers, and just looking at the Dodgers and their second baseman this year, they have woefully underperformed. You've had, Miguel Rojas with a 758 OPS, who's been fine. Tommy Edman was supposed to be the guy. He's been hurt, and Freeland's been hurt. What if you could trade Ariz to the Dodgers and get back James Tibbs?
Could you imagine? Where does Tibbs rank in the Dodgers system?
I'm not sure prospect-wise, but I'm just looking at his numbers. He's got an OPS of 967. He's got 21 home runs. He's driven in 72 in Oklahoma City in the PCL, and he's played in 90 games. He's a guy he has absolutely torn the cover off the ball. And Tibbs was their first round pick, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes, he was.
From back in 2024.
James Tibbs is the Dodgers' 9th ranked prospect, according to MLB.com. So that could theoretically maybe fit the market that Jim Bowden laid out for Luis Ariz, although the Dodgers system better than the Rangers system, but there was also 2 prospects going from the Rangers to the Giants, so maybe something like that would be possible, which would be really, really funny if that were to play out that way.
I mean, it's laughable and farcical, but Tibbs goes to Boston in the Devers trade, and then Tibbs goes to L.A. in the trade that netted him that pitcher that only pitched a couple of games for Boston.
Yeah, who was that? What's my guy's name? I forget.
Yeah, I do too, and he was not very good. And then, Tibbs goes to the Dodgers, and he immediately starts tearing it up. And so here we are, back again.
Dustin May.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Dustin May struggled, and then at the end of that year, he was gone. So Boston won the trade with the Giants for Devers, and then they promptly lost the trade by sending out Tibbs.
They lost it in the aggregate by a wide margin.
By a wide margin. They sent out Harrison and Tibbs, and now they've won 14 games in a row. Right. And so, I don't know. Just as we're thinking about wild trade scenarios, and we're sitting here 13 days from the deadline, I believe it's... Monday, right? Yep. It was 2 weeks from yesterday. So Just a thought. Luis Ariz, I do think will be on the move, and you're looking to net something back. And I do think that James Tibbs III is somebody who will be ready to be a major leaguer next year.
Yeah. Let's see. The trade deadline, Monday, August 3rd, 6 Eastern, 3 Pacific. So Willard and Dibs will be live on the air when the trade deadline comes, Monday, August 3rd, 3 o'clock Pacific.
Oh, heck
You can find it right here, of course, on 95.7 The Game. The 925 asks, why trade a known stud now for a prospect? Is it to get the money off the books? For the Willie Adames, Matt Chapman, Rafi Devers conversation, I guess theoretically you could say it for that, not for Luis Ariz. You're trading Luis Ariz because you're not very good. You don't really have much use for Luis Ariz the rest of this season because you're not good. You're not going to the postseason no matter how good he's going to be, and he's not under contract the rest of the season. So you trade him to get something for him when he probably is going to walk and go elsewhere at the end of the season anyway. So you're just recouping value on Luis Ariz that you probably won't get if you don't. That is as simple as that. You're not very good, and you trade away your guy that's expiring on an expiring contract.
To get something back, and you could re-sign Luis Ariz and keep him, and that would be great, but then you're kind of stuck with the same old logjam of Casey Schmidt, he's an infielder, and Matt Chapman has a no-trade clause, and Willie Adames has got a long contract. So if you keep Adames and Chapman and Ariz, where does Casey Schmidt play? Because first base is locked as well. So for me, it's either trade. You have to trade one of the four, Adames, Chapman, Ariz, or Schmidt. And Adames and Chapman have no trade clauses, and Ariz is expiring, and Casey is cheap. So for me, it's an easy priority list to say, Ariz would be the first one that you would want to trade.
Yeah, you have to trade an infielder. You absolutely have to trade an infielder. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's probably going to be Ariz. Maybe it's multiple, but it's probably going to be Ariz, and that's the starting point. I'm not even including the pitching, and you're probably going to trade Robbie Ray as well. But we'll see how that all plays out. There is plenty more time to talk about that, as again, we're 13 days away from the Major League Baseball trade deadline, August 3rd, Monday, August 3rd, 2026. Dibs, do you want to hear the latest on LeBron James?
I've been dying to hear the latest, Mark.
We're now on LeBron Watch. It's the 21st of July. Feels like we've all aged 5 years over the last 3+ weeks trying to figure this thing out. Rich Paul did the latest episode of his podcast with Max Kellerman, the Game Over podcast. Yes, he's not a guest on that podcast. It is a co-host situation. He and Max Kellerman co-host that podcast together regularly. You probably are just hearing it for the first time the last 3 weeks because Rich Paul has never been more in the news than during these last 3 weeks when LeBron James is making his decision. There's a number of things here from Rich Paul. The first one is how he talks about nobody knows what the hell they're talking about, Dibs, when it comes to LeBron's free agency. Here's Rich Paul.
I'll say it again. None of these people know anything. Nobody knows nothing. And I say that respectfully because we haven't made it to where anybody knows anything. So I think it's important for people to understand we're not making this about attention and a spectacle. It's not about a decision or anything like that. He has a choice to make. He has a business choice to make. We're not going to sit here and decide or allow someone else to decide when he makes that decision or that choice. It's a business choice that he's making. And I think as an athlete, why is it that an athlete has to rush his choice?
Okay, I want to answer that.
Because from a business perspective, you are making a choice between jobs, high-level jobs, and you've earned the right. You're a big-time executive that's with an unbelievable, arguably the best resume in the history of your job. Who's rushing you?
Okay.
Nobody.
Okay, Rich Paul says, first of all, nobody knows anything about LeBron's decision because we haven't told anybody about how LeBron feels and the decision that he's going to make because he hasn't made the decision yet, and it's his decision, it's a business decision, and we're not going to rush it. Latest from Rich Paul.
Sorry, Granny, I buy that part of it, but the other piece of it is when he says, we're not doing this for attention. If you're not doing it for attention, then I don't know, maybe you follow the DeMar DeRozan blueprint, because I think DeMar DeRozan is also a free agent.
He is.
And you haven't heard any podcast. I don't even know who his agent is. I'm not sure who the teams are who are the favorites to land DeMar DeRozan. So the whole idea of you not doing this for attention, well, then lay out. Go ahead and, as Grandy would say, shut up.
Shut up.
That's right. But they won't, nor should they, nor do they have to.
Shut up.
Bobby Brown, it's their prerogative. He can have a podcast, and he's had a bunch of them, and LeBron did that live interview, not live, but with Rich Kleiman back in New York last week, and you've got Shams coming out every day. I don't know if Shams had a PTO day today. I don't know if he took the day off, but
the hell knows.
And Windy and all the rest of it. And so, yes, you have maybe the best resume in the history of your field, and you don't have to rush. I get that part of it. I'm with you. Many of us want you to rush, including Adam Silver. You don't have to, but the whole idea of he's not doing this for attention, well, then if he's not doing it for attention, then just go ahead and lay out, and when you decide, then let us all know. That's all.
Yeah, I don't think the delay is necessarily for the attention aspect of it. I do think he is, I know Willard is dead set and has said this for a long time now. He knows where he wants to go. I think he has in his mind the way ideally he wants it to go. I'll put it that way. And if things play out the ideal way, then he has an easy decision to make in his mind. But not all things have happened just yet, so there's no decision to be made just yet. At least I think that's how LeBron feels. So I don't think it's necessarily at the heart of it is not an attention issue or an attention thing for LeBron. But in the meantime, while he's waiting, they're clearly saying, well, we're waiting. Our main motivation isn't the attention. We want LeBron to go to the right spot, and we're going to give these teams time to make moves so that LeBron can go to the right spot. But while we're waiting, we might as well kill two birds with one stone, and let's up the listenership on all of our podcasts and everything we do, because we might as well. We're here. Let's go for the attention. Maybe it's not their number one motive, but they're clearly leaning into it.
And it's July 21st, and we talked about this yesterday about a bit of a sports desert, and baseball is awesome, and it's a great summer daily companion. It's a April to October companion, and we love that about baseball, but the real actionable stuff for baseball is 13 days away, the deadline. World Cup is over. Championship golf is over. The rookies are in camp, but the vets aren't, so by the time we get to next week, or I guess this weekend, you get some teams with their veterans starting to report. So we're starting to get football ramping back up. The football summer is ending, and football teams are now getting ready to get back to it. You've got Deebo Samuel rumors, I'm sure. I don't know if Brandon Ayuk has been putting out content of late, but
being a little cat.
He can't be too far away from more IG videos. But
little ass boy.
Football is about to take the spotlight from the NBA free agency. And I do think before that happens, LeBron James will miraculously come to a decision.
Miraculously. It'll just be a coincidence.
Right, because if you get to, camp is rolling, and now all of the big major TV networks and all the great radio shows like ours, we're going to be locked in on football. And, LeBron James won't have the same opportunity to capture everyone's imagination.
Yeah, just imagine Shanahan takes the podium for the first time and he says, McCaffrey, limited, calf.
Got to be delicate with those calves.
I mean, just imagine the alarms that are going to go off when Shanahan says that for the first time.
Trent Williams, vet day and stuff. Diamond Lenore, limited and stuff.
And we weren't able to get it done.
You got to do a full injury report. When he goes up to the podium for the first time before the presser and he's, all right, injuries today, guys. Nick Bosa, limited, knee. You do your Shanahan so well. You just got to, I know it's rusty because it's July.
Right.
You got to get back into it.
George Kittle, Achilles, limited. Brandon Ayuk, hurt feelings. He's out. Nick Bosa, knee maintenance. He'll be working on the side and stuff. Michael Williams, knee, limited. Fred Warner, haircut, limited.
Haircut.
Dre Greenlaw, Achilles management, limited. I'll take your questions and stuff.
I'm not a doctor, so.
That's pretty good.
Not bad. We'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get back into midseason form.
You got to get back. You got to get back there. We haven't heard him speak in a long time, so a little rusty, but we'll work on it. Yeah. I know. But you're right. That is going to become a major part of this show, of talk shows across the world when training camp begins, when preseason games get here, when joint practices are happening, Dibs. I personally can't wait. It's going to be so much fun. But if LeBron is trying to capitalize on as many eyeballs and ears as possible, this is the week to do it. There's no doubt about it.
Looking at veteran report dates, tomorrow, Arizona and Carolina.
Oh.
Then you get, I guess that would be Friday, the 24th would be the Patriots and the Seahawks. And then the 25th, the Rams and the Niners, because they get to go to Australia and stuff.
True.
And so they get to report. And then the 28th, everybody else.
Everybody else.
So by the time we get to a week from today, Tuesday,
everyone has reported.
Everyone is in, and it's football season. So he'll still, get everyone's attention. But
of course.
If he drops this thing on Wednesday or Thursday, well, now you get Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then all the way into next Monday. And it's like, camp's reporting, but can you believe that LeBron James is a Phoenix Sun?
A Phoenix
Who could have seen that coming?
No one saw that coming. Eric in Pinole makes a good point on our text line, 888-957-9570. Dibs, let's not forget the Tour de France is going into its third week. That's why LeBron's holding off on a decision, the Tour de France.
And I wonder if you know who is in the maillot jaune right now.
Is that the yellow jersey?
Look at Grandy.
Do they call it jerseys?
Yes, it's the yellow jersey, but I believe in French it's the maillot jaune. I could be wrong with
He's an Italian.
I have no clue who's in the lead.
Me either.
You don't know either.
No, I enjoy the event, and it's a great early morning. Pop it on. It used to be on USA. Now it's probably on the Cock because everything goes on Peacock now.
The uninitiated.
Nothing like, waking up at 6 a.m. and seeing 174
like
people,
Well, when you get the crashes, those are brutal.
Yeah.
You get like 50 bikes all piled up at once.
You can. And I love the fact that, the peloton could be 6 minutes behind the leaders with, 50 miles to go. And they know full well that they're gonna bide their time. And you two little plucky riders who think you're gonna steal the stage, we're coming for you now. And eventually the peloton will catch and usually pass those two guys.
Still European.
I don't think I can name a single person participating in the Tour de France. I think the only person I could ever name was Lance.
Yeah. I mean, I couldn't right now, but back in the Lance days, I'd watch it a little bit more. I actually famously lost a bet. When Lance was coming back from his cancer, I bet the radio host with whom I worked way, way back, I said, no way he wins. And I said, if he wins the Tour de France, I will ride my bike from AT&T Park down to the Shark Tank.
Wow.
Come to find out, here he comes. Here comes the American hero. So I lose the bet, and so I show up at AT&T Park, and the great Larry Olson, we did a Christian morning show. He was the host. I was the traffic guy. God loves you on 280, by the way. So I'm getting ready to do this ride, and in he comes, bounding on his bike. And so he and I rode from Oracle Park, as it's now named, to the SAP Center, 50 miles on our bikes.
How long did it take?
Took about 5 hours. And, we did a couple of live radio hits, and, the 6 or 7 people who listened to 100.7 The Bridge. We had some people like, honk, honk, Jesus loves you and stuff. It's kind of a fun day.
I'm going to absolutely mispronounce this guy's name, but apparently the leader currently of the Tour de France is Todd.
Juan Jennings.
You love that pasta.
Tadej Pogacar, nicknamed Pogi, a Slovenian professional cyclist, 27-year-old. He's leading the Tour de France currently, Dibs.
Okay.
Go Pogi, go.
I love it.
I'm absolutely butchering that name. I know it, but he's apparently leading the field at this stage. That's why LeBron's delaying. He needs to let Pogi take care of business.
Pogi!
And then LeBron will take over the media landscape. Yeah.
With football reporting's coming, so I do think that because of that, it's kind of a realization sensation for me. It's happening before we get to Saturday, for sure.
You're locking that in.
I already locked in. I think I locked in Wednesday. You locked in Thursday or vice versa.
think I locked in Wednesday.
Yeah, then I must have locked in Thursday.
That's what I said yesterday, although the events of today, and we haven't played all of it, we'll do more of it when we come back. Both Rich Paul and Dave McMiniman today seem to be saying maybe it's going to take longer than we're expecting. But I don't know, Dibs. Who the hell knows what the hell's going on?
Yep.
I have no idea.
I'm with you, Steve. I just wanted to be over.
I do know that Miami is now in the lead.
On Kalshi?
I believe so.
It doesn't feel that way.
I mean, Draymond, you made your pitch. You took him to Puerto Rico, so.
Committed to winning.
Come on, Draymond. You're going to have to do a little bit more to get LeBron to choose the Golden State Warriors.
Everyone has a personal agenda.
Yeah, and your agenda is to get LeBron here.
I agree with you.
Okay, there we go.
Cleveland still in front. Miami second. Golden State has fallen into third.
But they're ahead of Philly.
Right.
Yeah.
And Phoenix, too.
All right, Phoenix. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We'll let you hear more from Rich Paul, plus that sound from Dave McMiniman. It feels like at least the people in the know, or the people that should know, are saying this might take a little bit longer than we were expecting, which really is unfortunate because it's already taken so long. We'll let you hear that and a whole lot more as we continue. Plus, you're going to want to hear what the Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame has planned for Steph Curry. Yes, for Steph Curry, as he's still playing basketball in the NBA. We'll tell you about that next as we come back. It's Willard and Dibs and Grandy with you on 95.7 The Game. We got to go to break.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
FlexCar, we know radio ads are annoying, but not as annoying as car salesmen.
Sign here, please.
Never talk to one again with FlexCar, the first and only month-to-month car lease.
No, submit to my extortion machine.
Insurance and maintenance included. Switch cars anytime.
Switching Bronco to Camry to Telluride willy-nilly? Oh, no.
Oh, yes. FlexCar. You drive everything.
Declare your independence from Dated Tired Windows. This July, get $1,776 off new windows and enjoy better energy savings, curb appeal, and comfort. For 25 years, homeowners like you have trusted American Vision Windows with most jobs done in one day. This month, your project costs a lot less, but you have to book this July. Visit AmericanVisionWindows.com or call 888-347-0711. That's 888-347-0711. New customers only. Restrictions apply. Call us the website for details. Offer ends July 31st, 2026.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank. And when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. With its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods, the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Yeah, that's gross. That's going to ruin everybody's dinner.
On 95.7 The Game.
We're getting to that time where we're going to hear from Stink.
Oh, yeah.
Fairly often here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Get all of our football experts in here. And, you know, it feels like it's a long run up to the actual first weekend of games. But once you get into camp and then, you know, like you said, joint practices and then a couple of preseason games. Next thing you know, they'll be on a very long flight to Australia.
The Hall of Fame game is...
Down under.
The Hall of Fame game is not down under. The Hall of Fame game is, 16 days from today.
Okay, that'd be the 6th.
2 weeks from Thursday. Yeah, August 6th in Canton, Ohio.
Yeah.
Cardinals, Panthers throw their records out.
And that,
those two meet.
It used to be an absolute slam dunk bet the under, but I don't even know if they have a line out yet on that game, but the over-under is probably going to be at about 32.5.
Oh my
the
God,
odds makers are
so
onto
crazy.
it. Because it's really like the 3s and the 4s going against each other, and nobody wants to show anything elaborate offensively. You don't want to put anything on tape, and so it really usually comes down to like a 19-12 kind of a ball game.
I wonder if it is listed anywhere. If the Hall of Fame game is listed 16 days out, that's when you know that we got a problem with sports betting in America.
I mean, yeah, we
which
do.
Is probably out.
Not much else going on, though, right?
No, the regular season games are obviously out, though, week 1, but I don't see the Hall of Fame game listed. Niners 3.5-point dogs versus the Rams week 1, down under.
Man, I mean, that to me is an easy. Go ahead and fade the dibber. We'll hold the pick for a month.
Fade.
day.
I like the Niners in that spot.
Plus the 3.5.
I like the Niners in a lot of spots this year. They don't have a lot of difficult schedule spots this year.
What about the Seahawks the night before they get their rings in a Super Bowl rematch with the Patriots? Seahawks 4.5-point favorites at home versus the Pats.
That's a tough one because I do think that the Patriots last year, the record and their performance was better than they actually were as a team.
I agree.
They caught a break with Bo Nix being out in the conference championship game.
Yep.
But, are they primed for a regression? Yes, but I think Seattle is as well. I don't think that either of those teams will be in the Super Bowl next year.
Yeah, definitely not the Patriots. I wouldn't expect that.
And I wouldn't expect the Seattle Seahawks either.
I would be more shocked if the Patriots were in the Super Bowl than the Seahawks. The Seahawks are still really good. 4.5 is a good chunk of points, but I would probably lean Seahawks at home, getting their rings on that one.
And I'd go so far as to say that neither of those teams will be in their conference championship game.
Oh, will either of those teams win their division?
That's a little bit tougher. I would bet against both, but I think the Rams are the class of the West. The Niners would be my second choice. Seattle, obviously, really close and right there behind, but you have to remember that Seattle gets that first place schedule, and so those crossover games are going to be more difficult. And, Buffalo, new coach, they're a little bit of a mystery. The Jets are still a couple of years away from being a couple of years away, and Miami, I'm not sure what to make of Miami, so the Patriots have an easier run to be division champs than Seattle does.
Patriots have the 9th, tied for the 8th best odds to win the Super Bowl this year. Tied for the 8th best odds. The Rams, the Ravens, the Bills, the Seahawks, the Niners, the Chargers, the Chiefs, and then tied with the Patriots, the Lions. That's the group ahead of the Patriots in the Super Bowl odds this year. Rams, I think probably rightly so, Super Bowl favorite. But we can talk a little bit more about the Niners coming up in a little bit. There's some sound I think you should hear from Adam Schefter earlier today. We will get to that coming up. You're going to want to hear what he had to say about some intel he got related to the Niners draft and DeJon Stribling, the Niners' first pick in this year's draft, who is already reported to camp as one of the Niners rookies. We will do that, but there's more from Rich Paul. Let's go back to what we were talking about last segment. Here's the first piece of sound from Rich Paul for you to hear. The latest on LeBron. Of course, Rich Paul is LeBron's agent. He's on his podcast with Max Kellerman, Game Over, talking about this whole LeBron situation. Here's Rich Paul.
I'll say it again. None of these people know anything. Nobody knows nothing. And I say that respectfully because we haven't made it to where anybody knows anything. So I think it's important for people to understand we're not making this about attention and a spectacle. It's not about a decision or anything like that. He has a choice to make. He has a business choice to make. We're not going to sit here and decide or allow someone else to decide when he makes that decision or that choice. It's a business choice that he's making. And I think as an athlete, why is it that an athlete has to rush his choice?
Okay, I want to answer that.
Because from a business perspective, you are making a choice between jobs, high-level jobs, and you've earned the right. You're a big-time executive that's with an unbelievable, arguably the best resume in the history of your job. Who's rushing you?
Okay.
Nobody.
So Rich Paul says, nothing to see here, Max. And to the thousands of basketball fans listening, nothing to see here. We're not holding on to our decision because we want all the attention, all the eyeballs, all the ears possible. No, it's just a business decision. Nothing more, nothing less. And there's just so much for LeBron to consider. That's why this is taking so long.
And I believe that on the surface, and there is so much to consider. And part of, I think, what is being considered is what is still yet to happen with these teams. If it was just, okay, all these teams are all set, no other moves are going to be made. Philly, Miami, Cleveland, Golden State, there are no more moves to be made. Well, then the decision, I think, becomes a little bit easier to make. You look at the 4 rosters and the 4 situations, and you talk to your wife and your daughter, and you collectively decide what fits best for everyone, and you make the decision. So I think kind of what you were saying earlier about him waiting for what is still yet to come. And if it's Golden State still possibly hoping to get an 11th hour move to get Anthony Davis, and that would attract him, then yeah, that could be part of it. I don't know what the other teams and their situations might be. There could still be a blockbuster trade that's out there.
Yeah.
If, LeBron hypothetically doesn't want to play with Joel Embiid, Philly could be working behind the back channels to move Joel Embiid in order to attract LeBron James. So I think he's made his decision, but it's pending on what other moves happen for whatever team.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think specifically that relates to the Warriors. I could see it potentially maybe relating to the Cavaliers, but probably the Warriors. And it's the Anthony Davis move is what I imagine. I think LeBron ideally wants to come to the Warriors, but his ideal situation would be teaming up with Anthony Davis. And since Anthony Davis is not yet a Warrior, I think he's waiting to try to put some pressure on the Warriors to make that move. And if that move were to happen, I think the LeBron domino would follow pretty quickly. But to this point, the Warriors haven't shown much of a desire to acquire Anthony Davis. Maybe they have, and maybe the Wizards are saying, too bad, we have zero interest in trading him at all. I don't know exactly how that is all playing out. More, though, from Rich Paul, and I think this one is a really interesting one. This is also from his podcast with Max Kellerman, the Game Over podcast, where he's talking about the advice he gives to LeBron, the things that he's telling LeBron during this entire process. And you're going to hear him talk about paper. He's not talking about money. He's going to reference paper here. He's not talking about money. He's talking about rosters on paper. So when you look at the names that teams have under contract on their roster right now, that's what he means by paper. Okay? Here's Rich Paul on his advice to LeBron during his free agency.
The one nugget I will give you, Max, is my advice has been don't just value the paper, because the paper in July is different than when you get into training camp, when you get into January. There's a lot of things to think through.
The paper meaning what?
Yeah, just what's on paper.
Oh, you mean
everything
the
looks
roster.
good on paper. Everything looks good on paper. And I think that a lot of times as an athlete, you naturally have this confidence that I can change everything and anything and fix this and fix that in July. But when the battle actually starts and you start to see the tendencies, you start to see habits, you start to see, how things operate on a daily basis and all those. And it's tough to tell, right? It's tough to tell from the seat. You actually have to get in the mud and get your boots dirty. Yeah, I'm just saying you have to really take your time and think things through, because there's no perfect situation, right? But you understand that.
Okay. That is an interesting piece of sound from Rich Paul in my mind, Dibs, because he's talking about the one piece of advice I give LeBron is don't get so caught up in the paper, which is the roster on paper, the team that you'd be going to, their roster currently, because he said, one, a lot of things can change come training camp, come January, come February. I think he's talking about, the two stretches of time where teams have the freedom to make, roster moves and to change their roster. Trade deadline in February. A lot of those trades happen in January. And then you have, of course, the rest of the summer where teams can still make trades and sign other players and do all that. And he's also talking about just what it looks like on paper in this moment does not mean that's how the team is going to play when the regular season comes around. And that to me feels like I could interpret that in relationship to the Golden State Warriors as maybe the Warriors roster on paper right now, LeBron, doesn't look as good as, say, Miami's or as Cleveland's, but a lot can change by the time January rolls around, and maybe the roster come January looks a whole lot better than it does right now.
Yeah, and that partly is dependent on Jimmy Butler, if Jimmy gets healthy and can play, or if Jimmy Butler gets dealt before then. And I also think hearing that from Rich Paul, it kind of tells me, like, you don't know what a situation is going to be like when you get there. So you get to Philadelphia, and now you're playing with Embiid, who was on the Olympic team, so you know him through that, and just from being a veteran, and Jaylen Brown, and you start thinking about Edgecombe and Maxey, and these are guys you haven't played with. And in Miami, you've got Giannis and Bam are the headliners, and you've been to Cleveland, you know what that looks and feels like. But by and large, you've played with Steph, and you've played with Draymond Green, you've played for Steve Kerr, so you know what that is going to probably look and feel like. But don't just look at it on paper, because you don't know what any situation is going to be. And honestly, he won't know until he gets there and he gets in the building.
And it does feel like, to the point that you're making, the move, the choice, the decision that probably has the least amount of surprise behind it, or theoretical surprise behind it in a negative way, is the Warriors. Because in general, they probably have the least amount of just unknown that LeBron would be jumping into. Although, I mean, he's got a lot of familiarity with Cleveland, obviously. He's got a lot of friends in their front office. So I guess there's two different aspects to this. There's the on-court surprises, and then maybe there's the off-court stuff. I don't think LeBron would be worried that off the court that the Warriors would treat him poorly or would do anything to his, dislike or anything like that. But when it comes to on-court experiences, there is no place that has fewer questions for LeBron than here. It's probably the safest in terms of what he expects to happen on the basketball court. This would be the safest place for him. If he's scared of the unknown, this is the place probably for him, because it's Steph and Draymond, two dudes that he knows more than anybody else.
And I think that's part of it, but also hearing what you were describing from what you took away from the Rich Paul comment, which is, don't just look at what it is on paper, because even between now and October, that could change. So if LeBron, or when LeBron eventually decides where he wants to play, well, all those teams are going to make maneuvers. And so if he does choose to be a Golden State Warrior, well, they still have to fill out the back of the roster. And you've got the Jimmy Butler question, which still might be addressed after the fact. And that goes with every other team. No roster is going to be completely done and settled and done and dusted until you get to the start of the year. And even then, you head in the deadline and other changes can be made.
Yeah. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And basketball coverage here on 95.7 The Game is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. If you want to weigh into this LeBron conversation, the latest from Rich Paul, his agent, 888-957-9570. Are you feeling any breadcrumbs that maybe lead to the Warriors? I think that piece of sound from Rich Paul there talking about, hey, LeBron, don't just trust the roster on paper. A lot can change in the months to come and even into the regular season that will make the roster right now, what you see on paper, look and feel a whole lot different in the future months. One thing that is interesting as well, Dibs, that I was thinking of last night was we talked about this a little bit, I think, last week, maybe on Friday. It feels like the Wizards have all the leverage in a potential Anthony Davis trade conversation, in a negotiation. And that is, I think, it's what Shams has said over and over. That's the guy that LeBron wants the Warriors to acquire. And if that happens, maybe that would be enough to, officially convince him to sign with the Warriors. But as of right now, because that's all played out in the public, it feels like the Wizards know that the Warriors might be kind of desperate for AD, meaning the Wizards can ask for a whole hell of a lot from the Warriors in order to trade him. If, say, LeBron takes a leap of faith and signs with the Warriors, and then the Warriors approach the Wizards and try to trade for Anthony Davis, the price probably comes down because the Wizards no longer have the leverage, because the threat of LeBron not signing with the Warriors is suddenly gone. If he already is with the Warriors, then the ability to acquire AD maybe becomes a little bit easier.
Perhaps, but that is presuming that Washington wants to trade Anthony Davis in the first place, which I'm not able to wrap my head around that reality. And for me, if Washington actually is ready to win after 3 years of tanking, and I think that they are, well, then Anthony Davis gives you a much better chance to win. But the other piece of it, the caveat, is if Anthony Davis wants to get an extension and Washington does not want to extend Anthony Davis and give him the max money or give him a 5-year deal that Anthony Davis would want, well, then Washington now is a much more motivated trade partner, because you've got Trae Young there, and Trae Young just got an extension, and you have a young core. And so you're looking at the future of your team, and you're thinking, all right, we're ready to be good. We'd love to have Anthony Davis here, but I don't know if we want to give him 4 years on top of the 1 year he still has after next year. So that's the only intriguing piece as far as, will Washington even want to trade him at all?
Do you think LeBron's delay is at all related to Anthony Davis's contract extension? Because he's not contract extension eligible until August 6th, Dibs. Do you think this lasts long enough to where Anthony Davis gets an extension and then the LeBron business happens?
It very well could, and that's 16 more days. That's 2 weeks from Thursday. So if we play that out as the scenario, so LeBron is thinking, you know what, I really want to have Anthony Davis by my side, and I want the Warriors to trade for him. And right now, Washington is just sitting on their hands saying, hey, I mean, we want to extend him. We can't till August 6th, but, you know, when we get to August 6th, we're going to go ahead and extend Anthony Davis because we like the player and we want to go ahead and have him stick around. So if you're the Warriors, then you can either totally blow him away with an offer that's over the top, or you can call their bluff. And by calling their bluff, you're calling LeBron's bluff. Because if LeBron really wants to be a Warrior with Anthony Davis, then there's only so much you can do to kind of nudge Golden State into making that move happen now.
I ask that because these next two pieces of sound that I want to play, I think hint at the idea that this might take a little bit of time. Unfortunately, it's been a lot of bit of time, but maybe it's going to take a little bit more time. Rich Paul didn't just do his podcast. He also went on the Pat McAfee show, courtesy of ESPN, and he had this to say to the guys. Here's Rich Paul, more on LeBron.
Yeah, just have a little patience with him. Obviously, Pat is his choice. I have a job to do to set the table for him, but it's his choice. And in my conversations with Adam, which obviously, Adam, the greatest commissioner of all leagues, we understand where the league is at and things of that nature as it pertains to the schedule. But it's a very conflicting thing because this is a very important choice for him. And you cannot rush it. I think he's earned the right not to be rushed. It's not a thing where you're toying with people's emotions or trying to make it about anything more than the fact that, hey, this man has a very important layered decision to make across business, across family, across basketball. And, basketball is the business, obviously. But, just have to be patient with him. I don't know, Pat. I wish I did know. I don't know. I don't know.
Rich Paul says, just please be patient with LeBron.
And Pat McAfee at the end, come on.
And Adam Silver, we understand your schedule stuff, but please just be patient. This is really important, a really important decision for LeBron. Can we please just be patient and not rush him, please?
We can. No! I mean, we certainly can because we have no other choice. You have no choice. He doesn't have to make his decision now. It would be cool if you could, and I hate to make everything about my toddler, but you're going to sit there till you eat your vegetables, and she can sit there and not eat her vegetables. And so I'm going to sit there because I can't do anything else until you're done eating. And if you don't eat, then you're going to go to bed hungry, which means you're probably going to be a nightmare in the morning if you even make it through the night. So, you can decide to release the NBA schedule anyway, and your TV partners are not going to be thrilled. And Amazon right now is sitting on however many games they're going to get, those Peacock games, those 8 o'clock games that you love so much.
So is LeBron Mila, and are you Adam Silver and the TV partners?
The TV partners are, me and my wife. And, Adam Silver is probably right in there with us. And LeBron's sitting there we can be as stubborn as we want to be.
No, I won't eat my broccoli, a.k.a. no, I won't go to this Warriors roster without Anthony Davis.
Or no, I won't make a decision because I don't have to. And, okay, if I want to wait until August 6th when Anthony Davis is extension eligible, I can wait until August 6th. And you know what? I could sit at this dinner table until September 6th if I want, or October 6th, because ultimately, if he decided, you know what, I'm going to take a 2-month sabbatical, I'm going to go to Nepal and go on a deep retreat and really think about it, I'll be back on October 1st. Well, then what are you going to do about it, Adam Silver and Mike Dunleavy and all the rest of you? You can pivot and give up the chase, or you can just continue to burn a candle and hope that come October 1st, when he comes back from his deep emotional retreat, maybe it's ayahuasca with Aaron Rodgers, if he just decides to disappear, what are you going to do about it?
What are you going to do, hot shot?
Well, ultimately, Adam Silver has to come up with a schedule.
Oh, yeah.
And you got to let these teams know, like, when you can use your building for, you know, I don't know, Cirque du Soleil or Olivia Dean.
I know that there's usually when it comes out, which is what, mid-August? The NBA schedule comes out?
Yep, second week.
I don't know if there's like it must be set by this date though. Like I don't know like when the absolute latest deadline is. Because they kept to that schedule doesn't mean that's the latest that they can let everybody know. I wonder when the cutoff deadline time is for the schedule.
When I would bet that, and I don't know the process fully, but I would imagine that each team has given the league a certain amount of dates that are blackout dates.
Yeah.
You know, dates where our building's not available and dates where the building is available. And so that's part of what gets put into the computer.
Yeah.
But if you're thinking about Amazon Prime Video and NBC Universal Peacock, and they are now featured partners, they want to have these featured games. And so I'm sure they would love to be able to go to their advertisers and say, yeah, we're going to have 11 Warrior games with LeBron, Draymond, and Steph. And, you know, the date's to be determined, but we know he's going to be a Warrior. The schedule's coming out in a week, but we know we've got 10 of these babies. And right now, they can't.
No, they can't. They don't know where the hell he's going to be. And Dave McMenamin, who, of course, has covered him for a very long time, most recently in L.A. When he was with the Lakers for the last 8 years, was on SportsCenter earlier today and had this to say about LeBron's free agency.
I've been told from a source, quote, nothing happening today. And, you know, as Rich Paul stated on the podcast on Monday evening, LeBron doesn't know. Rich Paul doesn't know. And, you know, people around the league, including Commissioner Adam Silver, are trying to put pressure on the James camp to make a decision. Rich Paul said on the podcast that he had a conversation with Adam Silver in New York about Silver's comments saying that I really need LeBron to tell us what he's doing so we can put the league schedule together. And Rich's statement to him was, you know, he doesn't really know. So how can he rush the decision? It's not like he is waiting on his choice and there's some elaborate rollout planned. And so as LeBron is weighing the options, the only thing all of us can do is just wait.
Nothing happening today, says Dave McMenamin, according to a source. It's now 5:12, 5:13 Pacific, so it seems like he was right there. There's been no news, and that makes it sound like, again, according to the LeBron side of things, no decision has been made. He's still running through all the voice notes that was left for him. He's still trying to figure out what's best for him. He hasn't made a decision yet, Dibs. He's still considering all the options. Adam Silver, you can't rush me because I haven't even come to the end of the process yet. I haven't made my decision. Don't rush greatness. I'm in the middle of making my decision. Don't rush me.
I mean, yeah, don't rush me. And it'd be great if he could make the decision if he hasn't already, but he's the one who ultimately is in control of the whole thing. And so he's got ostensibly 4 teams who are still in on LeBron. You would most likely think Golden State, Philadelphia, Cleveland, and Miami. And so those 4 are a little paralyzed as far as what other moves to make. And even beyond that, the next tier down of free agents are also paralyzed because if you're DeMar DeRozan and you'd like to go out and get your contract, or James Harden, you opted out, and you'd like to know just how much you can opt back in for with Cleveland. Same thing as Draymond Green. And even further down the list, there are other players who are probably waiting to see what shakes out. You've got the commissioner waiting to make the schedule. The media partners waiting for the schedule to be made so they can pitch to their advertisers. The advertisers wondering how much we want to go in on advertising because we want to know how many of these LeBron games we get, and on and on and on. It's a trickle down, and at the top is the giant waterfall that is LeBron James, and right now, he's got the water turned off.
And you cannot convince me he's not enjoying this. Even if we talked about it earlier, it's not his main motivation. His main motivation isn't to flex on the entire sports world, that he's still this otherworldly figure. Even if that's not his main motivation, Tibbs, he's enjoying this. He's enjoying everybody listening to every word that Rich Paul says on the Game Over podcast with Max Kellerman that I can be honest, I haven't listened to until the last few weeks. when, of course, this decision became highly publicized late June, early July. He's loving it. He's loving the attention. There's no doubt.
Yeah, and that's where I took offense. Not offense, but I took my eyebrows went up at the one thing Rich Paul said about, he's not doing this for the attention. If he's not doing it for the attention, then this wouldn't constantly be out there in the mainstream. And I just joked earlier about him going on a retreat or ayahuasca, or you go to Nepal and chill with the monks, or you hike Everest, whatever. You could, if you really wanted to have some downtime while you make the decision, you could go away and you could not have Rich Paul doing podcasts and Shams Charania with reports and Brian Windhorst and Dave McMenamin, who are all out there. They're doing their job. And this is a story. But if it came out that Rich Paul comes out tomorrow and says, you know what, guys, he hasn't made his decision and LeBron James is going to go away for 2 weeks to an undisclosed ashram and he's going to spend some time by himself away from the media, there'll be no decision until August 6th. And we'll get back to you guys then. That would be a thing, but he likes the attention. I think that he likes the fact that he's in control of this entire league. He is running the league right now.
Speaking of ayahuasca, it's a very obvious reference to Aaron Rodgers. Did you see Aaron Rodgers on social media earlier today?
James. LeBron.
Did you see Aaron Rodgers on social media?
Get that out there.
He's very famously kind of cut off all ties and relationships with his family. He posted on social media pictures of him with his mom, his dad, his brother, and more, with the caption, "Another bonding week, #fam."
All right.
So it seems like he's maybe reconnecting with his family after all these years.
Well, the famous story, which might be mythology, it was that he got Christmas presents sent to him and he sent them back. That was what always the story was about, the disconnect between he and his family. Some of these things get blown way out of proportion, or other things are actually true and things that happened. I don't know where that one lies, but good for you, Aaron, because as I've told you, and Goo and I have this conversation all the time, like, you get your parents and then when they're gone, mine are, they're gone. Yeah. And I'm coming up on, God, it's got to be 10 years without my mom and more without my dad. And, I remember the last minutes with my mom. We were there and she was in what they call the death rattle, Grandy, where she was basically kind of writhing back and forth. And then she sat up and she looked right at me. I was there with my sister and I'm Mommy, I'm here. And she looks at me and she goes, "Get out of my life."
Oh my
and I started, so me and Gail we're cracking up. Like, who says that? Who says that on
I thought
Death's
it was
Door?
going to be something soft.
Get out of my life. So me and Gail are like,
shut up, Dibs.
Basically, so we go down to talk to the lady. We go down to talk to the lady in hospice, and it was it had to be, it was the Christmas game, Warriors and Cavs. And this had to be 20, maybe 17. And, hospice lady's so nice, and she's walking us through what's going to happen. And they had the game on in the waiting room. And so I'm looking at the lady from hospice, and I look over at my sister, and she's watching the game. And then the hospice lady would turn to Gail, and I'd go up, and I'm looking at the game.
You're playing tag team.
So this goes on for 2 or 3 minutes, and I finally turn and look at my ex-wife, and she looks at the two of us, and she's like shaking her head. You absolute losers. And this was the game where there was a late flagrant, and it was like a 1-point game, and they had to review it. And we had it on mute, and so I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
What's going on here?
And meanwhile, this wonderful woman's talking about, the last couple of weeks, it's going to be this, it's going to be that. And I'm looking at my sister like, that's got to be a flagrant one, Anyway.
Back then you were worried about LeBron, and now you're still worried about LeBron.
Here we are, yep.
That was almost a decade ago.
Fortunately, my mom passed quickly and quietly in the next couple of days. But long story short, Aaron Rodgers, your parents. I'm happy that you and your parents are so close. You're going to the ball game this weekend with them.
Yep.
That's awesome.
Can I share with you something I tweeted yesterday related to LeBron and the Warriors?
I don't think I saw it.
I want you to tell me if you disagree with any of this. This is just... I was thinking about this last night, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to write this down, and I want to see how Twitter responds, which is a very dangerous thought to have. But, all right, I just simply wrote what I believe, ... Number one, LeBron wants the Warriors, and the Warriors know this. Number 2, but he thinks other rosters are better, and he's right. Number 3, the weight is to put pressure on the Warriors to trade for Anthony Davis. Number 4, but the Warriors won't do that, and they shouldn't. As a result, LeBron doesn't have his ideal situation to choose from. You agree with that?
I agree with all of it.
All of it.
Except the fifth piece is the one piece missing, which would be your conclusion, which would be, therefore, LeBron is going to blank. Like the way you walked all that through, I thought was great. He's waiting for this to happen, and he's not going to get his ideal situation. And so, if you don't have your ideal situation anywhere, what do you do, LeBron?
I think ultimately my read is that he's still going to choose the Warriors, which is the game of chicken the Warriors are playing. We were talking about earlier, the Anthony Davis stuff, and maybe it is as simple as the Wizards not having any interest in trading him. I haven't heard the Wizards being super eager to extend Anthony Davis. I don't know why you would be. He has 2 more years on his deal. It's a player option, so it's up to him, and it's a lot of money, like $62 million. So it's not like it's a very cheap player option. He would want to pick that up. I do think ultimately, though, that he would choose the Warriors, which is, I think, what the Warriors believe, which is what I was getting at by saying the Warriors know that LeBron wants the Warriors. This is my read, not my reporting. But all the responses that I got, and I got a lot of them from angry Warrior fans saying, well, if he wants the Warriors and it just takes getting AD, why don't you go and just trade 2 or 3 first-round picks for AD and get it done? And I got a lot of other responses. But I think the one thing that I want to try to emphasize to Warrior fans more than anything else, and I got this text that just came in on the text line a little bit ago. The 360 addressed this to both of us, Dibs, and also to Willard. The 360 writes, Grandy, I think you, Dibs, and Willard care too much about future picks. Would you seriously rather just watch the greatest player in franchise history go out like Kobe? You'd rather watch a repeat of last year. 360, I appreciate the text. I do not want to watch a repeat of last year. That was not fun. But I also don't want to hinder the future so much so that we have to watch a repeat of last year in the next 6 years. I don't want that at all. But I think the one thing that I need to try to emphasize, Dibs, to Warrior fans out there, because I saw so many responses featuring a similar sentiment, was in order to make a trade, Dibs, to acquire somebody that makes a difference on the level that a healthy AD would, right? We're talking about a move that maybe would convince LeBron that this roster is good enough. Not only do you have to give up multiple draft picks to get it done, you have to have the money in a contract attached to a player that at least has a little bit of value. Why did the Boston Celtics trade Jaylen Brown to the 76ers and theoretically not to the Warriors? Let's just say the offer was the same. 2 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks, but instead of Paul George, the Warriors offered Jimmy Butler. Well, the Celtics would prefer the Paul George offer from the 76ers because Paul George making the same amount of money as Jimmy Butler, but he's healthy and he's not coming off of an ACL tear. The Warriors' big money player that they would offer in any one of these theoretical trades is old and coming off of a torn ACL. So that immediately means you have to pay up more to get that deal across the finish line. I think there's a misconception among a lot of Warrior fans that at least that I interact with that think Jimmy Butler is an asset that actively helps you get good players in here. No, he's not, because he's hurt, and you have to then pay more future assets to get somebody to take on that contract and then still give you something of value that convinces LeBron to come here.
And that makes it a lot more difficult, I think. And, Paul George has had his injury history, much like Anthony Davis has, but he is close to, if not ready to go this upcoming season. So Boston, they didn't trade Jaylen Brown because they're going to go into a rebuild mode. I don't think that they, for whatever reason, like the tandem. And I don't know if it's internal strife or if Jaylen Brown was somebody who was a little bit of a heavy load, but Paul George's contract will come up before Jaylen Brown's. And so you made that move, and it was controversial, and you kept Tatum, but they're not looking to tear it down and rebuild. And that's why I look at Washington, and I just don't know if they are looking to rebuild yet again. So let's just play with the idea that Washington does want to trade Anthony Davis. They don't want to extend Anthony Davis because, Anthony Davis has had an injury history, and they've already got Trae Young signed longer term. So they do actually want to trade Anthony Davis, but they also want to win games starting this year. They're not going to take back Jimmy Butler. So that's where you'd have to come up with a third party to get involved in this and be the conduit so that Washington gets actual basketball players and the Warriors get Anthony Davis. And then, the third team would get probably picks from Golden State. The Warriors would get picks to Washington. That team would take on Jimmy Butler and get picks as well. And so I think you'd have to have a third team get involved because right now your two goals don't match up between you and Washington.
The 408 on the text line. I don't understand why we're just automatically assuming Butler is valueless. He could easily be Clay in 2022. Sure, he could come back and he could be good. But there's a lot of ifs. There's a lot of coulds. And Jimmy Butler now versus Klay Thompson then, that's a pretty darn big difference. Jimmy Butler will be 37 by the time next season begins. He will turn 37 in September, and he's owed $56, almost $57 million this year. However you slice it, I just want to emphasize this more than anything else on this topic today. The Jimmy Butler contract, it is an expiring deal. It will be worth more. How about this, Dibs? It will be worth more, and it would be easier to move off of it at the trade deadline.
Yep.
Definitely, because at that point, maybe he's back, or maybe he's close to back, and you have teams check out the medicals, and they say, yeah, he'll be back soon, but it's also an expiring that only has a couple months left on the contract. But as of right now, it is not a contract that teams are lining up to acquire. And if that is the facilitator, if that contract is the facilitator of a move, you're going to have to pay more than a different team would. The Kawhi deal, right? The Kawhi trade that's currently on hold to Toronto because of the aspiration investigation by the NBA. It was agreed upon by both teams. The Raptors were giving away 2 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks, a first-round pick swap, plus Brandon Ingram and Grady Dick, okay? To make the money work. The Warriors could have traded Jimmy Butler essentially for Kawhi to make the money work. But what do the Clippers want in return? They want players that can play and can be decent for them, in addition to the draft picks. So if you're saying, well, the Clippers accepted 2 firsts and 2 seconds and 1 swap plus the money to make it work, why couldn't the Warriors have done 2 firsts, 2 seconds, and a swap plus Jimmy Butler? It would have had to have been more, because Jimmy Butler is not worth as much as the combination of Brandon Ingram and Grady Dick, because they're younger, they are healthy. Do they make a lot of money combined? Yes, they do. But if I'm paying a lot of money to a player, the number one thing I want is availability, and those guys are available. Jimmy Butler isn't.
Unless you're a team that is not interested in winning, and Washington is now a team that is interested in winning.
Yes.
And so they went 3 years of tanking, and now they've gotten DeBonsa, and they have a great young core, and they've got Trae Young, and so they want another big piece. And if it's Anthony Davis, they may want to extend him. We don't really know. But if it's not Anthony Davis, they don't just want to take back somebody who won't play until January or February. I'm glad you pointed that out about Clay, because he was 31 in that season when he returned.
Coming off of 2 brutal injuries, but 31.
Right, and the Achilles happened about 15 months after the ACL, and that year was delayed due to COVID. It was the 2020-2021 season, and he was just getting ready to head into camp. The season started later, and in November.
Something like that, yeah.
I was just looking it up, and so that happened, and it took him 14 months to come back from the Achilles, and when he did, it was January of 2022, and he was 31 years old. For Jimmy Butler, when he comes back after 10, 11, 12 months, whatever it is, off the ACL, you mentioned that he's going to be 36.
37. He's 36 right now.
He'll be 37, and he's played a lot more basketball, so the likelihood of his return to excellence, it can happen, but it probably won't happen right away. So if you're looking to acquire Jimmy Butler, you're doing so realizing that he probably isn't going to be a big-time contributor for you right away.
Yeah. The 808 asks us, do you think LeBron is holding out because he wants to come to Golden State? I think if he wanted to go to the other teams, I think it would have been done. I agree with you, 808. I do. I think the game the Warriors are playing is they believe that LeBron wants to come to the Warriors for a number of different reasons. They might know that intel because of Draymond. Maybe they know it because of Steph. Maybe it's just a guess and a hunch on their part. They know that LeBron ideally would want Anthony Davis, and they might know if they acquire Anthony Davis that LeBron would immediately sign with them. But they don't want to give up the assets that it would take to get Anthony Davis in here and then be forced to extend him. Think about this. Just think about this, Dibs. Let's say the Wizards aren't even holding you over the barrel for Anthony Davis, and you get him for 2 firsts. Maybe there's a pick swap in there, and it's Jimmy Butler essentially, and that's it. It's not a terrible, terrible, crazy amount of assets going there. But Anthony Davis is demanding that it is an extension, and it's a max 4-year, $275 million contract extension for Anthony Davis. All right? And let's say LeBron signs as a result, but you get 1 year. Like, let's just say it's 1 year of LeBron. And I know that there's rumors that he's going to play 2, 3, who knows? Let's just say it's 1 year of LeBron, but you're forced to accept 4 years of Anthony Davis. Do you want multiple years of hell with Anthony Davis when he's going to be in his mid to late 30s, probably already more injured than he's already been? Just for 1 year of LeBron and Anthony Davis? Is that worth it to you? You might say, yeah, maybe that's how you feel. But I don't want to be stuck with an aging, already often injured Anthony Davis. I really don't want anything to do with that contract. So I think the Warriors playing hardball with LeBron in that sense. The bad result is that he doesn't come, Anthony Davis and LeBron, and I get that. That's terrible because last year was ugly. I think, though, that's better than the alternative of dealing with 3 years of Anthony Davis without LeBron, and it's just terrible with $60+ million every year going to that guy.
And it would be probably 4 years because he signed for this year. He has a player option for next year at $63 million, so you would ostensibly buy out that. But if you're talking about a 4-year deal for $275 million, whatever it is, so you'd be looking at
this year, and then you'd be erasing the player option year. So it would be 5 years of Anthony Davis.
Correct. And he will be 34 in March. So you'd be looking at 34, 5, 6, 7 in his 38-year-old season when he's making $76 million. And, Steph would likely be gone by then. And you'd be left with Anthony Davis and Pods, first mentioned in the show. And I mean, Anthony Davis,
what's up, Pods?
Anthony Davis, when healthy, is phenomenal. He's a top 10 player still in the league, but he just doesn't stay healthy often enough. Last year it was 20 games. The year before it was 9 games. And so when you're looking at 9 games with Dallas, he played 42 with the Lakers. He played about 60% of the season. But if you're going to look at giving up draft capital and sinking in long-term money, I don't want to do it on a guy who is going to be 38 by the end of the contract. You're just repeating the situation you're in now, which is you have an old team that's kind of expensive, and so you're going to double down with LeBron in theory short term, and then you'd also be tripling down with Anthony Davis long term, and that's just not, to me, a sound move.
The 415 asks on the text line 888-957-9570, would you rather be forced to extend Anthony Davis or Jimmy Butler?
Jimmy Butler.
Yeah?
Because he's not going to get the max. Like, those contracts will not be equal, I don't think.
And he has a better injury history, despite the ACL tear he's currently on. He does have a better injury history than AD does.
Jimmy Butler does, yes. And also, he is older, but I think that...
I don't want to do either of those.
Well, Jimmy Butler would not get a 5-year, $275 million deal. Those days are over. So, if you're looking to keep Jimmy Butler and extend him, which I don't necessarily think that I would do, or give Anthony Davis the max for 5, I'd rather give Jimmy another 2-year, $110 million deal, which I don't want to do that.
2-year, 110.
Isn't that what he got last time, basically?
Could you imagine?
Yeah?
Yeah, he signed a 2-year, $110.9 million contract with the Warriors.
Right now, the Warriors, according to Basketball Reference, they have $210 million on the books for next year. The year after, they've got $55 million on the books. And they've been craving this level of optionality for a long time. And now Steph's going to get $70 million if he wants it. So that takes a big chunk of what you have. But next year, you've got Kristaps on a player option for 20, and then Moses and Allen, Yaxel and Gee. That's it.
Which has been the whole point, right?
Right.
It's been the whole point. And it would be different. It would be way different, Dibs, if this was 36-year-old LeBron and you were getting a multi-year commitment from him, like 4 years, and then he's saying, I'm only doing that if I'm getting to be teammates with Anthony Davis again, and you give him an extension. Okay, that's different because you have Anthony Davis and LeBron James together for 4 years or whatever. But it's 41, 42-year-old LeBron for, 1 year, maybe 2 at the most, but it might just be 1 year, and then you're having to swallow the multiple years of Anthony Davis after the fact. I just don't want to be left with that contract. I don't want to be left standing at the altar with Anthony Davis and paying him $65 million a season towards the end of that contract.
Even more than that, quite frankly, as things continue to escalate. And just look ahead to next year and take Jimmy Butler out of it. But Steph, he gets an extension in August if he wants, and that'll be $66 or $67 million. Draymond Green will get a 2-year deal. He opted out for that purpose. I don't know how much it'll be for, but next year's number might be $22 million. And you've got, as I mentioned, Kristaps who can opt in for 20. And you start to look at the old pieces you're going to have. And Al Horford, he signed a 2-year deal. So he'll be back for 7. And your old team likely will be together again next year and only be older.
Yeah. Hey, did you hear the news from the Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame?
I think I saw it on the crawl, but give it to me.
Beginning on Friday, Steph Curry will become the first active player to have an exhibit at the Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame. It's called Stephen Curry Beyond the Arc, and it's a limited time exhibit at the Hall of Fame. And again, he becomes the first active player, Dibs, to have any sort of exhibit at the Hall of Fame in Springfield, Massachusetts.
That's pretty awesome.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, he deserves it. The guy who is absolutely shattered the all-time three-pointers made mark. I think he's more than 800 threes made ahead of James Harden, who is in second on the all-time list. So when he does retire, he and Harden will probably go out at the same time. I think they were drafted in the same year. So he'll probably wind up about 1,000 threes ahead. Not that lead is safe in today's NBA, but Steph Curry, he might wind up, if he plays, I don't know, Grandy, 3 more years, I think he can get to 5,000 threes made.
He's at 4,248 on his career.
So
James
that's
Harden.
752. Yeah. That'd be 250 a year for Steph to get to 5,000.
Let me just look up his numbers the last few years, and I'll tell you if it's possible.
Well, last year he got hurt, so last year was kind of a diminutive total. Probably only hit 144 threes.
No, I need totals, not per game. Let me get the totals.
Scroll down.
190 last year.
Wow, in half a year, basically.
Yeah. The year prior, in 70 games played, made 311. The year prior, 2023-2024, played 74 games, made 357.
Yep. So he's basically 5 a game.
Essentially. Yeah, right around there. And he averaged 4.4 per game last year, 4.4 the year prior, 4.8 the year prior, 4.9. So around 4.5 to 5.
So he's looking at just shy of 300 games to get to, 250 games would be 753s if you hit 5 a game. So
how many games played does he need?
250. So that's basically 3+ seasons.
Yeah, you probably would need to play 4 seasons to get to that number.
Yep.
It's possible.
That's something to watch, yeah.
It's possible, but it's a little unlikely. If you include postseason, though, he'd get there for sure.
Oh, yeah.
James Harden is second, 3,390, almost a full 1,000 behind Steph. Yeah, James Harden has passed Ray Allen. He did that a while ago, but no hoopla there because Steph had already passed Ray Allen. It's crazy. Of the top 6 all-time three-pointers made, 5 of them are active players. Steph and James Harden, 1 and 2. Then Klay at number 4, Dame at number 5, and LeBron at number 6. Crazy LeBron has made the 6th most threes in NBA history because he's never been a three-point shooter. He's just played so many dang games that has the 6th most all-time made threes.
Yep. And he's kind of changed his game into that much more than he used to be, just a get to the basket dominating force.
Yeah. The 262 is saying is your math off? 150 times 5. Well, it's more like 4 per game, 4.5 to 5 per game. If he makes on average 5 per game,
you're right. 5 times 150 would be 750.
If he makes 5 per game, and he could get there in 2.5 years.
Yeah.
I'm factoring in games missed. So that is more doable if he averages 5 a game, which he hasn't done in a bit, but it's possible.
Math is hard.
It is possible. Math is hard, just like trades.
Live math on the radio.
You did a good job. I trusted. I was going to bring up my calculator.
A little sloppy. I'm better than that.
But I trusted you.
I apologize. Thank you to the texter for helping me come correct.
Yeah, shout out to the 262. We appreciate you for having our back. We're sponsored by Ceremony Ford. The summer sales event is on at Ceremony Ford. Get 0% APR, $1,000 in down payment assistance, no payments for 90 days, plus a 2-year maintenance plan on models including F-150, Bronco, Mach-E, Explorer, and Mustang. Ceremony Ford in Colma, Daly City, or ceremonyford.com. That's Dibs. I'm Grandy. We're back to wrap things up next with Adam Schefter on the new Niner receiver Stribling. You're going to want to hear this. That's coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah. Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, it's Willard. Embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing from Sierra Nevada. If you've ever stayed for the 9th inning comeback, know how to time the beer run to still make it back for the stretch. If you're up for whatever the game brings, then embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing. Hazy, citrusy, smooth. Brewed with the purest ingredients for finest quality. There's a reason it's America's best-selling Hazy IPA. Embrace the haze with Sierra Nevada Hazy Little Thing. Enjoy responsibly.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. For the Bay Area, that means local service including burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and custom security designed to work with business operations. Bay Alarm has real people rooted in your community looking out for your business. After 8 decades and 3 generations of family ownership, our promise is still the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson. Justice for workers.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the 3 brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here to...
Not again. That's my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom.
Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
Hey, Bay Area, it's Guru. You know what's really bugging you? It's not your fantasy team or the refs. It's the bugs in your house. Ants stealing snacks, spiders showing showing up uninvited, that's when you head straight to AtcoPest.com. Atco Pest Control has been handling Bay Area pest problems safely and naturally for over 40 years, protecting your family and your pets without breaking the bank. Get the details now at AtcoPest.com. ATCO Pest.com. Atco's got you covered.
All new drinks are now at McDonald's, with refreshers like the Strawberry Watermelon Refresher and the Mango Pineapple Refresher with popping boba, to crafted sodas like the Sprite Berry Blast with berry flavors and cold foam. Who knew ice-cold drinks could be so fire? 6 all-new drinks are here, now at McDonald's.
Refreshers contain caffeine. Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's CARS with a K.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Hazy Little Thing by Sierra Nevada. Enjoy responsibly.
What'd you say, Dibbs? There's some local Little League teams going to battle?
Yeah, looking to take step number 2.
Okay.
And then if you advance through step 4, then you go to Williamsport and you represent the West region in the Little League World Series. But right now we're at the district portion.
Okay.
Mill Valley, if they beat Davis, they move on to the section.
All right.
And also San Ramon Valley against Niles Centerville.
Oh.
So there'll be 6 sections, and then they'll all play. The winner of that is the Northern California rep, which will go on to the regional, the West Regional, against Southern California, Nevada, and I believe Arizona.
Oregon and Washington, are they involved
They're
in
a
that?
different
Pacific
region.
Northwest.
Yeah, they're in a different one, the Northwest. So it's just something I've always kind of been interested in. And Mill Valley, the plucky little team in Willard's backyard.
Yeah.
They're unbeaten. So even if they lose tonight, they're
still alive.
They're still alive. And
all right.
just looking at San Ramon, I think is in the same spot where, they're yet to lose. So if they beat Niles Centerville, which is Fremont, then they too will move on to the section championship.
And the Little League Baseball World Series is August 19th through August 30th. So about a month away.
Yeah, and so for these young boys and maybe a couple of girls as well, it turns into like the summer of your life because it starts in early July. And if you keep playing, you get to travel and you keep winning and you get to keep that thing rolling.
Could you imagine having that experience as a Little Leaguer?
I dreamed about it.
Going to Williamsport? That's amazing.
My Little League All-Star experience as a 12-year-old lasted 1 inning, Grandy.
You were on the All-Star team, though?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, way to go, Dibbs.
Yeah, Fairfax Little League. We took on Novato National. My best friend at the time, Mike DeServille, gave up a 6-piece.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I made a nifty play at second, and then I got up in the bottom of the first, bases loaded.
Gone.
No. By gone, you mean a pop out to the second baseman? And then I actually was gone, replaced.
Oh.
We lost 21-2. Dude, totally. High drive, second base. But yeah, these young kids are getting a chance to live out their dream.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fingers crossed, rooting for him.
Yeah.
Rooting for him. Represent Northern California well, and maybe you'll go all the way to Williamsport. That would be pretty darn cool. 888-957-9570, last caller 2, and then we will get to what Adam Schefter had to say. But James in St. Louis wants to weigh in. What's up, James?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. Before I get into the LeBron trade with AD and the youngsters, one of you guys please pull up this somewhere. What does Yaxel and Bird have in common? Now, the whole thing with the AD and LeBron, I mean, it would be nice, but I think Golden State has everything that they need with their young core that they have right now, especially starting with the starting 5 that they have in the Summer League. Now, most people already know that 3 of the players in that starting 5 already played in the league last year and got great minutes. You had Will Richard, you had Leon, and you had L.J. Cryer, I believe. Excuse me. Those 3 guys coming back their second year, plus whoever that, Golden State Warriors may have, they pretty much have everything in their roster, with LeBron or without him. Now, to trade for AD, who hasn't played a whole season, still injury prone, right now with what they have, especially with Yaxel, I don't think trading Yaxel for AD and all of that will be great for the organization, especially now or even past Curry.
Yeah, I have that little nugget. You dropped one on us. It's Yaxel and Larry Bird, only 2 players in D1 history to get 600 points, 400 rebounds, and 150 assists in a single season.
Oh.
This according to Maize and Brew. So, yeah, there you have it.
Maize and Brew, not Maize and Blue.
No, Maize and Brew.
So this is the Michigan fan page.
It seems to be. I tried to click on it for further details, and it wouldn't load. Maybe they've been drinking, but, yeah, 600, 400, and 150. That's a club.
All right, James. And I think... Let's see, when did he actually do that in this past year, or did he do it when he was at UAB?
I would imagine he did it with the Maize and Brew. Otherwise, the UAB website might have
This was
brought that up.
posted in May of 2025, so he did it pre his time at Michigan.
There you go.
He did it at UAB, which I guess makes it a little less impressive, I guess. I don't know. I'm
Still
just making
D1,
it up as we go. 888-957-9570. David in Oakland wants to shout out a local youth sports team. What's up, David?
Hey, I was just listening to talking about the Youth World Series and wanted to give a shout out to the Pathways Soccer Club, Bay Area based, went out to San Sebastian to compete in the Dynasty Cup with the boys 15, and they won the entire championship for the first time in the history of the tournament and beat some good teams from Madrid and Barcelona. So shout out to potential USA development in the whole football arena.
That's awesome. Yeah,
Fantastic,
shout out to them. Thank you, David. Thanks for making us aware of that. Going all the way out to Spain, youth soccer, and coming home with the championship. That's amazing. I'm in.
The Dynasty Cup in San Sebastian. And, based in Oakland. Follow them on Instagram if you are so inclined. I love when random stuff comes up from callers and you can just, Google it and confirm or deny. And
you're good at that.
I mean, you got to follow along. You're listening to the caller, but you're also trying to, confirm the reality. But Pathway Soccer Club is pretty awesome.
Yeah. All right. I promise we'll play this. We have like a minute or two to react to it. But this is Adam Schefter on NFL Live on ESPN earlier today talking about the Niners' second-round draft pick, their first overall pick in this most recent NFL draft. Dejon Stribling. Here's Adam Schefter.
Well, Steve, what's interesting about this selection is there were some people that wondered if it was too early for Dejon Stribling to go. And yet there were a couple of teams that I spoke to in the draft process leading up to the draft that felt like Dejon Stribling was the best wide receiver in the draft. Another team, supposedly the Los Angeles Rams, had eyes on him. And so the 49ers didn't just come up with this pick out of nowhere. They knew that there were other teams that had a very high grade on Stribling when the 49ers declined to trade out of the top draft slot in the second round and take him there. And Mina, you mentioned the combination of older injured players and younger wide receivers. Mike Evans and Christian Kirk, both with points to prove in San Francisco. Former first-round draft pick Ricky Pearsall, and now Dejon Stribling. So there is an interesting blend of youth and experience there in San Francisco.
Adam Schefter saying he heard from multiple teams they thought Stribling was the best receiver in the draft, including the Rams. The Rams loved him, and the Niners got him.
Got to jump ahead of the Rams and make sure you get that done. And he does become an interesting option. Ricky Pearsall, if he can stay somewhat healthy, and Evans as well. And you got Stribling, and you still have Robinson. You could have a very different, diverse wide receiver room.
Yeah, and we could talk a little bit more about that and maybe expectations for this Niner offense tomorrow. In the absence of LeBron news, that is. And I guess at this point, I'm not expecting it tomorrow. I know yesterday I said tomorrow was going to be the day, but the events of today make me feel like I was wrong. So who the hell knows what's going to happen?
Not wrong yet. Don't give up the
ship.
Not
yet, but I think I might be wrong. We'll see.
Yeah.
But if no LeBron news tomorrow, we can talk some Niners for sure.
No doubt.
Absolutely,
looking forward to
we
it.
can. With rookies have already reported and veterans are reporting coming up in just a few days on Saturday. All right, what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That is Best of the Game with Steven Risotto. Steven, what is on the way next?
Crossovers coming up, and also Steiny and Evan talking about the Valklyries.
Oh, the Valks, who snapped their 9-game winning streak. Unfortunately last night, but still an amazing first half now in the All-Star break.
Yeah, looking forward to the big All-Star game this coming weekend, and then Valks again eventually. Do the Valks play before